Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 1733 to Chapter 1817. The hidden weapons released by Yin Meng were the mucus spat out by the Martial Soul Spider. As the mucus flew through the air, it quickly solidified and there were special patterns on it. It looked very strange. When the hidden weapons broke through the air, the spider webs had already covered the entire stage. Ling Xiao had no place to hide. This was also the reason why Fan Ruolin said that Ling Xiao's movement technique would be useless. "You want to kill me?" Ling Xiao did not dodge. He only looked at the hidden weapons coming from all directions and asked. "That's right. You destroyed the foundation of our Dark God Hall in the Divine Phoenix continent. I must kill you," Yin Meng said coldly. "If you want to kill me, you better be prepared to be killed. I will definitely not show mercy." Ling Xiao's body suddenly flickered with light. In an instant, the high temperature caused the spider webs to burn. And the hidden weapons that flew over were also instantly melted by the terrifying high temperature. "Good kid, you do have some skills. It seems that I have underestimated you. But that was just the appetizer. If you can't even block my hidden weapons, then you don't have the qualifications for me to use my full strength." Yin Meng sneered. The originally ordinary spider webs were instantly broken and replaced by scarlet-red spider webs. These spider webs were of the fire attribute. Even Ling Xiao's high temperature was unable to melt them. "Use my full strength? You seem to have forgotten that I haven't made my move yet." Ling Xiao glanced at Yin Meng. Suddenly, a terrifying murderous aura was released. A terrifying shadow appeared on his body. That was not a martial soul phantom. It was a terrifying demonic shadow formed by the murderous aura. In that instant, Yin Meng's body trembled. He actually had the thought of retreating. Murderous aura into a demon. I didn't expect your murderous aura to have evolved to such a terrifying stage. This is something that even many of our White Tiger Continent's Dark God Hall's gold medal assassins can't do. Murderous aura oppressing the enemy, murderous aura condensing, murderous aura dense, murderous aura into a demon. This was the Dark God Hall's definition of the 4 stages of murderous aura. Martial artists in the outside world were not familiar with this, but this did not affect the strength of their murderous aura. Murderous aura demon was the highest level of murderous aura in the Dark God Palace. Yin Meng didn't expect Ling Xiao to be a self-taught genius. Without anyone's guidance or learning any secret manuals, he could reach such a level. He even sighed in his heart. If only Ling Xiao was a martial artist of the Dark God Palace. But sighing wouldn't make him feel pity. The Dark God Palace had to be avenged. Facing Ling Xiao's murderous aura, Yin Meng's expression became serious. He took 4 or 5 steps back to lessen the pressure on him. Then, a terrifying yin-yang origin energy surged out of his hands. In that instant, the yin and yang essence energy actually condensed into a strange spider. The ferocious spider bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its huge lantern-like eyes stared fixedly at Ling Xiao. Dark purple poisonous fog filled the air, forming strange small whirlwinds. Poison-killing palm, venomous spider. Rumble, just as Yin Meng unleashed his killing move, Ling Xiao's fist also blasted over. This fist contained 300 royal heaven-earth power. Its explosive power was absolutely shocking. The green light constantly tore those spider webs and whirlwinds apart. Golden light wrapped around the fist, constantly increasing its strength and defense. The power of the Royal Heaven Queen of Earth was truly a set of perfect fusion powers. After the terrifying poisonous whirlwinds were torn apart by the fist, they splattered out in all directions of the ring. The host in midair had a solemn expression. He hurriedly used his movement technique to dodge continuously. The ring was built with special materials. But at this time, it was corroded by this poisonous whirlwind until it was full of holes. Looking carefully at those corroded areas, the deepest part was actually a full 4 to 5 meters deep. This was just the sputtering from the attack. If really touched by the poisonous whirlwind, one would probably turn into white bones instantly. This Yin Meng's strength was really much stronger than the previous 29 people. Ling Xiao even felt that even if this guy wanted to continue advancing, it would be very easy. He didn't know why he kept staying on the 30th level. But now wasn't the time to think about this. Bang! The poisonous spider collided together with Ling Xiao's fist with a loud bang. In just an instant, that enormous spider seemed to have suffered heavy injuries, being beaten until its body was distorted, wailing miserably repeatedly. The scene was very strange for a moment. I don't believe that this punch of yours can defeat me. Get lost for me. Yin Meng was unwilling to let Ling Xiao get close because what he was skilled in was hidden weapon techniques. Even the poison-killing palm was also a long-range attack martial technique. Being approached by Ling Xiao at this time, he was clearly a little flustered. Hence, in his panic, he actually urged the yin-yang essence energy to 100% instantly. In that instant, the originally distorted and deformed poisonous spider recovered to its original appearance anew. Not just that, that spider actually looked like it was real. The venom dripping from the corners of the spider's mouth onto the ground could actually really corrode and penetrate the ground directly. Exterminate. Ling Xiao's expression did not change. It was just that on his fist, he added another 100 Royal Heaven Earth power. 400 Royal Heaven Earth power cells released horrifying power. Bang! That poisonous spider was finally completely shattered by one punch. The remnant fist force slammed onto Yin Meng's body, blasting Yin Meng back repeatedly. It was a pity that the majority of the fist force was already exhausted by that poisonous spider. Hence, it should be very hard for this punch to knock Yin Meng out of the arena. Of course, Ling Xiao did not plan on doing that either. Because Yin Meng was different from others. This guy wanted to kill him, then he would counter-kill him. If he was knocked out of the arena, the battle would also be over. Terrifying fellow, this punch should be your strongest attack, right? Very good, I'll make you thoroughly despair today. Yin Meng, who was standing at the edge of the arena, actually had both hands trembling non-stop. That bizarre fist force still made him suffer the torment of pain at this time. It was like maggots latching onto bones, truly terrifying. But he remained tough on the surface. Ling Xiao looked at Yin Meng calmly and said with a smile, that palm just now, you used 100% yin-yang essence energy. Honestly speaking, if your ability is limited to this, best get lost quickly. You can still preserve your little life. I admit that I did use 100% yin-yang essence energy just now. But that move was not my strongest martial technique. If you think that you can be compared to me with just that punch, then you're still ignorant. Then you're still too ignorant. As he spoke, Yin Meng swallowed a pill. He could clearly feel his yin-yang essence energy recovering at an accelerated rate. The Hell Tower did not allow the use of magic treasures, but it did not prohibit the use of pills and special foods. This fan clan was really smart. One had to know that their fan clan controlled close to 1/3 of the medicine market in the 4 great empires, as well as close to 90% of the special foods market. The other 2/3 of the medicine market was pretty much split between the Medicine King Pavilion and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. It could be said that the other medicine merchants only had a very small share of the market. In this underground world, the Fan family's medicine market share was as high as 90%. Basically, martial artists who needed to buy pills and special food would choose them. Allowing them to use pills and special food was actually just to promote their products. Am I ignorant? Ling Xiao smiled and said, so you still have a trump card? Of course. I originally wanted to let you die quickly, but since you don't know what's good for you, I can only go all out and let you die without a complete corpse. You will die under the most painful torture. As he spoke, Yin Meng's aura became stronger and stronger. His terrifying aura continued to rise as more and more poisonous whirlwinds formed around his body. These poisonous whirlwinds could not only be used for defense, but also for attack. They were definitely the best weapons for him. However, this was not his killing move. That punch from Ling Xiao just now really made him feel incomparably shocked. However, he was not afraid. One had to know that if Yin Meng was under 30 years old, he would be at least at the level of the 7 small saints of Tianhai. He only admired the 4 prodigies of Tianhai and the genius of the Dark God Hall, Dark Godyu. He was the strongest genius of the Dark God Hall, and also someone who was about to participate in the White Tiger meet. He was definitely in the top 3 of the White Tiger Empire. Moreover, Dark Godyu was the young master of the Dark God Hall. If the young master knew that Yin Meng was killed by Ling Xiao, a martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent, even if his corpse was sent back to the Dark God Hall, it would be fed to the fish. Because it was too embarrassing. Moreover, he still had his strongest move that he had yet to use. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could block it. Looking at Yin Meng, Ling Xiao felt that this person really did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. A cold light flashed in the corner of his eyes. Since Yin Meng wanted to die, he could not blame him. He did not have to be enemies with the Dark God Hall, but if they wanted to kill him, he had no reason to retreat. Then I'll let you use your last move, and then you'll die convinced. Ling Xiao's words made Yin Meng's face even darker. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao, and a sinister expression appeared on his face. Good, you're really arrogant. However, it's a pity that you won't have any more chances now that I've used this move. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind suddenly appeared on the stage. It was a gust of wind that was filled with poison. Many of the spectators in the front row hurriedly used their moves to block the poison fog. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, stood in the middle of the poisonous fog and breathed freely as if he didn't care about it at all. Behind Yin Meng, the giant spider martial soul arrived in front of him and merged with his yin-yang origin energy. A terrifying aura was constantly being released. This is my ultimate move, Yin Meng. The most terrifying thing was that as the giant spider flew, its abdomen split open, and a large number of small spiders fell to the ground like ants. They formed a black mass and surrounded Ling Xiao. At the same time, countless silk threads shot towards Ling Xiao, entangling Ling Xiao. There was no way for him to dodge. Haha, Ling Xiao is finished. In the VIP room, Fan Wolin clapped his hands and laughed. If he didn't let Yin Meng use this move and admitted defeat, he might have a chance to survive. But now, he's definitely going to die. The Dark God Hall's ultimate move, combined with the giant spider martial soul, is really difficult to deal with. Even I find it difficult to deal with. Fan Wolin did not know why, but he always had an inexplicable hostility towards Ling Xiao. Of course, it could also be because Yin Meng was one of his people. So, he definitely did not want Yin Meng to lose to Ling Xiao. Moreover, at this moment, it was obvious that Yin Meng had the absolute advantage in the battle. He could almost see Ling Xiao's tragic death. In the other VIP room, Jun Macho also laughed. Seems like this is the end for Ling Xiao. I say, Fairy Lingchan, I'm afraid he won't be able to fight with me. The battle hasn't ended yet. Why do you have to come to a conclusion so early? Aren't you afraid of being slapped in the face? Sun Lingchan smiled slightly. Ling Xiao's life and death did not have much to do with her. Because even if Ling Xiao died, she could still get back the 20 dragons' blood grass. But at this moment, she was very confident in Ling Xiao. This was because she had thought of the move that Ling Xiao had used against Shangguan Qing'er back at the Medicine King Pavilion. If that move was used, Yin Meng would be the one to die. But why didn't he use it? To be honest, Sun Lingchan was also a little confused. Ha ha ha, Fairy Lingchan, could it be that you have taken a fancy to that kid? You actually think so highly of him. It's a pity that he's only of such standard. Even if you think highly of him, it's meaningless. Jun Macho mocked. Sun Lingchan did not say anything and continued to look at the arena calmly. Perhaps after this move, the outcome would be decided. It was obvious who would live and who would die. The rest of the audience also cheered loudly. Most of the audience here were martial artists from the White Tiger continent. Looking on helplessly as a martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent flaunted his might here, they had long been displeased in their hearts. Now that Yin Meng had appeared and blocked Ling Xiao's path, it was obvious that he was about to win. To them, this was definitely a huge blessing. They really could not wait to see Ling Xiao lose. In the arena, time seemed to have stopped. Ling Xiao was wrapped in countless spider webs, and a black mass of spiders was approaching along the spider webs. From an outsider's point of view, he was a delicacy in the spiders' stomachs. It was impossible to turn the tables. The Dark God Palace's martial arts really have many tricks. Combining martial soul to fight, it's even harder to deal with than ordinary martial arts. Ling Xiao stood there with a calm expression, as if the danger in front of him was not worth mentioning at all. Instead, he even comprehended some things from this Yin Meng's attack. It was this kind of crazy learning consciousness that allowed his battles to often integrate the advantages of many martial arts. In this aspect, many people could not compare to him. However, in front of him, it was still nothing. 400 Emperor Earth Empress. It was still just a punch. Ling Xiao did not plan to use any other moves. A terrifying green light was released, and the spider webs wrapped around his body broke inch by inch. After that, Ling Xiao, who regained his freedom, blasted out a terrifying punch. Immediately, the entire arena was stirred up by a gust of wind, and the yellow soil flew. In the blink of an eye, all the spiders were naturally gone. The arena that was originally filled with spider webs and spiders actually became empty at this time. Only Ling Xiao and Yin Meng were still standing there. And Ling Xiao's fist was still moving forward. This is impossible. How can Yin Meng's ultimate move be broken so easily? Inside the VIP room, Fan Roland directly jumped up from his chair, looking at the scene on the arena in astonishment. Completely unable to believe what his eyes saw. Jun Macho's hands were gripping the seat tightly, and her face was filled with disbelief. Sun Lingchan smiled and said, "Fairy Macho, I've disappointed you again." Hee. In fact, even she was a little shocked. She thought that Ling Xiao would solve the problem with his powerful sword, but she did not expect that Ling Xiao could solve the problem with just a punch. What did that mean? It probably meant that Ling Xiao's strength was much more than that. This guy. No wonder Shang Wanqinger was so passive. It seemed that it was not a coincidence. Impossible. Impossible. How could you break my ultimate move so easily? Yin Meng's body kept retreating, trying to avoid Ling Xiao's fierce punch. Before the punch arrived, the terrifying wind had already whistled. Yin Meng's face was filled with horror. In front of him, there was only the terrifying punch. If he did not escape now, he would die. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao would definitely not show mercy. At this moment, the only way to save his life was to escape from the arena. As for his face, he did not care anymore. Compared to his face, his life was more important. Run. At this moment, Yin Meng did not care about anything else. Using all his remaining inner strength, he leaped down from the arena. However, Ling Xiao's punch was faster than his speed. Kill. In the void, a huge shadow of a fist appeared, and then crazily rushed out, hitting Yin Meng's body. The terrifying fist force completely shattered the Yin light into powder, leaving not a single trace behind. Not only that, even half of the shattered arena was destroyed by the energy of the punch. The audience was silent for a long time. It was not until a few minutes later that someone shouted, "Oh my God, it's too terrifying. The power of this punch is obviously much stronger than before. This is a martial artist who destroys everything. Almost scared me to death, my little heart." The host couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. He knew very well what kind of material the arena was made of, yet it was actually blasted into smithereens by a single punch from this person. Just how terrifying was this guy's fist strength? However, in the VIP room, Fan Roland revealed a sinister smile. "Those who killed my people deserve to die. Third young master, are you confident in defeating him?" Mu Wanchuang suddenly asked. "Of course I'm confident. I'm afraid that this punch of his has already revealed all of his trump cards. What else could be more shocking?" Fan Roland glanced at Mu Wanchuang and said coldly. Mu Wanchuang was only Fan Ruohai's maidservant. However, this woman was scheming and powerful. She was also favored by Fan Ruohai. Even he, the third young master of the Fan family, did not dare to offend her. In another VIP room, Sun Lingchan smiled and said, "How is it, Fairy Macho? This kid has already won 30 consecutive matches and has become the champion of the 30th floor. Are you still looking down on him? Humph, a brat who only knows how to use brute force. What's so great about him?" Jun Macho said disdainfully. "There's something I have to remind Fairy Macho. This person is best at swordsmanship, not fists." Sun Lingchan said with a smile. "What? Do you mean that he's still hiding his strength?" Jun Macho could not help but be moved this time. "Perhaps. Anyway, I've seen his brilliant sword move. It's really impressive. Moreover, he's only 17 years old. This kind of genius is probably not inferior to you, Xianxia. Do you think that he's a genius on the same level as the 7 little saints of Tianhai? Xianxia asked with a frown. No, he's at least on the same level as Water Shenxi. Among the 7 little saints of Tianhai, only Water Shenxi and Xiao Budian can defeat him. The rest of them can't. Sun Lingqian shook her head and said. You're exaggerating. Then let me see how far he can go. Xianxia was full of fighting spirit. She would not underestimate Ling Xiao now, but she still did not think that Ling Xiao could be her opponent. But sister, don't you think that this person is a little too arrogant and flamboyant? It's his first time challenging the Hell Pagoda, and he wants to continue fighting. Moreover, every move he makes is so domineering. Huahua frowned and asked Sun Lingqian. Flamboyant? Sun Lingqian only smiled noncommittally and did not answer. On the stage, Ling Xiao felt a little wronged. In fact, from the beginning of the battle until now, he had not even used 30% of his combat strength. He had only used the power of the Imperial Heaven-Earth Queen. At most, he had only used 300 Imperial Heaven-Earth Queen. As a matter of fact, his Royal Heaven-Earth power had already reached 600 points, not to mention, his Light Shadow Profound was the most terrifying killing move. The combination of his various martial souls was simply impossible to guard against. And the most powerful martial soul, the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he suppressed all of this and did not use it because there was an even stronger opponent ahead of him. Unfortunately, the audience did not know. They felt that he was too flamboyant. It was really helpless. If he really made a move, even if there were 10 yin rays, he would definitely kill them instantly. Why would he need to fight like this? In the following battle, Ling Xiao brought an even more shocking side to the audience. From the 30th to the 40th floor, he had used the Imperial Heaven-Earth Queen fist with 300 Imperial Heaven-Earth Queen. It was simple. He won all the way in a domineering manner. This made everyone in the audience stand dumbfounded. Of course, during this process, Lan Jing, who was originally the 40th floor's champion, had already reached the 60th floor and became the champion of the 60th floor. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not encounter this enemy that he had known before. Lan Jing was an enemy that he had encountered on the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island. However, Lan Jing's cultivation was only at the first level of the Yin-Yang realm back then. The current Lan Jing was obviously very different from before. He seemed to have been turned into a war puppet by someone. While his strength had skyrocketed, only his consciousness remained. And that was revenge. Lan Jing only knew that he had an enemy called Ling Xiao. He only knew that he had to kill Ling Xiao. He's already the champion of the 40th floor. How much potential does this guy have? He's still fighting one person with one punch. Haha, in every battle, he solves the problem with one punch. I can't tell that he used his inner strength at all. That's why he didn't choose to rest for such a long time, right? However, it's troublesome above the 60th floor. He has to continuously encounter Lan Jing, Ko Xiling, Xianxia, and Fan Rolin. I'm afraid he won't be so lucky. That was what the audience thought. However, they were still looking forward to it. Then, in their anticipation, Ling Xiao used the 400 Imperial Heaven-Earth Queen fist with the Imperial Heaven-Earth Queen fist to fight his way to the 50th floor and defeated the champion of the 50th floor. The entire process looked so easy. Not even a drop of sweat fell from Ling Xiao's forehead. In the VIP room, Fan Rolin's expression turned ugly. Did I really misjudge him? This kid is much stronger than I imagined. Thinking of this, Fan Rolin felt uncomfortable in his heart. He couldn't accept that he had made an error in judgment. Third young master, why are you so nervous? I bet that he won't reach the 70th floor. Don't forget about the 3 people before him. It's an insurmountable gap. Especially Xianxia, Fairy Macho. Third young master, do you think that kid can beat her? The elder in charge of the Hell Tower was high and mighty in front of others, but he was naturally very humble in front of the Fan family's young master. Ha ha ha, you're right. Let's just sit here and watch the show. Fan Rolin seemed to be relieved as he laughed. Ling Xiao didn't know what was happening in the VIP room. He was currently calculating the spirit stones he had earned from fighting for so long. From the first floor to the 50th floor, the normal income was 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. There were also many special income. 500,000, 400,000, 300,000, 200,000, 100,000, and 10,000. In total, he had earned 51 million mid-grade spirit stones. Until now, he had earned a total of 2.01 million mid-grade spirit stones. This was much easier than selling pills to earn spirit stones. Not to mention, after the 50th floor, he could choose a special prize for every floor. Ling Xiao chose the Fan family's special delicacy, the 500-year-old ice fire fruit, on the 50th floor. After obtaining it, he ate it immediately. The moment he ate it, he felt the energy in his body jump as if he was about to break through again. The effect is still a little weak. I need another one, and I'll probably be able to break through to the peak of the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Ling Xiao didn't need to accumulate energy now. This was because his body was constantly accumulating energy. Even the energy absorbed by the Blood-Soul Talisman was constantly entering his body. He only needed to find the opportunity to break through. That kind of bitter cultivation didn't seem to suit him anymore. That was why he kept looking for battles. Only battles could stimulate the potential and energy in his body and awaken the dormant cells. Let the battles be more intense. Ling Xiao had a feeling that there was something in the Hell Tower that was very beneficial to him. The energy that was very compatible with the primordial heavenly demon was definitely not fake. His feeling was very real. The following battles were very easy until he reached the 60th floor. Ling Xiao used 500 Imperial Heaven Queen of Earth powers and fought his way to the 60th level, where he encountered the blue whale. Currently, Lan Jing's cultivation base was at the peak of the 7th level of Yin-Yang realm. This made Ling Xiao very confused. After all, this person's cultivation was only at the 1st level of the Yin-Yang realm when he fought against him on the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island. After careful observation, he discovered that the blue whale was no longer human-like from the inside out. This was the result of the fusion of a 7th-level Yin-Yang realm demonic beast and a martial artist. Seeing the confrontation between Ling Xiao and the blue whale, Fan Roland smiled as he sipped his tea. Judging from the current situation, Ling Xiao's cultivation base is probably at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang stage at most. However, this fellow possesses brute force and can challenge those of a higher level. He was definitely a genius. However, it's a pity that he's facing a 7th-level Yin-Yang realm blue whale. Moreover, it's a killing machine with only the desire for revenge. Third young master is right. Even if Ling Xiao wins by luck, he'll consume a lot of energy. Even if he drinks the recovery wine, he won't be able to recover in a short time. Therefore, he'll have to announce that he'll stop the challenge. Otherwise, he'll definitely lose in the next battle and won't even be able to reach Ko Xiling's level. The Hell Tower manager said with a smile. It looks like he's in the bag. It's already a miracle for a martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent to reach the 60th floor. We definitely can't let him continue to be arrogant. Otherwise, the White Tiger continent's martial artists will lose face. Fan Roland nodded and said with a smile. Fan Ruahai did not look at his third brother. He only looked at the arena outside the window. Ling Xiao's performance had refreshed his expectations again and again. He wanted to rope this person in more and more now. Even if it was for this person, he would not hesitate to give away his most beloved maidservant, Mu Wanchuang. However, whether Ling Xiao had the qualifications to do so, he still had to wait and see. At the very least, Ling Xiao had to be stronger than Mu Wanchuang to be qualified to get Mu Wanchuang. Otherwise, what right did he have? The battle on the 60th floor soon kicked off. Many people had prepared snacks and were ready to watch a wonderful battle. Because in everyone's opinion, Ling Xiao would not be able to defeat Lan Jing as easily as he did in the previous battles. At the very least, he would have to fight for 500 to 600 rounds. If there were no snacks to accompany him, it would be too boring. However, as soon as the battle began, everyone who had just eaten a mouthful of snacks spat them out. Damn it, how could he toy with people like this? And it was only one move. Ling Xiao defeated Lan Jing more easily than he had defeated any other martial artist before. Because this kind of fused monster had two obvious flaws. It was impossible for it to escape his Tai Chi eye. Once he found a flaw, he moved in front of Lan Jing in a flash and punched out. The battle ended just like that. You are persistent enough to take revenge. Although I don't know who transformed you into this ghost, I think only death can set you free. Ling Xiao sighed. The hatred on the fairy island of the Sacred Dynasty was actually not that serious. So this time, instead of saying that he wanted to kill Lan Jing, it was better to say that he wanted to set this guy free. It was really painful to live like this every day, neither a human nor a ghost. Because Ling Xiao had killed Lan Jing with one punch, the audience fell into a short silence. After a while, it exploded like a volcano eruption. However, more people were cursing Ling Xiao than cheering for Ling Xiao. It was still the same sentence as before. The martial artists of the White Tiger continent really did not want to see the martial artists of the Dragon Phoenix continent so complacent in the Hell Tower. I didn't expect this guy to defeat Lan Jing so easily. Yeah, this year, only Ko Xiling and Jun Macho can reach the 60th floor. All the other champions have successfully defended their title before. Could it be that this Ling Xiao is actually a powerful existence like Ko Xiling and Jun Macho? Why think so much now? Anyway, Ling Xiao will soon face Ko Xiling. The battle between these two will tell us whether Ling Xiao has the ability to be on par with Ko Xiling and Jun Macho. Hehe, I think Ling Xiao may not be able to meet Ko Xiling. After the 60th floor, each opponent is stronger than the last. It's not that I look down on him, but it's really difficult. That's right. After all, this kid is just a martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent. How strong can he be? I don't believe it. You don't believe it, but I do. I think he is stronger than Ko Xiling. There was also a debate in the audience, and this debate would probably continue until Ling Xiao was defeated. Some people bet that Ling Xiao would win, and some people bet that Ling Xiao would lose. This was the fun of the competition. Usually, the number of spectators would dwindle from the 60th floor onwards because the fees were higher and many martial artists could not afford it. However, this time, Ling Xiao's appearance caused an uproar in the underground world. Countless martial artists swarmed into the Hell Tower to see how far Ling Xiao could go. Of course, there was no lack of rich people among these people. After defeating Lan Jing, the arena masters did not intend to challenge him because the other high-level martial artists did not intend to challenge him. After resting for less than 5 minutes, Ling Xiao proposed to continue the challenge. Time was extremely precious to him, and he did not want to waste it. During these 5 minutes, Ling Xiao ate an 800-year-old ice fire fruit. Unfortunately, his cultivation did not break through this time. After all, if he broke through from the peak of the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm, he would be at the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. This was a very obvious gap, and it would not be easy for Ling Xiao to cross it. However, the 800-year-old ice fire fruit had a certain effect. He could feel that the barrier to the breakthrough was loosening. What he needed to do next was battle. He needed to use the battle to loosen the barrier and finally break through it. Although the 5-minute break was very short, no one objected to it. Especially the people in the Hell Tower, they were very happy. After all, the spectators would cause trouble if there was no show to watch. From the 60th floor to the 68th floor, Ling Xiao's battle did not seem to be any different from before. He was still as relaxed as before, and there were no obstacles to speak of. One punch, from beginning to end, it was only one punch. However, only Ling Xiao knew that if he wanted to defeat his opponent now, he would have to use all of his Imperial Heaven-Earth power. If his opponent was stronger, he would have to use the Light and Shadow Profound Meaning. Of course, he was not afraid because of this. The stronger the opponent, the greater the stimulation to him, and the greater the help it would provide him. The 68th floor. The arena master is Ko Xiling. It will be difficult for Ling Xiao to encounter Ko Xiling. Although Ko Xiling lost to Jun Macho, it was only a narrow defeat. I heard that his cultivation has reached the peak of the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm. That's right. Ling Xiao's good luck ends here. That's right. Moreover, even if Ling Xiao miraculously defeats Ko Xiling, he will definitely be defeated by Jun Macho. Don't tell me he is going to finish off Ko Xiling with one punch again? That's impossible. Do you really think Ko Xiling is a good-for-nothing like Lan Jing? Ling Xiao had already appeared in the arena, standing opposite Ko Xiling. Whoosh, this time, Ling Xiao waved his hand and a long sword from the weapon rack fell into his hand. It was still convenient to use. It was just a little light, but it was still passable. Ko Xiling used a saber. Sabers and swords were both very powerful weapons. As for which one was stronger, it all depended on the ability of the user. Your performance was very exciting. I hope that you won't disappoint me in this battle. Ko Xiling rested his broadsword on his shoulder and looked at Ling Xiao with a smile. Whether the battle is exciting or not depends on your strength. Make your move. Ko Xiling was at Peking Yang Realm Stage 8. He was indeed not the kind of enemy that could be killed in one move. Hence, Ling Xiao decided to use a sword. He also wanted to see Ko Xiling's saber technique. Although there was a huge difference between a sword and a saber, there were many similarities. Perhaps he could comprehend something of his own from another person's saber technique. Raging lightning seals the sky. Ko Xiling brandished his broadsword and used an extremely powerful jade-grade saber technique. When Ko Xiling executed Raging Lightning Seals the Sky, it was even stronger than when he fought Jun Macho. It looked like Ko Xiling knew that he was not Jun Macho's match, so he did not use his full strength. Now that he met Ling Xiao, he was prepared to use his full strength. Raging lightning struck down from the sky, and the saber chi stirred up bolts of lightning as it charged at Ling Xiao. It was so dazzling that it was difficult to discern the situation. Boom, the lightning bolts exploded, and the saber chi collapsed. Ling Xiao, who was dressed in snow-white clothes, still stood firmly in place. His sword only moved slightly, and all of Ko Xiling's attacks suddenly turned into nothingness and were completely shattered. What? Ko Xiling was clearly stunned. He knew that Ling Xiao was very strong, but he still did not expect that his move would not be able to injure Ling Xiao in the slightest. This made him feel a little depressed. Again. Lightning flash movie. Ko Xiling roared. He suddenly jumped up and chopped down with his saber. In the sky, countless lightning bolts struck down, and the movie flickered. Under the illumination of the lights, it looked particularly beautiful, but also terrifying. There was no room to dodge this saber. It almost completely enveloped Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao still only waved his sword indifferently. The sword intent broke through the sky as if it was real, and directly destroyed the terrifying lightning flash movie. Ling Xiao did not take the initiative to attack Ko Xiling. Otherwise, once he stabbed out with his sword, Ko Xiling would probably be very flustered. Brother Ko, your attack can't hurt me at all. It's better if you use your full strength. Otherwise, your next move will determine the outcome. Ling Xiao glanced at Ko Xiling indifferently. Although his words were unpleasant, they were proof of his great strength. Ko Xiling took a deep breath. Suddenly he laughed. He was 19 years old this year, and his cultivation had reached the peak of Yin Yang Realm Level 8. He thought that his talent was unrivaled in the world. However, today, he met a freak. This person's cultivation was clearly lower than his, but he could make him go crazy. He was not angry. He just felt a little helpless and a little disappointed. All right. Since you asked for it, I'll use my strongest move. The outcome will be decided here. Ko Xiling gritted his teeth and waved the saber in his hand. Terrifying yin-yang origin energy was released from his body, and it turned into shocking electric currents in the air. Then, the phantom of a monster bathed in lightning appeared behind him. This monster was not big, or rather, it was very small. It was only about a foot long, but no one dared to underestimate it. Lightning Marten martial spirit? Ling Xiao was stunned. It was said that in ancient times, one of the 12 immortals was good at controlling beasts. His best treasure was the lightning marten. It was a kind of monster that was very fast and could control lightning. Ko Xiling's martial spirit looked obedient, but in fact, it was very powerful. Under Ling Xiao's strong pressure, Ko Xiling finally summoned his martial spirit, which he had not used all this time. That guy favors one and discriminates against the other. He didn't use his martial spirit to deal with me, but he used his martial spirit to deal with Ling Xiao? Jun Macho said unhappily. Sun Lingchan said with a smile, he knows that he is not your match, and you deliberately did not reveal your strength. Instead, you played with him. Why did he use his full strength? I'm afraid this is the difference between respect and disrespect between martial artists. Humph, you know that if I want to defeat this Ko Xialing, I don't need one move to solve the problem. Jun Macho said proudly. The reason why Jun Macho fought with Ko Xialing for such a long time was because she did not want to expose her strength. After all, she still had to face the stronger Fan Rolin. She did not want to expose all her cards. But now, facing Ling Xiao on the battlefield, Ko Xialing had to use all his strength. He even used his martial spirit. Ko Xialing was really helpless. Before he fought with Ling Xiao, he thought that he would be able to win this battle. But once they fought, he understood that his opponent had completely controlled the battle from the beginning. Every sword move of his opponent seemed simple and direct, as if it was a casual attack. But it was this casual attack that was even more frightening. A casual attack could accurately grasp his flaw and crush his attack. Moreover, it was obvious that his opponent had the opportunity to pursue him. His opponent did not pursue him. He probably just wanted to see what his strongest strength was. Thinking of this, Ko Xialing could not help but feel a little sad. He could be considered a genius of his generation, but he had encountered such a freak. It was like a cunning fox meeting a natural hunter. No matter how cunning he was completely restrained. He had never felt this way, even when facing Jun Macho. But in front of Ling Xiao, it was so clear. It was really not a good feeling. Therefore, after 2 moves, he did not hesitate to use his martial spirit, because it was his only trump card that could turn defeat into victory. With the appearance of the Lightning Marten martial spirit, the power of each of Ko Xialing's moves increased substantially. The whole arena was filled with the illusion of the Lightning Marten. Under the bombardment of the terrifying lightning sword Qi, the entire arena was constantly emitting explosive sounds, like a violent storm. Not bad. Facing Ko Xialing's attack, Ling Xiao actually smiled slightly, and then slowly raised the long sword in his hand. In that instant, his body seemed to turn into a luminous body, emitting a blazing and dazzling light. The warriors in the audience closed their eyes because of this, temporarily losing their vision. Ko Xialing did not dare to close his eyes, because he knew that once he closed his eyes, he would probably lose. He squinted his eyes and vaguely saw a huge golden crow form in front of Ling Xiao. It was the golden crow formed by the sword Qi, swift and fierce and terrifying. Golden Crow Rising Sun. The sword Qi finally burst out. The lightning mink's welcome on the arena was swept away. The terrifying golden crows covered the entire battle ring. Ko Xialing had no choice but to repeatedly retreat, frequently dodging, and then he used his lightning sable martial spirit to protect himself. Even so, the terrifying heat of the golden crow still burned many parts of his body. That piercing pain made him frightened and incredulous. How can he be so strong? How could such a casual sword strike completely suppress me? How much strength is this guy hiding? By this time Ko Xialing no longer had the courage to continue fighting. His opponent was too strong. Even if he summoned his martial spirit, he would not be able to win. Under such circumstances, it would be foolish of him to continue fighting. I lost. Ko Xialing smiled wryly and shook his head. Although his opponent had only used this one move, he had already felt proud of his own shortcomings. The people in the audience were not at all surprised by his admission of defeat. Because Ling Xiao was too strong. Ko Xialing's attack did not have any effect on him, while his attack completely crushed Ko Xialing. They were simply on 2 different levels of martial artists. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. You can clearly see your own strength. This is much stronger than some people. Your talent is very good. Don't be discouraged. After all, I really can't think of anyone with better talent than me. Ling Xiao's words were a little arrogant. But that was the truth. His talent was definitely one of the best in the entire mystic world, not to mention in this insignificant white tiger continent. Ko Xialing smiled bitterly. Others might think that Ling Xiao was blowing his own trumpet, but he felt that this guy was telling the truth. One must know that when fighting with opponents with weaker cultivation than him, Ko Xialing had always solved the problem with one slash. But this time, he had lost completely. He did not even have the chance to counterattack. In the VIP room, Fan Roland's hands gripped the teacup tightly. He did not realize that the teacup had been crushed. His shocked eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao in the arena. This guy. He felt that he might have underestimated this guy. In the other VIP room, Jun Macho's breathing was also rapid. He was obviously excited. Good boy. Such a strong opponent. My trip to the Tianhai Empire was not in vain. Jun Macho said excitedly. At this time, everyone in the audience was stunned. This scene made them speechless. Ko Xialing, whom everyone had high hopes for, was unexpectedly defeated so easily by Ling Xiao's hands. Was this Ling Xiao really a 17-year-old youngster? It was hard to understand. It was inconceivable. After Ko Xialing admitted defeat, he cupped his hands and said, "Sir, how much of your strength did you use in that sword strike?" He had always wanted to ask this question. Because he felt an aura more terrifying than Jun Macho's from Ling Xiao. This was something that others could not give him. This person exuded a kind of horror that could destroy everything. It made people tremble and feel at a loss. I can only tell you that that was not my full strength. As for my full strength, you will definitely see it later. Ling Xiao glanced at Ko Xialing and said with a smile. I see. I understand. It was obvious that in Ko Xialing's opinion, Ling Xiao was giving him face. This was because if he really had to answer, it might be a huge blow to Ko Xialing's confidence. After the battle ended, Ling Xiao was given 10 minutes to rest. He was arranged to rest in a separate VIP room. After drinking the recovery medicinal wine, Ling Xiao directly ate the medium-grade spirit stones in big mouthfuls. At the same time, he was also absorbing the remaining energy of the ice-fire grass in the immortal pot. He actually wanted to try to break through during the battle. This was because his next opponent was Jun Macho, one of the 7 sons of Xingyi school. In Ling Xiao's opinion, Jun Macho's strength was on par with water gods. If he did not advance to the 7th level of Yin Yang realm, it would be difficult for him to be Jun Macho's opponent. Therefore, the breakthrough this time was necessary. Fortunately, his cultivation had already broken through to the peak of the 6th level of Yin Yang realm. Coupled with the large amount of medium-grade spirit stones he won this time and the remaining energy of the ice-fire grass in the immortal pot, there was a breakthrough. It should not be a problem for him to break through. However, when he was resting this time, there was a small interlude in the arena. Jun Macho seemed to have comprehended something after watching the battle between Ling Xiao and Ko Xialing, and his battle intent was high. He actually chose to challenge Fan Ruolin on the 70th floor because Ko Xialing did not challenge him for a long time. Therefore, Fan Ruolin was defeated by Jun Macho. He fell to the 69th floor. Jun Macho became the champion of the 70th floor. Fan Ruolin had a belly full of anger, and his eyes were fixed on the VIP room where Ling Xiao was. 10 minutes later, Fan Ruolin was extremely angry. Ling Xiao, get the hell out here. He actually roared. He couldn't beat Jun Macho, so he vented his anger on Ling Xiao. Third young master, you should recover your strength first. He has at most 20 minutes to come out, or else he'll forfeit. Seeing Fan Ruolin so angry, the Hell Tower administrator felt helpless and hurriedly advised him. Fan Ruolin clenched his teeth. He really did need to recover. Otherwise, if he lost to Ling Xiao because of his lack of strength, that would be even more unsightly. Thinking of this, he calmed down. Another 10 minutes passed. Suddenly, a loud sound came from Ling Xiao's VIP room. Then, the entire VIP room exploded. Ling Xiao slowly walked out and stepped onto the 69th floor of the Hell Tower. He indifferently looked at Fan Ruolin, who had already recovered to his peak state, and coldly said, "Just now, you told me to get the hell out here." "Correct. So what?" Fan Ruolin didn't think that Ling Xiao would dare to question him. He was simply too daring. So what? Fan family's eldest young master Fan Ruahai is refined and courteous, but you, the third young master, lack discipline. Today, I'll properly discipline you on behalf of your family. When these words came out, the entire audience was deathly silent. Because no one thought that Ling Xiao would dare to say such words to Fan Ruolin. His guts were really big. Ha ha ha. In the VIP room, Sun Lingchan and Jun Macho couldn't help but laugh. This Ling Xiao really didn't take Fan Ruolin seriously. Fan Rolin was so angry that his face turned red. But after a short moment, he finally took a deep breath and looked at Ling Xiao. Good kid, you're the first person who dares to speak to me like that. Even Heavenly Sea Tyranny doesn't dare to be so impudent. Then I'm very honored. Ling Xiao lightly laughed. Looking at your mischievous smile, this young master is very angry. Today, this young master must teach you how to behave in this Sky Sea city. Fan Rolin said coldly, if that's all you've shown, then you should admit defeat. Otherwise, you won't be able to put on such an arrogant expression later. At that time, you will be like a wretched dog. His cultivation base was stronger than Ko Xialing's. He had already reached the peak of Yin Yang Realm 9th tier and could even fight against a Yin Yang Realm 10th tier martial artist. On top of that, their Fan family's martial art was much more formidable than Ko Xialing's. Therefore, in his opinion, by relying on the advantages of cultivation and martial arts, coupled with the powerful martial souls of the Fan family, they would be able to defeat the Fan family. Not to mention defeating him, even killing this Ling Xiao should be a piece of cake. You talk too much nonsense. Make your move. Let me see exactly how you're going to turn me into a miserable dog. Ling Xiao looked at Fan Rolin indifferently. He did not understand Fan Rolin's fighting style, so he planned to let his opponent make the first move. Then, he would use his Tai Chi to seize the opportunity to defeat his opponent. To him, gaining the upper hand after striking was a good fighting style. Alright, then take my demonic repelling sword. Fan Rolin raised his hand, and a treasured sword from the weapon rack fell into his hand. Then, he took a step forward and shook the treasured sword in his hand. Sword chi wreaked havoc, and the space seemed to be cut into pieces by the sword chi. At that moment, many people were hallucinating. They could not see where the sword chi came from. They could only see countless demonic shadows attacking. How can we fight like this? It's impossible to tell what's real and what's fake. My mind is filled with demonic shadows. If I really go up against Third Young Master Fan, I'll be dead for sure. Third Young Master Fan is best at incorporating soul secret techniques into his sword technique. The most terrifying thing about this demonic repelling sword is that it can affect the opponent's mind. Even Jun Macho suffered a little from it. Ordinary martial artists can't gain any advantage against him. They might not even be able to unleash their full strength. Not everyone in the audience was mediocre. They could also see how powerful Fan Rolin was. What a boring sword technique. Ling Xiao shook his head lightly. Excluding the influence of soul power, Fan Rolin's sword was not even as powerful as Ko Xialing's attack. Was Ling Xiao the kind of person who would be affected by his opponent's soul secret technique? Fan Rolin's cultivation was higher than his, but the difference in soul power was too great. They were not on the same level at all. After saying that, Ling Xiao stabbed out with his sword. The sword was not very powerful, and the scene was not shocking, but it happened to pierce the weakest part of the demonic repelling sword. The demonic repelling sword was instantly broken. What? Fan Rolin was shocked. This move was actually not his strongest move. He had only used it to test Ling Xiao's strength. But this test was too surprising. His opponent did not fall for it at all. His soul secret technique was completely useless. But my ability is not limited to soul secret techniques. I've already used my true killing move. After frowning, Fan Rolin suddenly revealed a sinister smile. As he laughed sinisterly, he actually retreated to his original position, as if he was no longer attacking. Ling Xiao did not care about what Feng Xingzhan was thinking. He merely pressed forward, thrusting out his long sword incessantly. He only used the simplest moves, not even using the light and shadow profoundness. He only used the powers of the 600 Royal Heaven Empress Earth to fight against Feng Xingzhan. He did not immediately use his killing move because he was worried that Fan Rolin might have other trump cards. After all, Fan Rolin had not released his martial soul when the battle started. What was the Fan family's martial soul? The outside world kept it a secret. This was a very strange thing. After all, the Fan family was a large family. Someone must have seen the Fan family's martial soul. Why did no one know? Ling Xiao had been thinking about this question. So, when he attacked, he did his best to hold back and did not use his killing move completely. In a short while, the two had exchanged several blows. Buzz. Suddenly, Ling Xiao heard a strange sound. This sound was like the sound of zither strings. Many people would probably find it strange after hearing it, but they would not take it seriously. After all, this was the Hell Pagoda. There were so many people in the audience seats. It was not possible to take it seriously if someone made a sound out of boredom. But this was where the problem usually came from. Ling Xiao would not let go of any strange things. But he could not pinpoint where this sound came from. So, at the crucial moment, he swapped his body with his Gemini martial soul. Although such a swap could be done at any time, it would consume a large amount of inner strength every time. So, unless he had no choice, Ling Xiao would not do this. He made such a decision because he could not figure out Fan Wolin's characteristics. Anyway, he had plenty of pills to recover inner strength. Just as he swapped bodies, a voice rang out. His Gemini martial soul exploded and turned into fragments that scattered on the ground. The scene of Ling Xiao's body shattering made everyone tremble in fear, and they were all dumbfounded. Ha ha ha, idiot. I told you that you wouldn't survive if you met me. Fan Rolin couldn't help but laugh when he saw Ling Xiao die. He seemed to be in a good mood. Interesting. Your Fan family's martial soul is actually a musical instrument. That's a rare martial soul. Ling Xiao had seen a musical instrument martial soul before when he was in Yuehua school. However, the martial soul he saw at that time couldn't unleash its full power because the martial artist was too weak. Unlike now, Fan Wolin's martial soul could release a terrifying sound wave that was enough to kill enemies. It was impossible to guard against. Hearing Ling Xiao's voice, Fan Wolin's face became extremely funny. As if he had seen a ghost, he suddenly turned around and looked at Ling Xiao, who was standing there unharmed. You. Are you a human or a ghost? Nonsense, of course I'm human. I've always been puzzled. How could a big family like your Fan family not have a martial spirit known to outsiders? Now it seems like it's really easy to hide such a martial spirit. Unfortunately, you can't hide it from my eyes. Only Ling Xiao's Tai Chi I could see through the surface and see the essence. Only then could he see what Fan Wolin's real killing move was. Well, since you've seen through it, I don't need to hide it anymore. As Fan Wolin spoke, the shadow of a Guzheng appeared behind him. The Guzheng was antique and looked quite beautiful. It was covered with special patterns as if a soul was residing in it. It was really magical. Guzheng Demon Strike. The moment he showed his martial soul, terrifying music came at the same time. This time, Fan Wolin soared into the air. Following the release of the music, the entire arena exploded with a loud bang. Although it wasn't completely destroyed because of the special material of the arena, it was full of holes and was beyond recognition. Change the arena. The host shouted, and a brand new ring was brought up. Both of them are terrifying. No matter who it is, we are no match for them. That's right. It's simply a battle of wits and strength. Both of them are too strange. If it were us, we probably wouldn't survive a single round, right? A meeting? I don't think I can even last half a round. Youngsters nowadays are really too frightening. I reckon that there will be even more jaw-dropping battles in this White Tiger Storm meet. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Yeah, and this is just Third Master Fan. I wonder how strong the 4 heroes of Tianhai are. Everyone was excited. From the beginning, they were completely hostile to Ling Xiao, but now, they actually felt some admiration for Ling Xiao. After all, the profound world was a place where strength mattered. Whoever was stronger would have more authority. Ling Xiao's ability was truly admirable. Naturally, they wouldn't be completely one-sided in their insults. Living in this era, they were able to witness a battle between geniuses. In fact, their lives weren't in vain. The great waves washed away the sand, and it was hard to say how many of these so-called geniuses would truly survive and perform miracles. The arena was changed, and it was a better one at that. It was full of array patterns, clearly designed to deal with the powerful attacks of these two. Ling Xiao gradually saw through Fan Wolin's path. Wisps of black qi began to emerge from the long sword in his hand. At this moment, he didn't plan on wasting any more time. Fan Rolin could clearly feel the battle intent and killing intent that filled Ling Xiao's entire body. He also wanted to fight his most beautiful battle. If he could eliminate Ling Xiao in this battle, he would rise to a new level. He might even be able to defeat Jun Macho. However, if he lost, he would not only become a laughingstock, but he would also be dispirited for a long time. It might even affect the battle at the White Tiger Storm meet. Ling Xiao, come, use your strongest move. In this battle, I will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. Fan Rolin roared loudly. Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh inwardly. With Fan Rolin's strength, he really wasn't qualified to make him use his full strength. Not to mention Fan Rolin, even Jun Macho wasn't worthy of him using his full strength. The sword in Ling Xiao's hand was condensing a terrifying black energy. Behind him was the pitch-black curtain of night. A dark demonic sword hung above his head. Then, he actually threw away the long sword in his hand and directly grabbed the dark demonic sword, looking at Fan Rolin. Using the dark demonic sword to deal with Fan Rolin was really a bit of a waste. However, it was necessary to hone one's battle skills in such a battle, so Ling Xiao still wanted to use it. Moreover, the dark demonic sword had different powers to deal with Fan Rolin in front of him. The first move of the demonic world destruction art could solve the problem. When the dark demonic sword appeared, the entire arena suddenly became eerie and terrifying, as if some demonic creature had descended. Ling Xiao was stunned, because he could clearly feel that something in the Hell Pagoda was calling out to him. This energy was very similar to the primordial divine demon, but there were some differences. However, it was definitely pure dark energy, the esoteric shadow. Forget it, don't think so much. After the battle in front of me, I'll think about other things. Ling Xiao shook his head and looked at Fan Rolin again. At this moment, Fan Rolin was floating in midair, and there was a guzheng in his hand. If one looked closely, they would realize that the guzheng wasn't real, but was formed by his martial soul. Slaughter Symphony, play. As Fan Rolin's voice rang out, a somber melody was released from the guzheng, which gradually filled the entire arena. One could vaguely feel as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses fighting, which made one's heart tremble with fear. Dark demonic sword, body destruction. The dark demonic sword in Ling Xiao's hand had already stabbed out. Terrifying black sword chi spewed out of the dark demonic sword like a fountain, with his body as the center, rapidly spreading in all directions. The entire 69th floor was almost completely filled with that black sword chi. Chi 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 chi, Fan Rolin's figure flashed, constantly dodging Ling Xiao's attacks. And at the same time urging the symphony. At this moment, he was already battered and exhausted, and the clothes on his body were already in tatters, and they were already stained with blood. He looked very miserable. However, his face revealed the smile of a victor. Explode. Slaughter Symphony. In that instant, all the musical notes on the arena exploded at the same time, and the arena instantly turned into a terrifying battlefield. People could even see thousands of soldiers and horses charging toward Ling Xiao, wanting to tear Ling Xiao to pieces. It's useless. Your strength is too weak. Ling Xiao was still standing there, and the dark demonic sword in his hand suddenly danced. The sword chi that was originally released all gathered together in an instant, forming a huge black sword. The shadow of the black sword was dozens of meters long and several meters wide. It slashed towards Fan Rolin. Ah! Fan Rolin cried out in anger, waving the zither in his hand to block. Poochie, blood spurted out like a fountain. The ground in front of Fan Rolin was completely dyed red. Ling Xiao looked at this scene indifferently and put away the dark demon sword. Fan Rolin was kneeling on the ground, his entire body trembling. His clothes were completely soaked in blood. He looked at the youth in front of him in fear. If the other party hadn't stopped at the last moment, he would have died a miserable death. He thought he was a genius, that he was the only existence in the Fan family. But when he met Ling Xiao, he suddenly realized that he was just a frog at the bottom of a well. Too pitiful. Even third young Master Fan lost to him. What's going on? In the VIP room, the administrator of the Hell Tower looked out the window in shock. This scene was hard for him to accept. This child's cultivation isn't too high, but his battle strength is astonishing. His fists are domineering and his swordsmanship is strange and unpredictable. Third young master losing to him is nothing. Fan Ruohai smiled. On the contrary, I think that if third young master can learn from this lesson and cultivate steadily instead of looking down on everything, he might improve even more. But eldest young master, he's already reached the 69th floor. Are you really going to let him become the champion of the 70th floor? The administrator asked. What's wrong with that? The Hell Tower has always relied on one's own ability. If he has that ability, even if he becomes the champion of the 100th floor, so what? Fan Ruohai smiled. But young master, that secret map is extremely precious. It relates to the secret of the underground world. The administrator reminded. If he can really decipher that map, his strength will increase crazily. Yes, but you said it yourself. After so many years, Heavenly Sea Tyranny and this young master have never been able to decipher that map. Moreover, the two of us are the two great families of the Heavenly Sea Empire working together to decipher it. Do you think he can do it? Fan Ruohai smiled, not minding it at all. Young master, you're right. My worries were groundless. Even though the fighters after the 70th floor aren't as terrifying as Heavenly Ocean's four greats, they're still quite strong. The most frightening floor is still the 99th floor, where the sealed Hell Lord is. Even Heavenly Ocean Tyranny was almost killed by that guy, but in the end, he relied on his wits to get through. This Ling Xiao definitely won't pass. The administrator thought for a moment and finally calmed down. The so-called Lords of Hell were said to have been born together with the Hellish Tower. They came from the cracks in space. It was hard to tell what kind of creature it was. However, this demonic being had killed quite a number of super genius martial artists who had reached the 99th level over the years. Those martial artists all became his nourishment. In another VIP room, Sun Lingchan couldn't help but let out a long sigh and said, Jun Macho, oh Jun Macho, I actually hope that you can stop him. If he can even defeat you, then I'm really worried that if he is given more time, then I'm afraid that no genius in the entire White Tiger continent can stop him. Is his talent really that terrifying? Huahua asked in confusion. You're right, Fairy Lingchan. Jun Macho was the one who answered Huahua. She stood up slowly with determination in her eyes. That's why I have to defeat him. The White Tiger continent belongs to Jingyi School. We can't let an outsider dominate. Can you stop him? Sun Lingchan asked. I have to stop him even if I can't. Jun Macho didn't dare to underestimate Ling Xiao anymore. She knew Fan Roland's strength very well. He was at the peak of Yin Yang Realm level 9 and possessed an extremely strange martial soul. Although she had defeated her opponent, it was definitely not easy. However, looking at Ling Xiao, it seemed that he had defeated Fan Roland so easily. This made her feel very uncomfortable. Right now, she wanted to personally experience Ling Xiao's strength. She wanted to stop him with her mid-stage Yin Yang Realm cultivation. Jun Macho took a deep breath and stepped onto the arena on the 70th level. However, Ling Xiao was already waiting for him there. Don't you need to rest for a while? Jun Macho asked curiously. No need. I didn't consume much energy. Ling Xiao wasn't being arrogant. He indeed didn't consume much energy after defeating Fan Roland. He knew that Jun Macho was a truly difficult opponent to deal with. However, he could still win even if she was difficult to deal with. Jun Macho wasn't called Fairy Macho for nothing. Her appearance was also very outstanding. She was almost on par with Sun Lingchan. This wasn't strange. In the mystic world, the more powerful a martial artist was, the more perfect their appearance was. This was because after practicing martial arts, one's body would be strengthened and transformed continuously. This could make one's figure and appearance even more perfect. Even an old woman in her 60s or 70s could be as pretty as an 18 or 19-year-old girl. Alright. In that case, I won't hold back. Jun Macho didn't plan to talk nonsense with Ling Xiao. She planned to strike first. The moment she spoke, her body flashed, and a light longsword flew into her hand from the weapon rack. Then, she stabbed it toward Ling Xiao at lightning speed. The sword was a flexible sword. This made Ling Xiao feel nostalgic, because he had also used a flexible sword before. A martial artist who dared to use such a sword was extremely confident in their control of their moves. Jun Macho's goal was simple. She wanted to get close to Ling Xiao and gain the upper hand. She didn't want to give Ling Xiao a chance to counterattack. She believed that Ling Xiao's strength lay in his terrifying attack power. If a martial artist's attack power was strong, his defense would naturally be weak. Therefore, if she wanted to defeat Ling Xiao, she couldn't let him make a move. She wasn't the only one who thought this. In fact, everyone in the audience thought the same. Because from the first floor to the 69th floor, Ling Xiao hadn't suffered the slightest injury. Even his clothes were clean. He seemed to be afraid of something and didn't dare to take his opponent's attack head-on. This also gave many people the illusion that Ling Xiao's defense was definitely weak. In the VIP room, Fan Wolin gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it. Why didn't I think of this? That guy chose to use a strange doppelganger to dodge my musical note attack. It must be because his defense isn't strong enough." Until now, he still couldn't accept his loss. He felt that he had been played by Ling Xiao. Is that really the case? Fan Ruohai chuckled. Third brother, watch carefully. He will tell you how his defense is soon. Facing Jun Macho's sudden attack, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he laughed. Originally, he was still thinking about how to draw his opponent over and then defeat him in the simplest and most direct way. After all, dragging it out wouldn't do him any good. He didn't expect his opponent to walk right into his trap. He had no intention of blocking this sword at all. When Jun Macho's sword was less than 2 or 3 meters away from Ling Xiao's body, a layer of white bone armor suddenly appeared on his body, making him look like a demon stepping out of hell. And it wasn't over yet. Outside the white bone armor, a layer of red sun feather coat emitting a blazing light completely wrapped around him. Jun Macho's sword quickly melted as soon as it entered the range of the blazing light. After all, it wasn't a magic weapon. Although the material was good, it still couldn't resist Ling Xiao's terrifying red sun feather coat. However, Jun Macho seemed to have been prepared for this. At the same time that his right hand stabbed down, a dagger that he had prepared beforehand suddenly shot out from his left sleeve. This broken sword was also on the weapon rack, but Jun Macho had already hidden it in her sleeve. Ice spike. The short sword was wrapped in a strange layer of ice. It avoided the melting of the high temperature and directly pierced the white bone armor. Jun Macho sensed something was wrong with this stab. This isn't an ordinary armor. You cheated by using a magic weapon. A magic weapon? I didn't expect the 7 disciples of the Jingyi school to be so ignorant. Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Jun Macho had just finished her attack and was very close to him. Ling Xiao roared and directly punched Jun Macho, who was only a few feet away from him. Jun Macho wasn't an ordinary person. She was able to think of a way to deal with such a dangerous situation. As she retreated, she stepped on the ground of the arena. Then the ground turned into stone slabs, blocking Ling Xiao's attack. However, at this time, Jun Macho was overconfident again. She didn't choose to take advantage of the situation to retreat. Instead, she summoned another sword from the weapon rack and stabbed through the stone slabs. Puff, the stone slabs were pierced through by the long sword in her hand, which contained an astonishing amount of yuan qi, as if they were made of tofu. However, she had already lost the best opportunity to dodge. Ling Xiao's fists came crashing down. The terrifying power of the 600 Emperor Earth Empress combined with the terrifying power of the body of hell. Even the sword in Jun Macho's hand was shattered once again. Jun Macho no longer had a chance. She had made a mistake, so she was destined to be caught by Ling Xiao and be unable to fight back. The 2 terrifying fists landed heavily on Jun Macho's chest. Jun Macho felt a terrifying force throw her far away. However, what annoyed her the most was Ling Xiao. Wasn't it because she was a woman? Of all the places to attack, he actually chose that place that couldn't be attacked the most. It really pissed her off. Jun Macho was blasted back dozens of meters, but she eventually stopped and somersaulted a few times in the air in an attempt to counterattack Ling Xiao. This was her strong point, which was something that Fan Wolin and Ko Xiling could not compare to. Unfortunately, she couldn't see any trace of the enemy. By the time she reacted, a sword was already at her neck. Defeated, he had lost so easily, Jun Macho didn't even have time to display his full strength. She felt that she had lost miserably. I don't accept this. Jun Macho stared at Ling Xiao and shouted. This is the arena. If it were a Jianghu vendetta, there would be no need for you to accept this, because you would already be dead. Ling Xiao said coldly, admit defeat. Otherwise, my sword won't show any mercy. Feeling the terrifying aura emitted from Ling Xiao's cold eyes, Ling Xiao's expression changed drastically. She also felt the pain of being cut by the sword on her neck. Although Jun Macho felt extremely sullen, she still admitted defeat in the end. I won't make the same mistake at the White Tiger gathering. Jun Macho felt that the sword on his neck had been removed. He stood up straight and said. Do you know what mistake you made? Ling Xiao asked. Underestimating the enemy. Jun Macho said. It wasn't underestimating the enemy, but overconfidence. You made a series of mistakes. You thought my defense was weak. That was the first mistake. When you had the chance to avoid my killing move, you chose to counterattack. That was the second mistake. And the root of the mistake was that you were overconfident and didn't analyze the opponent. Ling Xiao shook his head and continued, actually, if you hadn't launched a sneak attack and had chosen to fight me head-on, I might not have been able to defeat you so quickly. Jun Macho was stunned for a moment. Although she wasn't convinced, she had to admit that Ling Xiao was right. This time, it was because she wanted to take advantage of Ling Xiao's weak defense that she suddenly launched an attack and fell into the opponent's trap. In reality, she hadn't even used half of her strength. This was the reason why she was so cowardly. See, third brother? His defense isn't weak. If you had followed Jun Macho's example, you would have lost even more miserably. Fan Ruohai glanced at the pale-faced Fan Ruolin and said indifferently, Jianghu produces talented people in every generation. The outside world is very big. Don't be a frog at the bottom of a well. Go see the world at this White Tiger gathering. It doesn't matter if you don't get a ranking. Only by seeing the strength of the world can you cultivate even harder. Fan Ruolin clenched his teeth and didn't say anything. Eldest young master, almost none of the arena masters are stronger than Ling Xiao. I think Ling Xiao can easily reach the 99th floor. The only one who can truly stop him is the Archdevil of Bator. The Hell Tower administrator seemed to be trying to ease the awkward atmosphere in the VIP room. Yes. In order to incite the warriors' enthusiasm, the arena masters of the Hell Tower are usually below the peak of the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. The 99th floor is an exception. Fan Ruohai nodded and said, go and inform Ling Xiao to stop when he reaches the 98th floor. The Lord of Hell is too strong. He's definitely not a match for him. Big brother, why should we help him? Fan Ruolin said unhappily. He spared your life. Shouldn't you return the favor? Fan Ruohai glared at Fan Ruolin. Although he looked calm, Fan Ruolin was so scared that he didn't dare to speak. I'll go now. The Hell Tower administrator left the VIP room and told Ling Xiao about this matter. However, when he returned, he brought back a piece of news that made Fan Ruohai not know whether to laugh or cry. Ling Xiao said that he has to go to the 100th floor. He's grateful for our good intentions, but he's not afraid of the Lord of Hell. Sigh, he's still too young. Fan Ruohai shook his head helplessly and sighed. Wanshuang, let's go. I can't bear to see a genius get killed by the Lord of Hell. He really cherished Ling Xiao's talent. Yes, master. Mu Wanshuang also stood up and left with Fan Ruohai. Ling Xiao, who successfully became the arena master of the 70th floor, not only received a large amount of spiritual stones as a reward, but he also received a 1,000-year scarlet sun fruit. Ling Xiao ate the crimson sun fruit on the spot. The 1,000-year-old crimson sun fruit was very expensive outside. Sometimes, one couldn't even buy it. However, he ate it so easily. Boom, the effect of the crimson sun fruit was completely absorbed within 10 minutes. Ling Xiao's cultivation had increased from the early stage of the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm to the middle stage of the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. He was very impressed with his wise decision to come to the Hell Tower. It allowed his cultivation to break through time and time again. It was really worth it. Moreover, it seemed like there was something that he was more interested in on the 99th floor. The Hell Overlord, he didn't care what it was. He had to get it at all costs. After Ling Xiao's cultivation had broken through, he continued to challenge others. It was still very easy for him to go from the 70th floor to the 80th floor. Just like what the Hell Tower administrator said, no one could block his attacks. Although he couldn't defeat his opponent in one move, he could defeat them in 5 to 6 moves. This was an eye-opener for the audience. His attacks were strange and unpredictable. The same move could be executed in thousands of different ways. It was impossible to guard against it. Many people even exclaimed, "It can be done like that? I never thought about it. This guy is indeed a genius. It's really worth it to come to the Hell Tower to watch this competition." From Ling Xiao's battles, they had discovered many new battle techniques. However, these people were happy too early. After the actual test, they would realize that other than Ling Xiao, no one else could execute those strange attacks. Ling Xiao's speed, soul power, physical body, inner strength, Tai Chi Eye, and various strange martial souls allowed him to do things that others couldn't. Of course, these weren't what Ling Xiao cared about. After he received the spiritual stones and the 1,500-year-old crimson sun fruit, he ate them and cultivated as usual. He didn't break through this time, but there were signs of it. Next, he fought from the 80th floor to the 90th floor. Originally, everyone thought that Ling Xiao would have an exciting battle with the current arena champion, Sun Lingchan, on the 90th floor. However, what shocked them was that Sun Lingchan actually chose to admit defeat. Ling Xiao didn't know what Sun Lingchan was thinking, but he knew that he was definitely not Sun Lingchan's opponent now. Sun Lingchan's surrender was equivalent to opening up a path to the 99th floor for him. Sun Lingchan's reason was simple. She wanted to see if Ling Xiao could survive the Hell Lord's attack and catch up to Tyranny Heavenly Ocean's record. Sun Lingchan had a number of people. Ling Xiao had obtained a 1,800-year-old crimson sun fruit on the 90th floor. After consuming it, his cultivation base finally broke through again and reached the middle stage of the 7th level of the Yin-Yang stage. He continued on until he reached the 99th level, where he met an archdevil. There was no audience on this floor. This was because the Hell Lord's attacks would never avoid the spectators. There had been cases where the spectators had all been killed by the Hell Lord. Hence, from then on, the 99th floor no longer had spectator seats. However, the audience could still watch the battle through a special array. It's just that it's not as exciting as live. Originally, everyone had been looking forward to this battle. However, what they found hard to accept was that as soon as the battle began, all the crystal screens turned pitch black, as if they were blocked by some special energy. Before the crystal screens turned black, they only saw the Hell Lord's enormous and terrifying body twisting as it charged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there motionlessly. He's going to die, right? Lord Macho glanced at Sun Lingchan and said, "You should have stopped him on the 90th floor." "I didn't want to expose my strength either." Sun Lingchan shook her head and said, "Besides, he might not necessarily die." For some reason, Sun Lingchan had a special kind of expectation towards Ling Xiao, as if Ling Xiao would definitely bring her a pleasant surprise. What kind of joke is this? That Hell Lord's strength is close to the 15th level of the Yin-Yang stage. Even Tyranny Heavenly Ocean isn't its opponent. They can only use some tricks and the Tianhai family's secret technique to trick the Hell Lord. Lord Macho didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What are you thinking? You actually think he can win?" The image is back. Just as Sun Lingchan was about to reply, the image on the crystal screen returned to normal. Ling Xiao still looked very clean. His clothes were as white as snow, and his black hair danced in the wind. There was no trace of injury at all. Where's the Hell Lord? Everyone discovered that the Hell Lord on the 99th floor had actually disappeared. Hurry up and find someone to investigate. The administrator of Hell Tower was very anxious. The Hell Lord was the key to Hell Tower's survival. Moreover, it was an important fighting force of the Fan family. Now that it had suddenly disappeared, he couldn't bear the responsibility. However, there was only Ling Xiao on the 99th floor. It was as if the Hell Lord had never appeared. There wasn't even a trace of its aura. "Young hero Ling, where's the Hell Lord?" The administrator directly questioned Ling Xiao. "I don't know. Just now, I only saw a strange crack in space, and the Hell Lord was sucked in. Ling Xiao shook his head. A spatial crack. I didn't expect a spatial crack to appear here. The administrator couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. When the Hell Lord had first appeared, such a thing had appeared at the same time. This time, the Hell Lord had disappeared as well. This Ling Xiao's luck was really good. Then I must congratulate you, young hero Ling. The champion of the 100th floor, tyrannical heavenly ocean, definitely isn't here, so you can win without fighting. The map of the underground world is yours. The administrator looked at Ling Xiao. He really didn't know what to say. This martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent was really lucky. Sun Lingchan admitted defeat, and the Hell Lord disappeared. The two biggest hurdles had mysteriously passed. Even so, a win was a win. Ling Xiao had reached the 100th floor of Hell Tower and obtained the highest level VIP token of the Fan family. In the future, as long as it was a business of the Fan family, he would be able to enjoy the greatest discounts. Of course, the rewards of the underground world were not small. There was also the map of the underground world. That was the true reason he had come here. Apart from these substantial rewards, there was also a glory that others envied. It was said that every martial artist who reached the 100th floor would be able to obtain a statue of their own in the underground world. Moreover, this statue would be protected by the Fan family. However, Ling Xiao didn't care about this kind of glory. After getting the map of the secret realm, he got rid of many people and quickly left the underground world, returning to the Tower of Heroes. Now that he had the materials for the fledgling dragon pill and the map of the underground world, it was time to focus on increasing his cultivation. He put the map of the underground world aside and focused on refining the fledgling dragon pill. When Ling Xiao was refining pills, Dan Feng and the others were guarding outside, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Lu Lian had been running back and forth between the Lu family and the outstanding pavilion for the past few days. Although she was tired, she enjoyed it. To her, protecting Ling Xiao was also a blissful thing. When the 20 fledgling dragon pills were successfully refined, Ji Luoyu returned. She brought back 10 portions of Big Dipper Earthly Fiend Scarlet Sun Malatang ingredients. Thus, Ling Xiao continued to make the Malatang. This did not take long. He finished it in 2 hours. In fact, when he was refining pills and making the Malatang, Ling Xiao fully utilized the advantage of his Gemini martial souls. He continued to study the map of the secret realm. With the help of the Tai Chi Eye, he finally saw through the mystery of the secret realm map. It turned out that there was also a type of intelligent life living underground in the mystic world. Just like the Sea Clan in the sea, the life underground in the mystic world was called the Spirit Clan. The Spirit Clan lived underground for a long time and was very adapted to the darkness. Thus, they were also called the Night Clan. The place indicated on the map was the remains of a Nightman clan. It was unknown whether there were any Nightman clan members living there. However, what was certain was that there were a lot of precious treasures in the Night Clan's ruins. Just like the Changle secret realm on the Changle Celestial Island, if one was lucky, not only could he achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation, but he might also obtain something unexpected. Everyone, take the Big Dipper Earthly Fiend Scarlet Sun Malatang and fledgling dragon pills. Go into seclusion for 3 days and try to achieve a breakthrough in your cultivation. Next, let's go to the Night Clan's ruins. After making 10 portions of Big Dipper Earthly Fiend Scarlet Sun Malatang, Ling Xiao gave the order. Of course, as the maker, he received 2 portions of Big Dipper Earthly Fiend Scarlet Sun Malatang. The remaining 8 people, including Lu Lian, each received a portion. They also received 12 fledgling dragon pills. Of course, 5 of them were promised to Sun Linchan. Even so, there were still 7 left. The remaining 8 fledgling dragon pills were given to the other 8 people. 3 days later, Dan Feng was the first to end his closed-door cultivation. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm, and he was very close to breaking through. He believed that as long as he followed Ling Xiao to the secret realm, he would definitely be able to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. Lu Lian and Dan Feng were in a similar situation. Mou and Zhu Xiaozong also came out of closed-door cultivation one after another. Both of them had broken through to the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Although this level of strength was still lacking compared to the cultivators of the Tianhai Empire, it was at least an improvement. Feng Minglian and Ji Luoyu's cultivation had broken through to the peak of the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Other than Ling Xiao, the ones who improved the most were Long Chen and Cold Plum. After the life-or-death battle with Sun Xiao, the dragon's potential was stimulated. Coupled with the effects of the heavenly spirit earthly fiend Scarlet Yang Mala Tang and the fledgling dragon pill, he actually broke through to the peak of Yin-Yang realm's 7th level. Cold Plum was equally terrifying. After absorbing the energy from the 10,000 ghost banner and taking 2 miraculous herbs, her cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. She was already catching up to the talented Long Chen. This was a huge improvement. As for Ling Xiao, he had been in closed-door cultivation for the longest time. Of course, it was inevitable that he would break through. His cultivation had jumped from the middle stage of the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm to the early stage of the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm. With this cultivation, even if he encountered the Saint Sword of the Wind Demon again, he would not be afraid. Good, you've all broken through in your cultivation. However, this is not enough. The next step is the key. How much you can break through in this underground world secret realm will depend on your own abilities. I can't help you. Ling Xiao looked at the cultivators of the Tianhai Empire and said seriously, this trip to the secret realm will be filled with danger. You must be careful. Don't worry, Your Majesty. If we were afraid of death, we wouldn't have come to the Tianhai Empire. Since we're here, we have no fear. Everyone's thoughts were very clear. Rather than being bullied at the White Tiger Storm meet, it was better to break through more. That way, even if they died because of the adventure, it would be worth it. Before heading to the secret realm, Ling Xiao gave 5 perfect-grade fledgling dragon pills to Sun Linchan. Then, the group of 9 left Tianhai City quietly and headed for the Night Man Race ruins dozens of miles away. According to the map he had deciphered, there was an altar about 100 meters underground that led to the underground world. This was not difficult for a Yin-Yang realm cultivator. After confirming the location, Ling Xiao dug a hole in the ground 100 meters underground and everyone followed him. 100 meters underground was actually a very spacious place. There was a seemingly abandoned altar here. How is it? Can it be reactivated? Dan Feng asked. No problem. This altar is activated by spirit stones and arrays. Given my ability, it won't take more than 2 hours to repair it. You guys are in charge of guarding it. I'll repair the altar. Ling Xiao was really grateful that his Yuan Venerate master had taught him how to refine arrays. Otherwise, he would have been stumped by this ordinary altar. Your Majesty, it seems like we are being watched. Dan Feng lowered his voice. I know. Ling Xiao nodded. Ever since I obtained the map of the secret realm, the Tianhai Empire's royal family and the Fan family have been watching me. It's normal to be followed. Then what should we do? Are we going to work for someone else? Long Chen was anxious. Don't worry, it's even better that they're here. I still want to recruit more warriors. I've read in the ancient records that the Nightman clan hates outsiders very much. With just the few of us, if we encounter a strong opponent, it will be really difficult to deal with them. However, if we attract a large number of martialists, then we can take advantage of the situation. The few of you must follow me closely. Do you understand? Ling Xiao reminded them. So Your Majesty already has a plan. Looks like I worried too much. Dan Feng smiled. The longer he stayed by Ling Xiao's side, the more he realized how terrifying and powerful Ling Xiao was. He couldn't help but admire him even more. 2 hours later, the altar was repaired. Ling Xiao took out 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones and inserted them. Crack, as the mid-grade spirit stones were inserted, the array was activated. Then, a thick beam of light penetrated the soil and rushed out of the ground. See? This is my method of recruiting martialists. Ling Xiao smiled. We aren't the only ones keeping an eye on the Nightman Race ruins. I'm sure all the martialists of the Tianhai Empire are keeping an eye on it. However, most of them don't have a map of the secret realm. Furthermore, those who have a map can't decipher the mysteries within. However, they will definitely send someone to keep an eye on it. Once this beam of light is released, many people will definitely come. Idiot! Suddenly, an angry roar was heard from above. A figure flew down. This was the powerhouse who had been following Ling Xiao. He was at the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm and was a famous bandit outside Tianhai City. People called him Demonic Blade. Demonic Blade was in his 50s and was elusive. He had been following Ling Xiao when he obtained the map of the secret realm in the Hell Pagoda. Originally, he planned to destroy Ling Xiao and company so that he could go to the underground world alone to search for the opportunity. However, that beam of light gave him a fright. If that beam of light were to shoot out, wouldn't everyone know? Slash! Demonic Blade brandished the large saber in his hand as a terrifying saber beam attempted to shatter the beam of light. This saber strike was extremely powerful. The ferocious saber beam slashed down as though it was going to split the heavens and earth, directly striking the beam of light. Boom! Unfortunately, the beam of light was too terrifying. It sent Demonic Blade's long saber flying before shooting straight into the sky. When the nearby warriors saw the beam of light, they quickly informed their masters. Therefore, in less than a quarter of an hour, countless powerful martial artists rushed over from all directions and gathered together. Demonic Blade landed on the ground with a gloomy expression. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "You stay behind. The rest of you can scram. The opportunity in the underground world belongs to me, Demonic Blade. None of you deserve it. I'll kill anyone who disobeys me." Since the beam of light had already flown out, he knew that he couldn't change the situation. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and revealed a sinister smile. At most, he would just go on a killing spree. Hee, Demonic Blade, aren't you a little too funny? Since the ruins have appeared, everyone who sees it will have a share. Although your cultivation is powerful, you don't have the qualifications to make us listen to you. The person who laughed was an old man who had just arrived at the altar. Ling Xiao recognized him. He was the administrator of the Hell Pagoda and also a member of the Fan family. "Fan Lalian, are you courting death?" Demonic Blade didn't give any face when he heard Fan Lalian's words. He brandished the large saber in his hand and a terrifying saber beam tore through the air, slashing directly at Fan Lalian. Demonic Sound Palm. As the administrator of the Hell Pagoda and an old servant of the Fan family, Fan Lalian had a revered status. Not many people in the Tianhai Empire dared to provoke him. Therefore, he didn't expect Demonic Blade to attack without a word. He hurriedly struck out with both palms to block the ferocious saber beam. Boom! A terrifying cracking sound resounded throughout the entire underground, and all the animals within a radius of several hundred meters were frightened and fled in all directions. Some of the weaker cultivators who had just arrived were sent flying, unable to even get close to the altar. "Everyone, be careful." Ling Xiao released his supreme sword intent, protecting the warriors on his side with Dan Feng and Lu Lian. He didn't care about other people's lives at all. However, nothing must happen to the people he had brought with him. Ahem. Demon Saber, it seems like you know what treasures there are in this underground world. If that's the case, I can't leave. Old Man Fan coughed out a mouthful of blood, but his injuries were not serious. Instead, an excited red glow appeared on his face because he had guessed the intention of the demonic saber. Such a decisive attack meant that Demonic Saber had some understanding of the things in the Night Man race's ruins. Mo Dao often killed people for no reason, so he might have obtained some secrets from somewhere. At the thought of this, Old Man Fan felt that he had made the right choice in coming here to join in the fun. Demonic Saber snorted and said, "Old Man Fan, and all of you, get out of here as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll kill everyone I see and make you regret competing with me for treasures." His words were quite overbearing and arrogant. However, the warriors who came one after another didn't say anything because Demonic Saber's strength was the most terrifying among the warriors who came this time. If he wanted to kill someone, no one could stop him. Moreover, this guy's ferocious reputation had long spread throughout the Tianhai Empire. Almost everyone knew about him. Few people dared to offend such a person. However, if they couldn't afford to offend one person, it would be different if 2 or 3 or 4 people joined forces. Commander Tianhai, Old Man Spirit Pill, and Sect Master Feng Ming of Dragon Phoenix Mountain, are you willing to let Demonic Saber do as he pleases? There are many opportunities in the underground world. If we join forces, we can all get benefits. We can't let him monopolize everything. Old Man Fan knew that he wasn't as good as Demonic Saber, so he invited the 3 prominent figures in the group to join forces. Of course, this was done secretly through voice transmission. Even if they didn't succeed, no one would hear them. Tianjun was one of the commanders of Tianhai City's defense. His cultivation was at the 11th level of the Yin Yang realm. Old Man Spirit Pill was Medicine King Pavilion's Sun Sa's subordinate. His cultivation was also at the 11th level of the Yin Yang realm. Dragon Phoenix Mountain Sect Master Feng Ming and Wu Yang's true cultivation was also at the same level. In addition to Old Man Fan, the 4 of them were at the 11th level of the Yin Yang realm. They still had a chance of winning against a 12th level martial artist. In order to prepare, Old Man Fan secretly contacted a few warriors he knew. Basically, they were all experts who accompanied the White Tiger meat candidates. However, their cultivation was inferior to the 4 of them. No problem. Old Man Tianhai nodded. It was obvious that Demonic Saber was too overbearing. He was no match for Demonic Saber alone, so it was more appropriate to join forces. Feng Ming, Wu Yang, and Old Man Spirit Pill had no objections. The 4 of them hit it off immediately. Most importantly, Demonic Saber was too greedy. He wanted to take the treasure for himself. Who would let him have his way? After the 4 of them finished their discussion, they walked out of the crowd and surrounded Demonic Saber. Then, more than 10 people walked out of the crowd. All of them were at the 10th level of the Yin Yang realm. Old Man Fan sneered and said, "Demonic Saber, if you're willing to share the treasure, we won't be enemies with you. However, what you're doing is despicable. You're stronger than us, but if we join forces, you won't be able to gain any advantage." "That's right. Demonic Saber, move aside if you know what's good for you. The altar has been opened, and the path to the underground world will be opened at any time. If you don't move aside, we won't hold back." Old Man Fan said coldly. "Ha ha ha ha, a bunch of trash joining forces. You're still trash. Do you really think you can stop me with your numbers?" Demonic Saber was extremely arrogant. He didn't even care about Old Man Fan and the others joining forces. He even had the intention of starting a fight if they didn't agree. The martial artists with weaker cultivations retreated one after another. Although the temptation of the treasure was huge, it would be inappropriate to lose one's life for the treasure. After all, the destructive power of a battle between martial artists at the 10th level of the Yin Yang realm was too terrifying. The aftershock alone was enough to kill them. All the land under the heavens belongs to the king. What's there to fight about? I've decided that we can all share the underground world. Just as both parties were about to draw their swords and fight, a voice came from afar. A moment later, a martial artist in a divine crocodile robe appeared in a palanquin. He was dressed extravagantly. The 4 people carrying the palanquin were also terrifying powerhouses. Their cultivation was at the 11th level of the Yin Yang realm. The person carrying the palanquin was at the 11th level of the Yin Yang realm. The person carrying the palanquin was not inferior to Demonic Saber in terms of strength. In fact, his aura was even stronger. The divine crocodile robe was only worn by the imperial family. Therefore, this person must be from the imperial family. "Greetings, Your Highness Prince Wu." The Tianhai army hurriedly greeted this person. The others also bowed. Prince Wu, he was the younger brother of the Tianhai Empire's emperor. Ling Xiao could not help but laugh inwardly when he saw this person. The imperial family was indeed greedy. They would definitely want a share of something as precious as the Nightman race's ruins. However, what was interesting was that other than them, no other forces sent their young geniuses. It seemed that the White Tiger meet was approaching. The major forces were still cautious about the dangerous secret realm. "It's actually Prince Wu." Demonic Saber's expression turned ugly. This person's strength was on par with his. It was impossible for him to suppress Prince Wu. If Prince Wu joined forces with Fan Lelian and the others, how could he stop them alone? Damn it, it was all that Ling Zhao's fault. If he had not released the light beam rashly and attracted so many experts, this situation would not have happened. He glanced coldly at Ling Xiao but found that the kid was still smiling. Damn, did this kid attract so many people on purpose? At that moment, Demonic Saber seemed to have understood something. He thought that with Ling Xiao and the others' strength, it was more likely that they would die if they entered the underground world. However, if they could find a large number of experts to help them, it would be a completely different story. What a cunning kid. At the thought of this, Demonic Saber's judgment of Ling Xiao was clearly higher. He suddenly looked at Prince Wu and said, "This place was discovered by that kid. He was also the one who activated the altar. It's up to him whether we can share it or not." Clearly, Demonic Saber was finding a way out for himself. Since he could no longer control the situation, he might as well admit defeat. However, he had to find a way to admit defeat. He could not embarrass himself too much. When everyone heard Demonic Saber's words, they all looked at Ling Xiao. Junior is naturally willing. The treasures belong to those who are virtuous. Junior's strength is meager, so I naturally do not dare to monopolize them. Ling Xiao smiled, and his attitude was very humble. Anyway, you guys are here to be my cannon fodder, so I won't lose anything if I treat you guys with a better attitude. You're cunning. However, the Night Human Clan's relic isn't something trash like you can touch. Mo Dao sneered. He suddenly looked at Prince Wu and said, "Prince Wu, the treasures in the ruins are definitely limited. The more people there are, the less we will get. Don't tell me you want to let those trash take a share? What do you mean? Just say it." Prince Wu said coldly. "It's very simple. You and I will chase these people away or kill them, and then split the treasure equally." As expected, Demonic Saber was still unwilling to let too many people taint his treasures. If only he and Wu Qinhuang were left, then he would have a way to play Wu Qinhuang to death. "Your Highness, don't listen to him. He's extremely cunning. I've looked up his information before. Any martial artist who cooperated with him, even if their cultivation was higher than his, couldn't escape death in the end." Tian Haijun hurriedly shouted. "You talk too much." Demonic Saber was instantly enraged when he heard Tian Haijun's words. If Demonic Saber didn't interrupt, Prince Wu would definitely agree to his suggestion given his greed. A terrifying black saber chi slashed towards Tian Haijun. Tian Haijun was alone, so he was no match for Demonic Saber. Moreover, he didn't expect Demonic Saber to attack him in front of Prince Wu, so he was stunned. Divine Crocodile Fist. Just as Demonic Saber Chi was on the line between life and death, a fist flew out and collided with the Black Saber Chi. The two types of energy almost collapsed in the air at the same time. Demonic Saber and Prince Wu were actually on par with each other in this collision. Demonic Saber, you can't kill Tian Haijun. You can't kill martial artists above the 10th level of Yin Yang realm. Prince Wu glanced at Demonic Saber and said, "You should understand what I mean. As for those martial artists below the 10th level of Yin Yang realm, you can deal with them as soon as possible so that they won't be an eyesore." Hundreds of martial artists felt the terrifying threat of death when they heard this. Those who were smart and reacted quickly circulated their Yin Yang origin energy and fled into the distance. They understood what Prince Wu meant. Martial artists below the 10th level of Yin Yang realm wouldn't be of any help in the underground world. Instead, they would share in the fortuitous encounters. Therefore, it was best to kill them. Ling Xiao didn't leave. He stood there and casually took out a formation refining stone to connect the 9 of them. The 9 of them gathered their origin energy and formed a powerful defensive wall. Even a 13th level Yin Yang realm martial artist wouldn't be able to break through this defense, let alone a 12th level Yin Yang realm martial artist. That's right. Ants, how dare you touch the treasures? Go to hell. Demonic Saber, who had been suppressing his anger, vented it on Ling Xiao first. He thought that all of this was caused by Ling Xiao's beam of light. However, the range of his attack was too large. Almost all the martial artists below the 10th level of Yin Yang realm were caught in it. This made the scene even more chaotic. In my name, Demonic Saber, kill. Demonic Saber's title wasn't just for show. He raised the pitch-black Demonic Saber in his hand. Terrifying saber chi quickly gathered and formed a huge saber chi that was hundreds of meters long and dozens of meters wide. As the saber slashed down, dozens of martial artists died on the spot before the terrifying saber chi even landed. This was because they couldn't block the attack of the terrifying saber chi. A 12th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist is indeed powerful. The power of the saber technique is truly formidable. Ling Xiao originally thought that since they were both Yin-Yang realm martial artists, the difference between the 10th and 12th levels of the Yin-Yang realm wouldn't be that big. However, after witnessing the demonic saber's attack, he understood. Other than a monster like him, the difference in strength between the rest of the martial artists was huge. Under the demonic saber's attack, the martial artists below the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm were like ants in a gale. Their bodies flew around involuntarily. Some even crashed into each other and died at the same time. The protective wall that the 9 of them worked together to hold up was constantly distorted by the saber. It seemed like it would collapse at any time. Ling Xiao was about to unleash his true strength to fight against the demonic saber. However, at that moment, he saw some words appear on the altar from the corner of his eye. Get ready. The underground world's passage is about to open. Ling Xiao understood the meaning of the words clearly with his Tai Chi eye. Therefore, he quickly informed the 9 people on his side to get ready. To prevent the 9 of them from being thrown to different places, Ling Xiao connected the 9 of them with a formation so that they could take care of each other. Just as he was done, the altar suddenly spun wildly. A huge energy whirlpool formed above the altar. The demonic blade's attacks were all sucked away by the whirlpool. Even the demonic blade itself was pulled towards the whirlpool because it was close to the altar. It wasn't just him. All the martial artists within 100 meters of the altar were sucked in by the terrifying energy whirlpool. The whirlpool was too terrifying. No one could completely control their own bodies. Not even Ling Xiao could. Hence, he could only try his best to remain calm and observe his surroundings. He was prepared to deal with any unexpected situations. After an unknown amount of time. Perhaps it was an instant, or perhaps it was 2 hours. Because their minds were dizzy, they couldn't determine what had just happened. They only knew that they had fallen underground. Of the 400 martial artists, only 300 had survived. Dozens of people died in the process of this fall. Fortunately, Ling Xiao and the others were connected by a formation. If anyone was in danger, they could help. Hence, all 9 of them had survived. The world below was almost pitch black, with only a few weak lights flickering there. These lights seemed to be emitted by some special plants and ores. Apart from that, the entire world was pitch black. It took a long time for the warriors to adapt to the darkness before they could see clearly in the darkness. Are these the ruins of the Nightman race? Dan Feng looked around. There were indeed some dilapidated buildings. They were completely different from the buildings on the surface. Most of the terrain here was filled with caves. There were big and small ones, and they were all connected to each other. It was like a maze. It's filled with a rotten aura. There's also an extremely powerful soul force. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He found that there was no problem with breathing here. The Nightman race was probably like humans. They needed air to survive. Although they lived underground, there were still plants that could release air. Of course, Ling Xiao was most concerned about the restless Lord of Hell in his body. When he was on the 99th floor of the Hell Tower, he had relied on the Butterfly Lady's help to trap the Lord of Hell in the Hell Dragon talisman. He had used the Hell Dragon fire to refine it. However, there was no effect. But when he came here, he discovered that the Lord of Hell was in a state of nervousness. What did that mean? This meant that there was something in the underground world that he was afraid of. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Even if he couldn't find any other opportunities in the underground world, as long as he could completely refine the power of the Abyssal Lord, it would definitely be a great gain for him. What kind of damned place is this? It's so damp and dark. How do the night humans even live here? The martial artists began to complain. Because the air was filled with dense moisture, everyone felt very uncomfortable. Huge underground plants were growing haphazardly in all kinds of caves and crevices. No matter how one looked at it, it was uncomfortable. Watch out for spiders. Suddenly, someone shouted. What's so scary about spiders? To think that you're a martial artist. However, when this person spoke, his face suddenly turned extremely ugly. A contentment that was 4 to 5 times his size crawled out of the dark cave, then opened its strange huge mouth and bit towards him. Help! In a state of panic, the martial artists shouted as they desperately waved their weapons to attack. However, in front of the huge spider, everything he did seemed so childish and laughable. His entire body was swallowed by the spider. Before he died, his body was still wriggling in the spider's mouth. This person probably never dreamed that one day, he would be swallowed by a tiny spider like a mosquito. It was simply too tragic. Crazy. What kind of damned place is this? Why is there such a huge spider? The other martial artists were so frightened that they ran away. More than 10 people were swallowed by the spiders because they panicked. The spiders just hung above the cave, waiting for people to sneak attack when they passed by. Actually, the spiders weren't that strong. 5th or 6th level Yin-Yang realm martial artists could easily deal with them. The problem was that many people were too nervous and panicked. Once they encountered a situation, they would completely lose their minds and do some stupid things, causing their own deaths. Don't panic. Aim your attacks. These spiders aren't as strong as you think. Ling Xiao warned his companions. The 9 of them stood together and formed a tight defensive formation. A spider fell from the top of the cave. Its tail was still tied with thick silk threads. It tried to bite Mou. Long Chen, who was beside Mou, reacted quickly and punched out. The terrifying dragon fist smashed the spider into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere, and the cave walls were covered with sticky things. Swoosh 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 swoosh, as if to take revenge for the dead spider, more than 10 huge spiders fell from the top of the cave in an instant. They wanted to swallow Ling Xiao and the others. Courting death. A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. The spiders were trying to use their advantage in numbers to deal with them. His left eye suddenly released a blazing light that turned into boundless flames. Heaven burning eye, true Samadhi fire. Ling Xiao didn't use any martial techniques. Instead, he used a soul secret technique to attack the spiders. The moment he arrived in the underground world, he realized that the air here was filled with dense soul aura. He suspected that the Nightman clan was skilled in soul attacks, similar to the soul race. It was rumored that the soul race was the descendant of the human race and the Nightman clan. As a member of the Nightman clan, it was natural that they were skilled in soul attacks. The attack this time was just a test. The effect was perfect. The power unleashed by the heaven-burning eye was at least twice as strong as usual. The terrifying flames burned the entire group of spiders to ashes in an instant. He easily solved the problem on his side, but there were too many spiders. Many martial artists had already died tragically under the spider's sneak attacks. Ling Xiao looked at the situation. There were a large number of spider eggs at the top of the cave. These spider eggs seemed to be constantly hatching spiders. If they continued fighting like this, even if they weren't killed, they would be exhausted to death. Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. Ling Xiao quickened his pace and left the spider nest. The other martial artists weren't stupid. Seeing him leave, they all followed behind and ran. After a while, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. In front of him was a forest full of mushrooms and wood ears. It didn't look dangerous, but Ling Xiao's intuition told him that the road ahead wasn't so easy. He reminded Dan Feng and the others. Then, he still walked at the front. His taiji eye was always open, afraid that something unexpected would happen. In Ling Xiao's view, this underground world was unfamiliar and dangerous. Perhaps it was full of opportunities, but it also made people fearful. There was a dangerous aura in the forest, which made everyone tense up. Plop, suddenly, a Yin-Yang realm warrior fell to the ground. Then, his body quickly corroded and turned into huge mushrooms. This scene caused everyone to be alarmed. There were so many mushrooms and wood ears here, but they were all transformed from human corpses. This was too disgusting and terrifying. Everyone, hold your breaths and swallow the antidote pill I gave you. Ling Xiao reminded the people on his side. This should be the legendary mushroom forest. In ancient times, it was actually called the Demon Bone Forest. However, after some misinformation, it became less terrifying and people forgot how terrifying this forest was. Those mushrooms can release gas that makes people dizzy. Once they fall and lose consciousness, countless tiny microorganisms will completely decompose the corpse in a moment and turn it into new mushrooms. Ling Xiao could not help but rejoice that he had been practicing martial arts diligently and had read a lot of books. Otherwise, he would not have been able to guess such a situation. In a small patch of forest, dozens of martial artists were lost. Ling Xiao did not sympathize with these people. He did not force these people to take the risk with him. These people were driven by their own greed. If they died or something happened, it was their own fault. They could not blame him. He just needed to protect the people around him. Brat, take out your antidote pill and share it with everyone. Mo Dao stared at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao ignored him. After walking out of the mushroom forest, his face gradually darkened. Mo Dao, if you have the time to find trouble with me, you should worry about our enemies. Within the range of Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye, there was a group of dark-skinned, handsome humanoids moving towards them at high speed. If he guessed correctly, they must be the Nightman tribe. This was because these people were almost identical to the Nightman tribe that Ling Xiao had seen in books. The attire of the Nightman clan was very strange. They basically wore leather armor, which was made from the skin of various animals. There was no cloth. This meant that the textile industry here was almost non-existent. Of course, this wasn't important. What was important was that every single one of these night humans was very fast. They moved through the ravines of the underground world as if they were walking on flat ground. Enemy? Mo Dao was stunned for a moment. Soon after, he sneered and said, "Even I didn't discover anything, but you actually discovered it? Don't make these childish excuses. I said that I will destroy you, so I will definitely destroy you. No one can change that." Idiot. Ling Xiao scolded coldly, and then ordered Dan Feng and the others to lie down. Right at this moment. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, dozens of arrows were shot out from the dark forest not far away. These arrows were wrapped in a terrifying wind energy. However, this energy was not internal energy, but pure soul power. Soul power actually has an attribute? This was Ling Xiao's first time seeing such a thing. The terrifying soul arrows were extremely powerful. A few more unlucky Yin-Yang realm martial artists were hit by the arrows, and a terrifying hole appeared in their bodies. He died on the spot. There were even people who were shot dozens of meters away and exploded in the air. The scene was extremely tragic. Mo Dao was also attacked, but he was strong. With a wave of his black saber, the arrows flying toward him were deflected and hit a nearby tree. Even so, Mo Dao was still quite shocked. This was because the arrows were so powerful that his hands were numb from the impact. Only Ling Xiao and the others, who were lying down, avoided this wave of arrows and were safe. Are you a descendant of the night humans? We don't have any enmity. Can we talk face to face? Someone among the martial artists shouted. However, what answered him was a sharp arrow that directly pierced through his head, killing him. The night humans are bloodthirsty and kill any martial artist who dares to enter their territory. You actually want to reconcile? Too stupid. Tianhai army said coldly. Then, he raised his spear and charged at the enemies in the forest at an extremely fast speed. A powerhouse like him naturally wouldn't choose to sit and wait for death. Dozens of arrows flew over. Their target was Tianhai army. They seemed to want to turn this human into a beehive for daring to counterattack. However, Tianhai army was a level 11 Yin-Yang realm powerhouse after all. Although the arrows could break through his origin power protection, they couldn't break through his physical body. After a while, he was already close to the night humans in the dark. Then, he waved his spear and killed 4 night humans on the spot. Since there was no need to talk, he could only kill. He definitely wouldn't show mercy. Tianhai army's actions obviously angered the night humans in the forest. In an instant, hundreds of arrows shot toward him at almost the same time. Not only that, but Ling Xiao also saw a few shadows approaching Tianhai army in the dark. Shadow Cone. Although Ling Xiao didn't mind other martial artists dying in battle, Tianhai army was definitely a very useful combat force. Therefore, at this moment, even if others didn't help, he would. Dozens of shadow cones shot through the air at the same time. After a while, several figures fell in the dark. Not only that, but many of the arrows in the sky were also scattered. Thank you. Tianhai army blocked the remaining arrows and turned to look at Ling Xiao. No need. Focus on the battle. Roar, an angry roar came from the forest. This roar was filled with anger and sorrow. There was something, everyone stared at the trembling bushes. Unlike the sneak attack just now, they were prepared for battle this time. They believed that as long as the enemy dared to attack, they had enough power to destroy them. However, sometimes, imagination wasn't reality. Whoosh, a black shadow darted out of the bushes. The martial artists didn't even see what it was before someone's throat was slit by a sharp blade and died on the spot. Those who were faster and had sharp reactions were able to dodge such a surprise attack. Moreover, he could clearly see what the black shadow was that came out of the thicket. The first thing they saw was a black panther. It wasn't very big, but it had explosive power and was extremely fast. Then, they saw the riders on the black panther. The weapons these riders used were actually boomerangs. The boomerangs were also burning with soul energy and could easily pierce through the protective yuan energy of many martial artists. This was the main culprit behind the deaths of those martial artists. The terrifying Black Panther riders relied on their powerful charge and speed to instantly kill a group of people before vanishing into the forest. They were preparing for an even more terrifying second wave of attacks. Ling Xiao sensed that this wasn't the only danger. The night humans were clearly skilled in battle, especially since this was their territory. For the night humans who were familiar with the terrain, killing the remaining 200-some martial artists was not difficult. Whoosh, like a ghost, a boomerang flew out of the dense forest, cutting through countless pieces of grass as it charged towards Lu Lian. Lu Lian's expression was calm. A ball of fire spewed out from her hand. She didn't dodge and directly melted the boomerang. Then, this terrifying fist energy scuttled into the grass, and a scream was heard. A Black Panther knight died on the spot. Even the Black Panther knight was burnt to a crisp. Everyone, don't be afraid. Although these night men are familiar with the terrain, they are generally weak. As long as we deal with them carefully, we should be fine. Elder Fan hurriedly shouted. His shout stabilized the morale of the troops. Otherwise, if the chaos continued, the Black Panther knights and the archers would take them down one by one. However, the night men's attacks wouldn't stop because of his shout. A Black Panther knight suddenly rushed out and pounced towards Ling Xiao. The Black Panther bared its teeth and clawed at Ling Xiao with its huge claws. The knight's boomerang also chopped towards Ling Xiao's neck. Ling Xiao was about to attack, but at that moment, he chose to take a step back. It was this step that allowed him to avoid the attack from the sky. He raised his head and looked up. In the sky, an eagle was staring at Ling Xiao. When it flapped its wings, it actually created a raging wind. This wind was enough to tear apart hard stones and thick trees. Is that also a night man? Ling Xiao was puzzled, but he didn't stop his attacks. As he retreated, a red sun all pierced through the air. At the same time, a shadow all pierced towards the Black Panther knight in front of him. The red sun all pierced through the air and instantly flashed with a blinding light. The eagle lost its vision. By the time it recovered, its body had been pierced by the red sun all. The other Black Panther knights were also pierced by Ling Xiao's shadow all. They all died. However, what surprised him was that after the eagle landed, it actually transformed into a human. This is very similar to the bloodline power on the surface, but it feels a little different. Through the Taiji eye, Ling Xiao could clearly analyze that the energy this person needed to transform all came from soul power. The soul could transform the body? This was somewhat inconceivable. But that was the truth. With the addition of the Eagle Knight clan, the battle became even more intense. Although the martial artists on the surface were more powerful, there were more of them. Furthermore, they were familiar with the terrain and their combat power was not weak. Dark Sky Devil Land. Mo Dao's roar suddenly came, and a terrifying horizontal slash was directly slashed out. Even he couldn't stand the constant harassment from the Nightman clan. He actually didn't want to attack, but the Nightman race wouldn't stop attacking him just because of that. The enraged Devil Blade finally made his move. A fan-shaped saber chief flattened the forest in front of the demonic saber, which was dozens of square meters in size. Not only that, but many Black Panther knights and archers hiding in the forest were also cut in half, dying with their eyes wide open. Demonic blade is indeed a demonic blade. Your strength is indeed terrifying. However, your majesty isn't weak either. Wu Qinhuang and demonic blade had the same mentality. They didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but those night men just had to come and cause trouble for them. How could he not make a move? He directly struck out with his palm. This palm turned into a huge crocodile claw, covering an area of dozens of meters. Boom, the huge crocodile claw landed on the ground, and dozens of Nightman race martial artists were directly smashed into meat paste. Roar! Just then, an angry roar came from the forest. Then, Ling Xiao felt a terrifyingly powerful soul power accumulating at an accelerated speed. Everyone, be careful. There's a stronger attack coming. If it was before, no one would believe him if he said that. However, ever since Ling Xiao accurately judged the appearance of the Nightman race, he became a member that everyone trusted. Everyone held their breaths and concentrated, circulating their essence force and preparing to defend. Whoosh! A terrifying sound was heard. Then, everyone saw a shocking scene. In the forest, a huge tornado rose from the ground and instantly appeared in front of everyone. A few martial artists near the edge were swept up by the violent wind and torn into pieces. What kind of attack is this? Why is it so terrifying? Soul secret technique. Demonic Blade gritted his teeth and said, "This is a truly terrifying soul secret technique. On the surface, only the soul race can use it freely. I didn't expect the Nightman race to use it even more terrifying. It seems like the rumors that the soul race is a hybrid between the Nightman race and the human race are true." He and Wu Qinhuang were both proficient in martial arts, and their yin and yang essence force was terrifying. However, their soul power wasn't too strong. Facing such an attack, they could only retreat. Just as everyone was about to flee, Ling Xiao suddenly appeared in front of that terrifying tornado. Ling Xiao had always wanted to meet an expert who also used soul power. Only then would he be able to truly hone his soul secret technique. How could he give up such a rare opportunity so easily? Sword Spirit's Eye, Destruction Sword. The secret technique released by the Tai Chi I was all soul secret technique. The Destruction Sword was a terrifying sword condensed from soul power. It was a sword condensed from the Destruction Sword intent. It would destroy everything, including the terrifying tornado in front of them. The terrifying shadow of the sword shot out and then grew in the wind, piercing through the huge tornado with a single strike. The tornado seemed to have lost its vitality and gradually withered, finally disappearing completely. Good. Beautiful. Seeing Ling Xiao defeat the gigantic tornado, almost all the martial artists were cheering for him. At this time and place, whether they were enemies or not, the warriors on the surface didn't want Ling Xiao to lose. Because once Ling Xiao lost, they wouldn't be able to live. It's not over yet. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. In an instant, a ferocious beast pounced out of the sword forest. A terrifying ferocious beast that was formed entirely of soul power, destroying everything in its path. Good. Ling Xiao was waiting for the other party to make a move so that he could try more attacks. Eye of the Tomb of the God, Skeleton General. Tai Chi's eyes flickered. A deep giant door appeared beside Ling Xiao. A skeleton general stepped out of the door. It was also condensed from soul power. The long spear in its hand pierced through the destruction beast. Then it disappeared. It wasn't that he couldn't continue, but that Ling Xiao needed more soul power to deliver a fatal blow. Sword Spirit's Eye, Slaughter Sword. Ling Xiao jumped up. In midair, the Tai Chi Eye flashed, and then a huge black sword pierced through the air, piercing into the depths of the forest. The Nightman clan expert in the forest obviously didn't expect his two attacks to be broken by the people on the surface. What he didn't expect was that the people on the surface actually attacked him again. Why did he have such terrifying soul power when he wasn't from the Nightman clan? He really couldn't figure it out. However, at this time, there was no time for him to figure it out. He could only urge his soul power to set up layers of thick wind shields in front of him. The Nightman clan expert used his soul force to form a wind shield. He attempted to block Ling Xiao's attack. It's useless. Your soul force isn't as good as mine. Your defense is nothing in front of me. Rumble, a terrifying explosion rang out from the forest. The terrifying black sword light seemed to have split the forest apart as it tore apart the wind shield like it was made of paper. In the end, it pierced the body of the Nightman clan expert. Ah! The Nightman clan expert let out a blood-curdling scream. His soul realm was actually shattered by Ling Xiao's sword. The shattering of his soul realm meant that he was reduced to a walking corpse. His eyes that were filled with fighting spirit instantly turned lifeless. Clearly, the Nightman clan expert that Ling Xiao killed was a leader. At the very least, he should be the leader of this ambush team. His death instilled a huge fear in the Nightman clan. One must know that this person's terrifying strength was ranked in the top 10 of the Nightman clan. Yet, he was killed so easily. How could they not be afraid? A strange eagle-like cry rang out from the ground. Following that, the Nightman clan members that were hiding in the forest started to flee. Clearly, the death of their leader had caused them to feel fear. They also felt the strength of their opponent. They knew that there was no benefit in continuing to stand. The more powerful a martial artist's soul force was, the greater the fear they would feel when they failed. Both Devil Blade and Wu Qinhuang glanced at Ling Xiao intentionally. Clearly, they were shocked by Ling Xiao's fighting style. Only the Soul Clan or the Nightman clan would have such a pure soul force fighting style. Just where did this Ling Xiao come from? Humph, no matter where you come from, only death awaits you if you dare to snatch from me. Devil Blade coldly snorted as he thought to himself. As for Wu Qinhuang, he looked at Ling Xiao thoughtfully. He knew that Ling Xiao's identity was the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Ling Xiao's path of growth was simply a legend. If he could be roped in to serve the imperial family, it would be a great fortune. Ling Xiao didn't know what the two of them were thinking. All he cared about was whether the 8 people he had brought with him were alright. Mou and Zhu Xiaozong were both injured, but their injuries were not serious. This kind of injury was also the best way to hone their combat abilities. If he completely protected them because he was afraid of death, he would not be helping them, but harming them. Looking at the other martial artists, they were really miserable. Of the 200 or so martial artists, only 150 were left. Many warriors were probably already regretting entering this underground world. After all, they hadn't even seen a single treasure and had already suffered countless casualties. It was really depressing. There was no danger for the time being, but no one dared to stay. They threw down the corpses and left quickly. The injured martial artists also tried their best to follow, afraid that they would be left behind. After all, these people were not from the same sect, and some of them did not even know each other. Who would sympathize with them? If you were a useful fighting force, others might help you. But if you were a burden, only a fool would care about your life and death. Mother Kerr, I don't know how long I'll have to walk. It's been so long and I haven't even seen a fart. In the crowd, some martial artists complained. The so-called haven't seen anything was obviously because they had not seen the treasure and were dissatisfied. Many people felt the same way. However, they still had to hurry. This underground world seemed to be very big and was divided into different regions. This was because they found some strange buildings with different signs. Although they did not understand what was written on them, they looked like boundary markers. It seems that the underground world's Nightman clan is also divided into many clans. They all work together for a night demon, and this night demon bestows them with powerful soul force and soul secret techniques. As Ling Xiao walked, he used the Tai Chi eye to analyze the words. Those difficult to understand words were quickly translated. The night demon was a god of the Nightman clan. But rather than a god, it was better to say that they were experts who controlled the laws of the underground world, just like the 7 rulers of the mystic world. However, the night demon was much weaker than the 7 rulers. The area they controlled was very small and was limited to the Nightman clan's kingdom. They did not cross over. However, there were definitely strong and weak night demons, and they would inevitably fight and devour each other. Naturally, a more terrifying night demon king would be born, such as the king of sovereigns. Ling Xiao discovered that the cave they had just passed by belonged to the Night Wind clan, the weakest of the 4 great clans of the Nightman kingdom. If they continued forward, they would encounter the strongest clan of the Nightman kingdom, the Dark Fire clan. The Night Wind clan specialized in wind-type soul secret techniques. The Dark Fire clan specialized in fire-type soul secret techniques. As Ling Xiao walked, he told everyone what he had seen. If he wanted to go further, he would have to rely on these people to continue helping him. If it was only the 9 of them, someone would definitely have to be sacrificed. But now, he would try his best to transfer the death to those greedy cannon fodder. When they passed by a cluster of flowers, a beautiful flower actually moved slightly. Then, it suddenly bloomed, revealing a strange bloody mouth that bit at Ling Xiao. Bang! Ling Xiao did not look at the strange man-eating flower. This kind of plant was almost extinct on the surface, but it still existed in this underground world. It even had soul consciousness. It was completely different from the man-eating flowers that attacked their targets instinctively. He just waved his hand, and a strange flame flew out from his palm. The man-eating flower was instantly burned to ashes. When everyone saw this scene, they were shocked. Then, they realized that those beautiful flowers would directly attack and gain the advantage by striking first. Under such circumstances, those flowers actually did something that left them dumbfounded. They actually pulled out their roots from the ground and ran away. That's right, they ran. It was as if they had grown legs. The soul power here is too strong. Even the plants are about to become spirits. Everyone better be careful. In another mile, we will reach the territory of the Dark Fire clan. Ling Xiao reminded. Why must we go to the Dark Fire clan? Can't we go somewhere else? Someone asked worriedly. After all, the Night Wind clan was already so terrifying. How terrifying would the number 1 Dark Fire clan of the Night Kingdom be? You can go somewhere else, but the soul shrine marked on the map is in the territory of the Dark Fire clan. And it is said that there are a lot of soul wills left behind by experts in the soul shrine. Once you obtain these wills, you can obtain the martial arts legacy of these experts. If you want to leave, it doesn't matter. Just go that way and you can directly leave. Ling Xiao pointed in a direction and said. The direction he was pointing in was completely random. Because the map did not mark the way out, only the direction of the soul shrine. Many people hesitated for a moment before deciding to continue following Ling Xiao. If they left without permission, who knew what dangers they would encounter? It was always safer to follow a large group. When Mo Dao heard Ling Xiao mention the name of the spiritual temple, his eyes clearly changed. He had obviously studied the underground ruins and knew about the existence of the spiritual temple. Moreover, it was very likely that he had entered the underground for the spiritual temple. Since no one is leaving, let's continue. Don't say I didn't warn you. The Dark Fire clan's territory will be more dangerous. Ling Xiao said indifferently before continuing forward. After walking for about 1 mile, everyone suddenly felt the air become scorching hot. Looking ahead, they saw a world that seemed to be scorched. Everything here was pitch black, different from the gray color from before. The air was filled with a burnt smell. The most terrifying thing was the pitch-black flames that were constantly spewing out from the ground. Everyone, it's best to fly in the air and not step on the ground because no one knows what will happen. Ling Xiao reminded and then took the lead to soar into the air. A pair of pitch-black wings appeared behind him. However, his speed wasn't fast because he didn't know what dangers he would encounter. Dan Feng and the others followed closely behind him, also moving forward slowly. However, Mo Dao obviously couldn't stand this speed. Since he already knew that the spiritual temple was in the Dark Fire clan's territory, he had to reach there first. This guy was indeed strong and his flying speed was also extremely fast. Some warriors were influenced by him and also sped up. Shouldn't we hurry? Mou asked. No need. The spiritual temple needs this map to open. Do you think this map is an ordinary map? It's a treasure made of special materials. It's a key to open the spiritual temple. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, since they want to open the way for us, let them go. Just as all the warriors stepped into the Dark Fire clan's territory, another group chased after them. Damn it, we were still a step too late and let them escape into the Dark Fire clan's territory. The people chasing after them were the Night Wind clan's night people. After these night people ran back, they brought back powerful reinforcements, even their own patriarch came. Don't worry. The Dark Fire clan's territory is even more dangerous than ours. A powerful flame monster that guards the Dark Fire clan resides there. It was bestowed to their number one clan by Lord Night Demon. Among this group of people, there was a tall, dark-skinned middle-aged beautiful woman. Although her skin was dark, her figure and face were of the highest quality. She was riding a ferocious white tiger, looking very ferocious. This person was the clan leader of the Night Wind clan. "Chief, are you talking about the Black Flame Duke?" Someone beside him asked. "That's right. The Black Flame Duke and his minions love to taste human blood." The female patriarch sneered. "Yes, that's not all. The Dark Fire race has a deep enmity with the surface humans." An old man at the side stroked his beard and said, "Back then, the Dark Fire race invited a surface human to visit the underground world. Their goal was to ease the tension between the surface and underground races. However, that surface human stole the Dark Fire race's treasure and killed the saintess who was guarding the treasure. This is an unforgivable crime. That surface human should be the crown prince of the Tianhai Empire, right? I'm afraid he's already the emperor of the Tianhai Empire. Alright, let's not talk about this. Leave a team here to keep an eye on those people. If they return, inform me immediately. The rest of you, follow me back." The female patriarch glanced at the backs of the surface martial artists, and two figures appeared in her mind. She once loved a surface martial artist, but unfortunately, that person couldn't accept her feelings because of another woman. She was very angry back then, but after so many years, she had seen many heartless men. Instead, she began to admire that man. What a single-minded man he was. Above the Dark Fire race's territory, some strange flames would fly up from time to time. They swayed as if floating with the wind. However, Ling Zhao's expression didn't look good when he saw these flames. "We're being watched," Ling Zhao reminded. "The soul power released by those flames has completely locked onto all of us." "Are those also sentient beings?" someone asked. "Probably." Ling Zhao wasn't very sure either. There were many things in the underground world of the night humans that were different from the surface. Even he couldn't explain it. Whoosh whoosh, just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard the sound of strange flames erupting. Ling Zhao hurriedly turned his head to look. In the middle of the group, the ground suddenly cracked open and a ball of flame shot out. This flame was in the shape of a human, but it had no legs and floated in the air. It directly grabbed a Yinyang realm martial artist. The Yinyang realm martial artist was instantly burned to ashes, and Yinyang energy surged into the humanoid flame's body. Boom, boom boom boom, human-shaped flames emerged from the ground one by one and charged towards the martial artists who were advancing. Mo Dao and Wu Qin Wang, who were at the front, naturally became the targets of the attacks. However, the two of them were too powerful. Before the humanoid flames could attack, they were already crippled by the two of them. However, the other martial artists were caught in a bitter battle. Kill. These humanoid flames have extremely rare and pure fire elemental energy. Don't waste it after killing them. Absorb whatever you can. I'll protect you. Ling Zhao opened his Tai Chi eye and could clearly see the Yinyang energy flowing within the humanoid flames. The Yinyang energy had become even purer after being refined by the flames. It could be absorbed directly. Perhaps this was the so-called coexistence of danger and opportunity. When Dan Feng and the others heard Ling Zhao's words, they spread out and attacked the humanoid flames they chose. These humanoid flames weren't very powerful. The strongest was only around the 7th stage of the Yinyang realm. The weakest was only at the 1st stage of the Yinyang realm. Hence, everyone could choose the most suitable opponent for themselves. After each of them destroyed a humanoid flame, they returned to Ling Zhao's side and started absorbing the energy. Ling Zhao immediately took out the Hell Dragon Talisman. The terrifying Hell Dragon Talisman floated in the air, and all the humanoid flames that approached were sucked in. Then, they wailed in pain in the Hell Dragon flames. A large amount of pure energy was injected into Ling Zhao's body. He felt his cultivation begin to break through again. However, not all martial artists were as relaxed as Ling Zhao. Apart from martial artists above the 10th stage of the Yinyang realm, the rest of the martial artists weren't that lucky. After all, there were too many humanoid flames. They could kill one, but not a second. Many of them were killed by sneak attacks. Many martial artists were burned to ashes. Not even their corpses were left behind. The entire battlefield was as dangerous as purgatory. Many people regretted stepping into this territory. They wanted to escape, but it was too late. Ha ha ha, a bunch of trash. Don't come here to die if you're not at the 10th level of the Yin Yang realm. Greedy people, now you're getting your retribution. In the crowd, a 10th level Yin Yang realm martial artist laughed maniacally. He had no sympathy for the trash that were killed. How much stronger are you compared to them? You'd better shut your mouth and fight carefully. Although Xianxia did not want to waste his energy to save others, he still felt disgusted when he saw them kicking someone when they were down. Hence, he added another sentence. Brat, you're courting death. The 10th level Yin Yang realm martial artist charged towards Xianxia. He was obviously attracted by the Hell Dragon talisman that Xianxia released and wanted to snatch it. Boom, however, just as he was in midair, a huge human-shaped flame suddenly emerged from the ground. It was formed by black flames and was 50 to 60 meters tall. Its huge body instantly enveloped the 10th level Yin Yang realm martial artist. There were more than a dozen martial artists that were implicated. The black flames burned instantly. The pitiful 10th level Yin Yang realm martial artist did not even have time to scream before he died on the spot. Run! The appearance of this colossus caused a great deal of chaos among the martial artists. Xiao's expression was also not very good. He turned around and glanced at his companions who were absorbing energy. He waved his hand and a ball of light covered them. Then, he increased his speed and fled towards the huge human-shaped flame. Fortunately, there were many martial artists who were weaker than him. Hence, the huge human-shaped flame did not target him. Instead, it continued to burn and devour the other martial artists. It even targeted Mo Dao and Wu Qinhuang who were at the front. Mo Dao was enraged when he saw the huge monster charging towards him. I didn't plan to deal with you, but you're courting death. In his rage, he swung the black saber in his hand. The huge cross-shaped saber energy aimed at the huge flame monster's body and slashed. Cross-shaped demonic saber slash. Pucci, boom, a martial artist at the 12th level of the Yin Yang realm was indeed powerful. A large amount of humanoid flames were torn apart by the energy from the cross-shaped saber energy. Then, the huge cross-shaped saber energy slashed onto the black humanoid flames. Although it did not directly kill him, it left 2 obvious wounds on his body, forming the shape of a cross. Divine Crocodile, Iron Water Cannon. Naturally, the martial prince would not resign himself to death. At the same time that the demonic blade attacked, his entire body transformed into a huge crocodile. Then, he opened his huge mouth and shot out a huge water cannon. Rumble, the water iron cannon directly hit the wound of the black humanoid flame, piercing through its body. However, the monster's vitality was so tenacious that it was still resisting. Seeing this, Xianxia directly took out the 18 hell talismans. A terrifying ghostly hand reached out from the 18 hell talismans and dragged the black humanoid flame back in. Putting aside the fact that the demonic blade and the martial prince are powerful, Xiao's cultivation is clearly not powerful. He looks like he's only at the 6th level of the Yin Yang realm. How can he be so powerful? I think it must be the blood soul talismans. Doing. This guy must have a powerful background. Otherwise, how could he obtain such a treasure? How could the martial artists not be shocked by Xiao's performance? A 10th level of the Yin Yang realm martial artist was burned to death by the black humanoid flame, but Xianxia was able to put the huge monster into the blood soul talisman. Xiao's soul power was really powerful. Moreover, he was able to control 2 blood soul talismans at the same time. It was extremely shocking. In the distance, on a strange mountain range filled with lava, a young man around the age of 20 stood barefoot on the lava. He was wearing a fiery red shirt and his skin was dark and shiny. Next to him was a lion that was covered in flames. The young man looked into the distance. It was the place where Xianxia and the others were fighting. This group of people is really powerful. An old man behind the young man said solemnly. Yeah, I didn't expect that even the Black Flame Duke would be killed by them. Those 3 people should be the strongest among them, right? The young man said coldly. Young lord, you should be right. I heard that a small leader of the Night Wind clan was also killed by that young man. They had close to 400 people when they came, but there are only about 100 of them left now. More than 10 of them are difficult to deal with. Of course, the most terrifying ones are those 3 people. Although that young man isn't strong according to the humans on the surface, his soul power is extremely terrifying. I'm afraid that he's stronger than many of the martial artists in our Nightman clan. The old man replied. Humph, the humans on the surface all deserve to die. Since they dare to step into our Dark Fire clan's territory, let the black flames burn them all into ashes. The young man snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with cold and cruel light. This young man was the young lord of the Dark Fire clan. Although he was only 20 years old, his overall strength was definitely in the top 5 of the Dark Fire clan. In addition, the Dark Fire clan was the most powerful clan in the Nightman Kingdom. Therefore, his strength was extremely terrifying. Young lord, with our help, we'll definitely kill all the humans on the surface. The ones who spoke were 2 old men clad in flame patterns. One had black flame patterns, while the other had golden flame patterns. Ha ha ha, not bad. You 2 aren't weaker than the 2 surface martial artists at the 12th level of the Yinyang realm. As for that young man, I'll take care of him directly. The young lord of the Dark Fire clan laughed loudly. He was obviously in a good mood. Although the Black Flame Duke was killed, he was only a watchdog of the Dark Fire clan. It was a pity that he died. However, as long as he used the bodies of the surface martial artists as a sacrifice, he could make a second Black Flame tool. 2 hours later, after a series of battles, the martial artists finally found a relatively safe place. There were no more human-shaped flames harassing them. Everyone sat on the ground and rested. Looking at the dark road in the distance, they were all gloomy. There are only 80 people left. Ling Xiao glanced at the crowd and shook his head. This was the terror of the mystery realm. Although there were all kinds of opportunities here that could allow a person to obtain extremely powerful things. However, it could also cause a person to die tragically. Swoosh! Swoosh! Just as everyone was taking a breather, terrifying black fireballs suddenly fell from the sky. The fireballs landed on the ground, and the ground immediately burned. Some martial artists couldn't dodge in time and were hit by the fireballs. They could only scream in agony. Like birds startled by the twang of a bough, the martial artists frantically searched for the source of the attack. It came from a mountain, and a group of people were standing there. The huge fireball was fired by a catapult behind them. Standing at the front of the group was a young man riding on a flaming lion. His face was extremely domineering and cold. On either side of him stood an old man wearing a flaming black robe and a flaming golden robe. Both of them had powerful auras and sharp gazes. Just by standing there, he exuded a terrifying aura that struck fear into people's hearts. Expert. All the martial artists had the same feeling. Despicable and shameless surface humans, you will definitely pay a heavy price for your shamelessness. Today, none of you will leave this place alive. The young man suddenly spoke in the sacred dynasty language of the surface world. Although his tone was a bit strange, his words were clear, and everyone understood. This guy, how can we have no enmity with him? How can he be despicable and shameless? Tian Haijun frowned, puzzled. Someone must have been here before us. That's why he said that. Feng Ming Wuyang stroked his beard and said. That's possible. Do you think that the soul temple we've been searching for has already been taken by that person? Spirit Core Elder asked with an ugly expression. That's impossible. Ling Xiao shook his head. He didn't say why it was impossible. To open the soul temple, one needed a key, and the only key was the secret realm map in his hands. With the map in his hands, how could someone else open the soul temple? Even if someone had come to the underground world, they should have done something else. The young master of the Dark Fire clan looked coldly at the surface humans. Finally, his eyes locked onto the girls beside Ling Xiao. Hee, those girls aren't bad. They can be captured alive. As for the rest, kill them. He laughed coldly, not taking Ling Xiao, Dan Feng, and the others seriously at all. Young master is wise. Although the surface humans are despicable and shameless, the women are beautiful. Their skin is white and tender, completely different from our night humans. The black-striped old man smiled. That's right. If we capture these girls, we might be able to give birth to a few beautiful descendants. They can be considered improved descendants of our Dark Fire clan. The old man with golden tattoos also smiled, as if he did not put the warriors on the surface in his eyes at all. Ling Zhao's face instantly turned gloomy when he heard the words of the young master and the two old men. Since he dared to offend his friends, he would not show any mercy. Kill! The young master of the Dark Fire clan waved his hand, and the fireballs that blotted out the sky once again smashed out. Not only that, but the old man with gold and black tattoos also attacked at the same time. The two of them made strange postures with their hands. After that, they revolved their soul power. A black flame and a golden flame appeared in the sky. These two balls of flames were incomparably huge. It had a diameter of more than 10 meters. When thrown out, it was like a huge sun, causing people to be endlessly terrified. Many martial artists on the surface were dodging these small fireballs and didn't have time to pay attention. They were actually touched by the huge fireballs, and their bodies instantly burned. They died amidst mournful screams. The two huge fireballs were simply like sharp weapons of death that harvested lives. Ordinary martial artists couldn't withstand it at all. Even Fan Lalian, Fengming Wuyang, and the others could only dodge. Damn it, what the hell is this? Wu Qinhuang cursed inwardly. If these two huge fireballs were allowed to continue wreaking havoc, then the martial artists on their side would all die. In his rage, Wu Qinhuang transformed into a giant crocodile once again. He opened his mouth and spat out a huge iron water cannon, attempting to blast the fireballs away. However, right at this time, the flame lion under the young master of the Dark Fire clan jumped up and actually blocked Wu Qinhuang's attack directly. The flame lion's strength was actually not inferior to Wu Qinhuang's. When Mo Dao saw this, his brows furrowed. Then, he actually turned around and quietly crept to the edge of the team, preparing to wait for an opportunity to escape. The reason why this guy had never been caught by the authorities was that he could always escape at the most dangerous moment. It wasn't that he was very powerful, but because he was too cunning. Those people who were in cahoots with him were actually all betrayed and killed by him. Damn it! Danfeng, Lu Lian, protect our people well. Seeing this, Ling Xiao knew that he had no choice but to take action. Although his cultivation was definitely not a match for the black-veined and golden-veined elders. However, the black and golden flames just so happened to contain the profound meaning of light and profound meaning of shadow. To him, not only was it harmless, but it was also a great supplement. He soared into the air, and a huge primordial sky fiend and primordial golden crow appeared behind him. The golden crow pounced on the golden fireball. The sky fiend pounced on the black fireball. At the same time, he threw out an alchemy formation stone. This was an alchemy formation stone that recorded the soul-seizing formation. The soul-seizing formation had dual effects. It could isolate external soul power and absorb internal soul power. When the alchemy formation stone flew out, it instantly revealed a ball of light, isolating the two fireballs from the outside world. Without the supply of soul power, the two fireballs were still powerful, but they couldn't be sustained. Moments later, they were completely torn apart and swallowed by the primordial sky fiend and primordial golden crow. This guy. The Dark Fire young lord looked at Ling Xiao, and the corner of his mouth twitched violently. He really didn't expect Ling Xiao to be even more terrifying than he had imagined. The strength he displayed was not inferior to the two 12th level Yin Yang realm martial artists at all. Young lord, leave that brat to me. The black-veined elder was furious. Ling Xiao dared to disrupt his attack, which made him feel very embarrassed. Young lord, leave it to me. The golden-veined elder was also frustrated. He also wanted to kill Ling Xiao to defend his dignity. You two, your opponents are those two people. The Dark Fire young lord pointed at Prince Wu and Mo Dao, who was about to slip away. Mo Dao cursed inwardly. Although he wasn't afraid of the two elders, he really didn't want to waste his energy to fight. It was simply frustrating. Yes, young lord. Although the two elders were powerful, they didn't dare to disobey the Dark Fire young lord's orders. After all, in any place, besides strength, authority was also the key to measuring a person's strength. The black-veined elder charged at Mo Dao. The golden-veined elder charged at Prince Wu. The other martial artists fought with the Dark Fire clan's martial artists based on their own abilities. They knew very well that if they were afraid now, they would definitely die. The only thing in front of them was to kill. In terms of strength and battle experience, they weren't inferior to the Dark Fire clan's martial artists. Previously, they had been ambushed, which was why they were in such a sorry state. Now that they were fighting face to face, they were naturally fearless. Dan Feng, Lu Lian, and the other 7 maintained their battle formation. In this way, the 8 of them had an easier time on the battlefield. Dan Feng, Lu Lian, and the rest of the 8 joined hands and coordinated with the battle formation that Ling Xiao gave them. It posed a great threat to the Dark Fire clan's martial artists. But that flaming lion soon discovered the situation here and was released by the Dark Fire clan's young lord to prepare to break their battle formation. Ling Xiao did not do anything for the time being. He just took an indifferent look at the battle situation. Although Dan Feng and the rest were fighting harder, they should not be defeated for a while. After all, Dan Feng and Lu Lian's strength was not ordinary. Together with the rest of the people and the battle formation's power, holding on for a period of time should not be an issue. This kind of battle was unavoidable. Ling Xiao had to let these people experience the terror of real combat. Only between life and death could one's potential be truly stimulated. Do you still have time to care about others? Next, you'll die in this young lord's hands. You should feel excited and proud because this young lord usually doesn't make a move. The Dark Fire clan's young lord appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Although he always felt that Ling Xiao's strength was too weak and that he could destroy those 2 balls of flames just now was also because of some treasure's power and not Ling Xiao's own strength. Such a person was really not worthy of him taking action. As the saying went, why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? In other words, Ling Xiao was simply a toy to kill time in his eyes. Ling Xiao glanced at the other party indifferently and did not speak. This was already not the first time he was looked down upon like this. He already could not be bothered to say anything. The Taiji eye rotated. The sword spirit eye released a sword of slaughter. This was a sword body condensed from soul force, a sword body molded by the slaughter sword intent. The moment he held the slaughter sword in his hand, Ling Xiao's entire aura seemed to have changed. Horrifying killing intent erupted from his body, filling the entire battlefield. The Dark Fire clan's young lord sneered disdainfully. With a thought, he lightly waved his hand. A blazing arrow tore through the air and shot toward Ling Xiao's throat. The distance was so close. This blazing arrow was released very covertly. If it were an ordinary person, their throat would probably have been directly pierced. Of course, Ling Xiao was an exception. The terrifying raging flame arrow brushed past his hair and shot backward. When it landed, it actually exploded, creating a 2 to 3 meter deep crater. There were also black flames burning in the pit. Ling Xiao, who possessed the Tai Chi eye, was able to detect the slightest movements of his opponent. This allowed him to make predictions in advance and then dodge the attack. However, Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire the Nightman race's method of attack. It was truly terrifying. Interesting. You actually managed to dodge this young master's attack. You're barely enough to let this young master move his limbs. The young master of the Dark Fire clan was surprised, but he didn't care. After all, this move of his was only a probing attack. If his opponent could not dodge it, then he would be too useless. Really? Just for you to do something? Ling Xiao sneered, and the 3-leaf demonic pupil in his right eye suddenly flashed with a strange demonic light. A pitch-black beam of light tore through the air at an extremely fast speed. Rumble, the young master of the Dark Fire clan, looked down on Ling Xiao from the very beginning. He was extremely disdainful and contemptuous of Ling Xiao. This was why he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be proficient in such a strange eye technique. The beam of light was too fast, and he had no time to dodge it. He could only activate his soul power and set up a thick flame barrier in front of him in an attempt to block Ling Xiao's attack. A terrifying roar sounded. The flame barrier that the young master of the Dark Fire clan had hurriedly set up was directly broken by the black beam of light and then shattered into pieces. Although the beam of light had weakened a lot because of this, it still directly penetrated the young master of the Dark Fire clan. The young master of the Dark Fire clan was sent flying dozens of meters away before coming to a stop. Just as I expected, your Nightman race's soul power is strong, but your body is also quite weak. If it were a martial artist with the same strength as you, this attack wouldn't be able to penetrate his body. Ling Xiao could not help but say indifferently when he saw the young master of the Dark Fire clan stand up in a sorry state. Good boy, this young master has underestimated you. However, with your strength, you're only worthy of a little bit of attention from this young master. Although the young master of the Dark Fire clan was in a sorry state, and his expression was extremely ugly, this guy was unwilling to admit defeat. Therefore, this dead duck was very stubborn. Take this, stupid surface human. I'll let you have a taste of our Dark Fire clan's most powerful soul power. At this moment, the young master of the Dark Fire clan had no choice but to take Ling Xiao seriously. He used the soul power that made him famous. Raging Flamestorm. At that moment, his soul power was released like a gale, forming a terrifying vortex around his body. Then, this vortex burned with black flames and rushed toward Ling Xiao. Heaven Burning Eye, Hell Dragon Fire. Fighting fire with fire, Ling Xiao was not afraid of anyone. The terrifying fire dragon collided with the raging flamestorm and actually tore it into pieces in an instant. Damn surface human, you're courting death. Seeing his raging flamestorm being torn into pieces, the young master of the Dark Fire clan was clearly furious. An even more terrifying soul power was released, and an even thicker raging flamestorm rolled up. Some of the surrounding martial artists who were unable to dodge in time were swept in and turned into ashes in an instant. Ling Xiao stood there, his expression unchanged. His opponent released an even stronger soul power, and he also increased the amount of soul power released. Roar, a dragon's roar suddenly came from the sky. The Hell Dragon Fire turned into an ancient Hell Dragon, and its huge claws tore through the raging flamestorm. In the blink of an eye, that even more terrifying raging flamestorm was torn apart by the ancient Hell Dragon. How is this possible? You're just a surface human. How can you have such powerful soul power? Are you a Soul Clan martial artist? The young master of the Dark Fire clan was really panicking now. Originally, he was disdainful of Ling Xiao because he felt that Ling Xiao's soul power was inferior to his. Therefore, using soul power to fight him was purely courting death. However, after this battle, he suddenly realized that his opponent was much more powerful than he had imagined. In terms of combat power, his ability was equivalent to a surface human at the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm. The young man in front of him did not have such a powerful cultivation. How could he be his opponent? However, what he did not know was that Ling Xiao's soul power had always been stronger than his inner strength. The power of soul attacks was also stronger than inner strength. With Ling Xiao's current cultivation at the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm, he could challenge surface martial artists at the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. If he used his soul power, he could challenge a 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm martial artist. The young master of the Dark Fire clan had really met his match today. I'm not from the Soul clan, nor am I from the Night clan. Actually, from the beginning, you were destined to fail because you underestimated me. The battle between Ling Xiao and the young master of the Dark Fire clan was too strange and grand. As a result, many cultivators on the battlefield stopped fighting and looked at them in astonishment. Especially Mo Dao and Wu Qinwang. Their expressions were very strange. Mo Dao became even more jealous and ruthless. Wu Qinwang frowned as he pondered. He seemed to be considering if it was possible to subdue a terrifying genius like Ling Xiao. If he couldn't subdue him, then he might as well kill him to prevent him from becoming a problem in the future. Of course, Feng Ming, Wu Yang, Elder Spirit Pill, Fan Lalian, and Tian Haijun were even more shocked. Their cultivation levels were far higher than Ling Xiao's, but they did not dare to fight the young master of the Dark Fire clan. However, not only could Ling Xiao fight the young master of the Dark Fire clan, but he could also suppress him. What kind of genius was this? Could it be that the rumors were true? That the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Empire would become the second human king? He can't be a human immortal genius, right? I think he's more like a true immortal genius. If news of a genius of this level were to spread, it would probably cause a commotion in the entire mystic world. You guys think too highly of him. In my opinion, he's at most a first reincarnation realm genius, Elder Spirit Pill said disdainfully. Spirit Pill Old Man said with disdain. Although he could see how powerful Ling Xiao was, he didn't believe that Ling Xiao was a true immortal realm genius. Think too highly of him? I think you're underestimating him. Don't forget that he's only at the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm, but he can easily suppress a 12th level Yin-Yang realm cultivator. Generally speaking, those who could stand out among cultivators of the same cultivation level and be said to be invincible were peerless geniuses. They were different from ordinary geniuses. Those who could kill peerless geniuses who were one level above them would be known as rebirth realm peerless geniuses because such geniuses had a high chance of breaking through to the rebirth realm. Those who could kill peerless geniuses who were 2 levels above them would be known as human immortal geniuses. Those who were able to surpass 3 levels and kill top geniuses would be hailed as true immortal level geniuses. The logic was the same. This man directly jumped over the 9th, 10th, and 11th levels, and firmly suppressed the young master of the Dark Fire clan. Tell me, is he not a peerless genius of the true immortal level? Yes, this. But in the entire White Tiger mainland, there isn't even a single peerless genius who has the qualifications to be called a true immortal. There were only 4 or 5 people who could be called geniuses at the human immortal level. This is really subverting the thinking of us old fellows. Perhaps because it was too shocking, many battles stopped for a while. This also gave the cultivators a chance to comment. Bullshit, true immortal level absolute genius. Even this young master doesn't have that qualification. You think you're worthy? The young master of the Dark Fire clan grew even angrier when he heard the crowd's discussion. His terrifying soul power continued to leak out, and even the flaming lion was summoned back. Fuse! The flaming lion turned into a suit of eye-catching armor, which was worn by the young master of the Dark Fire clan. Facing Ling Xiao, the Dark Fire clan's young master raised both of his hands and madly released his soul power. In the sky, a huge black fireball appeared. This fireball had a diameter of a few hundred meters and almost enveloped the entire battlefield. The terrifying flames released a high temperature that caused the nearby cultivators to dodge. This kind of attack did not differentiate between friend and foe. Whoever was touched by this huge fireball would lose their life. Black Fire Emperor. Crack, crack. Crack, crack. Before the Black Fire Emperor was released, the ground was already covered by the black flames. This terrifying soul power instantly killed more than 10 pitiful cultivators. This included the surface cultivators, as well as the Dark Fire clan. What a powerful attack. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. In the face of such a terrifying attack, he did not dare to slack off. Golden Crow Incarnation. Ling Xiao summoned the immemorial Golden Crow, which turned into a huge golden crow that was shining with golden light. Then, the terrifying heat continued to condense. On top of the Golden Crow's head, a divine light sword was suspended. To everyone's surprise, the divine radiance sword was absorbing energy from the Black Flame Emperor and growing bigger and bigger. Kill! The huge divine light sword merged with the Golden Crow Incarnation and attacked together. The Black Fire Emperor had just been released and was directly penetrated. Then, its energy became extremely unstable. The originally round Black Fire Emperor began to distort and deform. After a while, it burst like a balloon. Other than the crazy shockwave that created a deep pit in the ground, it did not cause any harm to Ling Xiao. You made 3 mistakes when dealing with me. First, you shouldn't have used soul power. Second, you shouldn't have used fire. Third, you shouldn't have attacked. Pucci, the terrifying divine light sword directly pierced the chest of the Dark Fire young master, and an even more terrifying wound formed on his body. Blood flowed as the Dark Fire young master was thrown out like a kite with a broken string. Young master. The black-striped old man and the golden-striped old man were shocked when they saw the scene. They knew very well how strong their young master was. Although he was still very young, he was the only human immortal realm genius in their Dark Fire clan. Even the 2 of them couldn't defeat the 20-year-old young master. They did not expect that he would be defeated by a young man who looked less than 20 years old. This was simply a nightmare. The 2 of them directly abandoned their opponents and turned to save the Dark Fire young master. Wu Qinhuang and Demonic Blade were not willing to fight with all their strength. If they were not stopped by the black-striped old man and the golden-striped old man, they would definitely find a way to leave. Especially that demonic blade, he was simply cunning. At this time, seeing the two old men pouncing on Ling Xiao, not only did they not help, but they also stood by and watched. The reason was simple. Demonic blade thought that Ling Xiao deserved to die. He was disrespectful to him, and his talent was too strong. It was definitely not beneficial to him to keep him alive. Wu Qinhuang thought that Ling Xiao's talent was too good. He was definitely not the kind of person who could be subdued. Therefore, he must die. The black-striped and golden-striped old men thought that they could save their young master by attacking Ling Xiao directly. However, Ling Xiao once again displayed a speed that they could not catch up to. In just an instant, Ling Xiao had already arrived in front of the dark fire young master. I said that those who blaspheme my friends must die. You really shouldn't have attacked, and you shouldn't have blasphemed my friends. No one can save you today. Is this guy still human? He has a soul power more terrifying than the Nightman clan, and he has a terrifying speed that many martial artists on the surface can't catch up to. Tian Haijun was dumbfounded as he muttered to himself. After all, Ling Xiao had helped him before, so he still had a good impression of Ling Xiao. Flame cage. Kill. Seeing that Ling Xiao was trapped, the Dark Fire clan's martial artists all charged over. They threw their weapons at the flaming cage in an attempt to surround and kill Ling Xiao. However, in the next moment, a terrifying explosion was heard. The flaming cage was instantly shattered, and the terrifying weapons bounced back. Dozens of Dark Fire clan's martial artists were killed instantly. Objectively speaking, Ling Xiao's attack this time had directly saved a large number of surface cultivators, allowing them to escape from danger. More people came to watch the show. It was not that they did not want to help, but they felt that they could not do anything. This guy is too strong. Is he really a martial artist at the 6th or 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm? As Ling Xiao had concealed his cultivation level, only a few martial artists, such as Mo Dao and Wu Qinhuang, could see his true cultivation level. The others thought that he was a 6th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Destroy. Ling Xiao's huge golden crow claws grabbed at the Dark Fire clan's young lord. The black-striped and golden-striped elders tried to help, but they were too far away. The terrifying claws tore the Dark Fire clan's young lord's body apart. The moment he killed the Dark Fire clan's young lord, Ling Xiao suddenly frowned. Run. He did not have time to explain. He flapped his huge wings, and a gust of wind swept his 8 companions up. Then, he flew far away. His soul power was extremely strong, but he could still feel that this expert who suddenly appeared was a fatal threat to him. He was probably an absolute expert from the Yeren Kingdom. Ling Xiao knew that there was always someone better than him. He was not stupid enough to wait for death here. When the others saw him run, they all followed. Ling Xiao's every judgment was correct. This was the key reason why they trusted Ling Xiao so much. Once they started to run, they would realize the difference in strength. Those who were slow were naturally unlucky. The black-striped and golden-striped elders were hysterical when they saw the Dark Fire clan's young lord being killed. They vented their anger on those who were slow. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen martial artists were killed. At this time, of the 400 over martial artists who had entered the underground world, only 30 over were left. This was simply miserable. But at this moment, Ling Xiao didn't care so much, because he knew that the spiritual temple was already nearby, and the map of the secret territory was sending a strange energy that was guiding him forward. Damn, how is that brat so fast? We can't even catch up to him with 8 people? Demonic Saber was furious. His cultivation was clearly higher than Ling Xiao's, but his speed was actually inferior. This was simply embarrassing. Those who kill my son shall die. Suddenly, a huge meteorite fell from the sky. Meteorites covered in black flames fell to the ground, smashing another 10 martial artists to death on the spot. There were only about 20 people left. And the one who attacked was the peerless expert who had just arrived. He was probably the Dark Fire clan's patriarch. Otherwise, he wouldn't have addressed the young master of the Dark Fire clan as his son. Ling Xiao glanced back. This person was wearing a red robe, and his skin was actually dark gold. His hair, eyebrows, and beard were like burning flames, looking extremely strange. But his aura was really strong, so strong that it made people tremble. Ling Xiao didn't want to stay with this guy at all, let alone fight. Although he was very strong, he wasn't so stupid that he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In the face of such an expert, the only thing he could do was to escape. Patriarch. The black-striped elder and the golden-striped elder knelt beside the red-robed elder, trembling with fear. Their patriarch only had a son, and he only had one son. Yet, he was killed. In his fury, he might even kill the two of them. What are you two doing? Why did my son die? The red-robed patriarch directly grabbed the black-striped elder and the golden-striped elder by the neck with both hands and questioned with wide eyes. At this time, the Dark Fire clan army he brought was killing the fleeing enemies. There's a surface human whose soul power is actually stronger than our Nightman clans. He's known as a true immortal genius, and we didn't have time to rescue him. The black-striped elder hurriedly explained. Trash, chase after him. If you don't bring back that kid's head, I'll take your lives. Then, the red-robed elder glanced at his son's corpse and roared into the sky. Then, he flew into the sky and chased after Ling Xiao and the others. The red-robed elder's speed was too shocking. His feet were stepping on flames, and the flames were surging. His speed was much faster than Ling Xiao's. In just a moment, he had already caught up with the remaining 20 martial artists. All of you, die for this old man. The red-robed elder had a thought, and the terrifying flames turned into 2 fire dragons that shot out. In an instant, 3 10th level Yin-Yang realm martial artists died tragically. Ling Xiao heard the screams behind him, but he didn't turn back. The Soul Shrine was not far away. He believed that as long as he reached there, he could avoid the elder's pursuit. Anyway, he ran faster, so although the elder was also very fast, he was still 1,000 meters away from him. Wall of Purgatory. The red-robed elder seemed to have seen the Soul Shrine and guessed what Ling Xiao and the others were thinking. Then, he activated his soul power, and a terrifying aura instantly attacked. A huge flaming barrier trapped everyone. The Wall of Purgatory was formed by powerful soul power, and it was extremely tough. Seeing the barrier in front of him, Ling Xiao's face darkened. At this moment, he didn't have time to think. A pitch-black universe suddenly appeared behind him, and the terrifying tyrannical martial soul released the power of the universe. His golden crow avatar instantly became much bigger and more powerful. He had no choice. Facing such a barrier set up by such an expert, he couldn't think of any other way to break it other than using the tyrannical martial soul. Chirp, the immemorial golden crow let out a loud chirp, penetrated the weakest part of the barrier, and continued to rush forward. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the Tai Chi Eye and the tyrannical martial soul, he would have died here today. Perhaps in order to save his life, other than the red-robed elder, the others didn't realize that Ling Xiao had used a terrifying power. Demon Saber, Extremity. Demon Saber turned pale with fright at this moment. He saw Ling Xiao rush out of a small hole, but this small hole was rapidly closing. He had used his most terrifying trump card. His body and the saber in his hand almost condensed into a point, and broke through the air at a terrifying speed. Before the small hole closed, they disappeared. The martial prince's speed wasn't slower than Demon Saber's. His figure flashed, and he used the small hole opened by Ling Xiao to escape. These two were the strongest among the warriors, so it was easy for them to escape. Among the remaining warriors, only Feng Ming Wu Yan transformed into an ice phoenix, and her speed sublimated to the extreme in an instant. Moreover, the small hole that was about to close was frozen for a moment. It was this moment of opportunity that allowed him to escape. After Feng Ming and Wu Yang escaped, the rest of them no longer had a chance. The small hole closed completely, trapping the remaining warriors. Everything happened so quickly that the red-robed elder didn't expect it at all. Everything was because of that strange golden crow. If it weren't for that guy, the purgatory wall wouldn't have been damaged, and the people behind them wouldn't have been able to escape. He was the patriarch of the Dark Fire clan, the #1 expert under the Night Demon. Yet, he still let 12 people escape even after using such a powerful purgatory wall. This was a great humiliation. Die! The red-robed elder roared in rage. The purgatory wall exploded, and the remaining 8 warriors were all killed. Among them were Tian Haijun, Spirit Pale Elder, Fan Lalian, and Wu Qinhuang's 4 sedan bearers. So far, only Ling Zhao's group of 9, plus Demonic Blade, Wu Qinhuang, and Feng Ming and Wu Yang survived for the time being. One had to know that there were more than 400 of them when they came. The Soul Temple was close at hand, but the danger was getting worse. In addition to the red-robed elder, the black-striped and golden-striped elders also launched long-range attacks with the other warriors of the Dark Fire clan. This kind of attack made it impossible for them to fly in peace. They had to keep dodging. In this way, they wasted a lot of time to reach the Soul Temple. Kid, hurry up and open the Soul Temple. Otherwise, when that old guy is free, we'll all die. Demonic Blade roared. In fact, Ling Xiao also planned to do so without him saying it. He didn't want to help Demonic Blade. However, opening the Soul Temple now was also helping him. Finally, after passing through many obstacles, Ling Xiao arrived in front of the Soul Temple. The secret realm map in his hand shone even brighter. There's a formation. Damn it. Ling Xiao frowned. He changed back to his original form and began to focus on breaking the formation. Dan Feng and the others stood in front of him. If they really had to die, they would die for Ling Xiao at all costs. Dark Fire Clan, get out of the way. The red-robed elder saw that Ling Xiao had the secret realm map and was clearly anxious. He didn't have time to chase, so he roared. Then, he raised both of his hands and an even more terrifying Black Flame Emperor rose up. This Black Flame Emperor was bigger than the one the young master of the Dark Fire clan had, and its power was also more terrifying. Ling Xiao believed that it was impossible for him to block it. A drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, but his eyes were still fixed on the spiritual temple's array. If he wanted to be saved, the only thing he could do was to break this array. As for Demonic Blade, Wu Qinhuang, and Phoenix Cry Dance, they all stopped. At this critical moment, even if they were unwilling, they had to protect Ling Xiao. Otherwise, everyone would die. Die for this old man. The huge Black Flame Emperor was thrown out like a black sun. Except for Ling Xiao, the other 11 people all used their own strength and blasted out. The Black Fire Flame Emperor was temporarily stopped in midair, but he continued to fall. It was just that his speed had slowed down. The Black Flame Emperor continued to fall. Demonic Blade roared, "Kid with the surname Ling, if you can't open the spiritual temple, I'll kill all of your friends, not leaving a single one alive." Ling Xiao didn't say anything. At this moment, he didn't have time to bicker with Demonic Blade. For him, time was life. Wasting time on meaningless bickering was the most unwise thing to do. Die. The soul power released by the red-robed old man was even more terrifying, and the Black Flame Emperor's falling speed suddenly increased. Demonic Blade's face turned cold as he turned to look at Wu Qinhuang. If the Black Flame Emperor fell, it would be better to pull a shield than die together. Among everyone, only Wu Qinhuang was the most suitable for this shield. After all, Wu Qinhuang was stronger. He would also block more of the impact for him. Thinking of this, Demonic Blade quietly withdrew a part of his power and reached out to Wu Qinhuang. However, at that moment, a huge crocodile claw appeared behind him. It turned out that Demonic Blade was thinking the same thing as Wu Qinhuang. And that cunning Wu Qinhuang was even faster than him. "Wu Qinhuang, how dare you!" Demonic Blade sensed the danger and shouted in horror. He had always been known for his cunning, but he never thought that Wu Qinhuang was a member of the royal family. If he didn't have a brain, how could he survive in the royal family? In terms of deceit and conspiracy, Wu Qinhuang was obviously better than him. What a joke. Why wouldn't I dare to kill you? If you can block an attack for this king, you will die a worthy death. The huge crocodile claw directly hit Demonic Blade's back from behind. Demonic Blade's body rushed forward and directly pounced into the terrifying Black Flame Emperor. Perhaps it was due to his desire to survive, Demonic Blade erupted with his most terrifying potential at this moment. The Black Blade danced and actually weakened the Black Flame Emperor by a lot. But even so, his opponent was still too strong. In the end, he was still burned to death while screaming miserably. Ling Xiao still didn't look back. To him, this was meaningless. Or rather, demonic blade had threatened him several times and tried to kill him. In fact, he already had the intention to kill him. Today, demonic blade was killed by Wu Qinhuang, and he was happy to see it. However, he must be wary of Wu Qinhuang. This person was so cunning and sinister that he definitely couldn't cooperate with him. The Black Flame Emperor was weakened by demonic blade's attack before his death. Under the attacks of the 10 people except for Ling Xiao, it finally collapsed. Seeing this scene, the red-robed old man was so angry that he stomped his feet. Today, all of you will die here. Don't even think about escaping. Meteor fall. The red-robed old man crazily poured out the soul power in his spiritual sea as if it was free. The originally dark sky was burning with the light of flames. More than a dozen huge meteors fell from the sky and blasted towards Ling Xiao and the others. Wu Qinhuang looked at Feng Ming, Wu Yang, Dan Feng and the others. This guy wants to find warriors to be his shield again. Hold on a little longer, the array will break soon. Although only 2 or 3 minutes had passed, Ling Xiao had already figured out the mystery of the spiritual palace's array. This gave the red-robed old man a shock. He really didn't expect Ling Xiao's array attainments to be so high. Pooh. In order to speed up the meteor's fall, the red-robed old man didn't hesitate to injure himself and spit out a mouthful of blood. The terrifying meteors instantly sped up and rushed downwards. Seeing this, Wu Qinhuang suddenly raised his hand. A mass of water turned into tentacles and grabbed Mou, Zhu Xiaocong, and Feng Ming Lian, trying to throw them towards the 3 meteors. If you dare to make a move, I'll kill you. A cold voice came from behind Wu Qinhuang. He obviously ignored Ling Xiao's feelings for his friends. He thought that at this critical moment, Ling Xiao would disregard the safety of his friends for his own life. Don't act recklessly. I'll let them go. Although Wu Qinhuang was more powerful than Ling Xiao's sword was at his vital point. No matter how powerful he was, he had to die. Let them go immediately and block the meteorite. I need 1 more minute. Ling Xiao said coldly. Wu Qinhuang was depressed, but he had to do as he was told. He grabbed the direction of the 3 people. Then, he endured the pain and took out his Dharma treasure. Then, he attacked the meteorite in the sky. Go. The moment he attacked, Ling Xiao suddenly entered the spirit temple with the other 8 people. Damn it, you actually dared to trick me. Wu Qinhuang was stunned for a moment before realizing that he had been tricked by Ling Xiao. What did he mean by there was still a minute before he could crack the array? This kid had already cracked the array. He was just tricking him. However, the magic weapon he released had already collided with the meteorite. For a moment, he was really reluctant to let it go. While he was hesitating, Feng Ming and Wu Yang had already entered the spirit temple. Wu Qinhuang saw the situation and knew that it would be too late if he didn't leave now. In a hurry, he abandoned the extremely precious magic weapon he had released and rushed into the spirit temple. Brat surnamed Ling, just you wait. When you return to the surface, this king will kill all of you. With that, he disappeared as well. The Dark Fire Clan's warriors wanted to chase after him, but they were stopped by the red-robed old man. The spirit temple is Lord Night Demon's residence. If they enter, only death awaits them. No matter who trespasses, they won't survive. Although he really wanted to chase after Ling Xiao and kill him with his own hands. Because Ling Xiao had killed his son. However, as the patriarch of the Dark Fire Clan, he remained calm. Although he could vent his anger, the Dark Fire Clan would be destroyed. You 2 go in. No matter what, you have to bring back that young man's head. The red-robed old man didn't want his clansmen to die, but he had no sympathy for the 2 who failed to protect his son. Gold Mark and Black Mark Elder looked at each other and felt somewhat unhappy. Your son was killed. Why are you venting your anger on us? We weren't the ones who killed him. But even though they thought so in their hearts, they did not dare to say it out loud. They were deeply afraid of the Dark Fire Clan's patriarch. They knew better than anyone else what the consequences of offending him would be. This subordinate obeys. In the end, the 2 of them didn't dare to disobey the order and nodded. Don't forget that you have this old man's spiritual sense on you. If you don't work hard, I'll make sure you die miserably. Also, your families are here as well. If you don't want them all to die, don't even think about betraying the Dark Fire clan. Your subordinate doesn't dare. The two of them hurriedly expressed their stance. The patriarch of the Dark Fire clan was too ruthless. He used their families to threaten them. This made them not dare to act recklessly. Then let's go. The Dark Fire patriarch nodded in satisfaction. Even though the old man with gold runes and the old man with black runes felt helpless, they could only step into the spirit temple obediently. A dangerous and terrifying aura came from inside. Both of them couldn't help but shudder. Seems like this is the place we're looking for. Somewhere in the spirit temple, balls of strange ghost fire floated in the air. These ghost fire were bigger than ordinary ghost fire, and one could clearly feel the powerful soul aura coming from within. Good heavens! These are the soul flames of experts who had mysteriously disappeared. What did they encounter to become like this? Dan Feng looked at the ghost fire and couldn't help but feel a little afraid. Don't be afraid. Quickly choose a suitable soul flame to inherit. The weakest soul flame here was at the half-step rebirth realm when they were alive. Understand the essence of their martial arts and inherit their martial arts experience. It should be of great help to your strength. Ling Xiao could feel the strange energy flowing in these soul flames. This was probably the true treasure shown on the map of the secret realm. We'll cultivate, but what about you, big brother Ling? If the martial king comes, he won't let us go. And those Dark Fire clan warriors, they should also come in, right? Long Chen asked worriedly. Don't worry about me. The martial king will definitely come in. But I purposely did something to the array just now, so he, Feng Ming, Wu Yang, and the Dark Fire clan will be teleported to another place. At least, they won't be able to come in a short time. What you need to do now is to cultivate. Of course, me too. Ling Xiao smiled and began to look for a suitable soul flame to inherit. Seeing him like this, the others didn't dare to be negligent. This trip to the underground world showed them how weak they were. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, they would have died long ago. Therefore, the best way to repay Ling Xiao was to raise their cultivation with all their strength. Soon, Dan Feng and the others found soul flames suitable for them. Especially Long Chen, who found a soul flame left behind by an immemorial Dragon Clan expert. This made him feel extremely lucky. Only Ling Xiao wasn't satisfied with these soul flames. He was more experienced and wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he continued to search. Anyway, this place was very big. Maybe he could find something special. For example, something that the Lords of Hell feared. On the other side, Wu Qin, Feng Ming, and Wu Yang, who had been tricked by Ling Xiao, appeared in the same area. The two of them didn't intend to fight. After all, there was no enmity between them. Instead, they were facing the same predicament. They had been tricked by Ling Xiao. What made them even more depressed was that after a while, the black-striped elder and the golden-striped elder were also teleported here. The two sides had been fighting before. Now that they met, there was no need to say anything. They immediately started fighting. On the other side, Ling Xiao was searching nearby when suddenly, a strange cry came from not far away. Roar, roar, roar. When the roar sounded, the entire Temple of Souls seemed to shake violently. A terrifying evil demonic aura came from afar. The soul flames near Ling Xiao were frightened by this demonic aura and started to flee. Driven by curiosity and the thought of protecting his friends, Ling Xiao threw out a refining formation stone and blocked the place where his friends were cultivating. He then sped up and rushed in the direction of the roar. When he got closer, he saw a bull standing there. That's right, it was a bull, and it was standing. It held a huge axe in its hand and had a pair of black wings on its back. It was about 14 or 15 meters tall. It was quite tall and mighty. This guy was very strong. Ling Xiao swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He could feel the restlessness of the Lords of Hell. However, with the Lords of Hell's strength, this black flying bull wasn't a threat to it. Could there be something even stronger? Ling Xiao was a little worried, but also a little excited. He didn't plan on leaving the spiritual temple empty-handed. Since he was already here, he had to at least get some good stuff. The flying black ox roared furiously as it charged at Ling Xiao. A strange black gas was mixed in the wind, and it was like a storm. The black gas was demonic energy formed from the fusion of soul power and internal energy. It was not only filled with terrifying destructive power, but it could also affect a person's soul. Demonic ox fiendish qi? Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and carefully observed the monster that was charging at him. He concluded that it wasn't a creature from the mystic world. Like the Lord of Hell from the Hell Pagoda, it should have come from a spatial crack. However, it was much weaker than the Lord of Hell. It was only at the 10th stage of the yin-yang realm. However, this terrifying fiendish qi was much purer than the Lord of Hell's. Ha ha ha, human. Surface human. Your aura intoxicates me, and your body makes me drool. The flying black ox actually spoke human language and laughed loudly. I didn't expect you to dare trespass into my territory. Then, you'll become a delicacy in my stomach. Ling Xiao frowned. Facing the flying black ox's overwhelming black fiendish qi, Ling Xiao directly pulled out the divine radiance sword. The profound meaning of light had a suppressive effect on things of the darkness attribute. It was the most suitable to use at this time. He grabbed the divine radiance sword with both hands. The image of the immemorial golden crow appeared behind him. Golden light constantly accumulated and merged into the divine radiance sword. Kill. Ling Xiao stabbed out with the divine radiance sword. The sword light instantly spread out, filling the entire space with golden light. It was filled with high temperature. In that instant, the air was filled with high temperature sword qi, shattering the black fiendish qi. Destroy. With the divine radiance sword in my hand and the immemorial golden crow's battle intent, I can control the profound meaning of light. Destroying a little demon like you will be as easy as flipping my hand. Ling Xiao's voice was like a thunderclap. Moreover, every word that came out of his mouth created a powerful vibration. Along with the eruption of the golden crow's battle intent, it constantly attacked the flying black ox. Divine radiant sword, extreme yang change. Just as the flying black yak was stunned by the terrifying power, Ling Xiao suddenly swung the divine radiance sword, and the immemorial golden crow behind him burned fiercely, shooting out endless rays of golden light. After that, the terrifying power was completely integrated into the sword qi as it ferociously attacked the flying black ox. The flying black yak was enveloped by the terrifying sword qi, and its body was shattering inch by inch. It was already too late for it to escape. Just as its body was about to fall apart, the flying black yak let out a painful roar. Impossible. How can you possess such a terrifying light profound? The power of profound is definitely not something that a martial artist from the White Tiger continent can possess. Who are you? What are you? Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was not in the mood to talk nonsense with him. He took out the dragon talisman and sucked the dying black flying bull into it, burning it with the black hell dragon fire. Ling Xiao had mastered the Light Upanishad and the Shadow Upanishad. He could almost walk between darkness and light. Whether it was immortals or demons, he had a way to perfectly counter them. His tyrannical martial soul was the nemesis of almost all martial souls. It could purify all kinds of strange energy. This included demonic qi, murderous qi, immortal qi, and so on. Because of this, Ling Xiao's blood soul talisman had a wider range of uses than many martial artists' blood soul talismans in the immortal court continent. Ordinary martial artists would not be able to withstand the demonic qi that surged towards them when facing such a demon. It would be good if they could unleash 70 to 80% of their strength. Most martial artists would be scared silly and would not even be able to unleash 50% of their strength. However, Ling Xiao did not have such concerns. Therefore, he did not hesitate and continued forward. This flying black ox was just a piece of cake. A monster at the 10th level of the yin-yang realm was nothing to him now. There should be something even more powerful in this place. It should be something that could make even the lords of hell tremble. As he walked forward, more and more strange creatures appeared. They were all filled with terrifying demonic qi. Ling Xiao even suspected that there might be a spatial crack in the Temple of Souls that allowed these demonic creatures to be transported in from another plane. In front of him was a pitch-black mountain that was more than 10 meters tall. Black smoke was spewing out of the mountain. Ling Xiao frowned. Then, he took out the divine sword of light and slashed down. Rumble, the mountain that was more than 10 meters tall was split open by the slash. A lair appeared in the mountain. There was a huge coffin in the lair. It was as black as ink and looked like it was made of special wood. Inside the coffin, a terrifying aura was constantly released, causing people to feel uneasy. Crack, inside the coffin, a creature opened its eyes. It had been sleeping here for thousands of years so that it could absorb the demonic chi that was released here to nourish its body. It could demonize its entire body and cultivate unparalleled demonic arts. However, it did not expect that the mountain it was hiding in would be split open by someone during this crucial year. Who did it? Who had such strength? The creature opened its eyes and broke out of the coffin in an attempt to kill this person. However, the moment he broke out of the coffin, a huge golden hand grabbed his neck tightly, making him unable to move. No wonder. It's a blood demon. Xianxia recognized this creature. It was a demonic creature born from the tainted blood of the ancient battlefield. This was a truly terrifying existence that fed on the blood of all living beings. If it was allowed to grow, the Tianhai Empire would definitely be plunged into a calamity. The blood demon's neck suddenly stretched dozens of meters and bit at Xiao's head. It naturally would not submit to a mere human on the surface. Instead, it wanted to suck the human's blood dry. However, even though it was fast, Xiao was faster. The golden palm released a shocking amount of samadhi true fire. The terrifying flames burned the blood demon until it roared in fear. In an instant, it was burned to ashes. Another demonic creature around the 10th stage of the Yin-Yang realm. This soul temple doesn't seem as peaceful as I thought. Xiao threw the blood demon into the dragon talisman again. It was beneficial for the hell dragon fire, samadhi true fire, and death dark flames to refine it. He had an idea now. He wanted to find the spatial crack and seal it forever. After all, the White Tiger continent would be his sooner or later. If the spatial crack was allowed to exist, the White Tiger continent would become a demonic creature's world. He would not allow that to happen. Hence, he wanted to slaughter all the demonic creatures in the Soul Temple and seal the spatial crack. To him, this was to prepare for taking over the White Tiger continent in the future. At the same time, it was a form of training for him and increasing his cultivation. Every time he killed a demonic creature, his cultivation would increase a little. This was mainly because the Blood Soul Talisman could convert the demonic chi into shadow power that he needed. After making his decision, Xiao continued forward. He did not need to look for those demonic creatures. After smelling his scent, they were like a pack of hungry wolves that found delicious meat. They all rushed out. However, they were all slaughtered by Xiao in the end. They were all annihilated. Those powerful demonic creatures hiding in the dark were at the 10th level of Yin-Yang realm. They were definitely the overlords of this underground world. The Night Man tribe even worshipped them like gods. They were prepared to accumulate power and charge out when the time was right to give the martial artists on the surface a huge surprise. However, their ambitions were shattered today. Their ambitions were destroyed. They were all mercilessly killed by Xiao. In less than 2 hours, more than 10 10th level Yin-Yang realm demonic creatures died in Xiao's hands. As for the rest of the demonic creatures, they were countless. Xiao had completely become a demon-hunting war god. He was invincible wherever he went. None of the demonic creatures could block the divine light sword in his hand. As the slaughter progressed, Xiao realized that his cultivation was rapidly improving. From the early stage to the middle stage and then to the late stage of the 8th level of Yin-Yang realm, in less than 2 hours, he was almost at the peak of the 8th level of Yin-Yang realm. With this kind of cultivation speed, it was likely that the martial artists outside would not be able to catch up to him. Whoosh, just as Xiao was immersed in his cultivation improvement, a stream of light suddenly attacked him. This stream of light was extremely fast, but it was only the size of a thumb. It was impossible to defend against. Fortunately, Xiao was wearing the Crimson Sun feathered raiment. When that thing hit his body, sparks flew. Xiao felt that his Crimson Sun feathered raiment was weakened instantly. It was as if it was going to be shattered. So powerful, he activated his Tai Chi Eye and dodged the light again. When he looked closely, he realized that it was a demon the size of a thumb. It looked like an insect. It was extremely strange. Insect demon? Xiao had seen heavenly demons and blood demons, but this was his first time seeing an insect demon. This thing was extremely small, ugly, and ferocious. Furthermore, it was not a physical body. The insect demon's most formidable trait was its terrifying parasitic ability. Once the insect demon crashed into the body, the spirit sea would be instantly contaminated, and the person would be controlled directly. Moreover, because the insect demon was a demon born from pure soul energy, ordinary martial arts were unable to harm it. Only soul secret techniques had any effect on it, so this insect demon had become the sealed world's most terrifying nightmare. In the past, several nations had been destroyed because of the appearance of the insect demons. At that time, the Holy Emperor of the Sacred Dynasty had taken emergency measures. He did not hesitate to bear the infamy of being a butcher and directly destroyed those countries, burying and sealing them together with the insect demons. In that case, the entire profound world had probably become a paradise for insect demons. The sneak attack failed, and the insect demon quickly disappeared. When it reappeared, it had turned into a beautiful woman. Xianxia recognized this woman. She was one of the martial artists who had entered the underground world with him. It seemed like the Nightman clan had thrown those corpses into the spirit temple through a special channel. Or it could be said that it was a sacrifice. The insect demon had borrowed this woman's body. The woman's face was pale, and the nails on her hands suddenly grew by a foot. Then, she suddenly clawed at Xianxia. It was obvious that the insect demon was controlling the woman's body, and it was controlling it perfectly. If he remembered correctly, this woman's cultivation was only at the 7th level of the yin-yang realm. She stood no chance against Xianxia. However, this attack gave Xianxia a headache. The sharp claws seemed to pierce through space and suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia. There was a dense black aura on the claws, and it was rising continuously as if it wanted to completely corrode everything in the world. The woman let out an ear-piercing shriek. This shriek was filled with powerful soul power. Ordinary martial artists would have had a mental breakdown in an instant. However, Xianxia's expression did not change. The divine light sword in his hand stabbed out at an equally strange angle. The divine sword flashed with light as if it had been pulled out from the sun. It directly attacked the sharp claws. Crack, a crisp sound was heard. The divine light sword actually cut off the woman's hand. The claws fell to the ground and were already burnt to ashes. Swoosh, just then, a green light flew into Xianxia's mouth. The woman fell to the ground and stopped moving. Not good. She was possessed by the insect demon. At that moment, Xianxia realized that he had been tricked by the cunning insect demon. Then, his whole body suddenly became ice cold. The insect demon was trying to enter his spiritual sea to control his soul and body. How could he let it succeed? Dragon Talisman. 18 Hell Talisman. 2 Blood Soul Talismans flew out of his spiritual sea at the same time and attacked the insect demon. The insect demon had never encountered a martial artist who had 2 Blood Soul Talismans in his spiritual sea. Seeing that the situation was bad, it quickly turned around and tried to escape. At that moment, countless ghostly hands reached out from the 18 Hell Talismans and pulled it back. Then, terrifying flames burned one after another. The insect demon was burned by the Hell Dragon fire, True Samadhi fire, and Dark Death flames. If it were anyone else, they would be done for once the insect demon entered their body. Unless their soul power was stronger than the insect demons, they would be able to stop the insect demon from entering their spiritual sea. Even so, they would not be able to kill the insect demon. With the Dragon Talisman and the 18 Hell Talismans in Xianxiao's spiritual sea, they were almost the nemesis of all insect demons. What abundant energy! Also, there's strong vitality flowing into the cells. This must be from the martial artists whose vitality was absorbed by the insect demon before, right? When Xianxia was melting the insect demon, he noticed that not only was his inner energy increasing, but his Emperor Earth Queen's cells were also awakening. The insect demon was as powerful as a yin-yang realm stage 11 expert. It was even more terrifying than the 2 demonic creatures that Xianxia encountered earlier. However, the insect demon's mistake was that it tried to enter his spiritual sea and got trapped by him instead. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia was excited. He realized that the insect demon's energy was purer than the blood demon and heavenly demons. It also had strong vitality. It could promote his cultivation and the awakening of his Emperor Earth Queen's cells at the same time. In this way, his profound world body could naturally continue to grow stronger. Thinking of that, Ling Xiao had a bold idea. He would lure the insect demon into his spiritual sea and use the blood soul talisman to refine it. This kind of cultivation efficiency was definitely much faster than foolishly meditating on the surface. However, it was also very dangerous. If he was not careful, he might become the insect demon's puppet and become a walking corpse. In Ling Xiao's opinion, there was nothing in this world that could be done safely and reaped great benefits. Huge profits were often proportional to the risks involved. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged. He retracted the aura of light that disgusted the insect demon and released the aura of his physical body. His physical body had been strengthened by various cultivation methods. After that, he cultivated the mystic world physique. To these demons, it was simply a delicacy. The demons that smelled this scent rushed out crazily from all directions. Especially the insect demons of all sizes. They were like locusts that covered the sky and swept over. Ling Xiao was about to put all these insect demons into his spirit realm and destroy them in one fell swoop. Suddenly, the insect demon stopped and opened up a path. A red dot that was the size of a pinky flew over from this path. Although this thing was small, its aura was extremely powerful. Countless insect demons and demons avoided it. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. Just as he was considering whether to let this thing into his body, the red dot attacked at an extremely fast speed. It happened in an instant, not giving Ling Xiao any time to think. The red dot had already forcefully pierced through his origin energy protection and his scarlet sun-feathered robe before entering his body. In that instant, a terrifying and eerie aura filled every inch of his body except his spirit sea. Other than his head, Ling Xiao's body was completely controlled by this insect demon. This kind of possession speed really made Ling Xiao feel a little unprepared. It was too powerful. It felt like the strength of a 13th stage yin-yang realm martial artist. This was really too much. Messed up? Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. It seemed like he had underestimated the demons in the spirit temple. Just a little carelessness and this demon had taken over his body. But even so, Ling Xiao couldn't admit defeat. He had experienced more dangerous situations than this, but he had still managed to carve out a bloody path for himself. Today's situation wasn't that big of a deal. He had to defeat the other party. Because failure meant eternal damnation. It meant that he might become a walking corpse under the insect demon's control. Dragon Talisman, Power of the Ancient Hell Dragon, Power of the Ancient Nature Dragon, Power of the Ancient Five Elements Dragon. In order to give it his all, Ling Xiao completely unleashed the power of the 3 dragon talismans. After all, the opponent was too strong and he didn't dare to be careless. 18 Hell Talismans, Tongue-Pulling Hell, Scissors Hell, Tree of Iron Hell, Steamer Hell, Mirror of Retribution Hell, Bronze Pillar Hell, Mountain of Knives Hell, and Iceberg Hell. The 18 Hell Talismans also unleashed the power of the 8 layers of Hell. He had never used these things before, but at this critical moment, he had no choice but to use them all. After all, this was a life and death battle. Martial soul, lend me a hand. In this pitch-black place where there was no one around, Ling Xiao did not need to suppress anything. He directly released his tyrant martial spirit. Within the vast pitch-black universe, a mysterious and ancient soul force began to pour into Ling Xiao's soul realm. Together with the 2 blood soul symbols, they launched a pincer attack on the insect demon. What is this? That vast and boundless power. Could it be from the human king's mountain river martial soul? At this moment, the insect demon's body seemed to be trembling. The human king could be said to be the nightmare of all demons. Whether it was heavenly demons, blood demons, insect demons, sea demons, or earth demons, they would all feel incomparable shock and fear when facing the human king. The human king's mountain river martial soul had caused the death of countless demons. At this moment, the red dot insect demon actually felt the terrifying power of the mountain river martial soul from Ling Xiao's body. It was really frightened. You have good eyesight. My martial soul of Tyrant evolved from the mountain river martial soul. It has a strong restraining effect on everything in the world. You're just a mere insect demon. Although you're strong, you can't withstand the destruction of the ancient fighting spirit. Xianxia was sitting there with his legs crossed. Behind him was the ancient universe, mysterious and powerful. So much so that the demons watching from afar didn't dare to make any moves. What are you all looking at? Hurry up and kill him. I'm willing to share this child's flesh and blood with you all. The red dot insect demon knew that it couldn't possibly be the Tyrant martial souls match. Hence, it let out a cry, calling the surrounding insect demons to attack Xianxia together. The insect demons were chattering as if they were discussing whether they should attack or not. After a moment, they seemed to have made a decision and rushed over one after another, wanting to surround and kill Xianxia. Xianxia had to deal with the red dot insect demon. He had virtually no resistance against these insect demons. Allowing the insect demons to enter his body one by one, they started to control his limbs and bones. The instant the insect demons entered Xianxia's body, they felt an incomparably powerful and vigorous aura. They cried out in bliss. Xianxia's flesh and blood was simply the most delicious nourishment in this world to them. However, they didn't know that Xianxia's body entered easily, but wanting to leave again was difficult. Xianxia's thoughts stirred. A shadow flew out from his body, then threw out a refining array stone. This formation placed him in the core position. It was the famous 10,000 beast blood refining formation. At this moment, Xianxia made some slight changes to the formation, and it became the 10,000 demon blood refining formation. He wanted to refine these insect demons directly in his body without using the blood soul talisman. The moment the 10,000 demon blood refining formation was successfully set up, the terrifying true samadhi fire burned. The flames on Xianxia's body tumbled, and the flames inside his body also rose. Almost every cell was filled with the true samadhi fire. The weak insect demons were instantly devoured by the terrifying flames. Then, they released powerful demonic qi and vitality, which entered Xianxia's body. Great! I'll take this opportunity to break through to the 9th level of the yin-yang realm. Xianxia felt that there was no problem with what he did. His body could withstand the destruction of the 10,000 demon blood refining formation and the true samadhi fire, but the insect demons couldn't. Their deaths became the source of Xianxia's advancement. This made Xianxia stronger, and the true samadhi fire became more vigorous. It's a pity to use such demonic qi to break through to the next level of cultivation and the mystic world body. With a thought, Xianxia released the 9 demons' divine art that had been sealed in his body for a long time. At this moment, his body had transformed into a heavenly demon. Under the heavenly demon transformation, the 9 demons' divine art was even more powerful, and it also had the effect of the shadow profound meaning. It was perfect to release the 9 demons' divine art at this moment. No. This is a trap. This cunning human wants to use our lives to help him break through to the next level of cultivation. He's too cunning and shameless. The insect demons died one by one, and the remaining ones let out terrified cries. They wanted to rush out of Xianxia's body. However, it was useless. Xianxia's body, which had been sealed by the 10,000 demon blood refining formation, was like a furnace. They couldn't escape at all, and could only be refined and burned by the true samadhi fire. Xianxia wanted to turn all the insect demons that entered his body into his own power. It was a huge risk, but it was also the best opportunity to increase his strength. If he missed this opportunity, there would be no other opportunity. Naturally, he was unwilling to give up. The red dot insect demon was the most powerful one among the insect demons. However, even he was helpless. He could only feel fear and unwillingness. Moreover, the pressure he faced was greater than the other insect demons. The dragon talisman and the 18 hell talismans took turns to attack him continuously with the samadhi true fire. Finally, he was dragged into the 18 hell talismans by a ghostly hand. The 8 levels of hell took turns to refine him. No. I can't do this. How can I die like this? I don't want to. The red dot insect demon let out a roar of terror. He was a Nightman tribe powerhouse who was equivalent to a yin-yang realm level 13 powerhouse. How could he submit to such treatment? At that moment, he realized that the stupidest thing he had ever done was to enter Lin Huang's body. If he was outside, he would not be so passive. In Ling Zhao's body, he was suppressed by the Sky Tyrant martial soul, He would be thankful if he could unleash 60 to 70% of his strength. It was like a tiger being bullied by a dog. However, even so, he was still resisting madly. Even after being refined by the 8 layers of hell, he still couldn't subdue him. Instead, he almost broke free again. Ling Xiao was calm in the face of such a situation. The other party was merely putting up a stubborn resistance and making a final struggle before death. He only needed to increase his strength and devour the other insect demons to make himself stronger. It was only a matter of time before the most powerful insect demon was completely refined. He sat cross-legged in the 10,000 demon blood refinement formation. The flames continued to burn. A large number of insect demons in his body were refined by the Samadhi true fire. The energy flowed into his limbs and bones. His cultivation had reached the peak of Yin-Yang realm level 8. As for the sovereign earth queen cells in his body, he had already awakened over 800 of them. The powerful Emperor Earth Queen power also joined the battle to exterminate the insect demons. The insect demons no longer had any resistance. He used his body as a furnace, using millions of insect demons as heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It was not that this kind of smithing cultivation method had never been seen before, but it was definitely not as crazy as Ling Zhao's. Rumble, the 9th Hell's Gate finally opened above Ling Zhao's head. His cultivation base had successfully advanced to the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Between the heavens and the earth, powerful energy fluctuations were constantly roaring. The 9th hell was filled with boiling oil, as if it wanted to thoroughly cleanse Ling Zhao's body. Insect demon, hurry up and die. Ling Xiao felt the boiling oil above his head, and poured it into his 18 hell talismans. The insect demon was thrown into the frying pan and continuously fried. It let out a shocking shriek, causing people to have goosebumps. Still not dead? Ling Xiao roared, pouring all his strength into the 18 hell talismans. I can't accept this. Even if you don't want to, you still have to die. You have no choice. Tyrannical strike. The pitch-black universe transformed into a strange human figure. Although the appearance could not be seen clearly, the incomparably huge and mysterious black figure gave the insect demon the strongest shock and suppression. The hand pressed down lightly. The oil in the pan no longer boiled, but the insect demon had been completely refined. After refining the strongest insect demon, Ling Xiao continued to cultivate while sitting cross-legged. The energy in his body was too abundant, so he had to seize the time to raise his cultivation base. Although he was now a 9th level Yin-Yang realm expert, after witnessing the demonic saber, Prince Wu, and the terrifying dark fire clan leader, he knew he was not powerful enough. He had to cultivate even more crazily. After 2 hours, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. Currently, his cultivation base had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm. The number of awakened Emperor Earth Queen cells had reached 1000. He did not expect such an achievement before coming to the underground world. It could be said that even if he did not obtain anything else this time, he was already satisfied with his current harvest. He was still in the heavenly demon incarnation. However, the incarnation began to change. It was the effect of circulating the 9 demons' divine technique. Plague Demon King, Evil Beast Demon King, Lightning Demon King, his heavenly demon incarnation had 3 unique transformations. Every change would produce a different kind of power. Although the heavenly demon incarnation was powerful in the past, its attack methods were too lacking. It was unlike now, where he had the powerful 9 demons' divine technique and the heavenly demon incarnation. It was a perfect match. Of course, he still had to continue killing the 9 great demon kings of the true demon empire so that the 9 demons' divine technique could live up to its name. Now, there were only 3 transformations, so it seemed a little weak. Ling Xiao was about to continue moving forward when his expression suddenly changed. In the distance, there was a soaring domineering aura. Fist shadows crisscrossed, and the sound was like thunder. The fist shadows broke through layers of the void and headed straight for Ling Xiao. Like a meteor, it locked onto Ling Zhao's position. Moreover, the power of this fist was fierce, and it clearly felt like it was going to kill him directly. Ling Xiao didn't have time to think because he wasn't sure of the opponent's strength. He hurriedly used the shadow body, and his body sank into the darkness and then disappeared. Boom, the terrifying fist shadows lost their target and hit the ground, causing a series of shocking sounds, like a series of thunderstorms. The ground was smashed into a deep pit, and a terrifying black aura was constantly released. Several demons that couldn't escape in time were directly killed. A moment later, a person flew over. The strong body was 2 meters tall, and the muscles all over his body were tight, showing a healthy bronze color. On his hands, he was wearing a pair of gloves made of special materials. His whole person was filled with domineering aura. At this time, there were electric currents flowing on his fists, and electric sparks were constantly flickering. This was not a demon, but a surface martial artist. For Ling Xiao, it was still very easy to distinguish between a demon and a surface martial artist. His Tai Chi, I would not be wrong. What was that thing just now? Could it be the legendary shadow demon? Can it freely hide in the darkness? The strong man looked around and didn't find any suspicious signs. He couldn't help but feel a little confused. I heard that someone got the map of the secret realm and then entered the underground world. Could it be that they weren't killed by the Nightman clan? Listening to what he said, it seemed that not only did he know that Ling Xiao and the rest came to the underground world, but he was also very clear about it. He even thought about the consequences of these people. Swoosh! Swoosh! When the strong man was talking to himself, 3 more people appeared almost at the same time. Among the 3 people, one of them was someone that Ling Xiao knew. It was Shangguan Qing'er, who he met at the Medicine King Pavilion that day. Other than Shangguan Qing'er, he was unfamiliar with the other 3 people. However, their abilities were extremely terrifying. Even Shangguan Qing'er, who was the weakest, had a cultivation level of level 9 Yin Yang realm, while the other 3 had a cultivation level of level 11 Yin Yang realm. However, the 3 of them were older and should be in their 40s. They were no longer qualified to participate in the White Tiger meet. After all, the White Tiger meet was prepared for outstanding geniuses below the age of 30. However, geniuses were just geniuses. Geniuses who had not matured were not as powerful as ordinary ancient martial art practitioners. Guard Jiang. Did you discover something? You gave us a shock when you suddenly threw a punch at us from so far away. Shangguan Qing'er looked at the burly man curiously and asked. Didn't you notice? The insect demons here seem to have been annihilated. That was a force that the Crown Prince had painstakingly cultivated, but it was annihilated just like that. Guard Zhang's face was gloomy as he said, once, our king came to the underground world and killed many experts from the Nightman clan. He also discovered this spiritual shrine and used his supreme magic to connect it to the palace. The king told the Crown Prince the secret of this place. On one hand, he planned to cultivate the Crown Prince. On the other hand, he wanted to make use of these demons. What should we do? His Highness the Crown Prince spent several years on those insect demons. Damn it, who did it? Among the ancient martial art practitioners who entered the underground world, only Mo Dao and the Wu Prince were the strongest. The Wu Prince would definitely not do this, so it can only be Mo Dao. Shangguan Qing'er said angrily. Guard Jiang, Miss Shangguan, we have to report this matter to the Crown Prince as soon as possible. Also, don't forget that we are here on the Crown Prince's orders to retrieve the magic crystal liquid. Let's complete the mission quickly and return as soon as possible. Another man reminded them. That's right. The Crown Prince and the Crown Princess need the magic crystal liquid for their cultivation. The 2 of them are going to shine at the White Tiger meet this time. We can't spoil it. Shangguan Qing'er nodded and said. Let's go. Bodyguard Jiang coldly glanced at the darkness and then gave the order. The 4 of them flew into the air. After a long time, Ling Xiao walked out of the darkness. Interesting, I've heard something incredible. Who would have thought that the Crown Prince of the Tianhai Empire would try to borrow the power of demonic creatures to achieve his ambitions? Ling Xiao stood there rubbing his chin, deep in thought. Since that's the case, I can't let you have your way. I must kill every single one of the demonic creatures here, right? There's also that magic crystal liquid. It seems to be good stuff that can help with cultivation. I can get some. Thinking up to this point, Ling Xiao activated shadow steps and chased after him in his shadow form. His current cultivation base was at the peak of the 9th level of Yin Yang realm. It was difficult for the people in front of him to detect his presence. Even if they were following him, they would not be able to discover him. They actually entered the spatial rift. Ling Xiao stared dumbfoundedly at the huge crack in front of him. Blood-red magma was constantly spewing out from the crack, yet the four of them were able to easily enter it. If he guessed correctly, they must have some treasure on them. Otherwise, they would not have been able to succeed so easily. Who cares? Anyway, I'll just wait here and reap the benefits from the fight. Ling Xiao smiled, then sat there and began to wait. After a long time, the four of them finally walked out of the crack. Guard Jiang was holding a bottle gourd in his hand. A powerful life force emanated from it, making Ling Xiao extremely excited. Good stuff. It's really good stuff. Thank you for your hard work. This belongs to me. Ling Xiao did not have any goodwill towards the four of them. However, this time, he was only here to snatch the magic crystal liquid. He did not plan to kill anyone. This would be faster. In order to complete this task without letting the other party see through his identity, Fang Xingzhan used the Heavenly Demon transformation and entered the Electric Demon King's form. The Electric Demon King was the fastest and most suitable for snatching things. This bottle of magic crystal liquid is really tempting. It's a pity that it is too difficult to obtain. Otherwise, the few of us could have a share. Guard Jiang looked at the bottle gourd in his hand and lamented. Yes, the spatial rift is filled with spatial turbulence. If not for the treasure we obtained from the Crown Prince, I'm afraid we would have been torn to pieces by now. Shangguan Qing'er said with some lingering fear. At this moment, the four of them looked like they had consumed a lot of energy. This made Ling Xiao more confident about snatching the magic crystal liquid. Everyone, take a short rest to replenish your inner strength and physical strength. Then, let's leave. Even if those people entered the Temple of Souls, they would not be able to leave alive. The powerful Night Devil King resides here. Only our king can communicate with it and open up this passage for us. Guard Zhang's words sounded more like he was comforting himself. He had originally planned to find the ancient martial art practitioner who killed the insect demon and bring him back to the Crown Prince. But now that they had obtained the magic crystal liquid, they really could not delay. Even if the Night Devil King had communicated with the King of Tianhai, the thoughts of the King of Souls could not be understood. However, the thoughts of a demonic being were definitely not something that could be guessed by humans. If that fellow suddenly got angry and wanted to kill them, then they would really be finished. They really did not want to stay in this damned place for a moment longer. Thinking of this, the four of them sat cross-legged. Just as Guard Jiang was about to put the bottle gourd into his storage ring, a bolt of lightning suddenly attacked. Whoosh, this bolt of lightning was too fast and too strange. The terrifying attack made Guard Jiang think that he had been ambushed by the Night Devil King. His eyes were filled with blue lightning, and he could not see anything else. In the darkness, a palm flashing with lightning slapped towards his head. This was clearly to take his life. Someone is ambushing us. Guard Jiang roared. He did not have time to put the bottle gourd into his storage ring, so he could only put it aside and block it with his fists. Compared to the bottle gourd, his life was obviously more important. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. It was the smile of a successful scheme. This move of his was called attacking the east and attacking the west. Although it was very simple, it basically worked every time. His true purpose was to take the bottle gourd, not to kill Guard Jiang. However, his terrifying killing intent was too real, so Guard Jiang did not suspect it at all. Got it. Ling Xiao smiled and lowered his body. The bottle gourd disappeared and entered his storage ring. At this moment, Guard Jiang came to a realization. In his fury, he directly punched at Ling Xiao's back. Ling Xiao turned around and sent out a palm. A palm met a fist. Suddenly, lightning exploded. Lightning was useless. The sound of explosions rang out incessantly. The attack that Guard Jiang was so proud of was easily broken by the opponent. Moreover, his body was forced back by the terrifying force, only stopping after 4 or 5 steps. When he looked at the person who had ambushed him again, he had already disappeared. Haha, it's done. Ling Xiao checked the bottle gourd in his storage ring. There were at least a few hundred kilograms of magic crystal liquid inside. It seemed that this bottle gourd was also a treasure. It was probably a treasure specially made to store magic crystal liquid. He only tasted one drop, but he could feel the energy and vitality that filled his body. This thing was much better than the heavenly spirit earthly fiend Scarlet Sun Mala Tang he had eaten before. No wonder even the crown prince of the Tianhai Empire, Tianhai Tyranny, couldn't forget about it. But now it belongs to me. Bastard! Guard Jiang was forced back by Ling Zhao's palm, but he was still furious. He felt like his lungs were about to explode. He had risked his life to get this magic crystal liquid. It was to be given to the crown prince and crown princess. If he lost it here, he might not even be able to keep his life. Even if the crown prince didn't kill him because of his contributions, he might not be able to raise his head among the crown prince's guards in the future. When the furious guard Jiang thought of this, he felt like he was about to explode. Someone actually dared to steal the magic crystal liquid from his hands. This had never happened before. Shameful, angry, violent, guard Jiang could no longer control his emotions. The yin and yang energy in his body began to go berserk. He fiercely smashed his fists into the ground. Violent thunder fury fist, destroy everything. His fists smashed into the ground. Terrifying lightning began to spread everywhere. He knew that the opponent was hiding in the shadows. Since he couldn't see him, he might as well use a large-scale attack. No matter what, he had to make that rascal pay with his life. Daring to steal the magic crystal liquid from his hands, he had to kill this person. Just as Ling Xiao retreated into the shadows, before he could leave, a terrifying thunderstorm suddenly spread in the air. His figure was touched by the lightning, and his body was revealed. He frowned slightly. He waved his right hand and also sent out a palm. Suddenly, lightning intertwined and knocked away the lightning shadow attacking him. However, his position had already been exposed. Among the four, there was a man who had a strange eye on his back. No matter how he tried to hide, he was always under the gaze of that eye. Ling Xiao slowly turned his head to look at the four of them. His expression didn't look too good. I didn't want to kill you at first, but you're courting death. A hoarse and strange voice came from his throat. At this moment, he still maintained the image of the electric demon king. Strange electric currents flashed all over his body, and his hair stood up high, showing a strange blue color. Guard Jiang was also looking at him. Lightning flashed all over his body, and a thundercloud appeared behind him. That should be his martial soul. The thundercloud martial spirit was a rare nature-type martial spirit. Warriors who were able to control such a martial spirit generally had good talent. The four of them surrounded Ling Xiao, not giving Ling Xiao a chance to escape. Although bodyguard Jiang was extremely furious, he didn't immediately make a move. It was probably because of the previous contact that he realized that the cultivator in front of him was not easy to deal with. A forceful attack might not be effective. Therefore, he planned to use peaceful means before resorting to force. Friend, I don't care if you're a human or a demon. I am Jiang Lei, one of the personal guards of Tianhai Empire's crown prince, Tianhai Tyranny. The other three are Shangguan Qing'er, Zhan Haoran, and Yu Yang. Besides Miss Qing'er, who is the crown prince's consort, the three of us are the crown prince's guards. You should understand why I'm saying this, right? You dared to snatch food from the crown prince's hands. Do you know how serious the consequences are? I'll give you a chance. Obediently hand over the magic crystal liquid, and we'll let bygones be bygones. How about it? Guard Jiang looked at Ling Xiao with cold eyes, paying attention to Ling Xiao's every move. If Ling Xiao acted strangely, he wouldn't be lenient. The four of them would join hands and use all their strength to kill him. Ling Xiao now knew that the man with the strange eye martial soul was called Yu Yang. This martial soul was pretty good. Hee, what a nice way to put it. I already know the secret of your Tianhai Empire. You're actually raising demons here in an attempt to subvert the order of the mysterious world. Will you let me go? Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. Guard Jiang, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Just as he said, he knows so many secrets. Unless he's willing to become the crown prince's man, he must be killed. Zhan Haoran said loudly. Agreed. This person is definitely not a match for the four of us. Killing him is as easy as flipping our hands. Yu Yang said. Only Xianxia felt a little uncomfortable. She felt that this strange person in front of her had a familiar aura, but she couldn't figure out what it was. But things were definitely not as simple as the other three said. Can you really kill him just because you said so? Make your move. I'm definitely keeping the magic crystal liquid today. Also, I'll take care of your bullshit crown prince sooner or later. That kind of scum doesn't deserve to practice martial arts. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and raised his hand. A dark demon sword appeared in his hand. Under the heavenly demon incarnation, he activated the 9 demons' divine art and entered the electric demon king form. Coupled with the effect of the dark demon sword, it was naturally excellent. These 4 people were not simple. Although their cultivation was not as good as Mo Dao and Wu Qin Wang, the 4 of them working together was definitely not to be underestimated. He had to use a sword, or it would be too late to regret it later. Good. Very good. Since you're courting death, then don't blame us. Guard Jiang never thought that the other party would obediently hand over the magic crystal liquid. He planned to use peaceful means before resorting to force because he needed some time to accumulate power. As soon as he finished speaking, his fists had already blasted out. Dual Thunder Dragon, Fist Shadows wreak havoc. Guard Jiang, who had accumulated his power to the peak, directly released a terrifying killing move. In that instant, 2 lightning dragons actually darted out from the thunderclouds behind him, merging into the countless flashing fist shadows. They blasted towards Ling Xiao like a violent storm. With one punch, the heavens and earth shook and thunder rumbled. Such terrifying power was truly terrifying. However, Ling Xiao only glanced at it indifferently. The dark demon sword in his hand trembled slightly, and the black thunder and lightning all over his body poured into the demon sword. In that instant, with him as the center, a black thunder hell was formed. The scene was extremely terrifying. Dark. Demon sword, black thunder fury, soul extinguisher. The sword and fist intersected in the air, producing an intense collision. Guard Zhang's face turned cold. He could clearly feel the other party's terrifying power. In that instant, the thundercloud behind him became even more irritable, and it gradually turned into a strange illusory figure. Martial Soul Evolution, Thunder God. The thunderclouds changed and turned into the Thunder God. The Thunder God had a pair of tempest wings on his back and a tempest staff in his hand. He had the head of a bird and the body of a human. Every time he waved the tempest staff in his hand, he could generate the wrath of the tempest staff. At that moment, Guard Zhang's fists were obviously more powerful, and he seemed to be suppressing Ling Xiao. When most people encountered such a terrifying power, their first thought would be to avoid it and fight again. However, Ling Xiao did not avoid it. There was no need for him to do so. The cells of the Royal Earth Queen in his body jumped and released a terrifying power. At that moment, the dark demonic sword was surrounded by green and golden radiance. The power of 1,000 Royal Earth Queen was released. Boom, a terrifying power was released from the tip of the dark demonic sword. At that moment, the sound of bones cracking could be heard from Jiang Lei's arms. The Thunder God's shadow behind him also collapsed in an instant and returned to the appearance of a thundercloud. In this collision, Jiang Lei was obviously at a disadvantage. His body was blasted away, and he crashed heavily into the spatial crack. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was filled with shock. When he was defeated by Ling Xiao previously, he thought that it was because he was careless that he was taken advantage of. He was not convinced at all. However, at this moment, he finally understood. His opponent was too strong. He was not a match for him at all. Let's work together, don't let him escape. Jiang Lei roared angrily. Since they could not defeat their opponent alone, they might as well work together. After all, this was not an arena competition, and there was no need to be so particular about it. Xianxia unsheathed her long sword and aimed for Ling Xiao's vital spot before stabbing it. On the sword, there was a strong sword aura, as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. Her sword aura was blue in color. As expected of the female official of the Crown Princess, even the attribute of her origin power was the same. Azure Sea Raging Sword. As Xianxia shouted, the sword in her hand swept out like a monstrous wave. At the same time, Zhang Haoran waved his palms and attacked Ling Xiao. This person's martial soul was a palm master who had passed away. The shadow of his martial soul appeared behind him, and there were raging flames on Xianxia's palms. Heavenly Fire God Palm. As for Yu Yang, his body did not move. Only the strange eye on his back released a ray of light, like a poisonous arrow, causing people to be terrified. The three of them joined forces to attack Ling Xiao's 3 vital points. They wanted to prevent Ling Xiao from finding a chance to counterattack. In their opinion, Ling Xiao had just fought with Jiang Lei, so he must be weak at this moment. As long as the three of them worked together, killing this guy should be easy. However, it was a pity that they didn't know that Ling Xiao completely crushed Jiang Lei. Not to mention weakening, even the consumption of energy was negligible. Facing the triple killing moves of 3 experts. A smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. The dark demonic sword in his hand did not even need to change its moves, as it pierced straight towards Shang Wanqinger, who was attacking him from the front. Why are you guys so slow? Ling Xiao laughed mockingly. He thrust out the dark demon sword, and the terrifying power sent Shang Wanqinger flying. That woman was not dead, but she was definitely severely injured. At this moment, Zhang Haoran and Yu Yang's attacks had not arrived yet. This kind of bizarre scene made Jiang Lei stare with his mouth agape. In his opinion, the three of them were simply moving in slow motion, while Ling Xiao's movements were speeding up. With another sword, the black thunder exploded, and Zhang Haoran was sent flying. This guy was too unlucky. As he used his palms, it was too late when he reacted. His body was split into 2 by Ling Xiao, and he died miserably. Seeing his companion die, Yu Yang was terrified. He wanted to withdraw his attack, but his speed was too slow. Ling Xiao threw the dark demon sword, which went through Yu Yang's body and pierced into the strange eye behind Yu Yang. Ah! A shrill scream resounded throughout the spirit shrine. Not only did Yu Yang die, even his martial spirit was killed by the sword. Too weak, really too weak. I said earlier that you shouldn't have let me appear. I could have left alive, but now I'm going to die here. Ling Xiao looked at Jiang Lei and Shang Wanqinger. He decided to go all out and kill the 2 of them as well. However, at this moment, a terrifying vibration was released from the spatial crack. Ling Xiao's expression changed. He felt a terrifying dark aura. It was this aura that made even the lords of hell feel terrified. At this moment, the entire underground was pitch black. Only a huge demonic palm reached out from the spatial crack, grabbing towards Ling Xiao. Run! Jiang Lei and Shang Wanqinger saw the situation and knew that the Night Demon King had come out. The Night Demon King was obviously attacking Ling Xiao, and it had nothing to do with them. They did not dare to stay here any longer. Although the 2 of them were seriously injured, in order to escape for their lives, they still used the last of their strength to soar into the sky. The Night Devil King didn't care about these 2 fellows who had escaped. His sky-covering hand had already grabbed Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was inexplicably shocked. Being grabbed by the Night Demon King, he could not move. He could not even communicate with the Yin-Yang Yuan Qi in his body. His expression became very gloomy. However, his shocking tenacity allowed him to release his Gemini martial spirit at this critical moment. As long as either his Gemini martial spirit or his original body survived, he would definitely not die. However, the Night Demon King sneered and killed his Gemini martial spirit on the spot. Ling Xiao's expression was cold. The scenery in front of him kept changing, and he was actually dragged into the spatial crack by the Night Demon King. It was a strange scene. There was lava and magic crystal liquid everywhere. The magic crystal liquid flowed like a river. In the river, there were countless powerful demonic creatures playing. The weakest among them was at the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. The strongest was at the half-step rebirth realm, the same as the butterfly lady. Hee, you seem to have captured one of my traitorous subordinates. A rough voice came from the Night Demon King's mouth. He actually saw through Ling Xiao's dragon talisman and trapped the Lord of Hell. Then, a terrifying soul power was released from the Night Demon King's body, and he actually pulled the Lord of Hell out of the dragon talisman. Ling Xiao was very shocked. There was actually someone who could rescue someone from his soul realm. Just how powerful was he? Could it be that the Night Demon King was actually a rebirth realm expert? Ling Xiao felt incomparable shock and fear. However, when he thought of the expert he met when he obtained the mystic world body, he gradually calmed down. Compared to that terrifying existence, the Night Demon King was nothing. Night Demon King, please spare my life. The Lord of Hell knelt before the Night Demon King, trembling in fear. Spare your life? When you betrayed this king, did you think this day would come? The Night Demon King sneered and slapped down with his huge palm. The powerful Lord of Hell was instantly smashed into meat paste. Ling Xiao watched as the Lord of Hell was slapped to death by the Night Devil King. What a pity. He hadn't even been able to refine the Lord of Hell, and it had been wasted just like that. After killing the Lord of Hell, the Night Devil King turned back to Ling Xiao. This fellow was huge, and his entire body seemed to be covered in black lava. Only his mouth was filled with blood-red lava, and it was constantly dripping down. He only said a few words, and that terrifying aura seemed to be able to blow Ling Xiao away. It made Ling Xiao vanish into thin air. Ling Xiao knew that he had truly encountered danger today. And it was a danger he had never encountered before. He didn't resist, nor did he try to escape. This was because the yin-yang energy in his body didn't react at all. Under the Night Devil King's terrifying pressure, it became still. Night Devil King, you captured me but didn't kill me. Could it be that you have something to discuss with me? Even in the face of the terrifying Night Devil King, Ling Xiao was neither servile nor overbearing. This was because he knew that whether he acted like a grandson or acted bravely, the end result would be the same. Thus, he naturally had to stand and act. You're quite bold. No one has ever dared to speak to this king so casually. The Night Devil King sneered and pointed at the Lord of Hell who had been smashed into meat paste. You've already seen what happened to him. Aren't you afraid? What's the use of being afraid? My life is already in your hands. Even if I'm afraid, will I be able to live? Ling Xiao retorted. Ahahaha. The Night Devil King laughed heartily. He stared at Ling Xiao and said, What's your name? What's your status outside? Ling Xiao. The ruler of the Dragon Phoenix continent. The Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. He wasn't lying. Ling Xiao knew that the more important his status was, the more valuable he would be. As long as he didn't die, he would have a chance to escape. Once he died, there would be nothing left. Oh? This king is rather surprised. Then why did you come to the Sky Sea Empire? The Night Devil King asked. To participate in the White Tiger meet. Ling Xiao replied. Not bad, not bad. You have your own territory and you're a rare genius. You've really caught my eye. The Night Devil King smiled and said, This king lacks a spokesperson in the surface world. Why don't you be the spokesperson? Follow this king and dominate the profound world. How about it? Your Highness Night Devil King must be joking. I'm afraid that no one in the White Tiger continent can match your strength. Why would you need my help? Ling Xiao said. You're really cunning. Night Demon King said with a smile, This king really likes you more and more. Actually, there's nothing that can't be said. Because I came from another plane, I can't stray too far from the spatial rift. Otherwise, my strength will continue to decline. Unless someone helps me preach on the surface and make the humans on the surface believe in me, then I will be able to get incense and won't have to rely on the energy released from the spatial rift. Hearing this, Ling Xiao finally understood this guy's intentions. However, he was still a little puzzled. You seem to be very familiar with the Emperor of the Tianhai Empire and the Crown Prince. Why don't you let them help, logically speaking, with their identity and status? If they help you preach, the effect will be better, right? That won't do. They believe in the Jingyi school, which is extremely powerful. If they leave, they won't even be able to maintain their throne. Therefore, the only thing they can do is to secretly preach. Of course, it's not as convenient as you preach. In any case, your Dragon Phoenix continent doesn't have the power of the Jingyi school. The Night Devil King explained patiently, as if he wanted to discuss it with Ling Xiao. Then what's in it for me? Ling Xiao asked. Good boy, you actually dare to negotiate with this king? The Night Devil King suddenly approached Ling Xiao. His huge face was less than a meter away from Ling Xiao. The terrifying pressure almost made Ling Xiao collapse on the spot. However, he had always insisted on cultivating the Essence Spirit Remnant Scroll, so his soul was incomparably strong. Under this terrifying pressure, he actually remained calm and didn't retreat at all. To actually be able to withstand this king's soul pressure, it seems that your soul is also very special. The Night Devil King smiled slightly and said, "Forget it, this king can agree. If you help this king will lend you a hand and let you break through the rebirth realm as soon as possible and become a top powerhouse on the White Tiger continent." Ling Xiao thought to himself, "You look like you're just at the rebirth realm. Can you really help me? Do you really think that I'm an idiot?" Moreover, even if the other party could really help him, it was impossible for him to cooperate with this guy. The Dragon Phoenix continent was the foundation that he painstakingly laid. How could he give it to this demon? He still didn't know how this guy was going to wreak havoc on the Dragon Phoenix continent. Although Ling Xiao didn't want to be a hero, the Dragon Phoenix continent was his own. How could he endure the demon's invasion? However, the current him was caught in a dilemma. If he agreed, then he would probably become this demon's puppet from now on. Even if he pretended to agree, it probably wouldn't work. If this demon had the ability to make laws with words, then if he agreed, he would definitely fall into a trap. It would be too late to regret. He would definitely be controlled by some law or secret art. But if he didn't agree, he probably wouldn't be able to live today. What should he do? Ling Xiao looked at the Night Devil King again. "Night Devil King, unless you can immediately let me break through to the rebirth realm, otherwise, I can't agree to do anything for you." These words were said very strictly. Although he agreed, there was a condition. If he really broke through to the rebirth realm, then there was definitely a possibility of eliminating the Night Devil King directly. There was no need to feign civility with the other party. "Brat, you're courting death." How cunning was the Night Devil King? How could he not understand Ling Xiao's thoughts? He clearly had the intention to kill. On account that you still have some use, this king wasn't willing to kill you easily. But it seems like you don't care about this king's good intentions. Good intentions? Night Devil King, don't you know that you've already exposed your weakness? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Weakness? What weakness does this king have? The Night Devil King looked coldly at Ling Xiao, not believing him at all. Brat, you just want to mess up this king's thoughts, right? Hehe, to mess up your thoughts, I really don't have that ability. But you just said that you have to rely on spatial rifts to have power, right? Ling Xiao said with a smile. In fact, when he was talking to the Night Devil King, he had already used the Tai Chi Eye to find the other party's weakness. In this world, no matter how powerful an existence was, it was impossible to be perfect. The Night Devil King was no exception. After a conversation, Ling Xiao finally caught a glimmer of hope. So what? The Night Devil King frowned. If I tell you that I have the ability to directly seal this spatial rift, what will you do? Will you wait for death in this spatial tunnel? Ling Xiao asked back. If you do that, you'll die too. The Night Devil King finally became agitated. It was obvious that Ling Xiao's words had touched his weak spot, causing him to become nervous. Even if I don't do that, I'll still die. Before I die, I'll seal you here and save the mystic world from a huge crisis. It's still worth it. Ling Xiao's words were powerful and righteous. He wasn't lying at all. The Night Devil King's expression changed slightly. Then what do you want to do? It's very simple. Night Devil King, let me out and we won't meet again. You do your thing and I do mine. How about that? Unless it was absolutely necessary, Ling Xiao didn't want to die. Ha 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 ha, the Night Devil King suddenly laughed crazily, as if he had understood something. He had lived for too long and had seen countless cunning fellows. Ling Xiao's little cleverness was obviously too immature in front of him. Kid, you're not bad. You really made this king feel fear for a moment. However, this little trick of yours has already been used by others before. And their cultivation is much stronger than yours. Compared to them, you're just a pitiful worm. The Night Devil King looked at Ling Xiao disdainfully. Although he said so, he didn't make a move. Obviously, he was still somewhat afraid of Ling Xiao's words. He wanted to use some words to make Ling Xiao mentally collapse. You're talking about the Tianhai Empire's emperor and the Tianhai Empire's crown prince, right? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Since you know them, you should understand how strong they are. Compared to them, you're too weak. So this king advises you to cooperate with this king. There's no harm in it for you. Not only can you obtain more powerful cultivation techniques, but you can also obtain greater strength with this king's help. You can even use this king's subordinates to seek the mystic world. On one hand, the Night Devil King was threatening Ling Xiao, but on the other hand, he was tempting Ling Xiao with a beautiful blueprint. This was really a carrot and a stick at the same time. You still don't understand. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "You don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. I admit that Tyranny Tianhai and King Tianhai are stronger than me. However, there is one thing that they are inferior to me. My martial soul is much stronger than theirs. I'm also proficient in formations. You should know what it means to be proficient in formations, right? If that's the case, are you really stubborn and unwilling to agree to this prince's suggestion?" Night Devil King realized more and more that he had unknowingly stepped into Ling Xiao's trap. He originally wanted to make Ling Xiao waver, but instead, he was the one who wavered first. Ling Xiao's every word made his heart tremble with fear. He really couldn't allow Ling Xiao to continue. Otherwise, wouldn't he, the Night Devil King, be frightened by a junior? Brat, so what if you have a glib tongue? Once you enter the spatial crack, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. To put it bluntly, you are just this king's prey. This king can decide how to deal with you at any time. Night Devil King roared. You should be heavily injured, right? Ling Xiao suddenly said. What? Night Devil King was shocked again. Ling Xiao actually saw through his injuries with a glance. This was something that Tyranny Tianhai and King Tianhai hadn't seen through. When he passed through the spatial crack, he was attacked by his pursuers and was heavily injured. This was a secret that only he knew. It seems like my guess was correct. Apart from being heavily injured, you also have a major flaw. This body of yours should be the result of 7 night devils fusing together, right? Ling Xiao smiled playfully and said, after being heavily injured, cracks have already appeared in your fusion. It can fall apart at any time. Just who are you? Night Devil King was completely shocked. He had seen many crafty martial artists, but only this brat in front of him could see through him. In front of this brat, it was as if he had no secrets. It was as painful as standing naked in a world of ice and snow. This king will kill you. Night Devil King definitely couldn't allow Ling Xiao to continue speaking, because he was afraid that if Ling Xiao continued, he would be the first to collapse. So he wanted to kill Ling Xiao and shut this guy up. The puppet representative of the mystic world could be found again. This brat was too terrifying. He definitely couldn't be left alive. Seeing that he was angry, Ling Xiao revealed a hint of a smile. No matter what kind of expert, once angered, there would be even more flaws and openings. He didn't know if he could use these openings to escape. But no matter what, this was an opportunity for him. He definitely couldn't let it go. Night Devil King's huge palm grabbed at Ling Xiao. A terrifying aura rose in the air. Heaven-covering demon hand. Boom, a terrifying pressure directly pressed down, as if it wanted to squash Ling Xiao, making him unable to move at all. However, Ling Xiao's expression was incomparably calm. He just looked at Night Devil King indifferently. He knew that under this palm, there was no way for him to survive. However, he wanted to find an impossible way out for himself in this life and death situation. Under the huge pressure. An immemorial golden crow appeared behind Ling Xiao. Then, the immemorial divine demon also appeared there. The battle intent of the 2 immemorial divine demons rushed towards the heaven-covering demon hand. Unfortunately, battle intent was just battle intent. It wasn't the real immemorial divine demon and immemorial golden crow. Although it collided with the heaven-covering demon hand. But it was still shattered in an instant. The heaven-covering demon hand pressed on Ling Xiao's body, but it didn't immediately kill Ling Xiao. Night Devil King Ling Xiao said, "You said that your martial soul is much stronger than Sky Ocean Tyranny and Sky Ocean Sovereign King. This king is somewhat interested. Then, in front of you, let this king destroy your martial soul." The terrifying reincarnation force directly poured into Ling Xiao's body, and then grabbed the martial soul residing in his soul realm. So you actually have so many powerful martial souls. No wonder you're so proud. Immemorial Hell Dragon Martial Soul, Immemorial Nature Dragon Martial Soul, Immemorial 5 Elements Dragon Martial Soul, 12 Human Immortals Killing God White Blade Martial Soul, and Taotai Martial Soul. Terrifying. You're really too terrifying. You really can't stay in this world. Otherwise, you'll definitely become the biggest obstacle to this king's annexation of the mystic world, eh? What martial soul is this? When Night Devil King searched Ling Zhao's soul realm, he actually found a strange black figure. It was mysterious and exuded an ancient and boundless aura. It was as if the boundless Milky Way was its eyes and the boundless universe was its body. What kind of martial soul is hidden in your soul realm? This is your real martial soul, right? Night Devil King revealed a cold smile. You really think that this king can't take it out if it's hidden in the depths? I'd like to see what kind of martial soul you have. Amidst the roar, the Night Devil King's aura grew even stronger. His soul force poured into Ling Zhao's soul realm. Then, the soul force transformed into a little Night Devil King, grabbing onto the pitch-black figure. He wanted to pull out the mysterious martial soul. However, the moment the Night Devil King's soul power touched the black figure, something terrifying happened. The spatial crack started to tremble strangely and the spatial tunnel started to collapse. It was as if a button of heaven and earth had been pressed. A terrifying power gushed out, tightly wrapping the entire space crack. The Sky Tyrant martial soul originally didn't have a physical body. However, the black figure became clearer and clearer. Its eyes opened as if they contained thousands of stars. A terrifying and mysterious pressure seeped into the Night Devil King's body. What the hell? The Night Devil King was terrified. His soul power was expelled by the terrifying pressure in an instant, and then it was directly shattered. The reason why the Night Devil King was terrified was because he felt how terrifying the black figure was. It shouldn't exist in this world. It was definitely an abomination. This abomination was high and mighty, above thousands of martial souls and even above the mystic world. Even if it was a plane higher than the mystic world, in front of this terrifying abomination, it could only bow its head. The pitiful Night Devil King was as laughable as an ant in front of this terrifying and mysterious power. How can this be? What kind of terrifying thing is hidden in your body? Suppress it for me. 13 Heavenly Demon Death Seal. The Night Devil King couldn't understand and he didn't have the time to think so much. At this moment, the only thing he could do was to seal this damned thing. It was his soul power that activated this terrifying existence. Now, he had to send this terrifying existence back. However, it was easier to invite a god than to send it away. The Night Devil King was already very powerful. The terrifying seal he released had already sealed Ling Zhao's entire spirit sea. The black figure seemed to be wrapped up and he lost contact with it temporarily. However, it was only for a moment. The figure suddenly tore the seal and stepped out of Ling Zhao's spirit sea. It appeared behind Ling Xiao like a Sky Tyrant demon lord. However, it had no consciousness of its own. It was the most terrifying power hidden in Ling Zhao's body. It was just that Ling Zhao's current cultivation was still too low to activate this kind of power. The huge shadow stretched out its palm. It was all-encompassing, as if it was the universe itself. The Night Devil King was completely defenseless in front of him, just like Ling Xiao from before. Bang! A terrifying sound exploded, and the originally complete Night Devil King actually split into 7 bodies, each of which was a powerful heavenly demon. This was not the heavenly demon fighting spirit, but real heavenly demons. Each of them had terrifying strength. But in the end, it was still not as powerful as the 7 demons combined. Around them, countless demonic creatures began to flee frantically. They felt the terror of the huge figure and did not dare to stay. Unfortunately, the spatial crack had been completely sealed by this huge shadow, and the spatial tunnel had collapsed. Even if the demonic creatures wanted to escape, there was no way out. Tyrannical martial spirit, seal 10,000 demons. The terrifying huge figure grabbed the countless demonic creatures and threw them all into Ling Zhao's spirit sea. These demonic creatures were intimidated by the terrifying aura and did not have the slightest ability to resist. Then, they all fell apart, turning into pure energy that flowed into the Dragon Talisman and the 18 Hell Talismans, where they were stored. With Ling Zhao's current physical condition, he could not withstand such terrifying energy. If he forcefully absorbed it, it might lead to his death. Therefore, temporarily storing it was the best choice. Fortunately, there were 3 primordial divine dragons in the Dragon Talismans. The 9 levels of hell in the 18 Hell Talismans could also contain this energy, otherwise it would be too wasteful. But even so, the energy of the 7 night devils could not be stored. Therefore, the huge shadow actually sealed the 7 night devils into Ling Zhao's body. A strange demonic shadow appeared on his forehead. It had 7 heads, and it looked extremely strange. After doing all this, the huge shadow threw Ling Zhao out of the spatial crack, and then stepped into Ling Zhao's spirit sea, disappearing without a trace. Ling Zhao saw everything clearly, but there was nothing he could do, nothing he could do. He could only allow the terrifying black shadow to complete this terrifying task. By the time he felt that he could move again, 2 days had already passed. Ling Zhao discovered that his cultivation had automatically risen to the early stage of Yin Yang Realm 10th stage in these 2 days. This was an unexpected surprise. However, Ling Zhao did not plan on staying in this damned place any longer. Since tyrannical ambition and the Sky Sea King knew about this place, they would definitely find it. Moreover, the Sky Sea King would find out about the spatial crack's destruction sooner or later. When the time came, he would definitely investigate who did it. He did not want to become the target of public criticism. As a result, he returned to where the soulfires were. At this moment, everyone had finished cultivating and was looking for him. Seeing that he had returned safely, they were all overjoyed. Of course, Ling Zhao was also very happy. These people all obtained the inheritance of the soulfires. Not only did their cultivation soar, but they also obtained the precious experience and power of ancient martial artists that others could only dream of. He believed that they would become even stronger in the future. Dan Feng and Lu Lian finally broke through the shackles of Yin Yang Realm 12th stage and became experts like the 4 heroes of Tianhai. At the very least, they would not be weaker than the sacred sword of the Wind Devil. Longchen reached the peak of Yin Yang Realm 9th stage. With his giant dragon body, it was not impossible for him to challenge a top genius of Yin Yang Realm 11th stage. If Ling Zhao was a true immortal stage genius, then Longchen was a human immortal stage genius. Cold Plum also reached the 9th stage of Yin Yang Realm 9th stage. Feng Minglian reached the early stage of Yin Yang Realm 8th stage. Mou and Zhu Xiaocong became martial artists of Yin Yang Realm 7th stage. As for Ji Luoyu, this girl had actually used the medicinal pills she obtained from Sun Sa during her cultivation to push her cultivation to the peak of the 8th level of the Yin Yang stage. Let's go back. There are still good things to share. Ling Zhao was very satisfied with everyone's cultivation breakthroughs. He planned to give a portion of the magic crystal liquid he obtained to everyone to help them continue to increase their cultivation. Of course, he would keep most of it for himself. Although the early stage of Yin Yang Realm 10th stage was already very powerful, Ling Zhao was still not satisfied. He could challenge top geniuses by 3 levels, but against rebirth stage geniuses, it was already very good to be able to surpass 2 levels. Against human immortal stage geniuses, surpassing 1 level was the limit. Thus, his cultivation could continue to increase. Ling Zhao's blood soul talisman contained a large amount of energy, so breaking through shouldn't be a problem. His current problem was that his body's toughness couldn't keep up with his cultivation breakthrough. Thus, what he needed to do now was strengthen his mystic world body, and magic crystal liquid was the most suitable. Soaking his body in magic crystal liquid could strengthen his mystic world body further. That way, he could slowly convert the energy stored in the blood soul talisman into his own cultivation. Breaking through to Yin Yang Realm level 11 should be just around the corner. The way out was easier than expected. After the spatial crack exploded, the soul temple began to collapse, and light appeared above them. It was undoubtedly from the surface. They were all Yin Yang Realm experts. Although the flight was filled with danger, it was still easy for them to fly out of the collapsed soul shrine. Ling Zhao had inadvertently saved Wu Qin Wang and Feng Ming Wu Yang. These two were originally fighting the Nightman clan's Black Streak and Gold Streak elders when the sky suddenly lit up. How could the two be willing to be entangled with the enemy? They quickly escaped. As for the Black Streak and Gold Streak elders, they also followed. They were ordered by the Dark Fire clan's patriarch to kill Ling Xiao. Only by leaving the underground could they accomplish this. At the same time, in the Imperial Palace, the Heavenly Sea King and Heavenly Sea Tyranny, who were chatting, suddenly revealed shocked expressions. Not good, something happened down there. The Heavenly Sea King flew through the air. In a secret room deep in the Imperial Palace, there was an entrance to the underground. At this moment, the entrance was actually collapsing continuously. Jiang Lei and Shang Guanqing'er rushed out, but both of them were seriously injured. Shang Guanqing'er looked like she was on the verge of death. What the hell is going on? Heavenly Sea Tyranny asked coldly. Reporting to your majesty, Crown Prince, someone is causing trouble down there. The entire spatial crack has been destroyed, and the Night Devil King is nowhere to be found. This was the frightening scene that Jiang Lei saw while escaping. He only heard the Night Devil King's miserable cries. Although he didn't know what happened, he was sure that the Night Devil King was in trouble. Someone can actually suppress the Night Devil King? How is that possible? Could it be the Jingyi School's people? Tyranny Heavenly Ocean asked coldly. That's impossible. If those bastards from the Jingyi School really want to do this, they won't do it secretly. They will definitely do it openly because they want us to know that there can only be one sect on the White Tiger continent. The Tianhai King shook his head. What did the two of you see? Reporting to your majesty, we saw a demon-like warrior. He was the one who stole our magic crystal liquid and killed Zhan Haoran and Yu Yang. Jiang Lei replied. Demon? Could it be someone from the spatial rift? The Tianhai King fell into deep thought. Both of you, go back and recuperate. After that, write down everything that happened down here. Tyranny Heavenly Seas glanced at Jiang Lei and Shang Guanqing'er, his eyes cold and disappointed. After Jiang Lei and Shang Guanqing'er had left, he looked at the Tianhai King and asked, Father, do you think what they said can be trusted? They wouldn't dare lie. The Tianhai King said, who would have thought that the plan we painstakingly planned for more than 10 years would be ruined by someone in one day? If I find out who this person is, I will definitely tear him to pieces. Father, perhaps things aren't as bad as you think. Tyranny Heavenly Seas suddenly smiled. Your son has long been worried that this spatial rift would be destroyed, so a few years ago, I secretly built the Heavenly Demon Altar somewhere else. The quality of the demons there is not inferior to the ones in the spatial rift. It's just that without the Night Devil King, their overall strength is still somewhat weak. Night Devil King? Although that guy is strong, he is not easy to subdue. Without him, it will be easier to control. The Tianhai King smiled. As expected of my crown prince, well done. Apart from you and me, don't tell anyone else about this, including your crown princess. I will not ask you about the whereabouts of the altar. I will leave everything to you. Many thanks for your trust, Father. Tyranny Heavenly Seas nodded. All right, seal this passage, then do what you need to do. The White Tiger Assembly will soon arrive. Your first task is to take the #1 position of the White Tiger continent's geniuses. Only then will you be able to convince the masses. The Tianhai King's originally angry mood had gradually calmed down, and he smiled at Tyranny Heavenly Seas. Your son obeys. While Tyranny Heavenly Seas and the Tianhai King were discussing the future, Ling Xiao and his 8 companions had already found a suitable place to cultivate, and began to use the magic crystal liquid to refine their bodies. Everyone's martial soul was different, their internal strength was different, and even their martial arts were different. All of these would lead to different effects on their bodies. The energy of the magic crystal liquid was too eye-catching. They didn't dare return to Sky Sea City, because once they did, many people would covet it. It was better to find a place to cultivate while they were outside the city. The place Ling Xiao chose was the famous Magic Mountain outside Sky Sea City. Magic Mountain was a ruin left behind from the ancient war. The reason why it was called Magic Mountain was because it was once the battlefield between the Sacred Dynasty and the Heavenly Demons. The magic chi here was extremely terrifying. Normal martial artists couldn't enter. Ling Xiao only had this ability because he had cultivated the shadow profound meaning and comprehended the primordial heavenly devil fighting will. he found a hidden place. This was a tomb, and inside, there was a bronze coffin. The vampire zombie in the coffin was slapped to death by him, and then he took over the coffin and cultivated inside. This time, he cultivated for a very long time. Because he needed to use the magic crystal liquid to refine his body and break through, this process required a very long time to complete. A day passed, and Xianxia awakened 1100 Emperor Heaven Empress Earth cells. 2 days passed, and Xiao's body began to release a black light, which finally merged with the green and gold light. A layer of black scab actually formed on his body. After this layer of scab receded, it was as if he had been reborn, and his physical body had undergone another terrifying upgrade. 3 days passed, and a shocking black light suddenly shot out from the bronze coffin, straight into the sky. In the sky, dark clouds covered the sky, and then the dark clouds broke apart, revealing a terrifying giant door. It was the gate of hell. It was the gate of hell on the 11th level. Xianxia opened his eyes and discovered that his cultivation had broken through to the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Others could only break through the gate of hell after reaching the late stage of the Yin-Yang realm, but he directly opened it after reaching the early stage. To Xianxia, such a change was naturally something to be happy about. My cultivation has broken through, so it's time to return to Xianxia City. I wonder how my companions are doing. He reached out to push the bronze coffin, but suddenly, he was on guard. There were people, there were enemies. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and a grave on Demon Mountain was blasted open. A bronze coffin was blown out from the inside. Around the coffin, there were dozens of figures standing there. They were all staring at the bronze coffin with hatred in their eyes. This is Demon Mountain. Why are there so many powerhouses here? Xianxia was shocked when he sensed the terrifying pressure outside the bronze coffin. He chose Demon Mountain because it was suitable for him to cultivate. Secondly, it was impossible for a martial artist to appear here. However, he was in trouble. There were dozens of powerhouses, and the weakest of them was at level 10 Yin-Yang realm. What force could nurture such a terrifying group of powerhouses? They were all wearing black cloaks and emitting a strange aura. The aura was closer to demon chi. Could they be heavenly demons? No, although they had demon chi, they were still part of the 10,000 tribes. Heavenly demon cult. Xianxia suddenly thought of a possibility that he had overlooked. Heavenly demon cult existed in White Tiger Mainland and Tianhai Empire, but no one knew where their headquarters were. Why was he so stupid? Demon Mountain was a good place for Heavenly demon cult to set up camp. He had been smart all his life, but now he was stupid. He had barged into Heavenly demon cult's base. No wonder so many powerhouses appeared. Boom! The bronze coffin suddenly shattered and shot towards those martial artists. Logically speaking, with Xiao's current cultivation, it was not difficult to kill a level 10 Yin-Yang realm martial artist. However, after the coffin fragments shot out, those guys dodged them. It seemed like they could transmit information to each other. What a pair of eyes saw could be transmitted to another person instantly. In that case, they could share the information. After breaking open the bronze coffin, Xiao's figure flashed and flew in a certain direction in an attempt to escape. There were too many people and even more powerhouses. In addition, this was Heavenly demon cult's base. It was definitely not beneficial for him to fight in such a place. However, his movements seemed to have been predicted by the other party. Before he could even move, the dozens of people had already moved, directly sealing off his escape route. Not only were these people fast, but their eyesight was also so good, Xianxia found it hard to believe. It was nighttime, and a strange full moon hung above the Devil Mountain. That full moon was completely red, as though it was a devil eye that was observing the entire Devil Mountain. Xianxia looked up and seemed to have understood something. Once again, he flashed and fled in another direction. At this moment, he was looking at the full moon in the sky. The blood-red moon flickered, and then he found that his path was blocked again. As expected, the source of your information is the blood moon, right? From Xiao's point of view, it shouldn't be a real moon. The Demon Mountain must have been sealed by some powerful force. The moon was actually a secret technique created by someone. The other party did not speak, as if they were dead. No one answered his question. Xianxia frowned and asked again, Are you people from the heavenly demon cult? Although he knew that no one would answer his question, he still asked anyway. Because he wanted to see their reaction. Even if they didn't answer, their eyes and expressions would tell him the answer. Seems like there's no mistake. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Many of his guesses had been confirmed. However, now that he knew the heavenly demon cult's base, these people would definitely not let him leave. Since that was the case, he might as well start a massacre. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Ever since he had broken through in the underground world, he had not truly fought a big battle. Today, these heavenly demon cult followers would be a tool to test the results of his cultivation. He looked up at the blood moon. That thing seemed to be able to guess his thoughts. In other words, it could capture his soul fluctuations. As long as he could create fake soul fluctuations, it would be enough to fool the blood moon. Of course, it was not easy to do that. First, his soul power could not be too much weaker than the person who created the blood moon. Ling Xiao fit the criteria. Therefore, he could give it a try. His figure flashed as he rushed outside. At the same time, he released a soul fluctuation to escape. As expected, those heavenly demon cult followers fell for it. The moment he was about to come into contact with them, he suddenly changed directions and charged towards the heavenly demon cult martial artist closest to him. This sudden attack clearly shocked the heavenly demon cult followers. Kill! Ling Xiao revealed a ferocious expression. Then, he threw a punch, and the terrifying power of the Heaven-Earth Queen burst out. The heavenly demon cult martial artist he attacked was at the 10th level of Yin-Yang realm. Seeing his attack, he calmly prepared to counterattack. However, Ling Xiao's punch was like the descent of the Heaven-Earth Queen. It was filled with a bold and powerful aura. It was invincible and crushed everything. Boom! With just one punch, the heavenly demon cult martial artist was blasted into a pulp. Even his corpse could not be found. Ling Xiao twisted his body and charged towards another martial artist next to him. Stop! In the crowd, someone shouted and intercepted Ling Xiao's fist midway. Bam! Both of his fists exploded in the sky. Ling Xiao felt a terrifying force coming from his fists, causing his perlicue to hurt. This person's cultivation was at the 13th level of Yin-Yang realm. He was even more powerful than Mo Dao and Wu Qinwang. However, while he did not feel good, his opponent was in a worse state. So what if his cultivation base was 2 realms higher than Ling Xiao's 1100 Emperor Heaven Queen of Earth cells? That person still screamed in agony as he was blasted out. Then, he crashed into a huge rock on the demon mountain. All the bones in his body felt like they were about to shatter. Die! Ling Xiao actually abandoned his original target and charged towards the 13th level of Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Ice's fury appeared in his hand. Yin and Yang origin energy coiled around Ice's fury. Killing intent filled the sky as his battle intent exploded. His speed was extremely fast. He was like a shooting star shuttling through the universe. Almost no one could stop him or fight him. Wherever the longsword went, it would be a massacre. The 13th level Yin-Yang realm heavenly demon cult martial artist did not expect to be severely injured by Ling Xiao even though he was fully prepared. When he saw Ling Xiao's sword stabbing towards him, he could not move at all. His face was filled with fear. He did not want to die. He joined the heavenly demon cult, sold his soul, and sold his beliefs in order to obtain the strongest power. He obtained the power to snatch the woman he liked from the hands of others and kill the woman's entire family. Facing Ling Xiao's fatal strike, many memories flashed through the 13th layer Yin-Yang realm cultivator's mind. He had killed his woman's entire family. That was because the woman refused to marry him and her family looked down on him. So, he wanted revenge. He was a demon, not a human. Why did he need to have feelings? He felt that he could do whatever he wanted. However, this time, he found that he had not abandoned his cowardice or fear. When facing death, he was still so weak and pitiful. The other cultivators of the heavenly demon cult were all dumbfounded. When Ling Xiao found that he could not break free, he started a massacre. This kind of person was crazy. Could it be that he thought that he could kill a few dozen of them with his own strength? However, Ling Xiao would not answer their question. Ling Xiao's sword was unstoppable. How dare you hurt someone from the heavenly demon cult? You deserve to die. The people of the heavenly demon cult naturally could not just watch as Ling Xiao killed the 13th layer Yin-Yang realm cultivator. Just as Ling Xiao's sword pierced out, a terrifying force suddenly came from the side of his body, attacking him. Ling Xiao did not look. He did not care. It was as if only he and the enemy before him existed in the world. I don't want to die. I'm a demon. Only I can kill. No one can kill me. The expert who was struggling on the brink of death suddenly gathered all his internal energy and attacked Ling Xiao. He tried to defend by attacking and block Ling Xiao's attack. Even if it was only for a moment, it was enough for his companions to save him. However, it was useless. Ling Xiao's strike contained the ultimate slaughter sword intent. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. Behind him, an illusory figure actually appeared. It was the killing god's white blade martial soul that he had forcefully taken from Fengming Qishan. The killing god white blade had never been able to cultivate the slaughter sword intent to his level. Even human kings could not do it. This was probably the terrifying aspect of extreme slaughter and the unconventional path of the sword. Whoosh! The black sword radiance broke through everything that stood in its way. A plum blossom of blood spread out and bloomed. That heavenly demon cult martial artist who was already an arrow at the end of its flight had his throat slit by Ling Xiao's sword on the spot. And at this moment, the attack from the side had already arrived. Ling Xiao did not dodge. The Isis fury in his hand pierced out at an unbelievable speed and angle, colliding with this brazen attack. His body flew more than 10 meters away. On the other hand, the opponent was sent flying dozens of meters away in a straight line. In terms of strength and cultivation, there was probably no one who could compare to him. Even if his cultivation was a few levels higher than his, it was impossible for him to be stronger than him. The heavenly demon cultists' hearts sank at that sight, and their faces turned ugly. A few days ago, some sky demon cultists had passed by and noticed Ling Xiao's presence, and reported it to the sky demon cult's main altar. The main altar was naturally furious at Ling Xiao for daring to kill a disciple of the sky demon cult. Hence, they sent dozens of experts to encircle and annihilate him. They thought that it would be a piece of cake to kill Ling Xiao with so many people. However, once the battle began, the situation did not look good. Ling Xiao was unscathed, but 2 of the sky demon cult martial artists had died. One was at the 10th stage of Yin-Yang, and the other was at the 13th stage of Yin-Yang. Ling Xiao was obviously much more powerful than the rumors said. How did this guy cultivate? How long had he been in the White Tiger mainland? His ability had improved so quickly. Originally, some of the cultists felt that it was a waste to send so many experts to kill Ling Xiao. However, they wished that there were more people now. If there were only a few of them, they would not be able to stop Ling Xiao at all. They might even be wiped out. If this guy is not eliminated, the saint will not be at peace. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. Another expert made his move. This person held a terrifying giant hammer in his hand and smashed it at Ling Xiao's head. That terrifying power was like a huge mountain pressing down on them. The hammer seemed to want to smash Ling Xiao into a pulp. 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm? Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He was even more surprised. How powerful was the Sky Demon cult? He started to suspect that the Sky Demon cult was just like the rumors. It was just a temporary sect formed by some martial artists who were bewitched by the Sky Demon. Perhaps such a rumor was simply misleading. There must be an expert behind the Sky Demon cult. Otherwise, why would they send out such a terrifying group of people just to kill a mere Ling Xiao, 2 14th level Yin-Yang realm experts? More than a dozen 13th level Yin-Yang realm experts. The rest were 10th level Yin-Yang realm to 12th level Yin-Yang realm experts. He felt that only the Sky Sea Saint Academy could send such a lineup in the entire Tianhai Empire. However, although he had a grudge with the Sky Sea Saint Academy, these people were obviously not disciples of the Sky Sea Saint Academy. They were not martial artists from the Imperial family either. They could not possibly be martial artists from the Water Spirit Temple. The Water Spirit Temple was not that powerful. Why did a good man become a thief? Kill. A dark demonic sword hovered above Ling Xiao's head and merged with Ice's fury. With the dark demonic sword in hand, his confidence was boosted. He charged toward the 14th level Yin Yang realm expert. Rumble, the terrifying demonic sword and the terrifying hammer collided. The giant hammer was sent flying. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was blasted to the ground. At that moment, he felt his organs tremble as if they were about to fly out of his body. His heart was filled with shock, and he secretly felt fortunate that he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation. Otherwise, with his previous cultivation, if he encountered these fellows, he would have died without a burial ground. Kill. Another person attacked from the ground. He seemed to want to use the momentum of Ling Xiao's fall to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao glanced out of the corner of his eye. No matter how hard this person tried to hide, he could not escape the prying of his Tai Chi eye. This person had the terrifying bloodline of the crocodile clan. What was going on? Was this a member of the Tianhai Empire's imperial family? A member of the imperial family had joined the heavenly demon cult, or was the imperial family behind the heavenly demon cult? He thought of many things in an instant. If it was really the imperial family behind the scenes, then this matter was serious. Would it involve the Tianhai king, or was it the crown prince who created the sect in secret? Thinking back to what the Night Devil King had said to him, it was possible. Now that the Night Devil King had been sealed, no one could restrict the heavenly demon cult. If it was really Tianhai tyranny who created the sect, then this guy's ambition was huge. And to achieve his ambition, he was willing to do anything. Thinking of many things, Ling Xiao's sword did not slow down. The dark demonic sword trembled. A shadow all pierced through the air and collided with the imperial martial artist's fists. However, this guy was also a 14th level Yin Yang realm expert. After destroying the shadow all, although its power was weakened, it still hit his body and smashed him into the ground. Ling Xiao grunted and his face turned pale. Although he could still withstand this kind of impact, he was afraid that today's battle would not end peacefully. He had to expend a lot of effort to deal with a 14th level Yin Yang realm expert. Now, there were two, and there were so many 13th level Yin Yang realm martial artists working together. This was a hellish level of difficulty. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Ling Xiao dodged the continuous attacks with shocking speed. He looked at everyone coldly and asked, "Are you from tyrannical Sky Ocean or the Sky Ocean King? You'll know after you die." The 14th level Yin Yang realm martial artist from the imperial family smiled coldly as he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Kid, you're much stronger than we imagined. It's precisely because of this that we can't allow you to continue living. Today, Demon Mountain will be your burial ground. No matter how cunning and smart you are, it's useless." Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed towards the sky. Kill me? The price to pay for killing me is huge. If you're not careful, your heavenly demon cult's main altar won't exist anymore. Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly turned evil. His left eye, Tai Chi eye, and right eye, three-leaf demon eyes opened at the same time. Wings of darkness appeared on his back. His body was covered in a layer of white bone armor. He entered the state of hell physique. As his cultivation increased, Ling Xiao's hell physique lasted longer and longer. Now, it wouldn't lose its effect for 2 to 4 hours. It became an effective supplement to his battle strength. He really is a demon. The heavenly demon cult members always thought that they were the most terrifying and cruel. They worshipped the heavenly demon and had the ability to make people tremble. But when they saw Ling Xiao's cold eyes and terrifying killing intent, they suddenly realized. Only then did they realize that there were people in this world who were more like demons than they were. A dragon's roar resounded as 3 illusory images of divine dragons appeared behind Ling Xiao. Immemorial Hell Dragon. Immemorial Nature Dragon, Immemorial 5 Elements Dragon. The 3 dragon souls roared and charged towards the crowd. They covered the sky and were extremely ferocious. Don't even think about harming the disciples of our sacred cult. The 2 martial artists at the 14th level of the Yin Yang realm jumped out from the crowd and released their martial souls. A gigantic crocodile god and a ferocious war elephant. They clashed head-on with the 3 divine dragons. Although the 3 divine dragons were powerful, they were not enough to be Ling Xiao's martial soul. If he faced any one of them, Ling Xiao was absolutely confident that he could suppress them. However, facing 2 people at the same time, the 3 divine dragons were helpless. With 2 martial souls blocking 3 dragon souls, Ling Xiao's attack couldn't even get close to the heavenly demon cultists. You won't let me kill him, but I will. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Suddenly, 2 screams could be heard from the crowd as the children of shadow emerged from the darkness, drawing the lives of the sky demon cultists into the darkness. Another person had died. Although he was only at the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm, he was still a martial artist. However, these were the only ones that Ling Xiao could kill with ease. The first thing he had to do in order to kill these guys was to separate the 2 14th level Yin-Yang martial artists. With that thought, Ling Xiao made use of the moment when the 3 dragon souls were blocking the attack to dash out of the demon mountain. He escaped from the gap between the martial artist that he had killed and charged out of the demon mountain. Thief, let's go. The 2 14th level Yin-Yang martial artists worked together to repel the 3 dragon souls before they sped up and chased after him. Their speed seemed to be enhanced on the demon mountain. Even if Ling Xiao unleashed his top speed, he still couldn't shake them off. However, Ling Xiao didn't plan to shake them off. After he had put some distance between himself and the 2 of them, he suddenly turned back. Although the 2 of them were fast, they were still chasing after him and had to be delayed for a moment. This caused them to be led by the nose by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao charged into the crowd and stabbed with his sword, reaping the life of another sky demon cultists. Damn it, this guy is too cunning. We definitely can't chase after him together. Let's split up. You go right, I'll go left. The 2 martial artists at the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm did not know that their decision was exactly what Ling Xiao had been dreaming of. Ling Xiao couldn't do anything when the 2 of them worked together. However, if they split up, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of them. Stop right there. One of them pounced at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled and charged out of the demon mountain again. However, he was closer to one of them and even wanted to close the distance between them. Along the way, Ling Xiao silently circulated his Yin-Yang origin energy and was prepared to enter the heavenly demon avatar. If he wanted to kill that martial artist with one strike, he had to use his most powerful attack. Die. That person chased after him and suddenly threw a punch. The fist force transformed into a ferocious war elephant that charged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't take it head-on because it would expose his strength. His figure flashed slightly, and with a horizontal movement, he dodged the man's attack. When the attack flew out, it actually blasted a mountain top apart. This attack was indeed powerful. However, no matter how powerful the attack was, it was meaningless if it couldn't hit the target. Ling Xiao was naturally not afraid. Although the rest of them were also chasing after Ling Xiao, they couldn't catch up with his speed. After all, Ling Xiao had killed a few people consecutively. Although they didn't seem to be afraid, they were actually very wary of him. Therefore, other than the 2 14th level Yin-Yang martial artists, the rest of the group didn't hold back. They didn't go all out to chase after Jiang Yi. No one wanted to be the first to be caught and killed by Ling Xiao. A demon was a demon after all. Martial artists who fell into the demon Dao usually had their own thoughts. Although they weren't all vicious, they were definitely not people who liked to work with others. It was harder than ascending to heaven to get them to work together. You won't be able to escape, Ling Xiao. One of the martial artists at the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm did not realize that he was already alone. This was a very dangerous thing to do. However, he didn't know at all. On one hand, he didn't care. On the other hand, he wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao at all. Perhaps he had the upper hand in the beginning and thought that Ling Xiao wasn't as good as him. Even if he was alone, he could kill Ling Xiao. Perhaps this was what they meant by the skilled or bold. Don't you realize that you're very far away from your companions? Ling Xiao suddenly turned his head and smiled at this cultivator. Although his smile was very bright, in this cultivator's eyes, this smile was filled with treachery. So what? It's easy for me to kill you alone. The martial artist turned around to look. Indeed, his companions were gone. Unknowingly, he had chased for dozens of miles and circled around Demon Mountain. He reckoned that his companions were confused. However, with the crimson moon demon eye in the sky, he believed that his companions would arrive soon. Of course, before that, he had to take the first credit and cut off Ling Zhao's head. The huge hammer attacked again, but it was thrown out by the 14th level Yin-Yang martial artist. At this moment, Ling Xiao noticed that there was actually a long chain at the end of the hammer. Instead of calling it a hammer, it was more like a chain hammer. It wasn't that he had never seen such a strange weapon before, it was just that very few people used it. I've said it before. If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay a heavy price. Ling Xiao smirked, and his body began to transform. He entered the Heavenly Demon Avatar in an instant. Heavenly Demon Avatar, Electric Demon King. Ling Xiao's voice was filled with demonic qi. He held the Dark Demon Sword in his strange Electric Demon King body, and he looked even more ferocious and terrifying. Black lightning kept flashing on his body. The Dark Demon Sword in his hand seemed to be spitting out terrifying black lightning energy and slaughter sword intent. At this moment, Ling Xiao didn't just look terrifying. His lethality was also shocking. The 14th level Yin-Yang martial artist was obviously stunned when he saw Ling Xiao in this state. Fear grew in his heart. However, the arrow was already knocked, and he had to release it. He had already attacked, and he could not take it back. Ling Xiao smiled. He grabbed the Dark Demon Sword with his demonic claw and stabbed it out. A ball of black lightning enveloped by Hell Dragon fire quickly condensed on the tip of the sword. Rumble, crack, the terrifying black lightning was like the god of destruction. When it came into contact with the hammer, it actually shattered it instantly. Then, the black lightning followed the chain and charged towards the 14th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. The lightning was too fast. The martial artist tried to throw away the chain in his hand, but it was too late. The extremely terrifying black lightning wreaked havoc on his body, causing terrifying black smoke to rise from his body. Fortunately, he was a 14th level Yin-Yang stage powerhouse. If it was any other martial artist, he would have lost his life immediately from that attack. However, Ling Xiao would not let him escape. Since he had successfully isolated this martial artist, he had to kill him before reinforcements arrived. Otherwise, all their previous efforts would be wasted. Die! Ling Xiao let out a low roar. His strange body was wrapped in powerful dark lightning as he charged towards his opponent. The 14th level Yin-Yang martial artist turned around and fled. However, when he was struck by the black lightning, he was already seriously injured. Now that his speed was greatly reduced, how could he escape from Ling Xiao? The crisis of death was coming from behind him. He was terrified beyond reason. How could he have imagined that Ling Xiao could actually unleash such a terrifying attack? How did he do it? Run. He told himself that if he had been any slower, he would have lost his life. Therefore, he rushed forward with all his might. However, it was useless. His body seemed to be restrained by something, and he couldn't even display half of his usual speed. His heart was filled with despair. He regretted that he had chased after her alone. However, there was no point in regretting it now. His only hope was for another 14th level Yin-Yang martial artist to chase after him and rescue him. He saw the silhouette of his companions. Don't be afraid, I'll save you. His companion's voice rang in his ears like the most beautiful music in the world. He listened to the voice and was almost intoxicated. A smile bloomed on his face. He was saved. Do you think you're saved? However, a cold voice came from behind him. The enemy was so close. No. I don't want to die. He didn't want to die. However, the cold dark demonic sword had already pierced his body. The terrifying black lightning was wreaking havoc in his body. He felt that his internal organs were constantly being destroyed, as if a piece of paper was burning from the inside. Ah! His terrified scream echoed throughout the entire demon mountain. All the heavenly demon sect martial artists heard it, including the imperial family expert who had rushed over. He was even more shocked than the others because he saw his powerful companion being devoured and destroyed by the black lightning. His body abruptly stopped as he stared blankly at the scene before him, terrified beyond belief. He clearly saw the black lightning burning his companion's organs. Then, it started to burn his bones, muscles, and skin. He felt his scalp go numb. How could there be such a terrifying attack? Was this still a human's attack? The others also rushed over. They were fortunate enough to see the final terrifying scene. A powerful martial artist was like a painting being burned to the point where only his face was left. Then, his face gradually disappeared. The air seemed to suddenly freeze. It was filled with a terrifying deathly stillness and fear. No one dared to breathe, as if they were afraid they would wake something up. The flames continued to spread up, reaching his waist, his chest, and his heart. Ling Xiao stood there, looking coldly at the crowd, as if he was a fearful demon king. I said before, if you want to kill me, you will have to pay a heavy price. He broke into a grin. But Ling Xiao, who was currently in the lightning demon king form, had a smile that was not good-looking at all. Instead, it was somewhat sinister. Among them, the strongest martial artist was killed just like that. This scene was hard for the heavenly demon sect to accept. They had come aggressively to denounce him, but in the end, he was not injured at all, while they had suffered heavy losses. The enemy was standing there. They could go and take revenge for their companion right now, but no one moved. The space where Ling Xiao was seemed to have become a forbidden area, and no one dared to go near. Who dared to go near? Even the strongest martial artist among them was killed by this fellow. Were they prepared to die if they rushed over? No one was stupid. In fact, Ling Xiao had exhausted a large amount of yin-yang energy to kill the 14th level yin-yang realm martial artist in a short time. This attack made him very weak. If the other party dared to attack now, he would have to use his trump card to fight. But the funny thing was, none of these heavenly demon sect members who claimed to be unafraid of death dared to go near him. Even the 14th level yin-yang realm martial artist from the imperial family did not dare to. Ling Xiao seized the time to recover. But he did not dare to eat pills. Because once he did, it would expose the fact that he did not have enough origin power, and the other party would definitely swarm over to attack. Fortunately, he had stored a large amount of origin power in the Blood Soul Talisman. He could use the Blood Soul Talisman to continuously replenish his origin power. Although it was not as fast as consuming pills, it was much faster than normal recovery. What are you all standing there for? Go and kill him. Suddenly, the 14th level yin-yang realm martial artist from the imperial family spoke. He was stronger, so he had the authority to order other martial artists. The three of you attack together. This fellow must be very weak now. Whoever kills him will get the credit. He pointed at 3 heavenly demon sect members from the crowd. In the heavenly fiend cult, orders were absolute. Those who disobeyed would die, therefore, no matter how terrified the 3 martial artists were, they still flew out of the group while trembling in fear. They were 3 10th level yin-yang realm martial artists, and they were also the last 3 10th level yin-yang realm martial artists. In fact, they knew very well that they were being used as cannon fodder in this attack. It was to test the opponent's strength. However, so what if they knew, if they did not attack, they would still die? If they attacked, there was still a certain chance of survival. This was an easy choice. Ling Xiao continued to look at these people calmly while maintaining his heavenly fiend form. Although it consumed a lot of origin power, he had to do it. Otherwise, it would expose the fact that he did not have enough origin power. Once the opponent attacked with full force, he would not be able to escape with his current yin-yang origin power. Kill. The 3 10th level yin-yang martial artists finally clenched their teeth and charged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at them coldly and did not attack. When the 3 of them approached, 3 divine dragons suddenly emerged from behind him. They opened their bloody mouths and swallowed the 3 of them. Anyone else who wants to die can come at me. Ling Xiao had no intention of retreating. Instead, he moved forward. The heavenly fiend cult members all retreated, including the 14th level yin-yang martial artist. However, based on this situation this time, it was impossible to determine Ling Xiao's condition. Did he really run out of yin-yang origin power, or was he pretending? Send 3 more people up. No, 5 more people. I don't believe that he didn't use any origin power after killing the strongest one among us. The imperial family martial artist gave another order. This time, there were 5 martial artists at the 11th level of the yin-yang realm. They were also the only 5 11th level yin-yang martial artists. Ling Xiao actually wanted to curse in his heart. Although the other party's method seemed to be tough on the outside but weak on the inside, it was very effective. The continuous suicidal attacks made him unable to recover his stamina and yin-yang origin power in peace. It seemed like he had to think of another way. In this world, Ling Xiao was definitely one of the people who had a variety of attacking methods. When Ling Xiao saw the 5 11th level yin-yang realm martial artists approaching him, he suddenly charged over. His killing intent soared in an instant. Everyone, including the 5 people, was shocked and almost turned around to flee. Even the 14th level yin-yang martial artist did the same. Like a rabbit running for its life, he pushed his speed to the limit and instantly dashed thousands of meters away. However, after a while, the fiend cult martial artists suddenly felt that something was wrong. They looked back. F***CK. Where was Ling Xiao? That brat actually ran away. They were fooled. At that moment, everyone knew they were fooled. Ling Xiao should already be an arrow at the end of its flight, but he was still able to scare them into fleeing like rabbits. When they thought of it, their faces were red and green. His anger was mixed with a strong sense of shame. Go after him. That boy can't go on anymore. This time, knowing that Ling Xiao could not go on anymore, the imperial family martial artists were no longer afraid and led the charge. The rest of the people also followed him. Since they were sure that Ling Xiao was at the end of his rope, there was nothing to be afraid of. Little did they know that Ling Xiao was only doing this because he thought of another way to deal with them. They chased for a long time. They realized that there was someone sitting in front of them and recovering his inner power. Ling Xiao ate the pill and sat there to recover. The speed at which his internal energy recovered also became extremely fast. Kill him. That guy must be deliberately mystifying. We can't fall for his trick again. Perhaps it was because of the previous experience of being toyed with. The heavenly demon cult martial artists felt that Ling Xiao was definitely using the same trick again. He clearly knew that he couldn't escape, so he was putting on an act. That was what everyone thought. They didn't pay any attention to Ling Xiao's location to see if there was anything wrong. Perhaps it was because of their anger and shame that they temporarily lost their ability to think and did something very stupid. When the fiend cult martial artists were about to reach him, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. Congratulations. You've made the wrong choice again. You'll be punished this time. What? At that moment, the fiend cult martial artists finally realized that something was wrong. With Ling Xiao as the center, the ground within a 10-meter radius was clearly a little strange. But it was already too late to realize it. Release 10,000 Beast Blood Refining Array. That's right. Ling Xiao had set up an array here. An array was the most suitable way to kill someone when they were at a disadvantage. It was also the easiest way to make the opponent wary. In that instant, blood flashed and screams rang out. All the fiend cult martial artists who were within a 10-meter radius of Ling Xiao were either dead or heavily injured. It was a disastrous loss. Those martial artists who were lucky enough not to follow and hurriedly stopped in their tracks, not daring to get close to Ling Xiao. Don't be afraid. This array is so powerful that it must have used precious materials. It can only be used once at most. Go. That royal family martial artist was like a turtle hiding in its shell as he urged his subordinates. But many martial artists felt that what he said made sense. An array that was set up in such a hurry must have been set up with an array refining stone. And an array from an array refining stone could only be used once. Now that the array had taken effect, what was there to be afraid of? Therefore, a few martial artists who were not afraid of death charged forward. Ling Xiao took a look and casually snapped his fingers. Fire Snake Array. Thousands of fire snakes flicking their tongues suddenly appeared around him. They spat out terrifying true samadhi fire and instantly burned those martial artists who were not afraid of death to death. This fire snake array was a very simple array that Ling Xiao had used many times before. But there was an advantage to the fire snake array, which was that its power could increase with the intensity of the flames. Ling Xiao had mastered 2 sacred flames and one was the hellfire. The power of this fire snake array was comparable to some large arrays. Those people let out shrill screams and kept crawling out of the raging flames. But they could not stop the flames from burning and died miserably one by one. This time, no one dared to get close to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's face showed a disdainful smile. If you don't chase, I'll be leaving. By the way, I'll tell you that I don't have enough inner strength. Otherwise, I wouldn't have used the array to attack you. But do you dare to chase? He laughed and turned to leave, not even looking at those martial artists from the heavenly demon cult. His words were very provocative. And very ironic. But no one dared to charge forward at this time. There were even people who shouted, "Don't rush forward so easily. That guy is clearly sending us to our deaths." All of them were so paranoid that they were about to turn into lunatics. However, no one was willing to just watch Xianxia escape like that. Don't forget the orders from above. There are so many of us. If we can't even kill a mere Xianxia, how are we going to report back? The Imperial martial artist said coldly. A mere Xianxia? Not only did a mere Xianxia kill the strongest among us, he even annihilated more than a dozen of our cultivators. If we continue to be killed like this, we'll really all die. Someone finally couldn't stand the Imperial martial artist's sarcastic words. They were all trash. Why did they have to be mocked? You're courting death. The Imperial martial artist didn't dare to behave atrociously in front of Xianxia, but he could show off in front of his subordinates. He suddenly slammed his palm down, and that person was directly smashed into meat paste. Who else doesn't listen to orders? You'll end up like him. So what if the road is full of traps? How many alchemy formation stones does Xianxia have left to use? The Imperial martial artist said coldly. He had already made it clear that he wanted these people to be cannon fodder. You're not convinced, it's useless. Your cultivation is inferior to mine, and your strength is inferior to mine, damn it. The other martial artists hated this guy, but they didn't dare to resist the Imperial martial artist's strength. They could only continue to charge forward. The danger they imagined didn't exist. This made them feel much more at ease. Hence, they sped up to chase after Xianxia. Looks like Xianxia is really at the end of his rope. Kill him and take the credit. Someone had an idea. At this moment, although Xiao's flying speed was still very fast, compared to his previous speed, it was far worse. They caught up very easily. What did this mean? It meant that Xianxia was really at the end of his rope. At the very least, he didn't have enough inner strength. If they didn't take the credit now, when would they do it? What was the truth? The truth was that Xianxia wasn't that miserable. On the contrary, because he had a lot of time to rest, his inner strength had recovered to a safe level. Now, not to mention those trash, he was even confident that he could kill that Yin Realm 14th level powerhouse. The medicinal pills he had weren't for fun. Moreover, his inner strength was much stronger than ordinary martial artists. He sat down again. The pills were eaten like jelly beans, and his internal energy was recovering at an accelerated rate. Like this, they might really be able to wipe out all the heavenly demon cult martial artists. Fortunately, his opponent did not send out a 15th level Yin stage powerhouse. Otherwise, he could only flee for his life. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. After fleeing for a period of time, they had already reached the edge of the demon mountain. Xianxia suddenly stopped and landed on the ground. Looking at the pursuers, he smiled faintly and said, "Is it really that fun to court death? I admit that I'm not as strong as I was at my peak. However, it is still possible to kill you all. Is it really worth it for all of you to die here just to kill me?" As he spoke, Xianxia secretly took out a refining formation stone. First, he would use an attack method that consumed less inner energy. This way, it would not affect his recovery. The array refining stone was set up in advance. As long as it was released, it would be fine. It was especially suitable when one was outnumbered. Don't listen to him. That guy is just stalling for time. Someone shouted. His words sounded reasonable. If Xianxia really had the ability to kill them, why didn't he do it? Why was he still talking nonsense? When they thought of this, coupled with the threat of the 14th level Yin stage martial artist from the Imperial family, the heavenly demon cult disciples finally gritted their teeth and pounced on Xianxia. I've warned you. You really don't know how to repent. There were more than 10 heavenly demon cult martial artists who rushed to Xiao's side. As soon as Xiao finished speaking, a green light flickered on the ground. Terrifying poison spread in the air. A hellish scene reappeared. This was one of the two terrifying arrays that Xianxia mastered, the Pestilence Bone-Dissolving Formation. The Pestilence Bone-Dissolving Formation was once the masterpiece of the Pestilence Demon King. However, it was now Xiao's specialty. The terrifying array was activated. Only screams and wails could be heard. More than 10 heavenly demon cult disciples turned into rotting corpses in an instant. Xiao shrugged and said, "See? I told you. You just didn't listen." The heavenly demon cult martial artists looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair. When they arrived, there were 72 of them. Two 14th level Yin-Yang stage martial artists and 70 martial artists whose cultivation levels were no lower than the 10th level of Yin-Yang stage. This terrifying strength was enough to destroy any sect in the Tianhai Empire other than the Tianhai Saint Court. However, they suffered heavy losses when facing Xiao. From 72 people, it was reduced to 21. What should we do? The remaining martial artists looked at the 14th level Yin-Yang stage martial artist from the Imperial family. Go and kill him. The Imperial family martial artist was hesitating when a voice suddenly rang in his mind. The voice was extremely authoritative and even seemed to be warning him. The Imperial family martial artist's face froze. He used his powerful cultivation to threaten the rest of the heavenly demon cult disciples. Now, an even stronger person had appeared to threaten him. He had no choice. The person who came was not someone he could fight against. He might have a chance of survival against Xiao. However, if he fought against this person hiding in the dark, only death awaited him. Understood. He sent a voice transmission secretly. Then, he suddenly transformed into a huge crocodile and charged at Xiao. A terrifying roar exploded in the sky. The huge claw was like a canopy covering the sky as it moved towards Xiao. Is this guy crazy? Why did he suddenly attack? Xiao frowned. He felt that something was wrong. This Imperial family martial artist had always been timid and cautious. There must be something wrong with his sudden attack. He secretly released his Gemini martial souls. Then, he faced the sky and waved the dark demon sword in his hand. He combined it with the power of the 1100 Heaven Queen of Earth and the power of the Plague Demon King to stab forward. The Plague Demon King absorbed a large amount of energy from the Plague Bone Dissolving Formation. This sword was filled with evil and ferocity. The huge black sword stabbed into the crocodile's palm. After a moment of stalemate, splat, the sound of the palm shattering rang out. The huge black sword pierced through the huge palm. The Imperial family martial artist let out a shrill scream. However, he did not retreat. He ignored the pierced palm and slammed his other claw down from the side. Xiao was about to resist. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura attacked from the dark. He was shocked. This aura was too terrifying. Although it was also at the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm, it was clearly much stronger than the Imperial family martial artist. The Imperial family martial artist was only at the early stage of the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm. However, the person who suddenly appeared was at the peak of the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Not only that, but his killing intent was also much stronger than the Imperial family martial artists. Run, Xiao did not want to face two 14th level Yin-Yang realm martial artists at the same time. This was something he had decided from the start. Xiao was displeased that he couldn't kill the Imperial family martial artist. However, escaping was more important now. He turned into a shadow and used the shadow step to escape into the distance. Boom, he didn't look back, but he could feel that his Gemini martial soul was instantly destroyed by the sneak attack. Then, the terrifying impact hit him directly in the back. Pooh, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Too powerful, although he wasn't an enemy at the 15th level of the Yin-Yang realm, this guy was obviously much stronger than the Imperial family martial artist. Moreover, he must have some treasure on him. Otherwise, his attack wouldn't be so fierce. This was because the attack completely avoided his defense and hit his organs, which were the weakest part of his body. Xiao somersaulted into the dense forest nearby. He panted heavily in the dark forest. He felt that his injuries were really serious this time. He was already very lucky that he didn't die. The strength of the mystic world body wasn't just for show. he didn't die? The person who launched the sneak attack was obviously surprised. His attack was a well-prepared one, and it wasn't a very glorious sneak attack. He used the power of his Dharma treasure to directly avoid the opponent's defense and hit him. He completely ignored the opponent's defensive martial arts, protective origin energy, armor, and other protective equipment. However, he still didn't kill him. He's already seriously injured. Don't be afraid. Surround him. The person looked coldly at the place where Ling Xiao fell. There was blood all over the vegetation. Although Ling Xiao didn't die, he was sure that he was seriously injured. Now, he could easily deal with him without needing to do anything. This time, the Heavenly Demon Cult martial artists didn't hesitate, including the 14th level Yin Yang Realm Imperial Family martial artist. This was because they saw with their own eyes how Ling Xiao was hit, spat out blood, and fell. They firmly believed that Ling Xiao was seriously injured. A victorious smile appeared on their faces. One after another, they surrounded the place where Ling Xiao had fallen. If they didn't kill him, there would be endless trouble in the future. So many of the 72 Heavenly Demon Cult martial artists had died. In the end, they had to send out 3 14th level Yin Yang Realm experts to severely injure him. If they didn't kill him now, it would be even more difficult to kill him in the future. In fact, it might even become an impossible task. Found him. Someone shouted. Ling Xiao was lying in a dilapidated bush. He seemed to be unable to move. The new expert flew over and looked mockingly at Ling Xiao, who was lying there, and said coldly, "You're not bad. You're really not bad. You killed so many of us by yourself. Our leader thinks highly of you and believes that you are an even more talented existence than the little guy. That's why we want you to join us and become a member of the Sky Demon Cult, and we'll let bygones be bygones." Join Heavenly Demon Cult? Sure, as long as you let me be the sex master. Ling Xiao sneered. You're at death's door, yet you're still so stubborn. Although you're a genius, do you think you're worthy of being the sect master of Heavenly Demon Cult? That person curled his lips and said, "Do you know that even if some of the important figures of your divine Phoenix continent join the Heavenly Devil Cult, they will only become the lowest level of servants? Letting you become an official member of the Heavenly Devil Cult is already giving you enough respect, yet you still dare to push your luck. Since you don't agree, then forget it. However, I'm very curious. Who are you people? I feel like you should be martial artists of the 10,000 races. Why are you colluding with Heavenly Demons?" Ling Xiao asked again. You're about to die, yet you still have so much to say. Just obediently be a confused ghost. That person sneered. Since Ling Xiao wasn't willing to join Heavenly Demon Cult, then there was no need for him to waste any more time. He just had to kill him. Confused ghost? Unfortunately, the person who dies today definitely won't be me. Ling Xiao's expression suddenly became extremely malevolent. His body was covered with black patterns, as if a devil was being born. There are some things that I never wanted to do, but you forced me to do so. Don't blame me when you die. Ling Xiao coldly looked at the Heavenly Demon Cult members surrounding him. Within his cold eyes, black inscriptions constantly flickered. The air was filled with a powerful demonic intent. The entire demon mountain seemed to have become excited because of this demonic intent. What's going on? The Heavenly Demon Cult's martial artists were all possessed by the devil, but in the face of Ling Xiao's terrifying demonic intent, they were actually trembling with fear. You believe in heavenly demons. When you entered the cult, you swore that you would offer your everything to the demon god, then today is the time for you to offer your sacrifice. All of you will become the sacrifice for the heavenly demon's awakening. As Ling Xiao spoke, the terrifying demonic intent became even more terrifying. His body slowly stood up, and his surroundings were filled with a black aura. The faces of all the Heavenly Demon Cult's martial artists changed drastically. Their eyes that looked at Ling Xiao had already changed from ridicule and anger to confusion and fear. Demon King of the First Heaven, come out. Blood dripped from the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth. His face was full of smiles as he slowly said a sentence, pausing after every word. It was as if an ice-cold incantation had instantly unsealed the Demon King. On his forehead, a pitch-black demonic pattern suddenly flew out and pierced through the sky. It actually broke the black demonic barrier that shrouded the demon mountain. Then, there was an additional black cloud in the sky. The black cloud churned and covered the blood-red moon. The entire world became even darker. It was as if the end of the world had suddenly arrived. Ling Xiao's body rose up and was enveloped by the black cloud. In the void, an illusory figure appeared. The figure was several hundred meters tall. Its colossal body stood there like another demonic mountain. The hearts of the heavenly demon cult martial artists trembled wildly at the shocking scene. There was not a single part of their bodies that did not shudder. The shadow of death descended. It was as if Ling Xiao was the only existence between heaven and earth. What's going on? Has he turned demonic? Can anyone tell me what's going on? Why is this happening? Some of the heavenly demon cult's disciples actually knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Ling Xiao continuously. In their eyes, Ling Xiao had already turned into a true demon god. At this very moment, he was a demon king, an existence that was even more feared than the saint of the heavenly demon cult. Floating in the air, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. His Taiji Ian three-leaf demonic pupil had already disappeared, replaced by a pair of blood-red demonic eyes. His vertical pupils were filled with terrifying demonic intent. The souls of the heavenly demon cult's disciples who worshipped the heavenly demon were utterly suppressed. His eyes gave birth to the demonic pupils. He turned into a heavenly demon. As for the colossal figure behind him, it was as if the sky was about to collapse at this very moment. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, but the shock it brought to everyone was immense. Ling Xiao's body did not change much. It was still his body, but his eyes and hair had become strange. His long silver-white hair fluttered in the wind. Two blood-red demonic eyes intimidated all living beings. That guy is crazy. He is willing to be possessed by the heavenly demon king and become his puppet to kill all of us. In terms of vision, the royal family cultivator was definitely powerful. He could see Ling Xiao's current situation at a glance. But so what if he knew? Could he defeat him if he knew? He would only be more afraid if he knew. Because what they were facing was no longer a genius cultivator, but a real heavenly demon king. A demonic creature that crossed the void and came to the mystic world. This demonic creature had its own consciousness and ability. How could they be a match for it? At this moment, they even wished that Ling Xiao could control this power. That way, at least the heavenly demon king would not be able to act recklessly. Of course, this was just their thoughts. Ling Xiao was not a reckless person. Although he also took risks, he had to be prepared for every adventure. This time, he was fully prepared. In fact, when the huge black shadow sealed the 7 demon kings into his body, he had been thinking about how to use this powerful energy. After all, it would be a waste to just leave such power alone. Today, when facing a strong enemy, he finally found an opportunity. The opponent was very strong. In this way, he could use the opponent's power to weaken the heavenly demon king's power. In fact, to be on the safe side, he only released the first heaven demon king. He did not release the other 6 heavenly demon kings because he was afraid that he could not control them and completely become puppets. Do not underestimate the consciousness of the heavenly demon king. Although the heavenly demon king was divided into 7, each of them was still incomparably powerful. However, even if Ling Xiao was not completely controlled by the first heaven demon king's consciousness, his body was already affected. His demonic eyes looked down on all living beings with indifference, as if they were nothing but grass. You want to kill me? Ling Xiao opened his mouth and said coldly. His voice was very strange. Part of it was his voice, but the other part seemed to be the voice of the heavenly demon king. The two voices were mixed together. One was cold and clear. One was majestic and domineering. That voice cast a shadow of terror over every heavenly demon cultist's heart, and they could not escape no matter what they did. Yes, they wanted to kill Ling Xiao. But now, could they really kill Ling Xiao? Sacrifice yourselves, sacrifices. A cold and contemptuous voice came out from Ling Xiao's mouth. Dark clouds rolled in the sky. Demonic energy surged. The entire world was filled with an unsettling aura of death. Ling Xiao gently raised his hand. At the same time, the gigantic shadow behind him also raised its hand. The sky seemed to be covered by this palm. Then, Ling Zhao's hand gently pressed down. At the same time, the huge shadow pressed its hand down. As if the black sky was collapsing, black lightning roared in the void. The people standing near Ling Xiao had no intention of resisting at all. The terrifying devil will made them feel like they were willing to sacrifice themselves. Naturally, there were also people who resisted. The two 14th level Yin Yang realm experts were more powerful than the others. Their willpower temporarily resisted the corrosion of the devil will. The two of them worked together and blasted out a shocking attack with all their strength. The gigantic palm dissipated like dark clouds. They smiled in joy. However, this joy only lasted for a few seconds. The dark clouds gathered, and the gigantic palm formed again. Then, it slammed down unstoppably. Run, the two experts did not dare to stay any longer. They turned and fled into the depths of Demon Mountain. However, their surroundings were pitch black. Even with their eyesight, they could not accurately determine their location. They could only run around like headless flies. Before the gigantic palm slammed down, the terrifying pressure had already caused the bodies of the heavenly demon cultists closest to Ling Xiao to explode. Fresh blood flowed. This devil will was truly too terrifying. The first Heaven Demon King was a true Heavenly Demon King. Although it consumed a lot of energy when passing through the spatial tunnel. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Moreover, staying in Ling Zhao's body would only make him stronger. Death woke some people up. They did not want to die yet, they had their own motives for joining the Heavenly Demon cult. Perhaps they wanted revenge, perhaps they wanted to abuse their power, or perhaps it was because they had taken a fancy to a certain family's woman. In short, they were all concerned about the secular world. How could they be willing to become a sacrifice for this demon king? Run! It was unknown who shouted, but those who were still alive all fled into the distance. They knew very well that they could not defeat Ling Xiao, who had been possessed by the demon king. At this moment, they had no other choice but to run. However, the gigantic palm finally slammed down on the ground. Rumble! The entire demon mountain shook, and there was a thunderous sound. Cracks began to appear on the demon mountain. These cracks chased after the fleeing heavenly demon cultists. Under the gigantic palm, more than a dozen heavenly demon cultists were easily killed like mosquitoes. The heavenly demon cultists who were chased by the cracks were not spared either. As they screamed in horror, black lightning poured into their bodies and turned them into charcoal in an instant. Panic continued to spread. The heavenly demon cultists felt that they were not fighting with a human heavenly demon cultists. What they were facing was the supreme heavenly demon king, who was feared by all living beings. Destroying heaven and earth, bloodthirsty and merciless, everything was as insignificant as grass in his cold eyes. No. At a certain moment, a certain heavenly demon cultists turned around to take a look. The gigantic crack was already behind him. He screamed in horror. But he could not change his fate at all. He was swallowed by the gigantic crack, and then he felt his body being pierced by the terrifying lightning. Then, he lost consciousness in horror. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to let an enemy escape. It was not because he was bloodthirsty, but because the secret of the 7 great heavenly demon kings was the same as the tyrant martial spirit. It must be kept a secret. Once it was leaked out, the trouble it would bring might not be something he could bear. He knew very well that unless he completely handed over his body to the 7 great heavenly demon kings, there were still many people who could kill him in the White Tiger continent. Obviously, he could not be controlled by this demonic creature. He wanted to make use of this demonic creature and control this power, in the pitch-black night sky. Only 2 heavenly demon cultists were left running for their lives. One was an expert from the imperial family of the Tianhai Empire. The other was the newly arrived expert at the peak of the 14th level of the Yin Yang realm. Right now, he was no longer as arrogant as he was when he first arrived. His appearance was truly as pathetic as a defeated general. He was as pitiful as a mouse running for its life. Ling Xiao coldly looked at the 2 figures. He raised his hands and made a grabbing motion. The terrifying shadow behind him did the same thing. 2 enormous hands chased after him, and a pitch-black gale wreaked havoc on Demon Mountain. Without the guidance of the Blood Moon, they had no chance of escaping Ling Zhao's grasp. No. No. I don't want to die. I'm a prince of the Xianxia Empire. I'm the brother of the Xianxia sovereign king. You can't kill me, you can't kill me. I'm Prince Yun, I can give you glory and wealth, I can give you everything, I also have a daughter. She's as beautiful as a flower. I can also marry her to you. The imperial family martial artist had already lost his last bit of courage. He was like a dwarf under the foot of a giant, only able to beg for mercy. However, Ling Xiao did not speak. However, the speed of the giant hand was even faster. Two hands finally caught hold of the two remaining experts and squeezed them in the palm of his hand. Tell me, who's the mastermind behind the heavenly demon cult? I'll talk. I'll talk. It's Tyrant Xianxia, the crown prince of the Xianxia Empire. Prince Yun shouted with all his might. This person was afraid of death to the extreme. In fact, it could be seen from the previous battle that he only dared to send his subordinates to their deaths. He did not dare to attack himself. Very good. You've obtained the chance to answer the next question. Ling Xiao's voice was still cold, but there was a hint of ridicule and mockery in it. He looked at the other person and said, You answer the next question. Has the heavenly demon cult sent anyone to hide around me? Ha 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 ha, do you think that everyone in the heavenly demon cult is as weak and afraid of death as that trash? Kill me. Our cult master will definitely avenge me. That person laughed maniacally. Idiot, killing you is as easy as crushing a bug. Ling Xiao glanced at him with disdain. With a slight movement of his right hand, the heavenly demon cult martial artist who was at the peak of the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm was crushed and disappeared on the spot. It was as if he had been completely corroded by the dark energy. You answer this question. Ling Xiao then looked at the imperial martial artist. I said, don't kill me. As far as I know, the two Sea clan martial artists your Dragon Phoenix continent sent are both from our heavenly demon cult. The imperial martial artist said hurriedly. And? There's also Tian Hailan and Feng Mo from the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Actually, even if you didn't barge into the demon mountain this time, we still wanted to kill you. The two of them and the two sea race warriors have been closely monitoring your every move. Once there's any news, they will report it to us. In order to survive, the imperial family's martial artists really dared to say anything. But I don't understand. Even though I've killed people from your heavenly demon cult, that was an open and honorable battle. You don't have to target me like this, do you? You don't seem like someone who does great things. Ling Xiao said with a frown. Actually, this matter is related to the sect leader. Our sect leader has a deep-seated hatred for you. It seems that you killed his father and younger brother. I don't know the details. What's his name? Ling Xiao asked. I really don't know about that. The imperial family's martial artist shook his head and said, the sect leader's whereabouts are secretive and very mysterious. Only His Highness the Crown Prince knows his true identity. Right, she's a woman. I'm sure of that. Moreover, she's not old. She's at most 4 or 5 years older than you. That's all I know. A woman? 4 or 5 years older than me? Alright, I got it. Ling Xiao thought about it but couldn't figure out who this person was. He had killed too many people. Even though he was confident that he didn't kill the wrong person, his enemies also had children. It was normal for them to want to seek revenge from him. This explained why the heavenly demon cult was targeting him. Tian Hailan, Feng Mo. And those two Sea clan martial artists. You're really tired of living. There was no way Ling Xiao would let those people off. With such a threat around, not only could it hurt him, it could also hurt his friends. This was something he would never allow. What else do you know? Tell me everything. Ling Xiao had no more questions. Moreover, he realized that the backlash from the Demon King of the First Heaven was getting more and more terrifying. He had to find a place to deal with this problem first. I've told you everything I know. Please let me go. The imperial family's martial artist begged. Of course I can let you go. However, you have to eat this thing. Only then will I be at ease. Ling Xiao felt that this Prince Yun was still very useful. Whether it was the heavenly demon cult or the imperial family, this guy could find out a lot of useful information. He took out a pill and said with a smile, "Eat this. It can let you fake your death. This way, you won't be suspected. However, this pill has a certain effect on a person's soul. To put it simply, if you dare to betray me, you'll immediately become a fool. I'll eat it." At this moment, the imperial family's martial artist didn't care about anything other than his life. Ling Xiao was so powerful. So what if he followed Ling Xiao? He swallowed the pill in one gulp. Ling Xiao then threw him out. The imperial family's martial artist spat out a large mouthful of blood. More than half of the bones in his body were shattered and his internal organs were bleeding profusely. In such a situation, he would definitely be dead if it was any other time. However, with the pill that Ling Xiao gave him to protect his body, in addition to the Sky Tyrant soul power that Ling Xiao had absorbed into his body, he could still make a full recovery. At this point, 72 of the 73 heavenly demon cult members who chased after Ling Xiao were dead. One of them had become his puppet spy. This was the result of him showing mercy. The might of the demon king of the first heaven was truly terrifying. Even Ling Xiao was a little shocked by such an outcome. Pfft. Ling Xiao calmed down a little. However, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn guy. The backlash is getting stronger. Don't even think about controlling my body. He looked around and dashed off in a certain direction. After all, this was the demon mountain. He was worried that the heavenly demon cult would send people to deal with him again. Therefore, he had to find a safe place. Of course, before he left, he took away all the things on the 73 people. 12 of them had storage rings, which were all taken away by him. These people's cultivations were very strong. Naturally, they had some inventory on them. Anyway, his mountain river world was very big. He could put them anywhere he wanted. His figure flashed. After a moment, Ling Xiao stopped in a barren mountain hundreds of miles away from the demon mountain. Then, he entered a cave and sealed the entrance. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. I have to think of a way to reseal the demon king of the first heaven with my own strength. Otherwise, I will definitely become his puppet. That's not worth it. Ling Xiao was very clear. He still couldn't fuse with the power of the demon king of the first heaven. He could only use the demon king of the first heaven as a terrifying weapon. If he could use the weapon, he had to be able to put it back. Previously, it was the Sky Tyrant martial spirit that helped Ling Xiao seal the 7 heavenly demon kings. Now, he could only rely on his own strength to seal them. He knew the entire sealing process. The problem was whether he could achieve it. Seal. Ling Xiao's majestic voice rang out as the Sky Tyrant martial spirit appeared behind him. He wanted to rely on the Sky Tyrant martial spirit to intimidate the demon king of the first heaven before sealing him. This would be easier. Immediately, he released his soul power in an attempt to force the demon king of the first heaven into the seal on his forehead. However, the heavenly demon king was still the heavenly demon king. How could he submit to a mere human martial artist so easily? He released a terrifying demonic intent in an attempt to resist Ling Xiao's will and the Sky Tyrant martial spirit's will. After all, the Sky Tyrant martial spirit had not transformed into a terrifying human figure. Hence, the suppression on the demon king of the first heaven was not that strong. Become my puppet, human. The demon king of the first heaven did not only want to resist, but he also wanted to control Ling Xiao's will and occupy Ling Xiao's soul realm. He wanted to make Ling Xiao his puppet. This way, he could use Ling Xiao's body as he wished. He was very satisfied with this mystic world body. He even thought that its future potential was more terrifying than his real body. Occasionally, Ling Xiao's eyes would turn into sharp demonic eyes, revealing a scarlet demonic aura. At other times, they turned into a pair of deep and clear eyes. Those were Ling Xiao's own eyes. Ling Xiao's body trembled. He could feel that the danger he was in was no less than when he was surrounded by the heavenly demon cult members. The terrifying demonic intent was eroding his will step by step, trying to make him submit completely. However, he was not willing. Soul essence release. Ling Xiao roared furiously. A ball of white light flew out from the top of his head and turned into Ling Xiao's figure. He charged towards the demon king of the first heaven in the sky. This was another fierce battle. However, it was a battle between souls. Ling Zhao's primordial spirit and the demon king of the first heaven who had lost his body were fighting in the void. The battle was extremely intense. Every time Ling Zhao's primordial spirit was injured, his body would feel excruciating pain. His soul realm would also churn with monstrous waves. Kill. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and calmly faced all of this. The demon king of the first heaven could only be his weapon, his tool. He was the king, and the demon king of the first heaven was his servant. He absolutely could not allow this heaven devil king's will to become the ruler. Even though his body was injured and he was extremely weak, his soul still maintained an extremely strong fighting spirit. The battle in the sky became increasingly intense. Even though the demon king of the first heaven had lost his body, he was still extremely terrifying. Ling Zhao's primordial spirit was constantly being injured, and he looked to be in a very sorry state. On the ground, Ling Zhao's body was trembling non-stop. His face was deathly pale, as if all the blood had drained from it. Good fellow, demonic creatures will always be demonic creatures. Whenever there's a chance, they'll try to rebel. Ling Xiao knew that he had done something extremely dangerous today. The origin god of the tyrannical heavens martial spirit had probably sealed the 7 heavenly demon kings in hopes that one day, Ling Xiao would become even stronger. After the 7 heavenly demon kings continued to weaken in the seal, he would then use them. However, the origin god did not expect that Ling Xiao would use the power of the demon king of the first heaven earlier than he had expected. The current situation was extremely dangerous. The origin god of the tyrannical heavens martial spirit was in a deep sleep. Its existence was a secret. Previously, it had appeared because of Ling Xiao. Now, it was impossible for it to awaken. No matter how dangerous the situation was, it could only rely on Ling Xiao's ability to solve the problem. Should he submit, or should he conquer? This choice was very easy for Ling Xiao. Seal it for me. Ling Xiao let out a shocking roar. Then, the soul of an immemorial hell dragon fused into his primordial spirit. His primordial spirit became slightly stronger. Then, it was an immemorial nature dragon. Then, it was an immemorial 5 elements dragon. The souls of the 3 divine dragons all fused into his primordial spirit, making it extremely strong. But this was not enough. The 12 human immortal martial spirits, the god of slaughter White Blade, also fused into his primordial spirit. Then, it was the Taotai martial spirit lying in the vast universe. Then, it was the immemorial heavenly demon fighting spirit, the immemorial golden crow fighting spirit. At this moment, Ling Zhao's primordial spirit was no longer just his primordial spirit. His primordial spirit was fused with even more powerful soul power. This made his primordial spirit extremely strong. According to common sense, this kind of thing should not have happened. Because the soul could not fuse with external things. But Ling Xiao was different. His martial spirit was the tyrannical heavens martial spirit. The tyrannical heavens martial spirit was big and contained all things. This made his soul also have the ability to contain all kinds of soul power. In addition, he cultivated the primordial spirit remnant scroll, which could release a powerful primordial spirit to fight. In this way, the conditions were met, and this amazing combination primordial spirit was born. The primordial spirit still looked like Ling Xiao. He stood there like a god of war, ready to fight to the death with the demon king of the first heaven. If he could not destroy the demon king of the first heaven, then the one who would be destroyed in the end would be him, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could not give in, he could not admit defeat, even if the opponent was so strong, he still had to fight to the end and fight for a future for himself. Kill, an astonishing fighting spirit exploded in the sky. In the forest, a man with a tiger head and a human body, who was more than 2 meters tall, was speeding forward. 2 girls were sitting on his shoulders. One of them was a little girl wearing a blue dress, who looked to be only 12 years old. Her eyes were cold and indifferent, as if she was not interested in anything. The other little girl was wearing a red dress, who was also only 12 years old, but her personality was much more lively. Sister, do you think that terrifying fighting spirit was really a battle between heavenly demons? The girl with the red moon asked with a smile, a very cute expression appearing on her face. Maybe. The girl with the blue snow replied indifferently, as if she was not interested in this matter. Uncle Tiger, run faster, we're almost there. It should be nearby. The little girl with the red moon seemed to be used to the little girl with the blue snow's indifference, so she did not mind. Instead, she spoke to the tiger-headed man in a voice like a silver bell. Got it, my sweetheart. The tiger-headed man suddenly increased his speed, and continued to dash forward. On his shoulder, the little girl named Han Yu puffed up her cheeks excitedly. Her little face was really delicate and cute. Although she was only 12 years old, she was already a typical beauty. Her eyes were pink, as beautiful as rubies. After a moment, the tiger-headed man stopped, and he stared dumbfounded at the scene that seemed to have just experienced a natural disaster. Everything in front of him was a scene of doomsday, and it was very frightening. In front of the tiger-headed man's eyes was a strange doomsday scene. All the plants and animals were dead, and there were no wounds on the corpses. The cause of death for animals was actually the destruction of their souls. The plants died because they withered. There's someone over there. The little girl in the blue dress suddenly said. Blue Snow, you still have such good eyesight. Blue Snow had a pair of big sapphire-like eyes, which were different from Han Yu's. But they were both very delicate. Uncle Hu too, let's go over and take a look. Han Yu said. The tiger-headed man nodded and then walked over carefully. After all, the situation was too strange. And now, he found a man lying there, dead or alive. If he was not careful, he would be out of his mind. Eh? How strange. Why is this person wrapped in a layer of strange spiritual energy? It doesn't seem to be close. The tiger-headed man found that the man on the ground was just a child. He looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. There were no wounds on his body, but he had already fainted. His body was wrapped in a layer of dazzling golden light. Let me take a look. Blue Snow flicked her finger, and an aqua-blue energy shot through the air. This energy would not hurt anyone. It was only used to test the effect of the golden light. Pa! The energy was shattered when it got close to the golden light. So powerful, so powerful. He should be protected by someone. Look at how weak he is. It's definitely not his own power. Han Yu clapped her hands and said, Uncle Hu too, take him away. But remember, don't be hostile. I just observed that the golden light only responds to hostile things. The tiger-headed man seemed to believe the words of the two little girls. He went over and grabbed the young man without thinking. The young man was naturally Ling Xiao. And just as the little girl Han Yu had said, the golden light on his body only reacted to hostility. After the terrifying battle between his primordial spirit and the demon king of the first heaven, he won a Pyrrhic victory. But after the Pyrrhic victory, he did not have the strength to leave. He was worried that he would be hurt by people with bad intentions. So before he fainted, he released the light shadow armor. He had used all the power of the light and shadow profound meaning on it. Coupled with a special array, even the night demon king he met in the Soul Temple wouldn't be able to easily break through this defense. At the very least, he would have some time to recover in peace. As expected, he's fine. The tiger-headed man looked at Ling Xiao, who was under his arm, and frowned. You two little sweethearts are really kind. This person's body doesn't have any internal energy fluctuations at all. It seems like he's an innocent person who was implicated. That's right. He must have been dragged in by this catastrophe. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. We'll let him leave after he recovers. Hong Yue looked at Ling Xiao, blinked her eyes and said, let me take care of him these days. Up to you. Blue Snow glanced at Hong Yu and said, anyway, you've always liked to pick up all sorts of trash when you were young. They are not trash. They are all injured animals. Hong Yue retorted. It's useless. They're all trash. Blue Snow said coldly. All right, two little sweethearts. Stop arguing. Let's go home first. The tiger-headed man was speechless. These two little sweethearts had completely different personalities. One was innocent, lively, kind, and cute. However, she was too naive. However, she was a little girl. There was nothing wrong with her being like this. She would definitely be better after she became more sensible. On the other hand, the other was only 12 years old. However, she seemed to have experienced countless ugly things. She was filled with hatred for this world. He shook his head helplessly and brought Ling Xiao and the two little girls back to his residence. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ling Xiao had stayed in this unfamiliar town for too long. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave. It was because he discovered that his internal energy had been unexpectedly sealed. Thus, he had to find a way to recover it. He had so many enemies. If he returned in his current state, he would probably be killed before he could even see his friends. Suddenly, a pair of white and tender hands covered Ling Xiao's eyes. The faint fragrance of a young girl drifted from the small hands. Hong Yu, don't you need to cultivate today? Ling Xiao didn't even need to look to know who was standing behind him. In this small family that seemed a little ancient, only this girl was very close to him. What? That's so boring. Big brother, you can always guess that it's me. Can't it be Blue Snow? Hong Yu put down her little hands and pouted. She's so cold. She's like a piece of 1,000-year-old ice that can't be melted. Why would she play such a game with me? Ling Xiao said with a smile. He really liked this little girl in front of him. Of course, this kind of liking was an elder brother's liking for his younger sister. It wasn't love. This little girl was too cute. She gave off a feeling that made one want to protect her with all their might. That's right. I'm a piece of ice. However, that's only to protect myself. Although you don't have any internal energy, I can tell that you seem to have cultivated before. You should be a martial artist too. Just as Ling Xiao was immersed in the pure sibling relationship between him and Hong Yu. The voice of the girl, who was obviously still very young and tender but also somewhat cold, rang out. That's right. I'm a martial artist. Furthermore, I'm very strong. Ling Xiao didn't really like Blue Snow, just like how this girl didn't like him. Every martial artist thinks that they're infallible. However, I have to warn you. Even if you were a martial artist, you're not on the same level as me and Hong Yu. We're publicly recognized as geniuses at the worldly immortal realm. However, you're just a piece of trash who can't even use your own internal energy. Blue Snow said coldly. Trash, trash. You've said these words more than once. What kind of stimulation did you go through to make a little girl like you become so venomous? Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. You don't need to know. I know what I have to tell you. In 2 days, Hong Yu and I will be heading to Heavenly Sea City to participate in the final selection of the White Tiger Meat candidates. Blue Snow said plainly. Haven't the White Tiger Meat candidates been decided long ago? Why is there still a selection? Ling Xiao asked in astonishment. You're actually not surprised at all. Don't you think that staying with top geniuses like us will make you even more of a piece of trash? Blue Snow didn't answer Ling Xiao's question. Instead, she mocked him coldly. However, Hong Yu giggled and said, Big brother, I heard that it's because there are more candidates this year. Furthermore, it's said that there have been more breakthroughs among the candidates recently. There are also some geniuses from the outer regions who have achieved astonishing breakthroughs and are attempting to participate in the White Tiger Meat. For example, my sister Blue Snow and I. Hence, there will be a final selection in 4 days. I see. Ling Xiao nodded after listening to Hong Yu's explanation of the final selection. It seemed that a lot of things had happened in Sky Sea City while he was away. He was probably one of the missing or dead people. Hong Yu, what's the point of telling him all this? He can't possibly participate in the White Tiger Meat. Blue Snow said coldly. Aya, what's wrong with talking about it? Big brother, let's go eat. After eating, we can go play together. I don't think I'll have time to play with you after I leave. Hong Yu pulled Ling Zhao's hand and walked to the dining room. That night, the night was like water. Everything entered a state of silence. Ling Xiao stayed in a simple and crude house made of straw, and a string of words flashed through his mind. This string of words was a memory in the depths of his mind. This memory did not belong to him, but he accidentally obtained it. Ling Xiao was not very concerned about other memories. He was most concerned about how to recover his inner strength. It was obvious that his inner strength had not disappeared. Instead, it was hidden in the depths of his cells. This was probably because after the battle with the demon king of the first heaven, his inner strength had automatically formed a defensive mechanism to protect his body from being destroyed. However, this inner strength was now hidden deep in his cells. It was a waste to use it. In the memory of the alternate world, there was a special cultivation method that could extract the energy from his cells and use it for battle. Ling Xiao believed that since he could extract energy from his cells, it should not be a problem for him to recover his inner strength. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate according to the cultivation method in his memory. Gradually, he entered a strange state. He could feel that the energy hidden in his cells was flying out bit by bit. Then, it re-entered his meridians and returned to where it was supposed to be. At this moment, he was wild with joy. He had been trying the same cultivation method for the past few days, but the results were minimal. He did not expect to finally have significant results on the 7th day. This meant that his efforts over the past few days were not in vain. He closed his eyes again and entered a state of cultivation. Under such circumstances, the most important thing was to recover his cultivation. Martial Vein Realm, Transcendent Realm, Celestial Realm, Grotto Heaven Realm, first level of Yin Yang Realm, second level of the Yin Yang Realm, third level of Yin Yang Realm. In just one night, Ling Xiao finally recovered to the third level of the Yin Yang Realm. This speed was really fast. At this rate, I should be able to make a full recovery in 2 more days. At that time, I'll be able to make it in time for the White Tiger Meat's final selection. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and looked at the sunlight shining in through the window. He was in a good mood. After a night of cultivation, he felt very tired and needed to rest. His primordial spirit had been severely damaged in the battle with the demon king of the first heaven. It was estimated that he would not be able to use his soul power to fight for a period of time. Only the Tai Chi could still be used. If he was in his prime, he wouldn't be so tired after one night. Ling, get up and get to work. Don't think that you can slack off just because Miss Hongyu is protecting you. A rough voice came from outside the door. It was the tiger-headed man who had saved Ling Xiao that day. His name was Qin Hu, and his cultivation level was at the 12th level of the Yin Yang realm. Of course, he was already in his 40s, so his cultivation level was not high. However, compared to many martial artists, he was an absolute powerhouse. Qin Hu was a good person. In order to prevent Ling Xiao from being looked down upon in this small family, he specially found a job for him. This small family had a restaurant in the small town. Martial artists and guests who passed by liked to rest and eat a little. Business was quite good. Ling Xiao's job was to serve tea and food. To put it bluntly, he was just a waiter. However, Ling Xiao did not hate this kind of job. Earning money with his own efforts and earning dignity was also a good choice. Others had saved him, so he couldn't just eat and drink for free. Perhaps it was because the final selection of the White Tiger Meat's candidate martial artists was about to begin, but there were many guests in the restaurant today. Ling Xiao busied himself. He wished he could work as 10 people. As he busied himself, he continued to train his movement technique and inner strength. He was having a lot of fun. It was not until the afternoon that the number of guests decreased. At this moment, a person walked in from outside. This person, just by standing there, attracted the attention of almost everyone. He was clearly a man, but he had a face that would make women jealous. His white robes fluttered in the wind, and he was handsome. He could definitely be called a top-notch young master. Waiter, serve wine. Serve good wine. The youth in white entered the restaurant and did not even look at the others. It was appropriate to call him arrogant or condescending. Ling Xiao hurriedly placed a jug of wine on the table and said with a smile, "Sir, this is the best willow wine in our restaurant. Please enjoy. Do you want anything else?" Scram. The youth in white waved his hand and asked Ling Xiao to leave. However, his words were very unpleasant. Ling Xiao frowned. He thought to himself that although this person's cultivation was strong and even more terrifying than Qin Hu's, his conduct was really unflattering. Who are you asking to? Scram? Although his cultivation had not fully recovered, Ling Xiao's temper meant that he could not take this lying down. Apologize immediately. The youth in white glanced at Ling Xiao and could not help but laugh. Apologize to a piece of trash like you? Listen carefully. I'm Prince Charming from the White Horse Kingdom, a vassal state of the Tianhai Empire. I came here in my early years and had a marriage agreement with Blue Snow. You're their servant, so I'm considered half your master. What's wrong with asking you to scram? I'm giving you face. Ask Blue Snow to come here. I don't care if you're Prince Charming or Prince Charming. If you say something wrong, you have to apologize. Ling Xiao said coldly. You dog slave who doesn't understand human language, scram. Prince Charming suddenly slapped Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and suddenly moved an inch to the side, dodging the slap. Although his cultivation had only recovered to the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm, his Tai Chi I was still very powerful. He was able to predict Prince Charming's attack, so he was able to dodge the slap. However, it was a pity that he was able to dodge the slap. However, he was not able to dodge Prince Charming's next kick. When Prince Charming saw that he had failed to send Ling Xiao flying with a slap, he was clearly furious. He felt that he had lost face and his kick was very heavy. If it were an ordinary martial artist at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm, they would have been kicked to death on the spot. However, Ling Xiao only wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and actually stood up. Although his cultivation had not recovered, his body was extremely strong. In addition, there was still a large amount of inner energy in his cells. It would not be easy for Prince Charming to kill him. I didn't expect a piece of trash like you to be so resilient. However, no matter how resilient you are, you're still trash. Today, I'll let you bleed on the spot and teach you how to behave. Prince Charming stood up and stared coldly at Ling Xiao. Evidently, he wanted to kill him. Brother Charming, why are you so angry at a piece of trash? At this moment, Blue Snow walked out and looked at Ling Xiao pitifully. After that, she spoke to Prince Charming. Sister Blue Snow, you've really become prettier. The last time I came, you were only 6. TSK. You're already a big girl now. Prince Charming laughed and said, forget it. I won't kill that dog on your account. Tell him to scram as far as he can. You'll regret not killing me today. Ling Xiao suddenly grinned and spoke with a ferocious expression. Ha 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 ha. Regret? Don't worry. No matter when, killing a piece of trash like you will be as easy as playing. Prince Charming laughed very proudly. He didn't take Ling Xiao's words to heart at all. Right now, he wanted to show his gentlemanly side in front of his fiancée. Ayaya. Isn't this Prince Charming? You're here to bring Blue Snow and Miss Hongyu to Heavenly Sea City, right? At this time, the tiger-headed man, Qin Hu, also walked over and said to Prince Charming with a carefree smile. It seemed like he was trying to smooth things over and help Ling Xiao. He didn't want Ling Xiao to be killed by Prince Charming. He knew this Prince Charming very well. He was extremely vicious and ruthless. Prince Charming was 20 years old 6 years ago, but his cultivation had already reached the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. At that time, he had already taken a liking to Blue Snow. However, Blue Snow's parents weren't willing to accept this marriage. In the end, this vicious fellow killed Blue Snow's parents in the middle of the night and tainted Blue Snow. This was the key reason why Blue Snow's personality suddenly changed. Otherwise, Blue Snow would probably be as innocent as Hongyu. She wouldn't be as cold and realistic as she was now. To marry the enemy who killed her parents, for a 12-year-old girl, how much pressure must she have to bear in her heart? When Ling Xiao heard this from Qin Hu, he was really shocked. Originally, because of today's humiliation, he wanted to kill this Prince Charming. After knowing this matter, his killing intent became even stronger. There was no other reason. He just hated people like Prince Charming. Qin Hu, keep that dog of yours in check. Don't let it bite people for no reason. Oh, right, it doesn't even have the ability to bite people. Prince Charming glanced at Ling Xiao and continued, go pack up Blue Snow and Red Moon. I'll take them away. Qin Hu responded and went to pack his luggage. When he came back, Hongyu also followed. It's you again. I won't go with you. I'll go to Sky Sea City by myself. Sister Blue Snow, don't go with him. Hongyu was obviously dissatisfied with Prince Charming, and her words were very rude. Go by myself? Do you know where Heavenly Sea City is? Prince Charming said with disdain. I know. I can bring her there. Ling Xiao said plainly. Yes, Big Brother can bring me there. I won't go with someone like you. Who knows what kind of crooked ideas you have. Humph, Han Yue grabbed Ling Xiao's arm and looked at Prince Charming. Humph, you must be blind to fall for this trash. However, I advise you to be careful. The journey won't be peaceful. Don't lose your lives in the end. Prince Charming snorted coldly. It's none of your business. Han Yue pouted and said. Okay, I don't care. Blue Snow, let's go. Your sister has no taste. She's actually willing to be with this trash. It's a pity. A flower stuck in cow dung. Prince Charming's eyes revealed a bit of cruel killing intent. It seemed like he was planning to kill Ling Xiao and Han Yue together. Prince Charming brought Blue Snow out of the tavern. Outside, a team of dozens of people was waiting there. Just Prince Charming's bodyguards alone had 10 Yin-Yang Realm level 8 experts. Although they couldn't be compared to the heavenly demon cult, they were already very powerful. In addition to the wild beasts that had been tamed as mounts, this team's fighting strength wasn't low. No wonder they were confident in protecting Han Yue and Blue Snow to Heavenly Sea City. However, Ling Xiao still laughed disdainfully. Once his cultivation recovered, he wouldn't even care about this team. After Prince Charming left with Blue Snow, Ling Xiao's life continued as usual. During the day, he worked and adjusted to his recovered cultivation. At night, he cultivated with all his might and extracted the inner strength that he couldn't use from his cells. That night, Ling Xiao's cultivation recovered to Yin-Yang Realm level 8. At this level of cultivation, at the very least, it would be impossible for ordinary people to humiliate him. After all, the higher his cultivation level, the stronger his light shadow esoteric meaning, and the faster his speed. Even if he wasn't a match for others, he wouldn't be humiliated. It was daytime again, but Ling Xiao didn't have to work today. Qin Hu had arranged for him to take a day off. He was prepared to enter the Demon Mountain Forest near the town to experience the battle strength of a Yin-Yang Realm level 8 expert. The Demon Mountain Forest got its name because it was close to the Demon Mountain. The danger inside wasn't something that ordinary martial artists dared to enter. Those who could enter the Demon Mountain were all Yin-Yang Realm martial artists. Those below the Yin-Yang Realm would be courting death if they went in. Ling Xiao was bored as he walked in the forest. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of battle ahead. He took a peek with interest. He was just curious to see what was going on. However, after taking a look, his lips curled into a cold and cruel murderous smile. The two sides of the battle were actually a demonic beast and a martial artist. This martial artist was none other than Ling Xiao's great enemy, the Yin-Yang Demon King. In Ling Xiao's opinion, the Yin-Yang Demon King was so powerful that it was suffocating. He could only be killed by the Moon Lady's power. However, the Yin-Yang Demon King today was so weak in Ling Xiao's opinion. Yin-Yang Realm Level 7. In the Divine Phoenix continent of the past, this was definitely a peak existence. However, in the White Tiger continent, it was nothing. It couldn't even compare to Ling Xiao, whose cultivation had not fully recovered. He smiled coldly. His figure turned into a dark shadow, and he arrived behind the Yin-Yang Demon King. Then, he gently placed a hand on the other party's shoulder. The Yin-Yang Demon King was fighting wholeheartedly. The demonic beast in front of him was very troublesome to deal with. However, the beast core of this awakened lion beast could allow him to quickly recover his cultivation. He dreamed of the powerful strength that the true demon empire had when it dominated the mystic world. At that time, he didn't fear anyone other than the true demon emperor. He could be said to be invincible. However, he, who had not fully recovered his cultivation, was suppressed by a mere human from the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. He couldn't accept this. The Yin-Yang Demon King imagined himself recovering his cultivation and killing Ling Xiao, then seeking revenge on Ling Xiao and the Moon Maiden. He couldn't help but laugh. But at that moment, he felt a light pat on his shoulder. This slap gave him a fright. Because he hadn't sensed the person at all. This was simply a matter of life and death. He tried to shake off the person's hand, but found that the hand was like a heavy mountain pressing down on him, making him unable to move. This made him even more terrified. Who are you? Do we have a grudge? Cold sweat poured down the Yin-Yang Demon King's forehead. At that moment, the awakening lion beast also pounced over. Perhaps the awakening lion beast thought that this was the best opportunity to kill him. Boom, however, the awakening lion beast's dream didn't come true. The moment it pounced over, it was killed by Ling Xiao, who was standing behind the Yin-Yang Demon King. Ling Xiao also needed the awakening lion beast's beast core, not to mention that this demonic beast didn't have good eyesight. He casually grabbed the awakening lion beast's beast core and stuffed it into his mouth. After swallowing the awakening lion beast core, his cultivation recovered a little. Wonderful. With this thing, I should be able to fully recover my cultivation today, and I should be able to rush back to Xianxia City tomorrow. Ling Xiao was excited. It seemed that coming to the Demon Mountain Forest today was the right choice. Not only did he meet his enemy, the Yin-Yang Demon King, but he also obtained the awakening lion beast's beast core. And there seemed to be more than one beast core. There were many more in the Yin-Yang Demon King's storage ring. This couldn't escape his Tai Chi eye. Yin-Yang Demon King, do you still recognize me? Ling Xiao turned the Yin-Yang Demon King's body around to face him. He could kill the Yin-Yang Demon King directly, but that would be too boring. He had to let the other party know who killed him. You. The moment the Yin-Yang Demon King turned around, all of his fantasies disappeared. Ling Xiao, the one controlling him was actually Ling Xiao. Did he still want to live? He frantically circulated the Yin-Yang energy in his body and attacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't resist at all. Yesterday, Prince Charming hit him. Although he was slightly injured, it also promoted the flow of internal force in his cells. This was a good thing. Therefore, he wished to be beaten. The Yin-Yang Demon King's attack landed on Ling Xiao's body, causing blood to flow from the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth. However, his face was brimming with a smug smile. A 9th-level Yin-Yang realm cultivator was recovering much faster than him sitting there like a fool. If he had known that he could recover his cultivation by taking a beating, he would have done so long ago. Thank you, but you still have to die. In the past, Ling Xiao did not have the ability to kill the Yin-Yang Demon King, so he did not do so. Now that he had the ability, he naturally wouldn't miss it. With a thought, the terrifying Blood Soul Dragon talisman floated above his head. Blazing hellfire spewed out, causing the Yin-Yang Demon King to tremble. Don't worry, I don't care about your body. However, I will refine your soul into a martial soul and make it a part of my 9 demons' divine art. Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. He exerted force in his hand and a terrifying sword aura pierced through the Yin-Yang Demon King's body, instantly turning this former powerhouse into a pile of mud. Then, he threw it into the Blood Soul Dragon talisman. Of course, before that, he had already snatched the Yin-Yang Demon King's storage ring. Looking around, Ling Xiao confirmed that there was no one around. He did not go anywhere else and sat down cross-legged. He took out all the lion cores in the Yin-Yang Demon King's storage ring and began eating them one by one. As he ate the cores, he used the special cultivation method in his memory to continuously recover his cultivation. The Yin-Yang Demon King had worked hard for a long time. There were more than 100 beast cores in the storage ring. Unfortunately, it all went to someone else. It was Ling Xiao's turn. 2 hours passed, 4 hours had passed. When the 6th hour began, Ling Xiao finally opened his eyes. Not only had his cultivation recovered to its peak, but it had also broken through and reached the peak of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Not only that, but the 9 demons' divine art had also been effectively replenished. The Plague Demon King, the Evil Beast Demon King, the Lightning Demon King, and now the Yin-Yang Demon King. There were now 4 Demon Kings. After obtaining the Yin-Yang Demon King's ability, Ling Xiao's chances of survival had greatly increased. The Yin-Yang Demon King's ability allowed him to change his appearance at will, which was why he could live longer. Unless there was someone like Ling Xiao who had the Tai Chi eye, it would be difficult to see through it. After recovering his cultivation, Ling Xiao could not wait to return to Xianxia City. After calculating the time, the final selection should be tomorrow. If he did not return tomorrow, it was very likely that he would miss the white tiger meat. He had painstakingly cultivated so that he could obtain a satisfactory result in the white tiger meat. Then, he would obtain the generous rewards and continue to become stronger. To him, there was no limit to martial arts. As long as he could become stronger, he was willing to risk his life. Originally, he could leave for Xianxia City directly from here. However, he had promised to bring Hongyu along. He could not go back on his word, so he had to go back and say goodbye. Moreover, this small clan had saved his life. It would be inappropriate for him to leave just like that. He stood up and was about to return to Hongyu's home when he suddenly sensed a familiar aura from dozens of kilometers away. The aura was released on purpose so that he could sense it. Cold plum? Ling Xiao frowned and then shook his head with a bitter smile. It seemed that those people had already come out of seclusion. However, they did not see him and began to search everywhere. He followed the aura and searched for it. In a valley, he saw Cold Plum and 2 heavenly demon cult martial artists' corpses. Currently, Cold Plum's cultivation had reached the early stage of Yin Yang Realm 10th level. The 2 heavenly demon cult martial artists that she had killed were both at the 11th level Yin Yang Realm. From the looks of it, Leng Mei was really trying her best to cultivate in order to help him. Master! Cold Plum almost cried when she saw Ling Xiao. All right, girl. I'm fine. Where are the others? Ling Xiao asked. They split up to look for you. Everyone's cultivation had a breakthrough. It's all thanks to the magic crystal liquid that you gave us. Cold Plum answered. Find a way to find them and tell them that they can go back and prepare for the final selection. I'll go to the selection site later. Ling Xiao said. No, Master. I want to go with you. Listen to me. I'm just going back to thank the person who saved my life. If you go, they'll think that you're looking for trouble. As you can see, I'm very healthy now and my cultivation is very strong. It won't be easy for anyone to kill me. Ling Xiao patted Cold Plum's head and smiled. All right. Cold Plum was unwilling to disobey Ling Xiao's order. Moreover, she did not have to worry when she saw that Ling Xiao was fine. Town, Hongyu's family. The news that Ling Xiao was leaving soon spread throughout the small family. He was not a slave or servant of the family. Logically speaking, he could leave and no one would stop him. However, the problem was that not only did he have to leave, but he also had to go to Xianxia City with Hongyu. This made the martial artists in the small family unhappy. What did Ling do to deserve this? Could he protect Miss Hongyu? Stop arguing. Ling, leave. We don't owe each other anything. However, if you can't protect Hongyu, don't boast. Qin Hu stood out. He was a powerhouse in the family who was second only to the clan leader. He was at the 12th level of Yin Yang Realm. He was naturally duty-bound to protect Hongyu. Uncle Qin Hu, I promised Hongyu that I would bring her to Xianxia City. Ling Xiao said with a frown. To be honest, he was indebted to Qin Hu. He was unwilling to fight Qin Hu. Do you have the ability? Qin Hu sighed. I know you're close to Hongyu, but the journey will be dangerous. With your ability, you can't protect her. I can. Ling Xiao said. All right. If you can take 3 punches from me, I'll agree to let you take Hongyu. Qin Hu had been with Ling Xiao for more than 10 days. He knew how stubborn Ling Xiao was. He would not be able to persuade him otherwise. Since that was the case, he would beat him until he gave up. Really? Ling Xiao was elated. It would be easy for him to take 3 punches from Qin Hu. Uncle Hu's words don't count. Qin Hu said with his eyes wide open. Please make your move, Uncle Hu. Ling Xiao looked at Qin Hu and cupped his fists. Ling, don't be silly. Uncle Hu is a 12th level Yin Yang Realm powerhouse. I can beat you until your parents can't recognize you. That's right, Ling. It's not worth it. With your ability, don't be beaten to death. It'll be too late for regrets. Hurry up and leave. If you're lucky, you might be able to meet Miss Hongyu in Xianxia City. Most of the people in this small family were very simple. In addition, Ling Xiao was very hardworking. They naturally didn't want Ling Xiao to die like this. Thank you for your concern. Actually, I am very strong. Ling Xiao smiled, and then got into a stance to receive the attack. Qin, who originally only wanted to scare Ling Xiao, but who knew that this idiot would actually agree to take the hit. He sighed helplessly. He thought to himself, I'll just use 30% of my strength, as long as I don't kill him. Thinking of this, he directly punched out. Terrifying energy shot out in all directions, and there were bursts of sonic booms in the air. Boom! The punch landed solidly on Ling Xiao's chest. Ling Xiao didn't dodge or block. He just took the hit. It's fine, let's do it again. Ling Xiao said as he patted his firm muscles. Eh? You have some skills, kid. But that was only 30% of my strength. I'm going to use 70% of my strength now. If you're afraid, just give up. Qin, who was stunned for a moment. I'm not afraid. Alright, then I'll take it. Another punch was thrown out. It was like a ferocious tiger coming out of the mountains. A terrifying tiger's roar exploded in the air. Many people near Qin who were so scared that they hid far away. However, Ling Xiao only took 3 steps back after being hit by this punch. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The reason for this was because he was only using his body to take the hit. Otherwise, the rebound would have injured Qin Hu. However, this was only a minor injury. It was practically insignificant. 100% strength, ferocious tiger roaring sky fist. Qin Hu finally saw through Ling Xiao's abnormality. He used 100% of his strength for this last punch. He transformed into a ferocious tiger and used all the bloodline power in his body to attack Ling Xiao's chest. Bang! Ling Xiao was directly sent flying. He crashed into a wall dozens of meters away before slowly coming to a stop. Pfft! That's powerful. Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed. Uncle Hu, I took 3 of your punches. Is that enough? He looked serious, but it was actually just a minor internal injury. With Qin Hu's strength, it was impossible for him to seriously injure him. Of course, Qin Hu did not use his strongest move. After all, he did not want to kill Ling Xiao. You bastard. Qin Hu was stunned for a moment. In the end, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Forget it. If you want to take Hangyue away, then take her away. I won't stop you. However, if she's even slightly injured, I'll come after you. Thank you, Uncle Hu. Ling Xiao hurriedly cupped his hands and thanked him. Why are you thanking me? That's your ability. Qin Hu waved his hand and said, I'll go pack your luggage now. Wait a moment. Ah Ling, are you really okay? Ah Ling, are your injuries completely healed? Have you recovered your strength? After Qin Hu left, the family members all started asking questions at once. They were all very excited. They originally thought that they had just saved an insignificant good-for-nothing brat. In the end, in just over 10 days, he had actually become an expert. In their opinion, someone who could take 3 of Qin Hu's punches and be completely fine was a top-notch expert. In a small family, such an expert did not often appear. After chatting with everyone for a while, Qin Hu brought their luggage and an iron-armored beast. The iron-armored beast was a very common means of transportation. It was like an enlarged version of a snail, but its speed was much faster than a snail's. The hard shell on its back was usually modified into a carriage to hold people or store goods. Its defense was very strong. Hence, most families with a little money would get such an iron-armored beast as a means of transportation. Ling Xiao originally did not need this, but to avoid trouble, he did not refuse. When they reached a place where there was no one around, he put the iron-armored beast away. Big brother, are we not going to use that big guy? Hangyue asked, puzzled. Come, Hangyue, sit on Big Brother's shoulder. You have to hold on tight later. Big Brother is going to fly. Ling Xiao smiled slightly, and a pair of wings of light unfolded behind his back. Wow, what beautiful wings. Big Brother, you're so awesome. Hangyue was originally very petite and cute. Sitting on Ling Xiao's shoulder was no problem at all. Ling Xiao flapped his wings and soared into the sky, speeding in the direction of Heavenly Sea City. On the way, he used the Yin-Yang Demon King's face-changing technique to change his face completely into another person's. This was not just a change of face. Even his aura had completely changed. Even those wings of light had turned grayish-white and were not quite the same as before. The reason why he did this was not to show off, but to avoid unnecessary trouble. The incident of him being surrounded and killed by the 73 martial artists of the Heavenly Demon cult was still vivid in his mind. He believed that the Heavenly Demon cult would not let him off so easily. Choosing to change his face would only bring him benefits and no harm. Ling Xiao wanted to temporarily change his face to hide his identity and avoid the open and covert attacks of powerful enemies. As for how long he could hide his true identity, he would hide it for as long as he could. Giving him a buffer time would allow his cultivation to continue rising and allow him to avoid many dangers. Big brother, I don't like your face. It's too ordinary, without any distinguishing features. Everyone loved beauty, and little Xianxia was no exception. His new face was a standard, ordinary face. It was neither ugly nor handsome, and he would never be noticed in a crowd. His aura was equally ordinary and without any distinguishing features. This made it easier to hide. It doesn't matter if it's ordinary. If you didn't see Big Brother's face change with your own eyes, would you have been able to tell it was me? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. I couldn't tell. Not only has your face changed, but your voice, figure, and aura have also changed. You've become a completely different person. If your martial arts had changed as well, no one would have been able to recognize you, Xianxia seriously replied. Then that's fine. You have the Crimson Moon Eye. Although it can't compare to my Taiji eye, it can still see through many things. If you can't see through my face change, that means I've been very successful. Ling Xiao finally relaxed. He was confident that the experts of the Heavenly Demon cult, the Water God Hall, and even the Imperial family would be waiting for him on his way to Xianxia City. He did not want to waste his strength on these meaningless battles. He had more important things to do. The final selection for the White Tiger meet. To put it bluntly, the final selection was a reshuffling of the cards. Apart from the 4 prodigies of Xianxia City, all the other candidates had been made a fool of. But no one dared to question the Xianxia Empire's methods because the Imperial family was simply too powerful. In Xianxia City, adjacent to the Imperial Palace, was a massive arena. Normally, this was where martial artists competed in martial arts. Not only could they obtain rewards, they could also exchange pointers. But today, the atmosphere here was somewhat different. On the stands around the arena, a large number of spectators had gathered. Many of them were young people. And those who stood in the arena and prepared to participate in the battle were a group of young genius ancient martial art practitioners. The oldest among them was no more than 30 years old. These people were the young geniuses of the Xianxia Empire and its subordinate countries. They had gathered here to participate in the White Tiger Meets selection competition. In addition to the 4 heroes of the Tianhai continent, there would be 11 other lucky people heading to the White Tiger continent's neutral lands, the land of myriad thunder, to participate in the White Tiger Meet. After so many days of constant discussion and various changes, at the White Tiger Storm Meet, the 4 great empires would each send 10 participants, while the Righteous One School would send 15 participants. However, the Dragon Phoenix continent, which was specially invited to participate in the White Tiger Storm Meet, would also have 5 spots. This was the decision of the 4 great empires and the Xianxia School, but when the decision reached the Tianhai Empire, it seemed to have changed. The Tianhai Empire's decision was, the Tianhai Empire and the Dragon Phoenix continent will send out a total of 15 martial artists to participate in the White Tiger Meet, and the Tianhai 4 heroes will take up 4 of the spots. The reason for this was actually very simple. In the eyes of the Tianhai Empire's imperial family, perhaps only 1 or 2 martial artists from the Dragon Phoenix continent would be able to emerge victorious. It would be too wasteful to directly give 5 spots. It would be better to let the Tianhai Empire's outstanding martial artists participate in the competition. This was originally a violation of the rules. However, the other 3 great empires and the Xianxia School maintained their silence. After all, no matter what, the former Divine Phoenix Empire was still a vassal of the Tianhai Empire. They could distribute these 5 spots however they wanted. There was nothing wrong with it. It was just that the Dragon Phoenix continent's martial artists were pitiful. The spots they should have had were directly taken away. But it didn't matter. Who told them to be weak? Of course, this idea was only circulated among the four great empires and the Jingyi school before the final selection began. As for what would happen after the final selection, that was unknown. In addition, this land of myriad lightning needed to be specially explained. The land of myriad lightning was covered in terrifying lightning all year round. No one could enter. Every 10 years, a crack would open in the land of myriad lightning, allowing martial artists to enter. Interestingly, this crack actually only allowed martial artists under the age of 30 to enter. If anyone over the age of 30 rashly entered, they would be immediately killed. According to the martial artists who entered the land of myriad lightning, there was wealth everywhere and spirit stones at their feet. Moreover, there were many ancient ruins that one simply couldn't imagine. If one was lucky enough, they could obtain incomparably great benefits. The four great empires and the Jingyi school built a thunderclap city outside the land of myriad lightning. The city wasn't big. Its main purpose was to study the land of myriad lightning and prepare for the White Tiger Tempest meet that was held every 10 years. This city belonged to the Jingyi school, but the four great empires had their own offices inside. The young martial artists weren't very clear about the specifics of the White Tiger Tempest meet this time. However, the young martial artists heading to Thunderclap City were most likely looking forward to entering the land of myriad lightning. Ling Xiao was the same. In the spectator stands, many young martial artists were eager to give it a try. According to the Tianhai Empire's imperial family, the rules of the final selection were very simple. As long as one's cultivation reached the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm or above, one could enter the arena to challenge. There were a total of 11 arena masters. Whoever stood firm in the end would obtain the final spot. The arena was divided into 11 arenas, which didn't affect each other. The arena masters had special privileges. They could accept challenges after recovering, but this time could not exceed 2 hours. This was also for the sake of fairness. After all, the competition was based on strength. Taking turns to fight would be meaningless. In the spectator stands, there were martial artists who wanted to participate in the challenge, and there were also martial artists who came to watch the fun. After all, this battle was the final selection. The final 15 people would be decided here. There would be no changes. Although the changes had been made, the martial artists were somewhat unhappy. However, it was understandable. No matter what, some martial artists had mysteriously disappeared, and some had been killed. Meanwhile, some young martial artists who hadn't been chosen previously had made great breakthroughs during this period. Since they were going to participate in the White Tiger Tempest meet, they naturally had to choose the best geniuses. They couldn't let mediocre people take the spots. Today is the start of the final selection of the White Tiger Tempest meet. The rules are very simple. You need to be at the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm or above to challenge the arena masters. Whoever becomes the final 11 arena masters will obtain the final spot. The people who appeared on the spectator stands were the Tianhai Empire's Prince Wu and Prince Yun. It was Prince Wu who spoke. He looked below the arena from time to time as if he was looking for someone, but he couldn't find anyone. Prince Wu did not find the person he was looking for. He glanced at the crowd and said loudly, "Whoosh!" As soon as he finished speaking, the 11 arenas were filled with warriors. The 7 small saints of Tianhai had all appeared. They occupied 7 arenas. This was also the intention of the Tianhai Empire. They wanted them to eliminate the warriors of the affiliated countries as much as possible and retain the warriors of the empire. The other 4 arenas were very interesting. The first person standing on the platform was a man in white who was as beautiful as a woman. "I am Prince Charming of the White Horse Country." The man smiled slightly. The second one standing on the second arena was a teenager who looked no more than 16 or 17 years old. "I am Long Chen, a warrior of the Tianhai Empire." This self-introduction was very simple, but it was full of confidence. The third one standing on the third arena was a woman in black. Her face and figure could not be seen clearly. In everyone's eyes, she seemed to be a cloud of black smoke. It was a very strange feeling. The fourth one standing on the fourth arena was Lu Lian of the Lu family of Tianhai City. "Okay, the 11 arenas have already been filled. Let's start the challenges." Prince Wu nodded and said, "Let me make it clear. Every warrior has the opportunity to challenge different arenas. Each arena can only be challenged once. I hope you will cherish this opportunity. Now, let's begin. He then sat down with a puzzled expression on his face. Big brother, who are you looking for? Prince Yun asked. No one. Let's watch the competition. Prince Wu shook his head. Of course, he was looking for someone. He was looking for Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, he could not find Ling Xiao even after searching the entire arena. This made him very puzzled. Is that kid dead? Or did he escape? Prince Wu hated Ling Xiao to the core. He could not wait to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Of course, he was not looking for Ling Xiao for any good reason. He just wanted to kill Ling Xiao. It was that simple. However, he could not find his target after searching here and there. He could only give up temporarily. In the arena, there were already warriors who stood up and attempted to challenge. This person looked to be in his late 20s, but as long as he was under the age of 30, there would be no problem. After he got on the stage, he scanned the 11 arenas and set his sights on Long Chen. Very clearly, he felt that Long Chen was a soft persimmon that could be pinched. Kid, it's not easy for you to cultivate to the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm at the age of 16 or 17. Unfortunately, you're no match for me. It's better for you to step down now so you don't embarrass yourself. The person glanced at Long Chen and noticed that the aura Long Chen released was at the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. For a 16 or 17-year-old youth, this level of cultivation was incomparably powerful. However, before geniuses grew up, they were nothing. They could still be killed. Not only him, the martial artists in the spectator stands also hissed, as if mocking the fact that there was really no one left in the Dragon Phoenix continent, even sending this kind of child to join in the fun. I heard that the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire is also a 16 or 17-year-old child. I heard about it too. It seems that kid is one of the missing people. Hee, that kid was quite arrogant a few days ago. He actually went to the underground world's Hell Tower to challenge. He was probably targeted by someone. He deserved to die. The Celestial Empire is really hopeless. This was the Celestial Sea City, so the spectators were naturally from the Celestial Sea Empire. They looked down on the martial artists from the Dragon Phoenix continent and slandered the martial artists from the Celestial Sea Empire. It was very normal. In fact, to most of the martial artists from the Celestial Sea Empire, the martial artists from the Dragon Phoenix continent were not qualified to participate in the White Tiger meet. This time, there was finally a chance to kick them out of the White Tiger meet, so they were rather excited. Long Chen smiled at the martial artist and said, "Are you sure you want to challenge me?" "Nonsense, who else would I challenge if not you? Kid, you don't even know your place. Don't you know the situation? Among the martial artists from the affiliated countries, only you and Prince Charming are in the arena. Compared to his cultivation, you're a far cry." This person was completely straightforward. His meaning was clear. You're AF** King Weakling. Since I'm challenging the arena, of course, I'll challenge you, a weakling. Forget it. I didn't want to bully you since your cultivation is so weak. However, since you've come knocking on my door, I'll fight you. Long Chen could not raise his spirits when facing this martial artist who was only at the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm. The aura he released was only at the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm because he could not display his true strength in his human form. It was not that he was pretending to be weak. Currently, his cultivation was at the peak of the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. If he entered his dragon form, it would not be difficult for him to kill a martial artist at the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm. He could even fight a martial artist at the 13th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Who does this guy think he is? However, since Long Chen thought he was a weakling, he would just play along. Boom, a terrifying aura suddenly exploded from his body. His right hand transformed into a terrifying dragon claw. What's going on? Why did this guy's aura suddenly become stronger? Apart from a few martial artists who were familiar with Long Chen, the rest were obviously shocked. They were suppressed by the terrifying dragon force, and their hearts thumped wildly. Roar! Long Chen suddenly roared. His voice penetrated the layers of barriers and flew directly into the challenger's ears. The challenger suddenly covered his ears and screamed in terror. It was too terrifying. The voice was like a heavy hammer that hit his heart. He could not fight back at all. You can get lost now. Long Chen did not attack. He only looked at the challenger who was at the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm coldly. His eyes were filled with disdain and mockery. If the challenger could not even fight back against his roar, his claw would probably kill the challenger. Impossible. The challenger's body trembled. However, he refused to admit defeat. He roared loudly as if he wanted to use his voice to drive away his fear. Stubborn. Long Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Suddenly, he swung his right dragon claw. The challenger was sent flying dozens of meters away and died on the spot. Listen up. Don't disturb me if you're not strong enough. Otherwise, you'll end up like him. Although Long Chen really wanted to fight, he would not be annoyed if such trash came to fight him one by one. Hence, he did not show any mercy this time. He could not show any mercy. Even he could not control his strength when he swung his claw. After all, his control of strength was not as good as Ling Zhao's. The onlookers looked at the challenger who died on the ground in terror. He was at the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm, but he was killed in one move. Where did Long Chen from the Tianhai Empire come from? Let's not provoke him. I heard that he has the bloodline of the Great Dragon? I heard that he's a descendant of the Great Dragon. No matter what the reason is, this guy's strength is definitely not as simple as it seems. Let's not provoke him. We might even lose our lives. Originally, many people wanted to challenge Long Chen. However, after this battle, most of the martial artists gave up on challenging Long Chen. After all, although the qualification for the White Tiger Gathering was important, one's life was more important. If one died, there would be nothing left. Long Chen looked at the scene with satisfaction. He sat down cross-legged and continued to wait for the challengers. He believed that not everyone was frightened by him. There would definitely be a powerhouse who could fight with him. At that time, he would be able to test his strength. On the spectator stand, an ordinary-looking young man suddenly smiled. Of course, this person was Ling Xiao. In fact, he had already arrived at the arena. However, he did not expose his true identity because he saw Wu Qinwang and some heavenly demon sect elites hiding in the dark. If his identity was exposed, he might lose his life. Even if he could survive, he might not be able to participate in the White Tiger Gathering. Damn it. Heavenly Demon Sect, Wu Qinwang, just you wait. After I come out of the isolated lightning ground, I'll destroy all of you. I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. He gritted his teeth and looked at Long Chen. The dragon tribe's talent was too terrifying. Even with his tyrannical martial soul and various resources, he could only surpass Long Chen by one level. Of course, even if Long Chen advanced to the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm, he would not be a match for him. However, the dragon tribe's cultivation talent was really powerful. It was no wonder that the human king would have a headache in the primordial age. Ling Xiao was glad that Long Chen was on his side and not his enemy. Otherwise, he would really have a headache. He looked at the martial artists around him. There were about 100 young experts under the age of 30 who came to challenge him. They were all at the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm and above. Many of them were lucky people who had recently broken through. These people were originally suppressed by the 7 small saints of the heavenly ocean. Now, they could finally hold their heads high. Big brother, aren't you going to challenge them? Hong Yue asked Ling Xiao with a smile. There's no rush. Let's watch the show first. The real experts will appear at the end. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He didn't want to expose too much of his strength, so if he could make a move later, he would make a move later. However, he did something very interesting. That was to tell Dan Feng, Cold Plum, Feng Minglian, Ji Luoyu, Mou, and Zhu Xiaozong to challenge and become the champion. Furthermore, the target of the challenge was none other than Xiao Budian, the 7 little saints of the heavenly ocean. They didn't challenge separately, but together. The reason why he did not challenge Xiao Budian was because Ling Xiao felt an evil and powerful aura from Xiao Budian's body. It was definitely not something these 6 people could fight against. Even the 4 prodigies of Tianhai might not be a match for this little guy. Therefore, he avoided this person. Among the remaining 6 people, Water Shenxi's cultivation base was the highest. However, he was only at the peak of the 10th level of Yin Yang realm. Dan Feng could definitely defeat him. The other 5 people, including the 3 remaining beasts of the Heavenly Ocean Saint Academy and Ghost Hand Laojiu, were all at the 9th level of Yin Yang realm. The last one was Sun Little Demon's replacement. He was also at the 9th level of Yin Yang realm. Cold Plum was confident that she could defeat the 5 of them. However, the other person might have a harder time, but he should be able to win. Now, these 6 people's cultivation base had all reached a terrifying level. Dan Feng was at the peak of the 12th level of Yin Yang realm. Cold Plum was at the middle of the 10th level of Yin Yang realm. Feng Minglian and Ji Luoyu were at the peak of the 9th level of Yin Yang realm. Mou and Zhu Xiaozong were slightly weaker. They were only at the peak of the 8th level of Yin Yang realm. However, it must be mentioned that after absorbing the soul fire from the spiritual temple and using the demon crystal liquid to refine their bodies, even Mou and Zhu Xiaozong could challenge those of a higher level. Even if it was just one level, it was still much stronger than before. Ling Xiao had worked so hard and put in so much effort. He hadn't wasted his time. When these 6 people stood on the stage, the Heavenly Ocean Empire's martial artists were all dumbfounded. This small country actually dared to challenge the Heavenly Ocean Empire's 7 small saints. They thought too highly of themselves, didn't they? However, Ling Xiao only smiled coldly. After working hard for so long, he knew the strength of these 6 people too well. They would definitely slap the Heavenly Ocean Empire's martial artists in the face. After all, in the Heavenly Ocean Empire, most martial artists under the age of 30 were no match for the 7 small saints. If they defeated the 7 small saints of Heavenly Ocean, it would definitely be a slap to the Heavenly Ocean Empire's face. Ling Xiao did this on purpose. Before he came here, he received news that the Heavenly Ocean Empire had shamelessly taken 5 spots from the Dragon Phoenix continent. Since that was the case, what else was there to say? Didn't you refuse to give us 5 spots? Then we'll snatch more spots. Fight, the 6 people attacked almost at the same time. Although the battles ended at different times, the final outcome was the same. The 7 small saints of Heavenly Ocean, except for Little Munchkin, were all defeated and kicked off the stage. Since then, 7 out of the 11 stages were occupied by Heavenly Ocean Empire's martial artists. The last one was occupied by Lu Lian, who could be considered one of Ling Zhao's people. The remaining 3 stages were occupied by Prince Charming, the Woman in Black, and Little Munchkin. This scene made countless Heavenly Ocean Empire's martial artists blush with shame. Next, there was a wave of challenges. The Heavenly Ocean Empire's martial artists attempted to overthrow the Heavenly Ocean Empire's 7 arena masters. However, the challenges only lasted for one wave because the Heavenly Ocean Empire's martial artists all used thunderous methods. Although they didn't kill anyone, they taught their opponents a lesson. No one dared to step forward. For a moment, the challenges were almost stopped. Prince Wu's face was gloomy when he saw the scene. He absolutely couldn't allow such a situation to happen. Let the demon crocodile guards attack. He gritted his teeth and looked at Prince Yun beside him. The demon crocodile guards were originally the Heavenly Ocean Empire's most powerful army. The genius martial artists among them were willing to give up their personal glory for the imperial family. Originally, they did not intend to participate in the White Tiger Storm gathering this time. However, the Heavenly Ocean Empire's martial artists occupied the White Tiger meets candidate spots. How could Prince Wu tolerate this? Big brother, the demon crocodile guards can't be easily moved. They are the foundation of the Heavenly Ocean Empire. Only the Emperor can mobilize them. Even His Highness the Crown Prince can't. Prince Yun sighed and said, I think it's better to let Jingyi School increase the spots instead of letting them attack. There were originally dozens of spots, but now it's reduced to 10 per empire. I'm afraid the 4 great empires won't be satisfied. That's true, but it's really unpleasant to let these martial artists of the Heavenly Empire be so presumptuous. Prince Wu was annoyed. Big brother, you're thinking too much. Don't forget that the 4 heroes of Tianhai are all martial artists of our Tianhai Empire. And that Lu Lian, that Ji Luoyu, and that Prince Charming are all from the White Tiger continent. Plus Tiny Tot. In fact, we have 8 of the 15 people. That's not a small number. Prince Yun was controlled by Ling Xiao, so he naturally helped the Heavenly Empire everywhere. However, what he said was somewhat reasonable, so Prince Wu couldn't refute it. After this matter is over, we'll immediately go to the palace to meet the emperor. We must increase the number of spots for each of the 4 empires by 10. These 10 spots will all be decided by us and will no longer be distributed to the affiliated countries. Prince Wu snorted coldly. In his opinion, the affiliated countries were not qualified at all. Of course. Prince Yun echoed. Anyway, he had nothing to lose by doing this. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? If not, they will be the final 11 champions today. Prince Wu only wanted to enter the palace to meet the emperor at this time and really didn't want to waste time here. A bunch of cowards who didn't even dare to challenge the martial artists of the Heavenly Empire. What else could he expect? I'll do it. Ling Xiao slowly got up and walked to the challenge platform. His figure quickly attracted everyone's attention. He was not good-looking and his figure was very ordinary. If he was placed in a crowd, he would be a guy who couldn't be found. Moreover, many people tried to peek at his cultivation with their soul force. However, they found that they couldn't see through this person's cultivation. However, this person's aura was really not strong. He felt very ordinary and didn't look like a handsome hero at all. Big brother, wait for me. A voice that sounded like a silver bell came from behind the ordinary-looking man. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw it. What a pretty little girl. She looked so delicate. Why would such a young lady follow behind such an unprepossessing fellow? Wasn't this too awkward? Do you also want to challenge? Ling Xiao looked at Hong Yue and asked. I don't need to challenge because my master is the Taoist of the Jingyi school. I already have a quota. In fact, I can choose to fight for the Tianhai Empire or the Jingyi school. Hong Yu shook her head and said, however, I'm afraid that my sister will challenge him. She came to Sky Sea City this time for the White Tiger Meets candidate list. Blue Snow? Ever since he found out about Blue Snow's childhood, Ling Xiao's disgust for this little girl had lessened a lot. It was replaced by sympathy. Her hatred for Prince Charming was even more intense. Boy, why are you with Hong Yue? Prince Charming looked at Ling Xiao with hostility. Not only did he want Blue Snow, but he also wanted Red Moon. He had already blacklisted that brat called Ah Ling. Who would have thought that another one would appear? I don't think it's any of your business that I'm with her. Now, you should be prepared to be challenged. Ling Xiao said indifferently. You actually want to challenge me? Do you know my cultivation? Prince Charming looked at Ling Xiao arrogantly and asked. I don't care what your cultivation is. I just want to go to the Lightning Extreme ground to play. Just give up your spot. Ling Xiao naturally knew his opponent's cultivation. This Prince Charming was in the 11th stage of the Yin-Yang realm. He was very strong. He was probably only slightly weaker than the sacred sword of the Wind Demon. This was why no one had chosen him from the start of the challenge. He was almost at the level of the Tianhai 4 heroes. Who would challenge him? Ha ha ha, this brat is really interesting. He's so naive. That's right. Does he think that the Lightning Extreme ground is so easy to enter? Little fellow, go home and play in the mud. This is not a place for you to mess around. Prince Wu also laughed and said from the main platform. The sudden appearance of this kid had amused him. Why? I can't challenge you. But my cultivation is clearly in the 7th stage of the Yin-Yang realm. Ling Xiao released his aura. He was in the 7th stage of the Yin-Yang realm. Ha 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 ha, little fellow, it's not that you can't challenge me. You just chose the wrong opponent. Think about it. You're only in the 7th stage, and he's in the 11th stage. How are you going to fight him? Prince Wu felt that this little fool was quite amusing. But I don't care. I want to challenge him. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. Alright, alright. If you want to challenge him, go ahead. But don't blame me for not warning you if you get beaten to death. Prince Wu said. Does that mean I can kill him too? Ling Xiao tilted his head and asked in confusion. Of course, as long as you have the ability. Prince Wu was stunned for a moment before he said with a smile. The spectators were already roaring with laughter. If Ling Xiao chose to challenge Mou or Zhu Xiaozong, he might have a slight chance of winning. But now, challenging Prince Charming was simply courting death. You want to kill me? Prince Charming's eyes were filled with disdain and coldness. He was still thinking about how to find an excuse to destroy this idiot. But now, this fool had given him an excuse. Wu Qinhuang, Your Highness Yun Qinhuang, you heard it too. He said he wants to kill me. If I accidentally kill him, you can't blame me. Prince Charming said to the rostrum. Up to you. Prince Wu and Prince Yun were just watching the show. As long as the rules were followed, there would be no problem. At this moment, Prince Charming, no, most of the people in the gladiator arena thought that Ling Xiao was a fool. An idiot who didn't know his limits. He had just reached the 7th stage of the Yin Yang realm. Instead of staying at home, he chose a strong opponent to kill himself. If he wasn't an idiot, then what was? Hong Yu, after I kill this fool, I'll catch up with you. Prince Charming looked at Hong Yu with a hint of evil in his eyes. It made people feel uncomfortable. I don't want to catch up with a shameless person like you. Humph. Hong Yu wrinkled her nose. She was so cute that it made the group of werewolves howl. Prince Charming's breathing quickened. If you don't want to catch up with me, do you want to stay with this fool? Prince Charming asked in a gloomy voice. Yes. Good, very good. I'll make him kneel in front of me and say that he's an idiot in front of everyone. Let's see if you'll still like him then. Prince Charming had made up his mind. Not only would he kill this fool, but he would also humiliate him before killing him. You're the one who should kneel. Don't bully Hong Yu. Ling Xiao said loudly. Oh. The fool is angry. Mocking voices came from the spectators' stand. Hee hee. Prince Charming sneered. He was naturally happy to see so many people supporting him. At this time, Prince Charming was no longer willing to waste his saliva on a fool. He quickly subdued him, and then humiliated him in front of Hong Yu. That scene must be very exciting. Whoosh, Prince Charming pulled out a sword. This sword was extremely slender, and its slashing ability was almost zero. It was more like a gradually thin stick with a thin blade on it. Rapier, this was a unique weapon of the White Horse Country, and it was also the weapon that Prince Charming was best at. Prince Charming unsheathed his sword and abruptly thrust it towards Ling Xiao. Because the sword was relatively light and thin, there was very little resistance. Thus, when the treasured sword was thrust out, the resistance it faced was also very small. The cold killing intent penetrated the entire blade and then spread out, making the nearby audience feel a chill. Ling Xiao stood there, just looking at his opponent indifferently. Although the opponent's sword chi was fierce, it could not even disturb his clothes. The corners of his mouth gradually raised into a contemptuous smile. Confidence and disdain. Do you still remember the little boy in the tavern? As Ling Xiao spoke, he gently stretched out his right hand, and his index and middle fingers made a pinching action. No way, such a strong sword chi, that kid wants to catch it with his hands? That's crazy. What a fool. The audience could not understand. Facing a warrior with a much stronger cultivation than him, not only did he not use a weapon, but he also did not dodge. He even wanted to use 2 fingers to block the attack. Little boy? You mean that boy called a Ling? You know that trash? Prince Charming was stunned for a moment, but the rapier in his hand was not stopped, and it was getting closer and closer to Ling Zhao's hand. Yes, because I am a Ling. Don't you recognize me if I change my face? Ling Zhao's smile became more obvious. Do you know why I chose you? It's for revenge. You almost killed me that day, and I said, if I don't die, you will die. Ding, the rapier and Ling Zhao's fingers finally collided. The sharp sword chi was enough to pierce through a thick iron plate, but it could not penetrate Ling Zhao's 2 small fingers. So it's you, kid. You've even learned the art of disguise? I don't care what your face looks like, you will die today. Prince Charming suddenly unleashed his full combat strength at the 11th level of the Yin Yang realm. The terrifying sword chi formed a soaring phantom that pierced through the clouds in the sky. Also, after you die, I will definitely enjoy the crimson moon, hee. He said these words to humiliate Ling Xiao, but he didn't know that because of these words, he would suffer a lot for nothing. Ling Xiao's original intention was to kill him. But now, letting this vicious guy die so easily would be letting him off too easily. Ling Xiao's face was as cold as ice. The cold air around him could even freeze people. What are they saying? The people in the stands were far away, so they couldn't hear what Prince Charming and Ling Xiao were talking about. They all stretched their ears anxiously. It doesn't matter what they're saying. It looks like Prince Charming wants that person's life. He probably wants that little girl. That person is courting death. He dares to challenge a martial artist at the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm when he's only at the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Even if he wants to die, he shouldn't do that. A cold snort came from the crowd. This was because they felt that Ling Xiao had underestimated this genius martial artist from Whiterun by using 2 fingers to fight Prince Charming. The human body was made of flesh and blood. How could 2 fingers fight against a Dharma treasure weapon? The rapier in Prince Charming's hand was clearly not an ordinary weapon. They seemed to have foreseen the next moment when the rapier cut off Ling Xiao's 2 fingers and pierced Ling Xiao's throat. Die! Prince Charming roared cooperatively as if he was about to unleash his most powerful attack. The scene was very shocking. Sand and stones flew around the entire gladiator arena as energy exploded. Everyone widened their eyes and didn't dare to blink. However, in the next moment, everything seemed to have stopped. You said I'm trash. Then, what are you? A green and yellow light suddenly shot out from Ling Xiao's fingers. The light passed through the rapier and shot toward Prince Charming. Crack! The crowd clearly heard the sound of something breaking. Ah! A shrill scream came from the gladiator arena and entered everyone's ears. The trembling feeling made everyone feel that the owner of the voice was in extreme pain. The crowd looked in the direction of the voice. Prince Charming's fair and slender right hand was broken. His right hand was the one that held the rapier. It was broken from the wrist, and the rapier fell to the ground. It made a clanking sound. What? He actually won against a sword with 2 fingers? Are those really fingers and not a Dharma treasure? How did this guy cultivate? Kneel! Suddenly, a cold shout was heard. The audience's eyelids twitched, and they all looked in that direction. They saw Ling Xiao's foot stepping directly on Prince Charming's head. Prince Charming knelt on the ground and looked at Ling Xiao with resentment. However, there was nothing he could do. The crowd suddenly remembered that Prince Charming had said before that he wanted this silly boy to kneel and kowtow to him. Now, it was Prince Charming who was kneeling and kowtowing to this silly boy. Wasn't the contrast too big? Kowtow 10 times first. Ling Xiao smiled evilly. Then, ignoring Prince Charming's angry expression, Ling Xiao exerted force on his foot and Prince Charming's head suddenly hit the ground. Bang, 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 along with the dull sound, Prince Charming's head kept hitting the ground. Prince Charming's cultivation was originally high, so it was impossible for the ground to break his head. However, Ling Xiao had restrained his inner strength, causing his skin to collide with the ground. After a moment, his forehead actually turned black. Of course, this injury was nothing to Prince Charming. The most serious injury was probably the anger and frustration in Prince Charming's heart. Sometimes, psychological trauma was much worse than physical trauma. After Prince Charming kowtowed 10 times, Ling Xiao removed his foot from his head. Then, he looked at Prince Charming with a smile. His smile was filled with strong mockery and disdain. The audience was completely dumbfounded throughout the entire process. They could not understand how a mere 7th-level Yin-Yang realm idiot could humiliate Prince Charming, who was at the 11th-level Yin-Yang realm, so easily. Did they see a ghost? It was not that they saw a ghost, but they really did not know how powerful the Imperial Heaven-Earth Queen's power was. Ling Xiao's true cultivation was at the 11th level Yin-Yang realm, and his Imperial Heaven-Earth Queen's cells had reached 1,200. In other words, even if Ling Xiao did not use the power of the Imperial Heaven-Earth Queen's cells, Ling Xiao's mystic world body was already at the 12th level Yin-Yang realm. Even a casual attack from a Yin-Yang realm level 12 martial artist could absolutely crush a Yin-Yang realm level 11 martial artist. In other words, Ling Xiao could defeat martial artists below Yin-Yang Realm level 12 without using his inner strength or the power of the royal heaven-earth. He could win with just his physical strength. Prince Charming would be seeking death if he fought with him. He would not be the one seeking death. Are you still convinced now? Ling Xiao looked at Prince Charming coldly with his hands behind his back. He said with a smile, "You did a good job kowtowing. Unfortunately, it won't change my mind to kill you." Ah. Prince Charming seemed to have gone mad. His muscles bulged, and a terrifying aura was released continuously. His originally handsome face also became incomparably ugly. A moment later, his body transformed into a centaur. However, this centaur was slightly bigger. He was about 3 to 4 meters tall, and he had a sharp spear in his hand. He looked ferocious. So ugly. So that guy is so ugly. He just used the power of his bloodline to make his ugly face beautiful. F***ck, what Prince Charming? I think he's more like a pig's head. Voices rose one after another from the spectator stands. However, Prince Charming's hatred for this voice was completely unleashed on Ling Xiao. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao. It was Ling Xiao who had forced him to reveal his true colors and humiliated him in front of everyone. He definitely could not let this guy go. Oh, your strength is not bad. Unfortunately, even if you transform into a real centaur, you're still not my match. Ling Xiao scoffed. He suddenly kicked Prince Charming's body. The crisp sound of bones breaking was heard. Prince Charming's 3 to 4 meter tall body was kicked more than 10 meters away. Then, he fell heavily on the ground. In the next instant, Ling Xiao appeared in front of Prince Charming like a ghost. He stepped on Prince Charming and said coldly, "I'm not in the mood to care about a shameless person like you. After all, I didn't think of myself as a great hero. But you insisted on provoking me, and this is the result. Just a trash like you is also fit to go and participate in the White Tiger Storm meet?" Ling Xiao stomped down again. This time, one of Prince Charming's legs was directly crushed, and he could no longer move. However, the pain in his body was nothing compared to the pain in his heart. The Prince of Whiterun was humiliated by a plain-looking boy, and he couldn't even put up the slightest resistance. What was this? Everyone looked at this scene with fear and trepidation, not daring to believe what they were seeing. "Stop." Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. It was a girl in a blue dress. She looked very delicate, but she was a little cold. "Don't tell me you want me to let him go?" Ling Xiao asked Blue Snow. "No, his life is mine." Blue Snow gritted her teeth. The reason why she was willing to compromise and follow Prince Charming was that she hoped that one day, she would be able to take revenge. After so many years of hard work and cultivation, she had always had revenge as her goal. Now, her cultivation was finally above Prince Charming's. Today, she originally wanted to kill Prince Charming in front of everyone and take revenge in an open and aboveboard manner. However, before she could make a move, she did not expect that Prince Charming would be defeated by someone else. This was very unexpected. "Alright, I'll let you have him." To Ling Xiao, Prince Charming was like a disobedient dog, and it didn't matter whether he killed him or not. "If you let me have him, you'll have challenged him for nothing," Blue Snow said. "It doesn't matter. I'll take it that you've succeeded." Ling Xiao didn't want Blue Snow to challenge his own people, and it wasn't a bad thing for him to let Prince Charming go. Moreover, that little girl was about to turn into a block of ice because of hatred. The only thing that could melt this block of ice was revenge. He wasn't a good person, but he knew how to fulfill someone's wish. "Thank you." Blue Snow glanced at Ling Xiao and walked towards Prince Charming. Right now, Prince Charming was already seriously injured, and it was very easy to kill him. Actually, many people wanted to take advantage of this opportunity, but they didn't dare to move after glancing at Ling Xiao. This silly-looking kid was just too terrifying. Prince Charming, who was at the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm, wasn't even worth mentioning in front of him. He was actually beaten up so miserably. Their fear of Ling Xiao rose spontaneously. Even though they couldn't understand how Ling Xiao's body, which didn't look very strong, could contain so much power. However, the reality just now forced them to admit how terrifying Ling Xiao was. I suspect that this silly-looking kid has cultivated some terrifying body-tempering martial technique. Although that kind of strenuous and unrewarding martial technique has long been abandoned by the martial world, we can't rule out the possibility that this silly-looking kid cultivated it by accident. Only silly-looking people like him would risk their lives to cultivate that kind of strenuous and unrewarding martial technique. That's right. As the saying goes, fortune favors silly-looking people. This kid seems to have picked up a treasure. Although his physical strength is inferior, at least at this stage, it's still very terrifying. Everyone nodded to show their agreement. Body-tempering martial techniques were relatively common in the Archean era, so there were many people with powerful physical bodies. Such martial artists could even fight against Archean ferocious beasts with their bare hands. Unfortunately, it was too difficult to cultivate a body-tempering martial technique, and it was too risky. Moreover, it was strenuous and unrewarding. One might cultivate for decades and still not be as powerful as the other person's simple move. The other person's defense might not be as good as yours, but it was enough as long as they could kill you. A move that only took a month to cultivate could kill a body that had taken decades to cultivate. Most people were very shrewd when it came to calculating the cost. Because of this, body-tempering martial techniques gradually became an absolute alternative. They didn't expect to see such powerful physical strength in the gladiator arena today. This was considered an eye-opener. But even so, people's evaluation of Ling Xiao was still not high. They felt that Prince Charming had not chosen the right fighting method from the beginning. Against a cultivator of body-tempering martial techniques, it was absolutely impossible to get close. As long as he attacked from a distance and completely controlled the opponent, he would be able to win smoothly. People looked at Ling Xiao with interest. They just felt that this silly kid was a little fun. But the martial artists who truly cultivated peerless martial techniques were still disdainful of him. For example, the four prodigies of Tianhai. From the beginning to the end, they didn't even look at Ling Xiao. This was because body-tempering martial techniques could only bully some idiots who didn't know how to fight. To them, it was meaningless. Ling Xiao didn't care about their opinions. In any case, the mystic world body was just one of his many abilities. Even if it was broken, so what, he still had thousands of ways to protect himself and defeat his opponent. While everyone was paying attention to Ling Xiao, Blue Snow had already killed Prince Charming. The little girl seemed to have recalled the shadow of her childhood, and her actions were a little savage. The pitiful Prince Charming had already been beaten to a pulp. Ling Xiao sighed. He knew that Blue Snow was venting, but she had clearly lost control of her emotions. He had Crimson Moon go over to comfort her. Blue Snow was very cold to others, but she treated Crimson Moon like a real sister. Even though they weren't biological sisters, just two orphans adopted by a small family. But this kind of relationship was perhaps even deeper. That person is quite interesting. A voice suddenly came from behind Prince Wu. Your Highness. Prince Wu and Prince Yun stood up at the same time, respectfully greeting the young man. Even though they were elders of Tyranny Heavenly Seas, in terms of cultivation, they were inferior to Tyranny Heavenly Seas. In terms of status, they were also inferior to Tyranny Heavenly Seas. So, in front of Tyranny Heavenly Seas, they could only be respectful. Yes, a young man suddenly appeared, and he actually defeated Prince Charming of White Horse Country with a cultivation of the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Prince Wu hurriedly replied. Investigate his background. If his background is unknown, then kill him. Tyranny Heavenly Seas said indifferently, but his voice carried a meaning that he could not be questioned. Understood, Your Highness. Prince Yu nodded. He was in charge of this matter. He could understand Tyranny Heavenly Seas' intentions. Now that the White Tiger meet was about to begin, they couldn't allow any uncertain factors to appear. Who knew the identity of a kid with an unknown background? It would be bad if he ruined Xianxia Empire's plans. At this moment, Ling Xiao's gaze also turned to the people around him. The martial artists of Dragon Phoenix Mountain were all present. However, with their cultivation, they clearly didn't have the qualifications to challenge him. Tian Hailan and Wind, which seemed to be in a good mood. He really didn't know how they could be so happy after losing the opportunity to participate in the White Tiger meet. Could it be because news of Ling Xiao's death had reached Sky Sea City? Was that why they were so excited? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao smiled slightly. Originally, he had planned to reveal his identity after obtaining the quota, but now, he changed his mind. If they wanted to be happy, then let them be happy. He wanted to see how many people in Heavenly Sea City would be overjoyed by his death, Ling Xiao. At that time it would be very clear whether they were friend or foe. In any case, even if he used a fake identity to participate in the White Tiger meet and enter the 10,000 Lightning Extreme Ground, the benefits would be the same. He did not mind at all. It was just that Tian Hailan and Feng Mou, these two idiots, still didn't understand that they had brushed shoulders with death. Ling Xiao kept them alive because he wanted to catch a big fish, not because he was kind enough to spare them. As for the two sea tribe cultivators, they were nowhere to be seen. No one knew where they were. Those two fellows were very strong. Ling Xiao already had this thought when he first saw them. Now that his cultivation base had risen to the 11th level of Yin Yang realm, he still had the same thought. Although they might not be more powerful than him, they were definitely not to be underestimated. He turned his head and looked at the Heavenly Sea Empire's lineup. The Water Spirit Hall's lineup was really declining. After the Water God Sun's defeat, the young cultivators of the Water Spirit Hall were about the same as those of Dragon Phoenix Mountain. They did not even have the right to challenge the arena. Ling Xiao did not have the slightest bit of interest in this declining sect. If they were obedient, he would not do anything. But if they did not know what was good for them and still wanted to be his enemy, then he would really be sorry. He would definitely not let himself be wronged. Next, Ling Xiao saw a few people who did not need to be here. The first was Fan Ruohai of the Fan family. This person always gave off the feeling of a scheming old man. If not for the fact that he was already over 30 years old, he would probably be the nightmare of all young cultivators. Mu Wanshuang, who was as cold as ice, was always by his side. Mu Wanshuang was fresh and refined, as cold as frost. Standing there, she was like a goddess of war. No one dared to look at her directly. Of course, the reason why no one dared to look at her was mostly because of her terrifying strength. Of the four heroes of Heavenly Sea, apart from the sacred sword of the Wind Devil, the cultivation of the other three had always been a secret. The female hero who was as famous as Mu Wanshuang was naturally Sun Lingchan of the Medicine King Pavilion. Today, Sun Lingchan had also come. Her beauty was charming and enchanting, completely different from Mu Wanshuang. This kind of beauty seemed to attract the gazes of those men. However, very few people dared to have improper thoughts about this woman. Because her strength was not inferior to Mu Wanshuang's at all. In terms of threat, she might even be more terrifying than Mu Wanshuang. As the weakest of the four heroes of Heavenly Sea, Sacred Sword of the Wind Devil was somewhat looked down upon. However, after experiencing the battle between him and Ling Xiao in the building of elites, that person actually gained enlightenment. The barrier that had been preventing him from making breakthroughs all this time was shattered, allowing his cultivation to increase in all aspects. Thus, the current Sacred Sword of the Wind Devil was clearly stronger than the one Ling Xiao had encountered at the Hero's Pavilion. Standing there, he was like a sealed sword. Although there was no sword chi, no one dared to underestimate him. If one had to say who was the most terrifying, it was still Tyranny of Heavenly Sea. This person sat there, majestic and domineering. It was as if the entire world was in his grasp. The domineering aura that Phoenix Cry had displayed at Qi Mountain paled in comparison to this person. Looking at Tyranny of Heavenly Sea, Ling Xiao smiled slightly. However, this smile was tinged with excitement. The reason for his excitement was because he had discovered the strongest prey. He had originally thought that after encountering so many good things recently, his cultivation would increase greatly, and he should be close to Tyranny of Heavenly Sea. However, today, he suddenly understood that the higher one's cultivation increased, the more one would understand the terror of Tyranny of Heavenly Sea. This person's strength was truly unfathomable. However, this kind of unfathomable depth did not make Ling Xiao feel afraid. On the contrary, Ling Xiao felt very excited. He felt that he had the motivation to cultivate desperately again. One day, perhaps in the 10,000 Lightning Extreme Ground, he would be able to step on the head of Tyranny of Heavenly Sea and ascend to the throne of first place. Although the four great empires and Jingyi school all had extremely strong martial prodigies, However, in Ling Xiao's view, it was unlikely that they could be stronger than Tyranny of Heavenly Sea. Tyranny of Heavenly Sea had truly obtained many benefits from cooperating with Night Devil King. Ordinary martial prodigies could not compare to them. In fact, not just Tyranny of Heavenly Sea, even Sun Lingchan and Mu Wanchuang were no match for him. However, he was not in a hurry. When he had just arrived at the White Tiger continent, he did not even dare to take a hit from Sacred Sword of the Wind Devil. He could only dodge. The current him was no longer afraid of Sacred Sword of the Wind Devil. This kind of improvement was definitely visible. He was also proud of himself. As a result, there was nothing to be afraid of. As long as he took one step at a time and continued walking steadily, with his tyrannical martial spirit and his hard work, it was not impossible to step on those so-called geniuses. After Blue Snow took up one of the ringmaster's seats, there were only two people Ling Xiao could challenge on the stage. One was a mysterious woman in black. The other was Xiao Budian. The woman in black was at the 12th level of the Yin Yang realm. She looked to be in her mid-20s, and she exuded a terrifying aura. This was why no one dared to challenge her. As for Xiao Budian, he sat there and ate as if this challenge had nothing to do with him. No one dared to find trouble with him. Who do you think this person will choose? The spectators couldn't help but feel nervous. Of course, they didn't know about Ling Xiao's relationship with the Tianhai Empire because Ling Xiao had changed his face and concealed his aura. He'll definitely choose Mou or Zhu Xiaocong. Although they're strong, they're the weakest among the 11 arena lords. Someone said. I don't think so. This fool chose Prince Charming from the start. This shows that he's someone who likes challenges. His next opponent shouldn't be weaker than Prince Charming. That makes sense. However, if he really does that, his chances of success will be much smaller. If it were me, I wouldn't be so foolish. A country bumpkin isn't as smart as you and me. As the two of them spoke, Ling Xiao looked at the woman in black. You. Ling Xiao said indifferently, I don't like your aura, so I can only choose you. He wasn't confident that he could win against Xiao Budian. The other 8 people were all on his side, so he couldn't choose them. Only the woman in black could become his stepping stone. The woman in black had the aura of a martial artist from the heavenly demon cult. This was why Ling Xiao didn't like her. Of course, Xiao Budian was also a martial artist from the heavenly demon cult. However, there was nothing wrong with choosing the weaker one. You're indeed a fool. You'll definitely regret choosing me. The woman in black's cold voice came from behind the veil. She had just observed the battle between Ling Xiao and Prince Charming. Ling Xiao had an outstanding physical technique and was extremely strong. Prince Charming's stupidity was to engage in close combat with her. He had made the wrong choice. But she was different. She was good at mobile warfare. This arena was large enough for her to display her skills. She was confident that with her powerful mobility, she would be able to grind Ling Xiao to death before he could even touch her. People were also worried for Ling Xiao. This black-clothed woman had encountered a challenge before, but her ghost-like speed had left her opponent unable to fight back and could only be tortured to death. That's why I said it earlier. If a body refinement martial artist doesn't have a powerful movement technique, then when he meets a martial artist with such mobility, he will be in big trouble. He will definitely lose. If you lose, so be it. Why are you so concerned about a guy of unknown origin? That's true, but I really don't like the aura of that black-cloaked woman. If I had to choose, I would definitely support that idiot. Me too. It's a pity that the idiot chose the wrong opponent. On the main stage, Heavenly Ocean Tyranny closed his eyes as if he was resting, not paying attention to the situation on stage. Sun Lingchan kept staring at Ling Xiao. She felt that this idiot had a very familiar aura. But upon closer inspection, it didn't seem like it at all. It really isn't him? Sigh, that person disappeared just like that. I still can't believe it. She sighed helplessly and thought to herself. That Ling Xiao had stepped into the highest floor of Hell Tower and obtained the map of the secret realm. How domineering was that time, who would have thought that after that, they would only meet once, and that was when he delivered the pill. After that, more than half a month had passed, and there was no trace of that Ling Xiao. Speaking of which, she really did miss him. After all, it was too much of a pity for such a good alchemist to die. Let's do it. Ling Xiao looked at the black-cloaked woman and said indifferently, I naturally won't regret my choice. The black-cloaked woman shook her head and said, no, you will definitely regret it. Because I never leave anyone alive. Since you've chosen to challenge me, don't blame me when you die, I'll give you a chance now. Withdraw immediately and choose another champion. Perhaps there's still a chance of success. With your strength, defeating Mou or Zhu Xiaozong shouldn't be a problem. Thank you for the reminder. But compared to them, I feel that defeating you will bring me more benefits. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Benefits? You won't have any benefits because you won't be able to touch me at all. You won't even have the chance to fight me head-on. The black-cloaked woman didn't plan to waste her saliva. Her figure suddenly flashed and quickly distanced herself from Ling Xiao. Then, she casually swung her hand and 3 small crossbow bolts shot out from her right arm. It was obvious that there was a crossbow tied to her arm. The 3 crossbow bolts were all entwined with black energy. They actually attacked Ling Xiao from 3 different directions. The speed was very fast and the angle was very tricky. It was absolutely impossible to guard against. Is this the black-cloaked woman's fighting method? It's really not bad. In this kind of battle, that fool's physical advantage naturally doesn't exist. When the audience saw this scene, they could even imagine the scene of Ling Xiao being defeated in the end. A ghostly voice came from the black-cloaked woman's mouth. It's too late for you to admit defeat now. I've said before that once I attack, you can forget about living. She didn't want others to challenge her again and again, so she had to be ruthless when she attacked. Even if she couldn't kill Ling Xiao, she had to severely injure Ling Xiao to serve as a warning to others. So? You're using this kind of toy to attack me? Trying to hurt me? The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth cracked into a smile and he casually waved his hand. Those crossbow bolts all broke when they hit his hand. What? The black-cloaked woman was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but exclaim. She knew that Ling Xiao's defense was strong, but she didn't expect it to be this strong. I think you should take the initiative to admit defeat. If I'm not wrong, although your cultivation is very high, your basic advantage is in speed. Your attack power is too weak. It can't even compare to that Prince Charming. With your attack power, you can't break my defense at all. Ling Xiao looked at the black-cloaked woman and smiled. Don't be so smug. With your speed, you can't touch me at all. On the other hand, I can think of ways to injure you, or even kill you. Anyway, I have plenty of crossbow bolts. Let's see how many you can block. The black-cloaked woman regained her composure. With her speed, he couldn't touch her at all. In this case, what was there for her to worry about? Are you sure I can't touch you? Ling Xiao's face revealed a sinister smile. Among warriors of similar cultivation, there was actually someone who wanted to compete with him in speed. Even if he didn't use the light and shadow ultimacy, he could firmly suppress this woman with his own speed. He really didn't know where she got her confidence from. Are you sure I can't touch you? That I'm not as fast as you? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Isn't that so? As the woman in black spoke, both her hands released arrows at the same time. Countless flying arrows interweaved into a net of arrows, completely covering Ling Xiao. Let's see how many you can block. She looked at this scene proudly, very satisfied with her masterpiece. Among the flying arrows that were shot out for the second time, several of them were engraved with special explosive runes. As long as it was touched, it would explode. And the power was very terrifying. This was what she was doing to increase her destructive power. She waited for that fool to block it, and then she would be able to see the scene of that fool's arm being blown off. But in the next moment, she was almost scared to death. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared from where he was, disappeared from her sight, and even his aura was gone. Countless arrows lost their target and all of them hit the ground, accompanied by terrifying explosive sounds. Several deep pits were directly blasted out on the ground of the arena. It was enough to see the power of these arrows. But what was the point? Ling Xiao had disappeared. Such an attack, no matter how powerful it was also a waste. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound was transmitted into the audience's ears. Ah! After that, there was a shocking scream, which made everyone's scalp go numb. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, only to discover that the woman in black's arm was actually grabbed by Ling Xiao, and now it was already hanging down. Obviously, the bone was directly crushed. This scene was simply like a fierce slap to everyone's face, causing those who had judged that Ling Xiao would definitely lose to feel their faces burn with shame. Playing speed in front of me is really ignorant. Haven't you heard that what a body-refining martial artist relies on the toughness of the body and instantaneous explosive power? Without speed, how can I survive? Ling Xiao stood beside the woman in black, looking at her with a smile that was not a smile on his face. I said long ago that you should admit defeat. This voice, in the ears of the audience, had a strong sense of ridicule. They just heard Ling Xiao let this woman admit defeat, and they all thought that Ling Xiao was crazy. But at this moment, they suddenly understood that it was not Ling Xiao who was crazy, but that they were too blind. Alright, I won't kill you, because you're really not worthy. Ling Xiao casually shook off the hand of the woman in black, then walked to the arena where the woman in black stood before. The woman in black looked at Ling Xiao's back view, her teeth grinding. She mocked Ling Xiao simply could not touch her. But now, she was placed in front of the mobility that she was most proudest. This kind of humiliation made her wish she was dead. Go to hell. Suddenly, the black-clothed woman roared. Her body turned into a black light, and her speed increased to the maximum. In everyone's eyes, they could no longer see her body. All they could see was the ghostly black light. However, Ling Xiao did not turn back. And did not even bother to look at this woman. I gave you a chance, don't blame me for being cruel. He suddenly raised his right hand, and then snapped his fingers. Puff. In midair, the woman in black who was rushing forward suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and then fell to the ground. You. How is this possible? Only the woman in black knew what kind of attack she suffered. That was soul force, a very terrifying soul force that could directly destroy her soul. She did not understand, how could a body refinement martial artist have such a terrifying soul force? This was illogical. But this kind of question, she would never know the answer. She sneak attacked Ling Xiao from behind, which made Ling Xiao finally determined to kill her. After twitching on the ground twice, the woman in black finally breathed her last. At this time, Ling Xiao looked back, shook his head and said, "Why are you doing this? I already don't plan to kill you." Ling Xiao truly did not plan to kill this woman in black. Although he loathed her aura, there was no enmity between them. She did not seem like a Prince Charming. But this woman insisted on seeking death, sneak attacking him from behind, so she could not blame him. At this point, all 11 candidates had been selected. The Heavenly Empire had monopolized 7 spots, something that no one had expected. Of course, the most eye-catching was still Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had defeated 2 experts in a row, making him an expert comparable to the 4 prodigies of Tianhai. At this point, no one in the audience dared to look down on him. It was just that many people recognized the Tianhai Empire's martial artists, but this foolish boy's background was so mysterious that it made people suspicious. But this person was so powerful that he definitely had a backer, so it was best not to provoke him. Many people inwardly thought. Putting aside whether or not they could bully Ling Xiao, even if they could they afford to provoke the person behind him? Alright, today's selection will end here. Apart from the 4 prodigies of Tianhai, the 11 of you will represent the Tianhai Empire in the White Tiger Meet. The White Tiger Meet is a major competition that belongs to the entire White Tiger continent. It is the most glorious competition that martial artists under the age of 30 can participate in. I hope that you will take care of yourselves and not embarrass yourselves or the Tianhai Empire. Wu Qinhuang stood up and spoke in a clear voice. Ling Xiao looked at Wu Qinhuang indifferently, finding it funny. If this person knew that he was Ling Xiao, what kind of expression would he have? Dan Feng, Lu Lian, Long Chen, Ji Luoyu, Feng Minglian, Cold Plum, Mou, Zhu Xiaocong, Xiao Budian, Lan Shui, and you. What is your name? Wu Qinhuang had first-hand information about the others, but he did not recognize Ling Xiao at all, nor did he know where he came from. Hearing Wu Qinhuang's words, the audience also looked at Ling Xiao curiously, because everyone wanted to know this person's name and background. Does your Highness Wu Qinhuang really not know who I am? A brilliant smile blossomed on Ling Zhao's face. Now that he was an official participant, according to the rules, the Tianhai Empire would strictly protect the 15 of them. Therefore, he had no need to be afraid, and revealing his true identity was no big deal. Moreover, even if he did not reveal himself, his enemies would vent their anger on his friends. If he was alone, he could play dead until the end of the White Tiger Storm meet. Who are you? Wu Qinhuang was stunned, and his face stiffened. He had never seen such a person before, so how could he know who he was? Ha ha ha, Your Highness Wu Qinhuang is really forgetful. Don't tell me that you don't even recognize me, Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao laughed. Ling Xiao. He actually said that he's Ling Xiao? That Tianhai Empire's heavenly emperor Ling Xiao? Impossible, didn't they say that he's already dead? The crowd immediately began to discuss among themselves, and the place was filled with noise. Although Ling Xiao had not been in the Tianhai Empire for long, the things he did were too shocking, so he was too famous. In the short time he had been in the Tianhai Empire, Ling Xiao had killed the Dragon Prince, destroyed the little magical beast, ascended the Hell Tower, and ventured into the underground world. Regardless of which event it was, they had all become the best material for the storytellers on the streets and alleys. That was why Ling Zhao's fame was not small at all. The martial prince's body trembled violently as he stared wide-eyed at Ling Xiao, but he could not find any trace of Ling Zhao's aura on the person before him. Little friend, you may be Ling Zhao's friend, and you may cry injustice for his death, but there's no need to pretend to be him, is there? The martial prince suddenly laughed after looking at him for a long while. Ling Xiao shrugged but did not remove his disguise. He felt that this situation of seeming right but actually being wrong was not bad either. If the other party did not understand the situation and did not dare to jump to conclusions, it would at least confuse the other party's thoughts. Hee, if you don't believe me, then so be it, Your Highness Martial Prince. In any case, just register my name as Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He spoke so calmly and indifferently that no one could tell if he was telling the truth or not. Still, many people carefully distinguished his aura and appearance, and then connected the two figures to the Ling Xiao of the past. No matter how hard they tried, they could not overlap the two figures. The difference was too great. There was no way this guy was Ling Xiao. Perhaps, as the martial prince had said, he was Ling Zhao's friend, and had used Ling Zhao's name to investigate the cause of Ling Zhao's death. Tian Hailan and Feng Mo were both rather nervous. With no definite news from the Sky Demon cult about killing Ling Xiao, they could not eat or sleep in peace. After all, they had wronged Ling Xiao, and it was impossible for their hearts to be calm. Right now, they were most afraid that Ling Xiao would return for revenge. And yet, the unassuming youth before them bore no resemblance to the domineering and outstanding Ling Xiao of the past. They really couldn't believe that this Ling Xiao was the Ling Xiao they knew. It doesn't matter if you are the real Ling Xiao or not. Since you want to take responsibility for that brat, then you must die. Prince Wu still had a smile on his face, but he already had a plan in his heart. He wouldn't take the impersonator of Ling Xiao seriously, but in order to vent his frustrations from the underground world, he had to teach him a lesson. Alright, this prince will register your name as Ling Xiao. Remember, after 3 days, everyone will gather here and head to Thunderclap City together. The Prince of Wu looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile. Thank you for your reminder. I understand. Can I leave now? Ling Xiao asked Prince Wu. Of course, today's selection will end here. Those who want to leave can leave. Remember to gather here in the morning 3 days later. After Wu Qinhuang finished speaking, he turned around and left. In his heart, he was concerned about the martial artists participating in this competition. Out of the 15 people, 7 of them were actually from the Tianhai Empire. This was unacceptable to him. Therefore, he had to enter the palace and meet the emperor. He hoped that the 4 great empires and the Jingyi school would renegotiate and increase the number of spots. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't care about these things. As long as he obtained a spot to participate in the White Tiger meet, that was enough. While the crowd was still in chaos, he secretly called Hong Yu and Blue Snow to leave. Blue Snow had succeeded in her revenge and was actually somewhat grateful to Ling Xiao. However, this girl had been used to being cold for a long time and didn't know how to say thank you. However, from the fact that she was willing to leave with Ling Xiao, it could be seen that she seemed to have let go of the past and planned to live for herself again. You seem to be very famous? On the way, Blue Snow suddenly asked. Yes, I am indeed very famous. Ling Xiao is my real name, but unfortunately, those people don't believe it. Ling Xiao said with a smile. When the false turns into the real turns into the false, and the false turns into the real. Isn't this the same in this world? However, you are you. It seems that I really misjudged you back then. Blue Snow was young and mature. Although she was young, she spoke like a little adult. Oh, you admit that you misjudged me? Ling Xiao smiled. I admit that you are stronger than me. Blue Snow nodded. In fact, she had already realized this from the moment Ling Xiao defeated Prince Charming and the woman in black. It's good that you admit it. You and Hong Yu don't have any relatives in Tianhai City, right? You can act with me in the future, if you are willing. Ling Xiao never minded having more helpers. He had too many enemies. He probably couldn't deal with them alone. Hong Yu and Blue Snow were very powerful. Although they were only 12 years old, their cultivation had reached the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm, which was higher than his. This meant that their talent had reached a terrifying level. In fact, Ling Xiao could also feel that there was a special aura in their bodies that was very similar to Long Chen's. However, he couldn't confirm it yet. Blue Snow nodded, indicating that she was willing to follow Ling Xiao. No matter what, Ling Xiao had been a servant in their house for more than 10 days. He was the most familiar with her and Hong Yu. Other than Ling Xiao, she really didn't know who else to trust. Since that's the case, let's go meet my friends. Ling Xiao smiled and led the two girls in the direction of the Tower of Heroes. His friends, who were also his comrades, lived in the Tower of Heroes. Big Brother Ling. Brother Ling. Master. As soon as he returned to the courtyard, Long Chen, Dan Feng, Cold Plum, and the others came to welcome him. When they came back from the arena, they didn't leave with Ling Xiao. They had rushed back in advance to prepare the food and wine. Ling Xiao had returned after surviving a great calamity, so they naturally had to welcome him. Let me introduce you. This is Hong Yu, and this is Blue Snow. They are both my saviors, and we will all be friends in the future. Ling Xiao returned to his original appearance and smiled as he introduced the two girls to everyone. Thank you both. Dan Feng and the others actually bowed to Hong Yu and Blue Snow in an instant. To them, Ling Xiao was not only their master, but also their savior. More importantly, they were friends who had gone through life and death together. If something were to happen to Ling Xiao, they wouldn't be able to live a good life either. Now that Ling Xiao had returned safely, it was really a great fortune. Their respectful words of thanks caused the two little girls to be in a state of confusion. No need to thank us. Big Brother is also our friend. Hong Yu hurriedly waved her hand. Alright, we're all family, so there's no need to be so polite. I came back today to have a good drink with everyone. Ling Xiao relaxed the heavy atmosphere in an instant, casually sitting down on the seat that had been prepared for him. Good wine, good food, and the company of friends. It was a great fortune for a martial artist. It's a pity that we don't have good wine from the Fan family. Otherwise, this banquet would be even more interesting. Ling Xiao looked at the wine. Although it was good wine, it was just ordinary wine. It was really boring. After he finished speaking, Ling Xiao did not wait for anyone to say anything and directly leaped away. He really left as soon as he said so, causing everyone to shake their heads and smile bitterly. Big Brother can't be some emperor, right? I seem to have heard you all call him His Majesty? After Ling Xiao left, Hong Yu was really bored, so she tilted her head and asked a question. Brother Ling is the celestial emperor of our celestial empire. He overthrew the rule of the true demon empire with his own strength, established the celestial empire on the heavenly dragon continent, and then unified the divine phoenix continent. Now, the divine phoenix and the heavenly dragon continent have merged into one and become the dragon phoenix continent. It's all thanks to him, Dan Feng said proudly. To be able to make a friend like Ling Xiao was a great blessing in his life. While they were chatting, Ling Xiao had already appeared in the Wonder Tower. After entering the Wonder Tower, he rushed up. In the past, his cultivation was much weaker than now, but he could already reach the top floor of the Wonder Tower. Now that his cultivation was much stronger than before, no one could stop him along the way. When he reached the top floor, he was blocked by someone. "I'm sorry, the top floor has been booked by the Crown Princess for the white tiger meat. Please leave." The person who blocked Ling Xiao was Xianxia. However, Ling Xiao had changed his appearance, so Xianxia could not recognize him. "Booked? What kind of bag is that? Face?" Ling Xiao looked at Xianxia with disdain and said, "I'm just going up to buy some things. Get out of my way." Today was a happy day, and he did not want to fight casually. If the Crown Princess had really booked the top floor, he would just buy some good wine and leave. He would not stay here for long. "You are really impudent. Don't think that you can look down on the world just because you got a spot to participate in the white tiger meet with your rough body. Get lost," Xianxia said angrily. "That's right, I don't care about you." "So what?" Ling Xiao did not want to fight, but Xianxia used her position as the Crown Princess made to stop him from entering the top floor. This made him unhappy. "You're asking for a beating." Xianxia angrily pulled out her sword and stabbed at him. Ling Xiao didn't even look at him as he slapped him. The crisp sound of a slap rang out from the stairs, and Xianxia was sent flying up the stairs. "You're just a B***tch looking for trouble. I gave you face, but you don't want it." Ling Xiao cursed and then walked towards the top floor. This was the second time Ling Xiao stepped onto the top floor of the Wonder Tower. There were quite a lot of people on this floor. Fan Ruohai, Mu Wanchuang, Crown Princess, Sun Lingchan, Wind Devil Sacred Sword, Water Shenxi, Xiao Budian, and Lu Lian. The other two people were actually the two sea race martial artists from the Dragon Phoenix continent. Of these two sea race martial artists, one was called Wu Di. He was an expert in swordsmanship, and it was said that he could use many swords to attack his enemies at the same time. He actually had 3 heads and 6 arms. He was originally a nobody, but recently, he seemed to be in frequent contact with the Tianhai Empire's imperial family, especially the Crown Princess. The other one was called Hai Bao. He had a bad temper and was very strong. Although he didn't cultivate any body-refining martial arts, his body was just as strong. In fact, in today's selection, he had tried to challenge Ling Xiao, but was stopped by the Crown Princess. There was another person that Ling Xiao didn't recognize, but his aura was no weaker than the Tianhai 4 heroes. He felt that he was very strong, and should be someone from the Tianhai Empire or someone close to the Tianhai Empire's imperial family. This person seemed to have a strong hatred for Ling Xiao. When he saw Ling Xiao, his eyes actually burst into flames, and the anger in his heart was spewing out. Even the temperature of the entire top floor instantly rose a lot. "That's ridiculous." Ling Xiao looked at this person. He really didn't understand what kind of hatred he had with this guy. He just cupped his hands at Fan Ruohai and smiled. "Master Fan." Then he nodded at Lu Lian as a form of greeting. In this group, only Lu Lian had a good relationship with him. The others were either competitors or complete strangers. "My apologies. I ran into a dog blocking my way, so I went a bit overboard. Everyone, please continue eating. I'll go buy a few things and then leave." Ling Xiao faced the murderous gazes of several people, but it was as if he didn't see them at all. He smiled and cupped his hands, and then walked to the top floor counter. He was free and easy, but the Crown Princess's expression wasn't very good. Today, she had set up this banquet on behalf of the Crown Prince, Tianhai Tyranny, to reward those who had performed meritorious deeds and rope in talented martial artists. She had only excluded those martial artists from the Tianhai Empire. She hadn't expected that a mere country bumpkin would dare to ignore her. Not only did he not greet her, he even called her maid a dog blocking his way. This was preposterous. Fan Ruohai only smiled at all of this. He had always felt that this self-proclaimed Ling Xiao was somewhat similar to the Ling Xiao of the past. As for how they were similar, he couldn't say. But based on his intuition, he didn't believe that he was mistaken. Thus, he still looked forward to Ling Xiao and treated him with great friendliness. Just like how he had treated Ling Xiao in the past. To offend Ling Xiao for the crown princess? He wasn't that stupid. After all, the Fan clan and the Tianhai clan had always been at odds. It was just that this conflict hadn't been fully ignited yet. Brother Ling, if you need anything, just let me know, and I'll have someone deliver it to your residence. There's no need to come personally. Fan Ruahai smiled. Sir Fan is too polite. As the saying went, one doesn't slap a smiling face. Even though Ling Xiao didn't know what Fan Ruahai was thinking or what his intentions were, he still treated him well. But other people were indeed good to him, so he didn't need to treat them coldly. However, just because Fan Ruahai thought highly of Ling Xiao didn't mean that others thought the same. Although some of the people present didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the White Tiger meet, in their view, it wasn't that they weren't strong enough, but that they couldn't fight for some special reason. They had to admit that Ling Xiao's body was very terrifying. He cultivated body refining techniques and was very difficult to kill. But in their view, this wasn't much. No martial artist would be so stupid as to compete with others in terms of physical strength. Since he had inner strength, soul power, and all sorts of powerful martial arts techniques, wouldn't he be a fool if he didn't use them? A true elite would have countless ways to kill a martial artist like Ling Xiao. The genius martial artists present were all at the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm or above. This fake Ling Xiao was only at the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm, so they really didn't need to be afraid. Although they had seen Ling Xiao defeat Prince Charming and the black-cloaked woman. But almost everyone thought that it wasn't that Ling Xiao was too strong, but that those two were too stupid. If they were in his place, they definitely wouldn't have ended up like that. Humans were all like this, always thinking that they could do better than others. Young Master Fan is a magnanimous Prime Minister. However, please forgive Wind Demon's rudeness. Not only did this person impersonate the Heavenly Emperor Ling Xiao, he also injured the Crown Princess maid and barged into the top floor of Wonder Tower. I cannot stand this. At this moment, Sacred Wind Demon suddenly spoke. It was clear that this was the Crown Princess order. Sacred Wind Demon already had a grudge against Ling Xiao. Now, this fake Ling Xiao was clearly here to stand up for Ling Xiao. He naturally hated him as well. That's right. Not just anyone has the qualifications to enter the 15th floor of Wonder Tower. Today, the Crown Princess has reserved the entire place. A mere country bumpkin like him barged in without an invitation. He is disrespectful to the Crown Princess. The Water God's son added. Water God had been particularly depressed recently. As Water God Temple's strongest genius, he had been very happy when he heard that Ling Xiao had gone missing. However, in today's selection battle, he had actually lost to Ling Xiao's followers. He had been heavily injured and couldn't continue with the following challenges. As a result, he had lost the right to participate in the White Tiger meet. Now that he saw this fake Ling Xiao, he wanted nothing more than to kill him. Of all the people you could impersonate, why did you have to impersonate that loathsome guy? Hearing these two's words, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. He smiled at Water God and then at Sacred Wind Demon. Then, he said to Water God, "You piece of trash. You can't even participate in the White Tiger meet. What right do you have to boast so shamelessly?" Water God's face turned red from the scolding, but he couldn't refute Ling Xiao's words. On this point, he indeed didn't have the right to criticize Ling Xiao. Whether or not Ling Xiao was a country bumpkin, he had obtained the right to participate in the White Tiger meet. He was much stronger than him. Seeing Water God remain silent, Ling Xiao looked at Sacred Wind Demon and said, "Heavenly Ocean's 4 heroes? Haha, Heavenly Ocean Tyranny, Sun Lingchan, and Mu Wanshuang have the right, but who do you think you are? You think you're worthy of being called 4 heroes? He was just there to make up the numbers, right? Don't forget, this is the Wonder Tower, not your Wind Demon Manor. Young Master Fan is the owner of this place." He didn't even say anything. What nonsense are you spouting? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the sacred sword of the Wind Demon flew into a rage. There was no one had ever dared to say that to him. Even the real Ling Xiao could only dodge his attacks. This fake Ling Xiao was actually so arrogant. Who did he think he was? Did he really think that he could disregard the sacred sword of Wind Fiend just because he had defeated Prince Charming? It looks like you're very angry. Ling Xiao smirked. But there's no point in being angry. No matter what you say, you're not the one in charge here. It's Mr. Fan. As long as Mr. Fan says that I, Ling Xiao, am not qualified to shop here, I will leave immediately. I, Ling Xiao, am not a shameless person. I will not be a shameless dog for a few glasses of wine and some delicious food. I also hope you know your place. Don't treat yourself as an outsider. It's not up to you to give orders here. He was here to buy things. The Wonder Tower was an open restaurant. As long as one had the ability, they could buy things from it. This was also the unchanging rule of the Fan family. Even if Fan Ruahai wanted to take care of the Crown Princess's feelings, he would not ruin the Fan family's reputation. Moreover, Ling Xiao had long seen that the Fan family and the royal family appeared to be in harmony, but were actually at odds. Fan Ruahai would not do that. Bastard, you dare to look down on me. The sacred sword of the Wind Demon was in a terrible mood after being scolded by Ling Xiao. In the mystic world, strength was respected. The reason he dared to mock Ling Xiao was because he felt that Ling Xiao was not as strong as him. According to his thoughts, Ling Xiao should obediently accept his sarcasm. But who knew that this country bumpkin fake Ling Xiao would be as arrogant as the real Ling Xiao, not giving him any face at all. So what if I look down on you? Who do you think you are? Do I have to respect you? Ling Xiao might have been afraid of the sacred sword of the Wind Demon in the past, but today, he was no longer the same person. He had absolute confidence in winning against the sacred sword of the Wind Demon. If this guy really did not know what was good for him, he did not mind teaching him a lesson. But the problem was that the sacred sword of the Wind Demon was also an official participant of the White Tiger meet. According to the rules, official participants could not be killed. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe. Ling Xiao would not do such a stupid thing for a moment of pleasure. Of course, teaching him a lesson was still acceptable. Ha 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 ha. The Wind Demon's sacred sword was so angry that he laughed. I really don't understand. You're just a 7th level Yin Yang realm martial artist. You barely managed to get a spot to participate in the White Tiger Tempest meet with your thick skin and insignificant speed. What gives you the confidence to talk to me like that? As he laughed, the sacred sword of the Wind Demon suddenly released an extremely powerful sword chi. It stabbed towards Ling Xiao like a sharp sword, suppressing and threatening Ling Xiao. You'll know what confidence I have when you attack. If you're afraid, hold it in. Don't grumble like a resentful wife. Ling Xiao did not intend to attack first. Only by attacking passively would he have a reason to beat this guy up. Moreover, the Tianhai Empire would not have a reason to slander him. I look like a resentful wife? I don't dare to attack? The sacred sword of the Wind Demon felt that he could no longer control himself. Even the people sitting on the top floor felt that the fake Ling Xiao was too daring. If the sacred sword of the Wind Demon was forced into a corner, he would definitely kill. At most, he would not participate in the White Tiger meet. If you want to attack, then hurry up. I still have to buy things to meet with my friends. I don't have time to chat with you. Ling Xiao did not even look at the sacred sword of the Wind Demon. He walked straight to the counter and said loudly, "Give me 100 jars of 5 poison sacred wine, 20 jars of ice dragon wine, 20 jars of fire dragon wine, and 100 wonder set meals. I want the best ones." After killing 73 heavenly demon disciples, Ling Xiao was now very rich. Although the things he wanted to buy were rather expensive, he did not care. Damn it, how dare you look down on me? The sacred sword of the Wind Demon panted in anger. He was like a bomb that could explode at any moment. Whoever dares to sell him wine will be an enemy of the sacred sword of the Wind Demon. Hearing this, the Crown Princess could not help but frown. This idiot. This is the Wonder Tower. Aren't you saying that you're above Fan Ruahai? That Fan Ruahai is someone that even the Crown Prince is wary of. How stupid. Sure enough, Fan Ruahai's eyes narrowed when he heard this. He then said coldly, "Our Fan family is open to business. We dare to do business with anyone. I wonder how your sacred sword of the Wind Demon will cause trouble for me?" Hearing this, the sacred sword of the Wind Demon felt a chill run down his spine. He was instantly roused from his rage. "Young Master Fan, that's not what I meant. The sacred sword of wind demon hurriedly tried to explain, but unfortunately, Fan Ruahai did not buy it. Of course, with Fan Ruahai's status and identity, he would not do anything to the sacred sword of wind demon. Moreover, the sacred sword of wind demon was an official member of the White Tiger Meat. If he did anything, it would bring trouble to the Fan family. Therefore, Fan Ruahai thought of an even better idea. You don't want us to sell wine to Ling Xiao? Fine, I'll give him wine. This move of his could be considered to be a good one. He had planned to win over Ling Xiao, but he could not find an excuse. Now, he could use this opportunity to give Ling Xiao some benefits. He believed that Ling Xiao would accept it. Not for anything else, but to slap the sacred sword of wind demon's face. As expected, the sacred sword of wind demon's expression was very awkward. It was as if he wanted to find a mouse hole to hide in. Fan Ruahai would rather give wine to the fake Ling Xiao than take him seriously. He was really a coward. Haha, don't be angry, young Master Fan. The sacred sword of wind demon does not dare to disrespect you. Why don't you spare him for my sake? The Crown Princess said with a chuckle. Of course I have to give face to the Crown Princess. However, I have always been a man of my word. I can't take back the wine I promised to give Ling Xiao, can I? Fan Ruahai looked at the Crown Princess with a sly look. The Crown Princess cursed inwardly. This guy was really cunning. He actually dragged her into this. She had already pleaded for the sacred sword of wind demon. If she was stingy with a few cups of wine, it would be too embarrassing. She was a member of the royal family and the Crown Princess. Sometimes, her face was more important than her life. Fine, I'll give him the wine he wants. However, I have a request. I can only give him what he can drink on the spot. Otherwise, I can't do anything if he wants to buy all the wine in the Wonder Tower. The Crown Princess pondered for a moment and said. This was a relatively safe method. She didn't believe that Ling Xiao could drink that much wine. After all, the wine in Miracle Tower wasn't ordinary wine. Even a Yinyang realm martial artist would need a long time to digest a jug of wine. In her opinion, since Ling Xiao cultivated a body-refining martial art, his physique might be stronger than ordinary martial artists, but it shouldn't exceed 2 or 3 jars. Sure. A cold smile flashed across Fan Ruahai's lips. If this Ling Xiao was really that Ling Xiao, then the Crown Princess would have to pay a huge price this time. Since the Crown Princess finds it hard to refuse such great hospitality, then I will reluctantly accept. First, 2 jars of 5 poisons sacred wine. Ling Xiao also smiled. Why wouldn't he drink the wine that someone gave him for free? Men, bring the wine. The Crown Princess called out softly, and 2 jars of 5 poisons sacred wine filled with a special smell were placed on her table. Catch. The Crown Princess's wine naturally couldn't be drunk so easily. She suddenly slapped the table, and one of the jars flew up and spun violently in the air. She lightly slapped the wine jar again. The jar instantly sped up and shot towards Ling Xiao. At this moment, not only was the wine jar extremely fast in the air, but it was also spinning continuously. The Crown Princess clearly wanted to embarrass Ling Xiao. If one did not have enough control over their inner strength, the moment they touched the wine jug, the jug would instantly shatter. When Ling Xiao embarrassed himself, the Crown Princess could at least vent a little. Everyone present was an expert and could naturally see this. Some people revealed treacherous smiles in schadenfreude. However, Lu Lian was a little worried. Fan Ruahai was still smiling, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Thank you for the wine, Crown Princess. All of a sudden, Ling Xiao stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the wine jar. There was no technique at all. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help secretly thinking, indeed a boorish man. It's impossible to be the real Ling Xiao. The Wind Fiend's sacred sword, Water God's son, and the rest were all waiting to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. Because they knew that as long as Ling Xiao's hand touched the wine jar would definitely shatter instantly. However, the following scene made them stare with their mouths agape. Ling Xiao's hand grabbed the wine jar, but that wine jar did not shatter. Not only did it not shatter, all the spinning and momentum stopped instantly. The wine jar was firmly grasped by Ling Xiao. Even the wine inside did not drip out. Ha ha ha. Ling Xiao laughed heartily and then started drinking in big mouthfuls. Beautiful. Very beautiful. This wine is indeed flavorful. The reason why Ling Xiao chose the 5-poison sacred wine was naturally for a reason. The 5-poison sacred wine was brewed with 5 types of deadly poisons as condiments. Its effect was to greatly stimulate every cell in a warrior's body, allowing a warrior's potential to erupt even more. It allowed a warrior's body to be tempered. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation had completely recovered, he could feel that there was still a large amount of energy in his cells that needed to be absorbed. If he could absorb this energy, his cultivation might even continue to break through. For others, the 5-poison sacred wine would cause them to feel a heart-wrenching pain. If their body was slightly weaker, they would probably lose their lives. However, for Ling Xiao, this 5-poison sacred wine was an excellent tonic. Here's your wine jar. After Ling Xiao finished drinking, he suddenly threw the wine jar back. There was even a cold smile on his lips. The crown princess wanted to embarrass him, so he would not let it go so easily. How dare you? At this moment, the Wind Fiend's sacred sword sitting next to the crown princess pounced out and reached out to grab the wine jar. Whether the crown princess could take the wine jar or not, it was an insult to the crown princess. Therefore, the Wind Fiend's sacred sword had to block it. After all, the crown princess gave Ling Xiao the wine for him. Smack, the seemingly stable wine jar suddenly shattered in the Wind Fiend's sacred sword's hand. The fragments flew out, shocking the nearby warriors into using their inner strength to block it. Although the Wind Fiend's sacred sword was not injured, he appeared to be in a very sorry state. Haha, I was just returning the crown princess's inner strength to the crown princess, but you had to play the hero. Don't blame me for embarrassing you. Ling Xiao glanced at the Wind Fiend's sacred sword and shook his head with a smile. At this moment, everyone looked at Ling Xiao with something else in their eyes. This person was definitely not as crude and unbearable as he appeared. He could actually forcefully suppress the crown princess's inner strength that she injected into the wine jar and return it. Just this control alone was not something an ordinary person could do. Crown princess, continue. How can one jar of such fine wine be enough? Ling Xiao no longer looked at the unlucky Wind Fiend's sacred sword and looked at the crown princess. If he didn't drink this crown prince consort till she became poor, then he wouldn't be called Ling Xiao. What is this guy's body made of? Body tempering techniques really have such a powerful effect? Everyone was shocked to hear that Ling Xiao still wanted to drink. That was the 5-poison sacred wine. It was the strongest wine in Wonder Tower and also the most dangerous wine. Ordinary martial artists did not even dare to touch it. Only martial artists who boasted of their strong bodies could only drink 1 or 2 mouthfuls before resting for half a day. That kind of heart-wrenching pain was really not something that everyone could endure. Even a martial artist at the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm would probably die after drinking a jar of it. However, Ling Xiao was too strong. He drank an entire jar of wine and acted as if nothing had happened. He still wanted more. They did not know that the strong poison might be harmful to others, but it was beneficial to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not have much money to buy large amounts of 5-poison sacred wine. It would take too long to brew it himself, and the key ingredients were not easy to find. Especially the 5 strong poisons, which were very rare. The Fan family could brew it in large quantities because they raised the 5 poisons themselves. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to do it. He wanted to use this opportunity to drink to his heart's content and make the crown princess bleed. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At this moment, the sacred sword of Wind Demon stood there dripping wet. He looked extremely wretched. No one cared if he was humiliated. They were all concerned about whether Ling Xiao could drink a second jar of 5 poisons sacred wine. His face was so dark that it looked as if ink could drip out of it. This enmity was completely formed. The crown princess frowned slightly. Then, she sneered and waved at the counter. Bring 9 more jars of 5 poisons sacred wine. Since this little brother likes to drink, I'll let him drink to his heart's content. Her intention was very obvious. If 1 jar could not kill him, then 2 jars. If 2 jars could not kill him, then 3 jars. She asked for 9 jars. Including the one on the table, there were 10 jars. Was she afraid that Ling Xiao would not die, If this fake Ling Xiao really died from drinking, then she would save herself a lot of trouble. Take this, little brother. The crown princess revealed a cold smile and then slapped the table with both hands. The 10 jars of wine on the table actually shot towards Ling Xiao at the same time. Moreover, this angle was different. It was clearly a very exquisite hidden weapon technique. Every angle was a place where Ling Xiao could not exert his strength. She wasn't able to embarrass Ling Xiao the first time, but instead made the Wind Demon's sacred sword suffer, so she was very unhappy. This time, she wanted Ling Xiao to die in a situation where his ugly face was exposed. Only then would she be able to dispel the hatred in her heart. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a sneer. His figure suddenly flickered and turned into an afterimage as he tore through the sky. Then, everyone saw a shocking scene. The 10 jars of 5 poisoned sacred wine seemed to be blown by the tornado. The wine in the jars flew out and followed the tornado. In the end, they all disappeared. Then, people found that Ling Xiao had returned to his original position. His face was red, and the aura of his whole body was burning. This was clearly caused by drinking a large amount of 5 poisoned sacred wine. Ordinary people might not be able to see clearly what Ling Xiao had just done. But these people present were not blind. They were all experts. They clearly saw Ling Xiao circling the 10 jars a few times. However, this speed was so fast that it had already formed a tornado. Then, the wine in the jars was all drunk by him. I'll return the jars to you. After drinking all the wine, the 10 jars were still thrown towards the crown princess by Ling Xiao. This time, Ling Xiao also used the hidden weapon technique. He had once devoured the hidden weapon martial soul of a young genius from the Tang family on the Sky Dragon continent. Although he had not used it, it also made him proficient in the hidden weapon technique. Although the Tang family had declined and their cultivation was not very good, their hidden weapon technique could be said to be number 1 in the mystic world. When the 10 jars flew out, it actually made the crown princess feel a sense of panic. She was very strong and naturally was not afraid of attacks. However, it was absolutely impossible for her to receive these 10 jars unscathed. Helpless, the crown princess' palm wind shook, and the 10 jars were immediately completely shattered. Although she blocked Ling Xiao's attack, she was clearly not as free as Ling Xiao. This could also be considered a small loss of face. Her pretty face was flushed red and sullen, but she was unable to vent. Because she used the wine jars to test Ling Xiao first. Now, he was just returning the wine jars, but she could not receive him well. Getting angry at this time would undoubtedly be even more humiliating. Moreover, at this time, her gaze was fixed on Ling Xiao. Because she wanted to see Ling Xiao's livers and guts being cut to pieces and in agony after the 10 jars of 5 poisoned sacred wine entered his stomach. Ling Xiao's appearance was indeed somewhat special. His face was red like a soldering iron. His body was actually constantly emitting a strange heat. As for Ling Xiao's body, he felt as if there was a raging fire burning inside, trying to completely corrode his internal organs. Ah! Ling Xiao suddenly roared and spat out a mouthful of black flame-like alcohol. When everyone saw this, except for Lu Lian and a few others, the rest were gloating. This fake Ling Xiao was really stupid. You actually dared to drink 10 jars of 5 poisoned sacred wine in one go. You're finished now. You deserve to die. The water god sneered as though Ling Xiao had been defeated by him and was rather proud. The sacred sword of Wind Demon also looked at Ling Xiao and finally looked much more comfortable. It seemed that this fake Ling Xiao was courting death and there was no need for him to do anything. Burp. However, to everyone's surprise, Ling Xiao suddenly burped a moment later, and his complexion actually returned to normal. Crown Princess, bring the wine. What are you waiting for? He said to the Crown Princess with a smile. You can still drink? The Crown Princess was stunned and her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What kind of physique did this guy have? He had already drunk 11 jars of 5 poisoned sacred wine. Each jar of 5 poisoned sacred wine on the top floor was worth 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 11 jars were worth 1,100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Although she was rich, she could not accept taking out so many spirit stones to give to an enemy. However, the arrow had already been knocked and she had no choice but to release it. she was completely unable to back down. She had to buy as much as Xiao could drink. Otherwise, as the crown princess, she would lose all her face today. Alright, since you're not afraid of death, give me 10 more jars. The crown princess frowned and shouted at the counter with a delicate chuckle. The 10 jars of wine were quickly delivered. However, the crown princess did not do anything this time. She just obediently delivered the wine to Xiao's table. She had tried to prank Xiao twice before but failed. Instead, she got herself into trouble. She did not want to continue. Xiao drank all 10 jars of wine once again. The moment the 10 jars of wine entered his stomach, he clearly felt the closed cultivation in his body open up again. At that moment, he saw the 12th floor of the Hell of Beasts. It could turn people into beasts and torture them. In order to break through to the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm, one had to go through the torture of the Hell of Animals. It was extremely difficult to endure the pain of animals. Many martial artists couldn't endure the pain of animals and failed to break through. They would forever be stuck at this level. However, what did Xiao have to fear? His primordial spirit stepped into the Hell of Animals and turned into a ferocious beast. He used the body of the evil beast Demon King to trample through the Hell of Animals and successfully walked out. Breakthrough successful. However, in order to prevent others from noticing the signs of his breakthrough, he deliberately suppressed his aura. This time, Xiao's body seemed to be tortured by the terrifying 5-poison sacred wine because of his breakthrough. It didn't return to normal for a long time. After more than 10 minutes, Lu Lian stood up anxiously. She was worried that Xiao couldn't take it anymore. Fan Ruohai frowned and thought to himself, did I see wrongly? Is this a fool who doesn't know his own strength and not the real Xiao? Humph, it's best if he's dead. A fool who doesn't know his own strength. The water god let out a cold snort and looked disdainfully at Xiao, who had not moved for a long time. 21 jars of 5-poison sacred wine. If it were her, she would drink it carefully even if it was just 1 jar. Xiao was courting his own death. He couldn't blame anyone else. Water Shensi, throw this trash's corpse out of the window. There are demonic beasts down there and they can enjoy the delicacies. Don't ruin everyone's mood. Wind Demon Sacred Sword suddenly said. Water Shensi nodded and stood up. She had wanted Xiao to die for a long time. This was a rare opportunity. She knew that Wind Demon Sacred Sword was giving her a chance to take revenge. Although this was a fake Xiao, he was definitely a friend or admirer of Xiao. Killing him would help her vent her anger. I advise you not to act recklessly. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Lu Lian blocked Water Shensi coldly. She would never allow anyone to hurt Xiao because she knew that this was the real Xiao. Water Shensi frowned. If Lu Lian were to block her, she would have no choice. Lu Lian's cultivation was much stronger than hers. If they were to fight, she would only be at a disadvantage. Scram! The sacred sword of Wind Demon suddenly appeared from behind and attacked Lu Lian. Lu Lian hastily blocked. The water god took the opportunity to dash out and reach out to grab Xiao. However, at this moment, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the water god with a smile that was not a smile. He opened his mouth. Good wine indeed. As he spoke, a black wine vessel shot out from his mouth and stabbed towards water god like a sword chi. He could not easily kill the sacred sword of the wind fiend, but water god was not an official participant of the white tiger meet. Killing him was not a big deal. Moreover, this person had always wanted to take his life. Today, he even wanted to throw him off the miracle tower. If he didn't kill this person, how could he, Xiao, be satisfied? This sword chi was too fast and too sudden. Water god did not have any reaction and was directly pierced through by the black sword chi. A terrifying poison spread throughout her body. Ah! Water god let out a shocking scream. The warriors present felt a chill down their spines and their scalps tingle. Scram! Then, Xiao slapped water god in the face, sending him flying out of the wonder tower and crashing to the ground. At this moment, everyone's eyes were stunned. Lu Lian revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Fan Ruohai was stunned for a moment and smiled. Back then, he thought that Ling Xiao would be killed by the Hell Overlord in the Hell Tower. However, the facts later proved that his judgment was wrong. This also made him adjust his expectations of Ling Xiao. It was precisely because of this matter that he absolutely did not believe that Ling Xiao would be killed so easily. Even if the fake Ling Xiao in front of him and the real Ling Xiao looked incompatible, he still insisted that this person was Ling Xiao. You actually killed her? Sacred Sword of Wind Demon widened his eyes and roared in fear and anger. So what if I killed her? She's not an official participant of the White Tiger meet. Moreover, she's not strong enough, so she should learn to be obedient. Did she think that I, Ling Xiao, am a pushover? Ling Xiao looked at Sacred Sword of Wind Demon with disdain and said indifferently. Sacred Sword of Wind Demon opened his mouth but did not say anything in the end. Water God attempted to kill an official participant of the White Tiger meet. This was a capital offense. Now that she was killed by the fake Ling Xiao, he could not find a reason to take revenge. No matter what, this fake Ling Xiao was in the right. Your Highness, thank you for the wine, but I haven't had enough. How about some more? Ling Xiao ignored Sacred Sword of Wind Demon and looked at the Crown Princess. His eyes were filled with mockery and ridicule. Aren't you rich? Today, I'll drink until you're broke. Let's see if you still dare to act tough. The Crown Princess was dumbfounded. That was the 5-poison sacred wine, a top-grade wine that cost 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones per jar. It was not a wine that ordinary people could drink. Even low-grade spirit stones could not buy it. This guy had already drunk 21 jars, which cost her 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. He was still not dead, still not drunk enough? You're still in the mood to drink? You killed Water God, and the Water Sacred Hall Master will not let you off. You'd better run for your life. Sacred Sword of Wind Demon looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly. It's none of your business whether I run for my life or not. It's rare for the Crown Princess to treat me today. If I don't drink more, how can I live up to her hospitality? Ling Xiao glanced at Sacred Sword of Wind Demon indifferently. If not for the fact that this guy was qualified to participate in the competition, he really wanted to kill this annoying guy right now. Why did he have so much nonsense to say? The Crown Princess's brows were almost knitted together. She took a deep breath and said, Okay, I'll give you 10 more jars. That should be enough. This wine is not cheap, and its effect is too strong. As a member of the competition, you'd better not drink yourself to death. Crown Princess, are you out of money? Ling Xiao suddenly smiled and said, If Crown Princess is really out of money, I can buy it myself. Anyway, that's what I planned to do in the beginning. His smile was filled with mockery. Sun Lingchan, Mu Wanshuang, Fan Ruahai, and Little Munchkin all looked at the Crown Princess with half smiles. Today's banquet was hosted by the Crown Princess. If she embarrassed herself in front of these people, what dignity would she have in the future? Okay, I'll let you drink as much as you want today. Drink until you're dead drunk. The Crown Princess gritted her teeth and looked at Ling Xiao. Although it pained her to lose spirit stones, it was more serious to lose face. Therefore, she would rather lose some mid-grade spirit stones than lose face in front of these people. Otherwise, the Crown Prince would look down on her. Great. Then let's have 100 jars first. Ling Xiao smiled and said. How much? The Crown Princess was stunned. You really want to die? I know very well whether I'll die or not. Serve the wine and I'll finish it. If I can't, I'll kneel down and apologize to the Crown Princess. How about that? Ling Xiao said nonchalantly. Serve the wine. The Crown Princess' mouth twitched. She had really met a freak today. What exactly was this fake Ling Xiao's body made of? How could it be so powerful that even the 5-poison sacred wine couldn't hurt him? 100 jugs of wine were served. Ling Xiao drank all of them in front of everyone. However, he had only drunk 1 jug. The remaining 99 jugs had been placed in the Mountain River realm. The greedy butterfly lady had drunk all of them. This little girl was a treasure. She was definitely Ling Xiao's lifesaver. Nurturing her well was very important to Ling Xiao. After the 99 jugs of 5-poison sacred wine, the butterfly lady's body emitted a rainbow-colored radiance and became significantly stronger. Then, she fell asleep. Disciple, ask for more. This is good wine that will be useful for refining pills in the future. Since it's a treat, it'll be a waste not to accept it. The Yuan Venerate also transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had already had this intention. Another 100 jugs. Ling Xiao said to the Crown Princess. 100 jugs would cost 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. Even the Crown Princess would feel the pinch. She hadn't expected that Ling Xiao would still want more after drinking 100 jugs. This guy was like a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled. Fortunately, news came from the counter that there were only 50 jugs of 5 poison sacred wine left. There wouldn't be any more. The Crown Princess heaved a sigh of relief. She didn't know what kind of monster Ling Xiao was, but she had a premonition that she would really go bankrupt today if she allowed this guy to continue drinking. Haha. Brother Ling has really broadened my horizons today. The Crown Princess has given so much away. As the owner of the Wonder Tower, it wouldn't be right if I didn't give something back. Fan Ruahai saw that it was about time, so he smiled, and said, just now, aside from the 5 poisons sacred wine, the rest of the things that Brother Ling wanted are all on me. At that time, it was my treat. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Fan Ruahai was rarely so friendly to water. Today, not only did he offend the Wind Demon's sacred sword for Ling Xiao, he even wanted to give Ling Xiao expensive wine and delicacies for free. What was the reason for this? Ling Xiao knew very well that Fan Ruahai had probably seen through his identity. That was why he was so insistent on befriending him. In any case, sooner or later, the Fan clan and the Tianhai clan would fight, and there was probably no chance for him to get along with the Tianhai clan. Fan Ruahai wanted to rope him in, and he also needed to rely on Fan Ruahai. This was the best of both worlds. Thank you very much, Mr. Fan. If you need anything in the future, feel free to let me know. Ling Xiao smiled and accepted Fan Ruahai's kindness. Prepare everything and pack it up for Brother Ling. Let him take it away. Fan Ruahai was also very happy because Ling Xiao did not give face to the Crown Princess, but gave face to him. This was enough to show that what he had done before was still very useful. He had plenty of money, and as the heir of the richest Fan clan on the White Tiger continent, he was not afraid of spending money. Most importantly, this money had to be spent where it was needed most. Ling Xiao got what he wanted and put it in his storage ring. He thanked Fan Ruahai again and then turned to leave. In this world, there was no hatred without reason, and there was no love without reason. Ling Xiao understood Fan Ruahai's intentions, but he did not dislike it. It was too naive to expect others to give you things for free. Returning to the Tower of Elites, Ling Xiao took out the delicacies he had obtained from the Tower of Wonders and shared them with everyone. Among them, the Ice Dragon Wine and Fire Dragon Wine were especially for Blue Snow and Hongyu. He had already carefully examined the 2 girls' bodies, and they were definitely descendants of the dragon race like Long Chen. However, Long Chen was a descendant of the Golden Dragon, Blue Snow was a descendant of the Frost Dragon, and Hongyu was a descendant of the Scarlet Flame Dragon. The Ice Dragon Wine and Fire Dragon Wine were prepared to stimulate Blue Snow and Hongyu's dragon race potential to a greater extent. As for the others, they naturally had their own benefits. The things in the Tower of Wonders, whether it was the wine or the delicacies, were extremely beneficial to cultivation. Therefore, after eating and drinking, everyone began to cultivate together. Ling Xiao sat alone on the roof, guarding everyone. He had already drunk hundreds of jars of 5 poisons sacred wine in the Tower of Wonders today, so eating and drinking would not have much effect. After all, the effects of these wine and food would become weaker and weaker. Fortunately, his cultivation had already broken through, so all he needed to do now was to consolidate it. They spent 2 days in a row like this. During this period, the emperors of the 4 empires met with the sect master of the Jingyi school and raised the request to expand the quota for the main competition. The sect master of the Jingyi school did not object. Speaking of which, it's strange. Our people in Thunderclap City noticed that the changes in the extreme land of Myriad Thunders are even more intense this time. Many of the originally sealed ruins in the extreme land of Myriad Thunders have actually awakened. However, this seat needs to tell you that it's too early to be happy. You can expand the quota, but not too much. Otherwise, not many martial artists from the 4 empires and one school will be able to come out alive. The Jingyi school was the strongest faction on the White Tiger continent, even above the 4 empires. Many of the 4 empires' genius martial artists would eventually join the Jingyi school. Therefore, they did not wish for their geniuses to fall. This time, they reduced the number of participants in the White Tiger meet because they sensed that the extreme land of myriad thunders had become even more terrifying and crazy. However, since the people of the 4 empires were unwilling, they would increase the quota. Therefore, in addition to the Jingyi school, each empire increased the quota by 20, making it 30 people. The Tianhai Empire, together with the 5 quotas given to the Dragon Phoenix continent, had a total of 35 people. The Tianhai king did not seem to believe the sect master of the Jingyi school's alarmist words. After returning to the country, he handed the heavy responsibility of selecting the remaining quotas to Prince Wu and Prince Yun. This time, the 2 princes did not go to the affiliated countries to select the participants. Instead, they gave all the quotas to the local martial artists of the Tianhai Empire. Therefore, the 7 small saints of the Tianhai Empire and the other martial artists who were originally not qualified to participate in the White Tiger meet were given another chance. Of course, Ling Xiao had also heard Lu Lian mention this matter, but he did not care. The people who were forcibly added were just cannon fodder. If they had the opportunity, they might be able to gain some benefits. However, if they did not have the opportunity, only death awaited them. On the 3rd day, Ling Xiao stopped cultivating. His cultivation had completely stabilized at the early stage of the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm. This realm gave him even more confidence to head to the dangerous extreme land of myriad thunders. As for the others, their cultivation had also made breakthroughs. In particular, the 3 descendants of the Dragon clan, Blue Snow, Hong Yu, and Long Chen, had improved so quickly that even Ling Xiao felt a little pressured. In terms of cultivation base, Blue Snow and Hong Yu were currently higher than Ling Xiao. They were originally martial artists at the peak of the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Now that they had broken through, their cultivation base had reached the 13th level of the Yin-Yang realm. These 2 girls were only 12 years old. The Dragon clan was indeed the Dragon clan. They were crazy. Of course, in terms of ability, they were still no match for Ling Xiao. Even if they joined forces, they were still no match for him. Apart from the 2 girls, Long Chen's cultivation base had also broken through to the early 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. He had started cultivating late. Otherwise, his cultivation base would probably be on par with the 2 girls. The others had also broken through. This time, the benefits that Ling Xiao barged into the Wonder Tower and did not hesitate to offend the Crown Princess in exchange for were not wasted. In addition to the remaining energy from the magic crystal liquid, it was normal for everyone's cultivation base to break through again. At this point, Dan Feng finally broke through to the 13th level of the Yin-Yang realm. However, it was obvious that Ling Xiao was about to catch up to him. One must know that when they first arrived at the White Tiger mainland, Ling Xiao's cultivation base was only at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. However, he was at the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Now, the gap between the 2 of them was closing. Cold Plum's cultivation base was not slow either. After all, Ling Xiao favored her, so her cultivation base was constantly catching up to Long Chen's. Now, she had also reached the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Ji Luoyu and Feng Minglian had both reached the peak of the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Mou and Zhu Xiaocong had broken through to the early 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. No one would have thought that Ling Xiao and his companions would have such a huge breakthrough in just 2 days. To Ling Xiao, the stronger his companions were, the higher their chances of survival in the lightning extreme land. It was always difficult for a person to fight alone. Let's go and gather at the arena. After training so hard for so long, it's time to reap the rewards. Ling Xiao stood up with Dan Feng and the others behind him. They walked towards the arena in high spirits. Actually, they were not the only ones. In fact, a large number of martial artists had already started rushing towards the Thunder City 2 days ago. Why, of course, it was to witness the once-in-a-decade White Tiger Storm meet. Even today, the Heavenly Sea City was still bustling with people, and martial artists were in a hurry. The date of the White Tiger Tempest meet was getting closer and closer. No one wanted to miss such a big event. Hence, they grabbed this last chance and rushed towards Thunder City. In the sky, on the ground, and even on the water, there were all kinds of mounts. Those who didn't know would think that this was a great migration of the 10,000 races. Even those who did not have the qualifications to participate in the White Tiger meet did not want to miss such a grand event. After all, it was a major event that happened once every 10 years. If they missed it, they might not be able to see it again in the future. In the profound world, there were many dangers, and one could die any day. Of course, martial artists who dared to go to Thunderclap City, their strength would not be too weak. Watching the show was more important, but his life was even more important. The vicinity of the Myriad Lightning Extreme Grounds was already filled with danger, and with a large number of martial artists gathered there, it was inevitable that this place would become the most complicated and chaotic place in the entire White Tiger continent. If he really died, it would be depressing. Of course, it was not only the Heavenly Sea Empire that was like this. The other three great empires, as well as the direction of the Jingyi school, had large numbers of martial artists continuously rushing towards Thunder City. The originally quiet Thunder City had now become the most lively city in the entire White Tiger continent. Next to the Heavenly Sea Empire's imperial family, 35 people stood in an orderly fashion in the huge arena. These 35 people were the final members of the Heavenly Sea Empire participating in the White Tiger meet. In the sky, a huge flywheel ship was docked there, waiting for martial artists to board and set off at any time. The 35 people's eyes were filled with excitement and agitation. Regardless of whether the road ahead was difficult or not, being able to become a participant of the White Tiger meet in the end was a kind of glory in itself. Thunderclap City, they're here. Myriad Lightning Extreme Grounds, they're here. Reporting to Your Highnesses Prince Wu and Prince Yun, the 35 people participating in the White Tiger meet have already gathered. Can we set off? This time, the Heavenly Sea Empire's leaders heading to Thunder City were Prince Wu and Prince Yun. Of course, apart from them, there was also a secret team assisting in the shadows. They were the experts of the Demon Crocodile Guard. However, these people wouldn't show their faces in public. They would only move in the shadows, forever living in the shadows. This was the best way to become the Heavenly Sea Empire's sharpest killing weapon. Your Highness Crown Prince, can we set off? Although Heavenly Sea Tyranny was also present, he didn't show his face. He had already boarded the flywheel ship. Prince Wu and Prince Yun had to ask him whether they should set off. Since everyone is here, let's set off. The voice that came from the flywheel ship wasn't Heavenly Sea Tyranny's, but the Crown Princess. During the second expansion of the quota, she was also selected and became one of the members. He didn't know what the Heavenly Sea Empire's intentions were, but this woman would definitely become an extremely troublesome person. After all, her cultivation wasn't any lower than Sun Lingchan's or Mu Wanchuang's. Board the ship. Prince Wu waved his hand, and the group of young martial artists boarded the flywheel ship. Interestingly, the Heavenly Dynasty Empire's martial artists, led by Ling Xiao, were completely isolated by the Heavenly Sea Empire's martial artists. Only Lu Lian was willing to stay with them. However, this was normal. Although the Heavenly Dynasty was considered a vassal state of the Heavenly Sea Empire by the righteous sect's name, this was a fact. However, Ling Xiao had never admitted to this. In addition, the Heavenly Dynasty had made a fool of the Heavenly Sea Empire during this selection. How could they get along peacefully with the Heavenly Dynasty Empire's martial artists? Of course, Ling Xiao had already predicted this situation. He didn't care at all. After all the young martial artists boarded the ship, the flywheel ship broke through the air with a loud noise. We should set off too. After the young martial artists participating in the White Tiger meet set off, the experts sent by the Heavenly Sea Imperial family, the Fan family, Dragon Phoenix Mountain, and other sects also prepared to set off. Of course, they were going to be spectators. They were also there to escort the young geniuses of their sections. Of course, there were also those with bad intentions. For example, those from Water God Temple and the Heavenly Demon Cult. These people headed to Thunderclap City naturally to seek revenge. And their enemy was Ling Xiao. Of course, the Heavenly Demon Cult might have other motives that outsiders didn't know about. However, Ling Xiao wasn't interested in any of this at the moment. He sat cross-legged on the flywheel ship, looking at the shrinking heavenly sea city in the distance. He couldn't help but sigh. The day he'd been waiting for had finally arrived. He had heard of the grand event known as the White Tiger Meet when he was in the Divine Phoenix continent. Many unforeseen events had occurred during this time. However, he had persevered until today. This could be considered a kind of victory. Suddenly, he frowned because a pair of eyes in the crowd were staring at him with venomous hatred. Ling Xiao turned his head to look. It was the sacred sword of Wind Demon. The sacred Wind Devil sword had been rewarded by the Crown Princess at Miracle Tower. After returning, he had also received some magic crystal liquid from Tyranny Tianhai. After 2 days of cultivation, his cultivation had broken through again, reaching the 13th layer of the Yin-Yang realm. It was no wonder that this fellow was looking at Ling Xiao with killing intent. Previously at Miracle Tower, this guy had been humiliated by Ling Xiao. Now that this guy had broken through, he was starting to act arrogant again. I hope you don't seek death. Ling Xiao only glanced at the sacred Wind Devil sword indifferently, then ignored him. The sacred Wind Devil sword wasn't the only one whose cultivation had increased. Now, this person was no longer in his eyes. In the clear blue sky, a huge flywheel ship was speeding towards the direction of Thunderclap City, leaving behind a terrifying whistling sound. It was like thunder. When the spectators who were also heading to Thunderclap City saw this flywheel ship, they couldn't help but feel envious. This flywheel ship could be said to be the place where the strongest geniuses of the Tianhai Empire under the age of 30 gathered. Although the number of spots had increased from 15 to 35, causing the average level of these geniuses to drop by quite a bit. However, for the majority of martial artists, they were still unattainable geniuses, each with astonishing talent. According to the speed of this flywheel ship, it would take about 3 days to travel from Tianhai City to Thunderclap City. If one were to ride a normal flying mount, it would probably take more than 10 days. This was enough to show how fast this flywheel ship was. The flywheel ship was protected by a special protective wall, so the martial artists inside wouldn't be affected by the astral winds. However, there were also those who liked to torture themselves. They directly jumped out of the protective wall and sat on top of the flywheel ship, enduring the baptism of the astral winds and tempering their bodies. For example, Ling Xiao stayed inside the protective wall for a while before he couldn't bear it anymore. He directly jumped into the air and stood outside the protective wall, allowing the terrifying astral winds to hit him. However, he was able to remain completely motionless. Even though the astral winds were like knives, they couldn't even cut through his clothes. That guy's body is really frighteningly rough. Almost no one on the ship didn't recognize Ling Xiao. In their eyes, this fake Ling Xiao was a monster who cultivated a body-refining martial art. His rough body was truly frightening. This was especially true for those who had been on the top floor of the Marvelous View Tower that day. They were already used to this. This guy drank more than 200 jugs of 5 poisons sacred wine and was still fine. If he wasn't a monster, what was he? Some people even suspected that this guy was a beast in human form. Whoosh, suddenly, a figure flew up from the deck and stood on the roof of the ship beside Ling Xiao. This person was none other than Sacred Wind Devil Sword. He coldly glanced at Ling Xiao, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer, and his eyes revealed a dense killing intent. As Wind Devil Sword, God Wind Devil Sword, Ling Wind Devil Sword. Maybe he didn't care. Or perhaps, he was eager for the sacred sword of Wind Fiend to attack, so that he could have a chance to defend himself. Humph, pretentious guy. Today, I'll definitely tear off this fake skin on your face and see if you're the real Ling Xiao. Sacred Wind Devil Sword snorted. Then, he unsheathed his sword, his killing intent soaring. Dan Feng and the others noticed this and stood up one after another. However, in that instant, they were surrounded by the Tianhai Empire's martial artists. Your Highnesses Prince Wu and Prince Yun, someone wants to attack the martial artists participating in the White Tiger Meet. Are you planning to pretend to be blind? Dan Feng looked coldly in the direction of the ship's hold and said loudly. There was no sound from inside. Dan Feng couldn't help but sneer. It looked like Prince Wu and Prince Yun really didn't plan on interfering. Since that was the case, it was actually a good thing. He looked at Ling Xiao and asked, Brother Ling, do you need help? If I can't even deal with a dog, am I worthy of the name Ling Xiao? All you need to do is protect yourselves. Ling Xiao still didn't look back. It was as if Sacred Wind Devil Sword was a barking husky. Ha 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 ha, you've got guts. Do you believe that even if I kill you today, no one will stand up for you? Sacred Wind Devil Sword sneered. Ling Xiao still didn't look at him, but this time, he opened his mouth. What does it matter if I believe it or not? You can try and see if you'll die like Water God. Arrogant. Sacred Wind Devil Sword's eyes narrowed and then suddenly widened. What a bold brat. Facing his Sacred Wind Devil Sword, and one that had broken through, he wasn't afraid at all. And he even wanted to threaten him. Now, on this ship, the people of the Tianhai Empire were the ones in charge. Unlike in Tianhai City, there were many foreign forces. If they openly attacked the martial artists of the Tianhai Empire, it would be embarrassing. Here, even if he killed Ling Xiao and the martial artists of the Tianhai Empire, it could be said that it was an accident. As for the people participating in the White Tiger meet, the martial artists of the Tianhai Empire could replace them. There were a lot of people like that. You think I don't dare to kill you, so you're so sure. Unfortunately, you're too naive. Sacred Wind Devil Sword suddenly attacked. The sharp longsword in his hand directly pierced towards Ling Xiao's back. The sacred sword flashed with a dazzling white light. Whoosh, at that moment, Ling Xiao's figure flashed. An afterimage appeared where he was standing. The sacred sword pierced through the afterimage, and the remaining force hit the protective wall. A few yuan chi flowers splashed out, but it didn't cause any damage. This protective wall was quite strong. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to protect so many Yinyang realm martial artists. They're attacking. Look. The people on the ship were already bored. Seeing Sacred Wind Devil Sword suddenly attack, they were all very excited. They didn't care whether this battle followed the rules or not. As long as they could relieve their boredom, that was enough. The curtains of a certain window on the ship were pulled open. Sitting inside were Tianhai Tyranny, the Crown Princess, and several seemingly powerful bodyguards. You told him to attack? Tianhai Tyranny asked indifferently. Yes. That Ling Xiao made a fool of me at the Miracle Tower. If I don't kill him, I won't be happy. The Crown Princess said coldly. Sacred Wind Devil Sword can't kill him. Instead, he'll die. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean shook the exquisite bronze Jew in his hand, sniffed the wine, and then said. You think so highly of this person? The Crown Princess asked. Whether or not I think highly of him, this person is very strong. This Crown Prince's intuition has never been wrong. Tianhai Tyranny drank the wine in his Jew in one gulp. Although this person isn't at your level, killing Sacred Wind Devil Sword isn't difficult. You should prepare early. Sacred Wind Devil Sword might be trash, but in the Myriad Lightning Extreme Ground, there are a lot of cannon fodder like him. He can't die yet. Your movement technique is not bad. Today, let me teach you how to behave. The Sacred Sword of Wind Demon sneered and stabbed at Ling Xiao with his sacred sword again. This time, it was faster and from a more tricky angle. He had obviously made a huge breakthrough in his strength. Whether it was the mastery of swordsmanship or the control of his movement, they had all improved. Otherwise, he would not have dared to challenge Ling Xiao. Teach me a lesson? I'm afraid you'll play yourself to death. Ling Xiao sneered. He could tell that no one would come to stop this battle today. At least no one would come out when the Sacred Sword of Wind Demon had the upper hand. If that was the case, he could only fight. After breaking through to the 12th level of the Yinyang realm, he felt that there was no need for him to continue using this fake face. Moreover, he had given the Butterfly Lady the 99 jars of 5 poisoned sacred wine. Her strength had obviously broken through again. With the Butterfly Lady around, he was not even afraid of a Rebirth Realm martial artist. What was there to be afraid of? Therefore, he suddenly sneered and the Divine Light Sword hung above his head. His body instantly changed and he returned to his original appearance. Ling Xiao. He's really Ling Xiao. This guy. As soon as he recovered, all the cultivators on the airship were shocked. Although Ling Xiao had already admitted his identity that day, no one believed him at that time, thinking that he was just an imposter. However, it was different today. Ling Xiao had revealed his true appearance. As long as one was not blind, they would recognize him. Especially the Divine Light Sword, which was Ling Xiao's signature move. You're really Ling Xiao. The sacred sword of the Wind Demon was also stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed maniacally, you are the real Ling Xiao. That's even better. The grudge between me and you is much greater than the one between me and the fake Ling Xiao. I told you that I'm Ling Xiao. You just didn't believe me. Ling Xiao shrugged and said, originally, I just wanted to avoid some trouble and play around. But I didn't expect that after changing my appearance, you would still find trouble with me. Since that's the case, I might as well return to my original appearance. This is even more comfortable. He had thought it through. Unless he was a coward and didn't get involved in anything, it might save him a lot of trouble. But to him, was that even possible? How could he not attend the White Tiger meet? Could he remain indifferent in the face of humiliation? How could he watch his friends being bullied and not care? That was impossible, that was not his personality at all. So after thinking about it, what difference would it make if he changed his face? The trouble would still be endless, and it would make him look like a coward. It was better to face people with their true faces. Whoever wanted to cause trouble for him, just come. He wanted to let these people know the consequences of offending him, Ling Xiao. Just like in the Divine Phoenix continent, he would make those who hated him feel incomparable fear, and make them take a detour when they saw him. That would be true domineering. On the path of martial arts, one could not admit defeat. Occasionally, cleverness could be used, but if one did not dare to face difficulties head-on, then the path of martial arts would be blocked. You have guts. But for you, this won't do you any good. The sacred sword of Wind Demon sneered, and the long sword moved even faster. On the sword blade, the white sword chi was more than 10 meters long and 1 meter wide, and it wanted to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. Your sword is not bad, but in front of me, it's just a piece of scrap metal. Ling Xiao sneered. The divine light sword in his hand trembled, and a terrifying and dazzling light was immediately released, much more dazzling than the white light. In the sky, the power of the red sun was injected into the divine light sword, causing a red flame to burn on the sword blade. The terrifyingly high temperature instantly heated up the cold astral wind. Many practitioners who were originally cultivating outside the protective wall had no choice but to hide on the deck. As the saying goes, when the city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat suffer. They did not want to be implicated. One was the sacred sword of Wind Demon of Heavenly Sea's 4 prodigies, and the other was Ling Xiao, who did not even fear the 4 prodigies. No matter which one it was, they could not afford to provoke them. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation was not high, he was able to kill and defeat Prince Charming. This was enough to show his strength. There were still quite a number of people who knew their place and knew their place. Break! The divine light sword was not aimed at the sacred sword of Wind Demon, but at the sacred sword in his hand. This sacred sword could be considered the sword that made the sacred sword of Wind Demon famous. Ling Xiao wanted to destroy this thing first, and then slowly torture this grandson. He wanted to kill the sacred sword of Wind Demon. But presumably, Tyranny of Heavenly Seas, the Crown Princess, and the hidden demon crocodile guards would not allow it. So, slowly torturing him was the better choice. Crack! There was a crisp sound in the sky, and many cracks appeared on the sacred sword of Wind Demon's long sword. And then, it completely shattered. Pa! What Ling Xiao wanted to do was not over yet. A crisp slap sounded in the void. His hand fiercely slapped the sacred sword of Wind Demon's face. You! Pa! Another slap sounded. What about me? Didn't you want to teach me how to be a person? Now, I want to teach you how to be a person. Kneel. Ling Xiao coldly stared at the sacred sword of Wind Demon. Bastard! How could the sacred sword of Wind Demon kneel? He was one of the 4 prodigies of Heavenly Seas. Although he was ranked last, how could he endure being humiliated by a mere martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent? He was furious and tried to fight back. However, Pa! Another slap. The sacred sword of Wind Demon was hit until he was dizzy. His head was buzzing, and he was a little dazed. In the mystic world, the strong are respected. If you can beat me, you can be arrogant. But you're just a piece of trash. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? You're asking for a beating. As Ling Xiao spoke, he continuously slapped the sacred sword of Wind Demon more than a dozen times. The sacred sword of Wind Demon's face was so swollen that it looked like a cake. Did you hear that? Kneel and apologize, or I'll keep slapping. Although the rules say that I can't kill you, they didn't say that I can't hit you. I wonder if you'll cry directly after your handsome face is completely deformed. Ling Xiao looked at the sacred sword of Wind Demon with a faint smile, but the corner of his eyes glanced at the cabin of the airship. There, a murderous aura locked onto him. Although she had not made a move yet, it was obvious that she could no longer hold back. That person was none other than the Crown Princess. Ling Xiao had humiliated the Crown Princess time and time again. From almost killing Shangguan Qing'er at the Medicine King Pavilion, to the gifting of wine in the Wonder Tower, and today, the sacred sword of Wind Demon was beaten into a pig's head. The sacred sword of Wind Demon was a dog raised by the Crown Princess. As the saying went, one had to look at the owner before beating a dog. Ling Xiao was hitting the sacred sword of Wind Demon, but he was slapping the Crown Princess's face. Everyone on the airship looked at this scene with their mouths agape. They all thought that they were hallucinating. The sacred sword of Wind Demon, one of the 4 prodigies of heavenly seas, was being humiliated like this without any resistance. No one would believe it even if he told them about it. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to have grown to such a level. He was probably the most terrifying person after Tianhai Tyrannical Ambition, Sun Lingquan, and Mu Wanchuang. Among the crowd, there was one person who was trembling. He was filled with hatred for Ling Xiao. This person had appeared in Miracle Tower before. He should be a relative or friend of the black-clothed woman. He was also present when Ling Xiao killed the black-clothed woman, even though the black-clothed woman was courting death. However, this person didn't care about that. He only knew that Ling Xiao had killed his relative, so he wanted to take revenge on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, this isn't a good place to fight. However, once we enter Myriad Thunder Extreme Ground, Aoi Fei, will definitely kill you. In Aoi Fei's opinion, although Ling Xiao could defeat Sacred Sword of the Wind Devil, he wasn't his opponent. Sacred Sword of the Wind Devil's cultivation wasn't low, but he used it poorly and underestimated his opponent too much. That was why he was in such a state today. However, he wouldn't make the same mistake. Enough. No matter what, Sacred Sword of the Wind Devil is also a comrade of the White Tiger meat. You're too heavy-handed. At this moment, Prince Wu, who had been hiding in his room, finally came out. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said loudly, "Pa." What answered him was another slap. Who do you think you are? A mere 12th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist dares to be impudent in front of me. Moreover, when he wanted to kill me, you pretended to be stupid and didn't come out. Now you're meddling in other people's business. Do you want to die? Before Prince Wu could speak, Ling Xiao's voice sounded again. He didn't put Prince Wu in his eyes at all. He could kill Prince Wu with just a finger, yet Prince Wu dared to be impudent in front of him. In this world, it didn't matter whether one was a ruler or a minister, only strength was important. Prince Wu was a senior of Tianhai Tyrannical Ambition. His cultivation wasn't as high as Tianhai Tyrannical Ambition's, so he had to be respectful to his juniors like a grandson. You. Prince Wu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. However, he had to admit that he couldn't refute Ling Xiao's words. Just a moment ago, he did not care about the matter. Now that he suddenly intervened, there was something wrong with him. In addition, his cultivation was not strong enough, so he could not intimidate Ling Xiao. What about me? If you don't go back, I'll beat you up too. Ling Xiao would never forget how Wu Qinhuang had tried to use his friends as a shield in the underground world. He would take revenge for that sooner or later. So now, he wouldn't give the Wu Prince any face. Big brother, you are indeed not being fair in this matter. Since we don't care, then don't care. As long as no one dies, they are just playing around. What's the big deal? At this moment, Prince Yan also spoke. This person had been drugged by Ling Xiao and had long become Ling Xiao's spy. Under such circumstances, no one would doubt him if he said something fair. Why are you speaking up for him? Prince Wu's cultivation was not as high as Prince Yan's, so he did not dare to reprimand Prince Yan loudly. Alright. Big brother, let's go back and rest. Someone will take care of this. Prince Yun directly dragged Prince Wu back. Although Prince Wu was furious, he knew that he could not do anything to Ling Xiao, so he could only endure it. Thus, he went back to drink to drown his sorrows. Trash. In the cabin, the crown princess finally couldn't hold back and rushed out. Ling Xiao, let him go. The crown princess shouted. Why? Don't tell me he's your gigolo? Ling Xiao chuckled. You. How dare you frame me? The crown princess' expression was very ugly. This Ling Xiao was truly too bold. She had already stepped in, but he still dared to be so impudent. Frame? Heh, since he's not your gigolo, why are you defending him again and again? Ling Xiao asked with a grin. Get your facts straight. I am only considering the overall situation of the Tianhai Empire. I don't want to lose a general before participating in the White Tiger meet. The crown prince consort took a deep breath to calm down her furious emotions. She already knew that Ling Xiao's mouth was as sharp as a knife. No one would benefit from bickering with him. Ha, what a high-sounding reason. Then where were you enjoying yourself when he was about to kill me? Ling Xiao laughed loudly, clearly not taking the crown princess seriously at all. Moreover, he was the one in the right no matter what. What do you want? The crown princess could tell that Ling Xiao was someone who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. If she continued to force him to obey, it would not help at all. On the contrary, she might even enrage him. It's very simple. Make him kneel and apologize to me, and I'll let him go. Ling Xiao knew that if he killed Wind Fiend, the sacred sword would go from being in the right to being unreasonable. He would not do that. Even if he wanted to kill him, he would have to wait until they entered the isolated place of 10,000 Thunders. He's one of the 4 heroes of Tianhai. If he kneels to you, he'll be disgracing the Tianhai Empire. Your request is too much. The crown princess frowned. Too much? He's just one of the 4 heroes of Tianhai. Is it wrong for him to kneel to His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor? Ling Xiao said disdainfully, if he doesn't want to kneel, then so be it. I'll have some fun on this trip. After saying this, Ling Xiao slapped Wind Fiend's sacred sword's face again. The strength of this slap was very well controlled. It was not enough to kill the opponent, but it was enough to make the opponent feel incomparable pain. Troublesome. Suddenly, a voice came from the cabin. Then, a giant hand reached out from the void and grabbed Wind Fiend's sacred sword right in front of Ling Xiao. Tyranny Heavenly Seas. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes, but did not make a move. Tyranny Heavenly Seas' strength was unfathomable. The current him was definitely not the opponent's match, and he did not want to expose his trump card here, so he did not make a move. His Highness Crown Prince is indeed powerful. That Ling Xiao doesn't even dare to make a sound. Duh. His Highness Crown Prince's strength is one of the best in the entire White Tiger continent. I'm afraid only Jingyi School's Feng Fei can compete with him. That Ling Xiao isn't even worth mentioning in front of him. That's right. Ling Xiao might be strong, but he still has to kneel when he sees His Highness Crown Prince. Ling Xiao, just you wait. At the White Tiger meet, I'll make you pay the price. You'll die a miserable death. Suddenly, Wind Fiend's sacred sword's roars came from the cabin. Just then, he had been suppressed by Ling Xiao and had no chance to speak. Now that he was venting, his voice was loud and clear. Ling Xiao's lips quirked up in a cold smile. Today, the Crown Princess and His Highness Crown Prince are protecting you. Indeed, I can't touch you, but can they protect you forever? You're asking to be humiliated. At the White Tiger meet, you better hide in Tyranny Heavenly Seas' embrace, or else I'll definitely kill you. His voice was cold and domineering, not restrained in the slightest because Tyranny Heavenly Seas was on the ship. Ling Xiao's words made everyone's heart tremble. This Ling Xiao was too arrogant. He wanted to kill someone protected by the Crown Prince? If you dare kill him, this Crown Prince will make your heavenly empire disappear from the mystic world. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean's tyrannical voice came from the cabin, carrying a powerful aura of submit to me and prosper, oppose me and perish. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to say anything now. Although he could defeat Sacred Sword, in front of Tyranny Heavenly Ocean, Xiao had no chance. Is that so? You're not afraid that Heavenly Ocean Empire will disappear from the White Tiger continent because of Sacred Sword? Xiao's voice was very calm and indifferent, but it was still filled with power. What? Everyone was shocked. This Xiao was too daring. He actually dared to talk back? You have guts. However, people with guts often die faster. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean's voice became cold. In the White Tiger continent, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Not even the people of the 4 great empires or righteous sect dared. Then you can try. Xiao said tit for tat, for a piece of trash, is it worth it to go against me? Good, very good. I hope you can come out of the land of 10,000 thunders alive. Otherwise, you won't be able to see the destruction of Heavenly Ocean Empire. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean didn't plan to make a move yet. He knew that Xiao was very strong. Although he wasn't afraid of Xiao and could even be said to be disdainful of him, Xiao was still an important fighting force for the Tianhai Empire. After Xiao helped Heavenly Ocean Empire destroy a few more competitors, he would personally end him. I'll wait for you to kill me. However, Sacred Sword of Wind Demon must die. After saying this, Xiao closed his eyes and continued to temper his body. He admitted that he wasn't Tyranny Heavenly Ocean's opponent yet, but if they really fought, he definitely wouldn't let Tyranny Heavenly Ocean have an easy time. This was the source of his confidence. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean was unwilling to fight him for this reason. After that, nothing special happened along the way. The airship sped up towards Thunder City. Thunder City was actually not a big deal. This city was smaller than any other city. Only some researchers of the Jingyi school lived here. The White Tiger Tempest Meets True competition venue was inside the 10,000 Lightning Extreme Land. The Extreme Land of 10,000 Lightnings was a naturally formed and terrifying place. It was extremely vast and had a long history. It was said that when this place was born, the mystic world was still an entire continent, and the sacred dynasty still ruled the entire world. Under normal circumstances, the extreme lightning ground was filled with lightning and thunder. No one could pass through it. Even rebirth state experts could not withstand the terrifying lightning and fire. Only at a certain time every 10 years would a hole open up in the extreme thunder ground for martial artists to enter. From then on, countless warriors knew about the grand occasion inside the myriad thunder extreme place. It could be said that spirit stones and treasures were everywhere. It was definitely a holy land for adventuring. However, such a place was filled with extreme evil. The deeper one went, the greater the possibility of death. What was even stranger was that this myriad thunder extreme ground only allowed martial artists under the age of 30 to enter. This was also the reason why the White Tiger Tempest Meet had always stipulated that only martial artists under the age of 30 could participate. At this time, there were already many camps outside Thunder City. They were martial artists from all over the White Tiger continent. Some of them came to participate in the competition, while others came to watch the fun. There were also some with evil intentions. They did not believe in the so-called 30-year-old limit and wanted to take the opportunity to sneak in and fight for the treasures. In short, no matter what kind of people they were, they had all gathered here during this period of time. Thunder City was too small to accommodate so many people. Fortunately, the extreme land of 10,000 lightnings was surrounded by plains. As long as they set up camp, they could stay here again. Even half a month ago, organizations such as the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, the Fan Family, and the Medicine King Pavilion had opened their own mobile stores here, transporting a large amount of living materials and elixirs. This caused this place to become a super city without walls. The area it occupied was probably 10 times larger than Sky Sea City. Suddenly, the sound of birds chirping came from the sky. Giant rocks that blotted out the sky descended from the sky and landed in the area that had been marked out long ago. The people who were talking on the ground looked up at the sky, their faces brimming with excitement. After waiting for so many days, I finally see an empire-level mount. I wonder which empire this bird is from. It's so powerful. Many martial artists who came to watch the fun had arrived here in advance. After all, their mounts were not good enough. If they came late, they were afraid that something would happen on the way and they would miss it. Let's go and watch the fun. That's where the four great empires and the Jingyi school are. The martial artists participating in the competition will probably set up camp here. Someone called out, and several figures rose into the sky and headed in the same direction. All the participants naturally had their own special status. Therefore, the area they were at had been marked out long ago. After all, this was the White Tiger Tempest Meet, a grand event for the entire White Tiger continent. If they could not even do this, then the four great empires and the Jingyi school would not be able to live anymore. Everyone was very curious about the abilities of the young geniuses who came to participate in the White Tiger Tempest Meet this time and what surprises they could bring. That bird rider should be someone from the Yuelang Empire, right? Ling Xiao was still standing on the flywheel ship. When he saw the huge bird that had just landed, he looked down at Ji Luoyu and asked. That should be right. Ji Luoyu nodded. She had traveled all over the White Tiger continent and naturally understood the situation of each empire. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. He had finally arrived at the extreme thunderbolt place. His opponents had also arrived. This grand stage would become another stepping stone for him to reach the peak. From the sky, one could see that the Thunderclap city was built like a fortress. On top of the huge fortress, there was a high platform that was 20 to 30 meters high. The high platform was circular and surrounded by a protective wall. Even the bottom was transparent. This should be the initial battlefield of the White Tiger Tempest Meet. He did not know the specific rules of the White Tiger Tempest Meet, but he believed that this high platform would definitely become the center of the battle. Such a high place was simply too eye-catching. There were also 8 huge crystal screens located in 8 directions of the high platform. The huge screens would probably also show the battle scenes at the same time for the audience to watch from a distance. Some slow-motion replays of the details would also be played on the screens. This was a high-end product from the Xinji continent and was very expensive. The White Tiger continent was also rich. They even bought this. Looking at the extreme thunderbolt place, it covered an unknown area. In any case, there was no end in sight. Thunderclaps continued to fall all around. There was only one place where there was a 10-meter tall and 5-meter wide crack. There was a gate at the crack. It was probably made by the people of the Jingyi school. Ling Xiao discovered that the crack in the myriad thunderbolts' extreme ground constantly emitted an ancient and boundless aura. It was actually somewhat similar to his tyrannical martial soul. What a good place! Ling Xiao had a feeling that the myriad thunderbolts' extreme ground would become his second place to rise. Of course, the premise was that he didn't die. If he died, then there would be nothing left. The airship began to descending towards the area demarcated by the Xianxia Empire. Many people on the ship revealed excited expressions. This place was a place that countless young geniuses yearned for even in their dreams. To them, if they wanted to prove their strength, they had to come here. If they wanted to truly transform from a genius to a powerhouse, the myriad thunderbolts' extreme ground was also the best place to break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly. How could they not be excited? As the airship landed, the huge bird on the ground suddenly raised its head to the sky and screeched. A terrifying gust of wind blew, directly rushing towards the airship. Everyone hurriedly stabilized themselves, afraid that they would be blown over by the gust. The people who had been waiting outside the protective wall also returned to the deck, afraid that they would be affected by the gust. However, Ling Xiao still stood there, indifferently looking at the strong gust of wind. It wasn't that he was powerful, but that he believed that the Xianxia Empire's airship was definitely not simple. They would definitely have a way to deal with such a method of greeting. At this moment, the bottom of the airship actually opened, and a black cannon barrel poked out. Rumble, the array cannon used spirit stones as a source of energy and blasted out. It collided with the gust of wind in the sky and dissipated. Ha ha ha, the Xianxia Empire's Xianxia flywheel really lives up to its reputation. Amazing, truly amazing. Amidst the laughter, a middle-aged man on the bird looked at the steadily descending airship and said loudly. He should be the leader of the other side. Full Moon Empire. Don't you think your methods are too much? Wu Qinhuang and Yin Qinhuang walked out at the same time and coldly looked at the person opposite them. Ha ha ha, it's just a joke. Why take it to heart? Your Xianxia Empire can't even take this kind of joke, right? That person laughed heartily. Rumble, just as that person's voice fell, a loud sound suddenly rang out. The huge bird didn't even have time to scream before its entire neck was cut off. What are you doing? The people from the Yulang Empire coldly looked at Ling Xiao, who was standing on the airship, and shouted harshly. I'm just kidding. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, why bother? That person was stunned for a moment, but he couldn't say anything. When he attacked others, it was said to be a joke. The others were also just attacking. It was just that the speed of the attack was too fast, and they were at a disadvantage. Others also said that it was a joke, so what else could he say? Good, not bad at all. The geniuses of the Tianhai Empire are really amazing. That person glanced at the bird that was killed. This bird's strength was equivalent to a 10th level Yin Yang realm martial artist, but it was killed so easily. It was enough to show how terrifying the person who killed it was. In any case, he was definitely no match for him. The geniuses of the Yulang Empire are not bad. Although Prince Wu and Prince Yun had some enmity between them, Ling Xiao had indeed helped them vent their anger this time. At this time, they naturally wouldn't blame Ling Xiao. You are the Wind Devil's sacred sword? The leader of the Yulang Empire suddenly asked. In his opinion, only the 4 heroes of the Tianhai Empire could do such a thing. He had seen Tianhai tyranny before. Sun Lingchan and Mu Wanchuang were both women, so this person could only be the Wind Devil's sacred sword. Hee, you flatter me. I'm just an insignificant person. How could I dare to compare myself to the 4 heroes of the Tianhai Empire? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. The reason why he attacked was because the other party attacked. There was no other reason. He didn't like people who attacked him suddenly, and it was obvious that they used strength that was enough to kill him. Therefore, he had to fight back. As for other things, he didn't think too much about it. What? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, that person's face darkened. The one who attacked wasn't the Wind Devil's sacred sword? Then how strong were the 4 heroes of the Tianhai Empire? I wonder if the Crown Prince of the Tianhai Empire, Tianhai Tyranny, is on this ship. How about you come out for a chat? Is the little guy from the Heavenly Demon cult here as well? At this moment, a person jumped down from the bird. Then, with a wave of his hand, the bird instantly turned into dust and disappeared. He was stronger than the leader, and he was filled with a wild aura. His eyes were like a demonic wolf that was ready to hunt at any time. Hearing this person's words, everyone started to discuss. Crown Prince Tianhai Tyranny being mentioned was fine. After all, he was one of the strongest in the White Tiger continent. However, what was going on with that little guy? He was just the weakest of the 7 little saints of the Tianhai Empire. He was just an 8-year-old child. What did he do to deserve to be called out by the other party? However, Ling Xiao frowned slightly. This was because his Taiji I told him that Xiao Budian was definitely not as simple as he seemed on the surface. Previously, he was only suspicious, but now, it seemed that his guess was not wrong. Xiao Budian must have done something earth-shattering outside. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such a strong warrior to be interested in him. In Ling Xiao's opinion, the person who asked was definitely an expert on the same level as Tianhai Tyranny. He wasn't his opponent, at least not now. No wonder the other party didn't put him in his eyes. Maybe he thought he was just a piece of trash who liked to show off. This was good too. With this kind of impression, the other party would probably underestimate him. His Highness the Crown Prince is resting in the cabin. It's inconvenient to disturb him, but the little guy is here. The martial prince glanced at Xiao Budian standing there and said with a smile. The little guy walked up at this moment and looked at that person with a smile. TSK, I didn't expect the Heavenly Wolf Prince and Silver Wolf Princess to be here. How rare, how rare. Heavenly Wolf Prince. Silver Wolf Princess. Hearing the little guy's words, everyone's heart trembled. At the same time, they looked at the 2 people in the Full Moon Empire. Maybe Ling Xiao wasn't familiar with these 2, but the warriors of the Tianhai Empire were too familiar with them. On the battlefield, the Heavenly Wolf Prince and Silver Wolf Princess were practically the nightmare of the Tianhai Empire army. The 2 of them had always traveled together and had long since become cultivation partners. One was tall and sturdy with a cold personality. The other was beautiful and charming with a calm personality. Both of their auras were extraordinary. No one dared to underestimate them. Since you're here, of course we're here. The Silver Fox Empire's Nine-Tailed Fox Fairy Xianxia and Crimson Fox Lihua, as well as the White Tiger Empire's Violent Tiger Lei Mang, Heavenly Thunder Tiger Lei Lai, and Big Stomach Tiger Lei Tun will probably not be absent. The Heavenly Wolf Prince said indifferently. Compared to them, I'm more concerned about those three guys from Jingyi School. Xiao Budian smiled and said. Obviously, in his eyes, Jingyi School was more terrifying. You're talking about strangers don't approach Feng Fei, Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord Wu Long, and blind girl Zui Linglong, right? The Heavenly Wolf Prince knitted his brows. Do you think those three are stronger than the 9 of us? That's not it. It's just that those three are the focus of Jingyi School's cultivation. What do you think will happen if we defeat them? The little guy said with a grin. Everyone listened to the conversation between the little guy and the Heavenly Wolf Prince. It was obvious that the 4 empires and Jingyi School had 12 people in total who were favored. And these 12 people were very likely to become the top 12 martial artists in the end. This was based on the past decade's achievements, influence, and evaluation of the younger martial artists under the age of 30. The Heavenly Wolf Prince and the little guy's words couldn't be without reason. Anyone they thought highly of couldn't be weak. The distribution of these 12 people was very interesting. The strongest were the 3 from the White Tiger Empire. The only sect on the continent had 3 from Jingyi School. The other 3 empires had 2 each. This showed the strength of each faction in the younger generation. If the people they're talking about are all on the same level as the Heavenly Wolf Prince, then what are we fighting for? We can forget about getting into the top 12. The Heavenly Wolf Prince and the little guy's words discouraged many of the young geniuses. Every empire had their own benchmark martial artists. For example, the Tianhai Empire's martial artists used Tianhai Tyranny as their benchmark. The other 11 were all on the same level as Tianhai Tyranny. Naturally, the Tianhai Empire's martial artists were discouraged. Actually, it wasn't just them. The Full Moon Empire's young martial artists had similar worries. There was no way to fight for the top 12. If they wanted to, they could only fight for the rankings after the 12th. That seemed a little cruel. After all, the martial artists who came here all wanted to get a better ranking. Of course, most of them thought so, but there were a few arrogant ones who didn't think so. So what if they were on the same level? Even among these 12 people, there were strong and weak ones. They couldn't defeat the strongest, but could they really defeat the weakest? Opportunities were always given to those who were prepared. If they didn't prepare for this, then what was the point of talking about the White Tiger meet? It was better to just admit defeat. Especially Sun Lingchan and Mu Wanchuang, who were considered second-tier young geniuses, they were very confident. Let's meet again at the White Tiger Storm Gathering. Yulang Empire, start setting up camp. The Heavenly Wolf young master took one last deep look at the cabin. From start to finish, Tyranny Heavenly Seas never appeared. They clearly didn't put him in their eyes. However, he didn't dare to say anything. Although they were both first-grade martial artists. However, Heavenly Ocean Tyranny was a troublesome opponent. They couldn't be careless. You guys go down and set up camp. From now on, the airship belongs to His Highness the Crown Prince's private property. No one else is allowed to enter. At this moment, the Prince of Wu glanced at the participants of the Tianhai Empire and said indifferently. This place belonged to the Tianhai imperial family in the first place. They could let whoever they wanted live here, and no one else had anything to say about it. Ling Xiao didn't care about this matter. He jumped off the airship with his men and prepared to set up the camp. Due to the development of storage rings and mechanisms, there were actually many outstanding mobile residences in the mystic world. Especially on the Shinji continent, one could even see large amounts of warships flying in the sky. They were definitely more outstanding than the airships of the Tianhai Empire. There were also large-scale puppet armors that could greatly increase a martial artist's strength. However, the Shinji continent was too far away from the White Tiger continent. There weren't many technologies that could be spread here. After all, many of these technologies were strictly sealed. Of course, on the Sky Dragon continent, there were the Blue Eyes race that were proficient in mechanisms and puppetry. Because of this advantage, Ling Xiao had also obtained a few mechanical puppets. For him, even if he was in the wilderness, setting up a comfortable residence wasn't a problem at all. "Brother Ling, why don't you stay with us in our mobile wonder tower?" Just as Ling Xiao was about to disembark, a voice sounded out. Ling Xiao raised his head. It was actually Fan Ruahai. The so-called mobile wonder tower was exactly the same as the wonder tower. However, it only had 9 floors, so it was slightly smaller. Moreover, it could move on its own, and its speed wasn't slow either. The Fan family had directly moved the mobile wonder tower to the territory of the Tianhai Empire. Of course, Fan Ruahai had come here for Mu Wanchuang and Fan Ruolin. He, Ling Xiao, was just incidental. Glancing at Mu Wanchuang and Fan Ruolin, Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, young Master Fan. However, we already have a residence." He felt that it was better for his own people to live in their own place. Living together would be more reliable. This way, it would be more convenient for them to communicate and cultivate. If they lived in someone else's place, it would feel somewhat inappropriate. "That's good too. If there's anything, just let me know. Wanchuang, second brother, let's go." Fan Ruahai called out to Mu Wanchuang and his younger brother, and they headed towards the mobile wonder tower. "Brother Ling, Lian They had just taken 2 steps when a voice came from the crowd. Ling Xiao and Lu Lian turned to look. They saw Lu Cheng's figure in the crowd. Of course, Lu Cheng couldn't compare to Fan Ruahai. He didn't have the right to enter this specially designated area, but he could still cheer for Lu Lian and Ling Xiao from the periphery. After all, this was the once-in-a-decade white tiger meet. And for his daughter, this was an opportunity that she had lost and regained. It was worth cherishing. "Father, I'll do my best to get a place." Lu Lian nodded at Lu Cheng and smiled. "Lingchan, don't disappoint me." On the other side, the Medicine King's son Bu also appeared. He was Sun Lingchan's father, the Medicine King of the White Tiger continent, and the owner of the Medicine King's pavilion. As soon as he appeared, no one stopped him. He casually boarded the flywheel ship. To Sun Bu, Sun Lingchan was his glory. He absolutely hoped that Sun Lingchan could achieve outstanding results in this white tiger meet. "Luoyu, just work hard. I don't expect you to achieve great results, but you must not let anything happen." Ji Qing also appeared. When he appeared, he was instantly beside Ji Luoyu. Other than Ling Xiao, who made a defensive move, the others didn't react at all. "Brat, you're not bad. You actually noticed my movements and predicted my direction. I'm relieved to hand my daughter over to you. I hope she can come out of the land of 10,000 thunder alive. If you can do that, I'll definitely reward you handsomely." Ji Qing looked at Ling Xiao and said. "Of course, Luoyu is my friend. As long as I, Ling Xiao, am alive, I won't let anything happen to her." Ling Xiao nodded. "Alright, you guys go ahead. I'll go take a look elsewhere. Don't worry about your safety outside. With our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company here, no one can harm a single hair on your head." Ji Qing finished speaking and patted Ji Luoyu's head, then quickly disappeared. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. The White Tiger Tempest Gathering was indeed worthy of its name. It had actually attracted so many important figures. Whether it was Medicine King Sun Bu or Ji Qing, they usually wouldn't appear in the same place. He didn't expect that all of them would appear today. Of course, apart from these people, any cultivator who thought that they had some strength would come to cheer for the young geniuses of their family or sect. At the same time, it was also a form of protection. "I wonder if the Celestial Empire will send people over." Ling Xiao smiled. His group had left their homes and lived under someone else's roof. It was more difficult than anyone else. The Celestial Empire was weak and their cultivation was generally lower. If someone really came, it would probably only be the likes of the Liquor Demon Sword and Hong Qi. The others weren't qualified. If they came, they would probably need Ling Xiao's protection. Ling Xiao led his group to a secluded corner and took out a mechanism pavilion. Although the pavilion wasn't big, it was exquisitely designed and had all kinds of facilities. "Let's all take a rest first. You can go see your family, but don't go too far." I reckon that after the people from the Silver Fox Empire, White Tiger Empire, and Jingyi School arrive, the White Tiger Tempest gathering will officially begin. Before the gathering ends, don't act alone. Ling Xiao reminded them, there are all kinds of people here. The situation is very complicated. Even the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company can't guarantee our absolute safety. Understood. Everyone nodded. Lu Lian, Ji Luoyu, Blue Snow, and Hong Yu left one after another. As the representative of their family, Qin Hu brought a group of people to cheer for Blue Snow and Hong Yu. I heard that Prince Charming is dead? Qin Hu lowered his voice and asked the two girls. That's right. I killed him. Blue Snow said indifferently. Shoo, Blue Snow. Don't say that. The rumors outside say that a person called Ling Xiao killed Prince Charming. The people of Whiterun already know about this. They definitely won't let this matter rest. Qin Hu hurriedly made a shushing gesture and said. Ling Xiao is all Ling. The person who killed Prince Charming is indeed me. Blue Snow said indifferently. After experiencing several incidents in Sky Sea City, the relationship between Blue Snow and Ling Xiao had become even better. Even though they weren't very close, Blue Snow really treated Ling Xiao as her brother. What she did was what she did. She would not allow anyone to blame this on Ling Xiao. What? It's actually that brat? What's so great about him? Qin Hu was stunned for a moment. Much stronger than you, Uncle Qin Hu. Hong Yui giggled and said, but the people of Whiterun had better not look for him. Looking for him is like looking for death. My big brother is powerful. Qin Hu scratched his head, feeling a little confused. It had only been a few days since they had last seen each other. Why did these two girls seem to have been bewitched? Why did they revere Ling Xiao so much? Humph, I advise you two ignorant girls to stay away from that Ling Xiao. This time, he won't be able to leave the land of infinite thunderbolts alive. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the side, startling the three of them. The one who spoke was a man in black. His expression was cold and dark. Sky Demon Cultist? Qin Hu saw a very obvious black mark on the man's clothes. That mark was the mark of a Sky Demon Cultist. It's good that you recognize him. The Sky Demon Cult won't let Ling Xiao off so easily. Ling Xiao had killed 73 of the Sky Demon Cult's prodigies. Given the Sky Demon Cult's style of doing things, how could they let Ling Xiao off so easily? Ling Xiao's life belongs to the Water God Temple. All of a sudden, another voice rang out. It turned out that the temple master of the Water God Temple, Tianhai Mingyue, had also appeared this time. All the prodigies of the Water God Temple had been killed by Ling Xiao. How could he not take revenge? No, his life belongs to us. The ruler of the White Horse Country. Qin Hu felt a headache coming on. Just how many people had this Ling Xiao offended? This time, it would be difficult for him to escape. Should he let Blue Snow and Hong Yu continue to follow Ling Xiao, if something really happened, he wouldn't be able to answer to his family. Ha ha ha, serves him right. Ling Xiao is usually so arrogant and egotistical. Serves him right to offend so many people. Serves him right to be targeted. The ones who laughed out loud were from the Sun family of Sky Sea City. Ling Xiao had killed the hope of their Sun family, so they hated Ling Xiao to the bone. If it wasn't for the fact that they didn't have the strength to take revenge, they would have already fought Ling Xiao to the death. Now that so many people wanted Ling Xiao's life, they were naturally overjoyed. Well said. Ling Xiao deserves to die. The people of the Divine Phoenix Empire will also watch him be killed. The ones who appeared this time were actually the people who had escaped from the Divine Phoenix continent to the White Tiger continent. They could be considered as some fellows who were struggling at death's door. Originally, they did not dare to casually appear. But seeing that Ling Xiao had offended so many people, they seemed to have ignited the hope of revenge. As long as everything went smoothly, they absolutely believed that Ling Xiao would definitely die in this Myriad Thunder extreme ground. At that time, it could also be considered as their great enmity being avenged. These things were told to Ling Xiao by Blue Snow and Scarlet Moon. Ling Xiao could not help grinning as he said, "They all want me to die, but I'm not going to die. Furthermore, I want to give them a huge surprise and let them all understand that I, Ling Xiao, dare to be arrogant, naturally have a reason to be arrogant. It's just that they probably won't be able to return from here. Towards enemies, Ling Xiao would never be soft-hearted and lenient. It was just that previously, he really did not have the time and did not have the mood to go and find these people to give them bad luck. He did not expect that they were actually all gathered together. Since that was the case, then he might as well stew them all together. Not a single one could think about slipping away. Boom. Crack, in the sky, the sound of thunder suddenly sounded out. Lightning seemed to have split open the sky, then landed on the ground. Everyone raised their heads in surprise one after another. In that sky, several dozen white fierce tigers with wings on their backs came over together. What a powerful aura! What a frenzied thunder! What terrifying lightning! Everyone felt their hearts involuntarily tremble. These several dozen fierce tigers were actually all able to spit lightning. It was terrifying to the extreme. Especially those 3 fierce tigers at the front, they were even more majestic, as if they were overlords among beasts, making people tremble with fear. Before landing, many people already felt the onslaught of fear. Came, the White Tiger Empire, the most powerful empire on the White Tiger continent has descended. The martial artists who recognized those fierce tigers could not help sucking in a cold breath. The most ancient empire on the White Tiger continent was also the most powerful empire. Only it could sit on equal footing with Xingyi School. The other 3 great empires were slightly weaker. The scene is big enough, wonder how their strength is. Ling Xiao stood at the window of the pavilion and looked outside. The fierce tigers in the sky landed one after another, their imposing manner grand and overbearing. That fattest one is Big Stomach Tiger Thunder Swallow. Ji Luoyu introduced by the side. Ling Xiao looked at the Lei Tun that Lu Lian mentioned. Lei Tun's body was almost like a ball. His body shape was even a little funny. But no one dared to laugh at him. This guy looked simple and honest, but his body contained an incomparably terrifying power. Lei Tun is said to be able to swallow everything, including martial artists. He's definitely a big eater. Ji Luoyu continued, the one in the middle is the Heavenly Thunder Tiger, Lei Lai. This person's inner strength is filled with the power of thunder and lightning. He possesses the most terrifying power of thunder and lightning in the White Tiger bloodline. That bolt of lightning that almost tore the sky apart was released by him. The skinny guy on the far left looks very thin, but he's extremely strong. He's the Violent Tiger, Lei Meng. He's tall and thin, and he's good at using a huge divine hammer. Those who died in his hands were all turned into meat paste. Hee, the 3 brothers from the White Tiger Empire sure came quickly. Greetings, little sister. At this moment, the sky was filled with fragrance. Everyone looked up and saw a huge 9-tailed fox flying over. On the fox sat a group of martial artists. Most of them were women. The person who spoke was a seductive woman. She had 9 beautiful white tails behind her. Her furry ears were also very interesting. Before the huge 9-tailed fox landed, the woman floated down. Her body was as light as a flower. At that moment, it caused countless men to cry out in excitement. This woman is indeed more beautiful than Sun Lingquan and Mu Wanchuang. Her strength is definitely not ordinary. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. Prince Sirius and Xiao Budian were right. This woman should be the legendary 9-tailed fox, Fairy Qingqiu. Sister, why are you in such a hurry? Could it be that one of them is your little lover? Another voice came from the huge 9-tailed fox. Then, a ball of fire flew down. It was as if there was an additional red sun in the sky. The blazing light illuminated the entire land. Only those with high cultivation could ignore the glaring light and see the person's true appearance. It turned out to be a seductive woman. She was dressed in red and had the same furry ears. She also had 9 tails behind her. In the Silver Fox Empire, 9 tails were the symbol of the most talented martial artists. In that case, there was no need to ask. This woman should be the Crimson Firefox, Green Hill Lihua. Hee, little sister, you're right. I've always been very interested in the brothers of the White Tiger Empire. It's a pity that they look down on us. As she spoke, Fairy Qingqiu had already landed on the ground. Just by standing there, she was able to mesmerize countless warriors. This woman was truly terrifying. Little sister, I feel that the heavenly wolf young master of the Yulang Empire is quite interesting. The crimson firefox Qingqiu Lihua also landed beside fairy Qingqiu. Green Hill Lihua, don't talk nonsense. The heavenly wolf prince and silver wolf princess also walked over. The silver wolf princess had a gloomy look on her face. The heavenly wolf young master reprimanded loudly. Ayaya, I almost forgot. The heavenly wolf prince and the silver wolf princess are a couple. Sorry. Qingqiu Lihua smiled as he apologized, but there was no sign of apology on his face. Each and every one of them was a top-notch genius who was admired by countless people. But no matter who arrived, Tyranny Heavenly Seas didn't appear. They stayed in their cabins. It wasn't clear whether it was disdain or lack of interest. Not long after the nine-tailed fairy Qingqiu and the crimson firefox Qingqiu Lihua landed, the giant nine-tailed fox landed as well. The air was filled with an intoxicating fragrance. The Silver Fox Empire's martial artists, whether male or female, were all beautiful and alluring. Naturally, they attracted the most attention. So far, the geniuses of the Yulang Empire, Tianhai Empire, White Tiger Empire, and Silver Fox Empire had all appeared. The only one left was the most mysterious and powerful Jingyi school. I'm actually looking forward to Feng Fei's arrival the most. Strangers shouldn't get close to Feng Fei. He's the #1 genius of Jingyi school. Rumors say he doesn't like strangers getting close to him. Thus, no one has seen Feng Fei's true face yet. But one thing's for sure, his strength is terrifying to the extreme. None of the young geniuses have been able to contend against him yet. Even Tyranny Heavenly Seas is a bit lacking. But rumors are just rumors. I really want to see his true face. Some people in the crowd discussed in low voices. Strangers shouldn't get close to Feng Fei. His name resounded throughout the White Tiger continent, even more so than Tyranny Heavenly Seas. He was probably the most likely candidate to take first place at this year's White Tiger meet. Don't forget about that 100-eyed demon Lord Wu Long and that blind girl Zui Linglong. Their reputations aren't any worse than Feng Fei's. Out of the 12 top geniuses, only these 3 have not arrived yet. I'm really looking forward to it. Normally, the 12 of them would be cultivating separately, so it was rare to see them all at once. Only the White Tiger Tempest meet could gather these 12 famous geniuses. For many martial artists, the purpose of coming here was to see these top geniuses for themselves. They didn't have the ability to participate in the White Tiger meet, or even if they did, they wouldn't be able to get a good ranking. Thus, they were here to broaden their horizons. As long as these 12 could survive the 10,000 lightning desolate grounds, they would become the strongest of the White Tiger continent. They might even become the pillars of the entire profound world. Getting to know them was a great honor. Ling Xiao calmly looked at each and every one of the top geniuses who had arrived. His eyes shone with the same sharp and excited light. Geniuses, he didn't think he was any worse than these 12, it was just that he hadn't cultivated for long enough, so there was still a gap between them. To him, the White Tiger meet was a chance to make a name for himself on the White Tiger continent. If he wanted to rule the continent, he had to reach a certain level of fame. Otherwise, who would be willing to work for him? Right now, he was still a nameless nobody on the continent. He only had a bit of fame in Xianxia City. Even though he'd killed the Full Moon Empire's bird steeds, Sir Celestial Wolf and Princess Silver Wolf didn't even spare him a glance. Why? Because he wasn't strong enough, it was that simple. Tianhai Tairu, the crown prince of Xianxia Empire, was someone he had to trample under his feet. But this person was the peak existence of the 12. His influence spanned the entire continent. There was also Feng Fei, the genius of Divine Phoenix Empire's Fire Phoenix clan. He hadn't returned to the continent after joining the Jingyi school. But he, Ling Xiao, had destroyed Divine Phoenix Empire. Feng Fei wouldn't leave the matter at that. Whether it was Tianhai Tairu or Feng Fei, Ling Xiao couldn't contend against them. But they were people he had to defeat. Thus, he had to become stronger and use the White Tiger meet to turn the tables on the 10,000 lightning desolate grounds. Big brother, what's wrong? Hong Yu asked as she looked at Ling Xiao curiously. At this moment, Ling Xiao was clenching the railing so hard that it almost broke. His face was filled with eagerness and excitement. It's nothing. I'm just excited because I saw the opponent I wanted to see. Xianxia said with a smile. At the same time, a young man and an old man were talking a few dozen miles away from Thunderclap City. The young man was holding a wine gourd in his hand. His stubble made him look much older. However, those who knew him knew that he was not even 30 years old. The other person was an old man. He looked weathered, but his face was filled with excitement. Elder Hong, are you really not going to see Xianxia? The young man was naturally Jiao. He was only 29 years old and was qualified to participate in the White Tiger meet. However, he had already participated when he was 19 years old 10 years ago. That was why he did not register. The old man was naturally Hong Qi. Since the White Tiger gathering was about to begin, they naturally had to come. They had to protect Xianxia and watch him ascend to the top of the White Tiger gathering. I'm not going to see him. I'll leave after watching the White Tiger meet. I'll settle my own matters. Xianxia has his own path to walk. I don't want him to worry. Hong Qi smiled and said, moreover, my cultivation is recovering. You don't have to worry about my safety. Forget it. If he doesn't want to see me, then so be it. I'll go greet him. I wonder how his cultivation is now. I've been to the White Tiger continent before. Yin Yang realm experts are as common as livestock. It's not rare at all. He was only at the 3rd level of Yin Yang realm when he came. I wonder how much he has improved. I'm really looking forward to it. Jiao took a sip of wine and said with a smile. With his talent, he should be at the 7th or 8th level of Yin Yang realm at the very least. Hong Qi thought for a while and said. He had already tried his best to overestimate Xianxia, but he still could not imagine how terrifying Xiao's progress was during this period of time. It was simply not something he could imagine. I think so. If he doesn't reach the 8th level of the Yin Yang realm, I'll beat him up. He must be slacking off. The liquor demon sword laughed and soared into the sky. Hong Qi also headed in the direction of the Thunder City, but not with the liquor demon sword. He didn't plan to see Xianxia because he would definitely be sad if he did. There were many things that he couldn't say. At this time, there were more and more people in the Thunderclap City's central camp. A large number of warriors who had been waiting in the periphery had now rushed here. That was because this was where all the geniuses participating in the White Tiger meet stayed. Coming here, if he could not witness the elegant demeanor of the geniuses, then it would really be a huge loss. Moreover, even on the day that the White Tiger Tempest meet was about to begin, there was still a large number of cultivators rushing over from outside. In the central camp, the most dazzling ones were undoubtedly the 8 first-rate geniuses who had already arrived. The 3 from the Jingyi school had yet to arrive. As for the Tianhai Empire's crown prince, Tianhai Tyranny, he had been staying in the cabin and had not shown himself. Everyone was looking forward to the 4 of them appearing at the end so that everyone could see their true appearances. At this moment, a beautiful, huge auspicious cloud suddenly appeared in the sky. Everyone raised their heads to look. It's the Jingyi school's flying auspicious cloud. They're here. They really got it. Everyone watched excitedly as the auspicious cloud slowly flew over. It clearly looked slow, but in an instant, it was already above their heads. The auspicious cloud was golden yellow and looked very beautiful. Only the Jingyi school had such a flying artifact. It was rumored that the experts of the Immortal Court continent had bestowed it to them. There was only one such artifact in the entire White Tiger continent. It didn't deliberately release any aura, but it didn't conceal its strength either. A terrifying aura came from the auspicious cloud, causing the warriors on the ground to feel immense pressure. Before the auspicious cloud landed, a person had already flown down from the sky. In the sky, there seemed to be a dragon's shadow rushing over. Everyone was horrified to find that there seemed to be many pairs of eyes in front of them. They were scared witless and felt dizzy. Ha 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 ha, not bad, not bad. It seems that the famous people are worthy of their reputation. You first-grade geniuses are really much better than those trash. Amidst the laughter, a person landed on the ground. A rumbling sound suddenly came from the ground. As if to show off the strength of his body, he deliberately made a hard landing on the ground, blasting a deep hole in the ground. His body, however, was safe and sound. Hundred-eyed demon Lord Wulong. What a show of strength. Thunder Tiger Lei Lai stared at the newcomer and said coldly. Not bad, not bad. You must be Thunder Tiger Lei Lai. Your divine light is restrained. You're indeed strong. You also have Thunder Swallowing Big Stomach Tiger and Thunder Savage Tiger. Good, very good. Since you're all here, I can also enjoy myself. Hundred-eyed demon Lord Wulong looked at the White Tiger Empire's camp. The three people standing at the front were naturally his targets. We haven't seen each other for a few years, but your cultivations have improved. You really didn't disappoint me. Then, he looked at the Silver Fox Empire's side and said with a smile, Nine-tailed Fox Fairy Xianxia, Crimson Fox Lihua, these two beautiful sisters are as beautiful as they were a few years ago. Hee hee, Big Brother Wulong really knows how to talk. Big Sister Fei didn't come? Crimson Fox Lihua said with a smile. Of course she came, but she'll have to wait a while. She's behind Zui Linglong, Hundred-eyed demon Lord Wulong replied with a smile. Then he looked at the two people from the Yulang Empire, Prince Heavenly Wolf, Princess Silver Wolf. What a match made in heaven. It seems like you've both received benefits from each other's bodies. Your strength has greatly increased. Interesting. These were all old acquaintances that Hundred-eyed demon Lord Wulong had seen before, so he recognized them all. Finally, his gaze fell on the Tianhai Empire's camp. After searching for a while, he still couldn't find an answer. Suddenly, an eye opened behind his back. After a while, he looked at the little guy and said, You're that little guy, right? I've heard of you. Now it looks like you're even scarier than the rumors say. Interesting, very interesting. What about Tianhai tyranny? Don't tell me he won't even give this elder face? He suddenly looked towards the ship's cabin. Another eye opened behind him and two rays of golden light shot towards the cabin, trying to force Tianhai tyranny to come out. However, the one who came out wasn't Tianhai tyranny, but the Crown Princess. The Crown Princess was dressed in luxurious and graceful clothing. With a light wave of her hand, the two rays of golden light disappeared into nothingness. It's actually you. The hundred-eyed demon lord, Wulong, was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Good, how interesting. I remember that you were the little girl who participated in the last White Tiger Storm gathering. You were only 15 or 16 years old at that time, and you actually managed to obtain a good result of being in the top 20. The current you is much stronger than before, but you're really low-key. With your strength, you're definitely on the same level as us. You flatter me. The Crown Princess smiled faintly. Not at all. I didn't expect this White Tiger meet to be so lively. But Tianhai tyranny, when my junior sister Feng Fei shows up, you should have shown up by now, right? Wulong looked towards the cabin. Still, there was no movement from within. Wulong pursed his lips and didn't say a word. He simply stood there and waited. Other than the 11 people in the first tier and the Crown Princess, no one else piqued his interest. He didn't even look at Sun Lingchan and Mu Wanshuang, who were known as Heavenly Ocean's four greats alongside Heavenly Ocean tyranny. In his eyes, these people weren't worthy of being his opponents. His only opponents were these fellows of the same level. It was that simple. Zui Linglong has arrived. The sound of a zither came from the horizon as a woman with a pipa slowly landed on the ground. Everything about this woman was good, including her beauty. However, her eyes were tightly shut, and it was said that she was blind. Because of this, she was also known as the blind Zui Linglong. Zui Linglong greets everyone. The girl smiled politely before sitting down in the Jingyi school camp. She had no intention of showing off her strength. You're already here. Where's Feng Fei? The Heavenly Lightning Tiger Lei Lai asked Zui Linglong. Zui Linglong's lips quirked up in a smile. She arrived ages ago. Didn't you all sense it? What? Hearing Zui Linglong's words, everyone was shocked. Feng Fei had arrived ages ago, but why didn't they sense anything? Their shock wasn't without reason. If they couldn't even sense Feng Fei's aura, then that person was too terrifying. Whoosh, a figure walked out from the crowd. She was dressed in phoenix robes, the fiery red of which complemented her figure perfectly. It made her feel like she'd just emerged from a raging inferno. But her aura was so ordinary. She didn't seem domineering or powerful at all. In fact, she felt like an ordinary person. Everyone finally understood why they couldn't sense Feng Fei's presence. Everyone assumed that Feng Fei was very strong, so he'd definitely release a powerful aura. But in reality, Feng Fei could retract all of his aura to make him seem like a normal person. How could they be on guard against a normal person? This was too frightening. Fortunately, Feng Fei didn't make a move. Otherwise, wouldn't they all be dead? That might not be the case. Faced with Ji Luoyu's question, Ling Xiao smiled faintly. If Feng Fei really did make a move, his aura would have been exposed in an instant. Those 12, no, it should be 13 people. None of them are easy to provoke. It's impossible for them to fall for his trick. So that's how it is. Big brother Ling, you are brilliant. Ji Luoyu nodded. So what if she's brilliant? This Feng Fei is really strong, too strong. This woman feels even more terrifying than Tianhai tyranny. The simpler it looks, the harder it is to deal with it. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. One tyranny heavenly seas was enough of a headache for him. Now that Feng Fei had appeared, he might be even more troublesome to deal with. He really had to work hard. The crowd stared at Feng Fei, hoping to see something different about him, but it was no use. His concealment of his aura was flawless. It was as if he had always been one with the world, blending in with his surroundings. No wonder he was hailed as the one most likely to take first place among the first-tier geniuses. Where's Tyranny Heavenly Seas? Did they suddenly grow ugly and don't dare to show their faces? Feng Fei stood there, all smiles as he swept his eyes over the surrounding cultivators. Then he asked jokingly. She was probably the only one who dared to make such a joke. Little girl from the Jingyi school, don't make such senseless jokes. His Highness Crown Prince is just resting, so it's inconvenient for him to receive guests. The Crown Princess creased her brows. Hee, Tyranny Heavenly Seas is getting more and more arrogant. They won't even give me face. Feng Fei looked in the direction of the cabin and smiled. Then he continued, if they aren't ugly, then they shouldn't have suffered any serious injuries, right? Although she spoke and laughed without a trace of ruthlessness, in everyone's eyes, anyone who dared to joke with Tyranny Heavenly Seas like this was no ordinary person. These 12 fellows, no, including the Crown Princess, it should be 13 fellows. They were really too strong. There was no one else left to compete. It looks like we can forget about fighting for 13th place. That Crown Princess dared to argue with Feng Fei, the unapproachable Feng Fei, and hundred-eyed demon Lord Wulong's evaluation. She can't be weak. Everyone silently shook their heads, feeling depressed. When they first arrived, they were all dreaming of taking first place at the White Tiger Gathering. Every one of them was proud and arrogant. Even if they couldn't get first place, they could at least get into the top 10. But after seeing these 12 top geniuses, they all deflated like deflated balloons and gave up on their delusions. Maybe Tyranny Heavenly Seas really is injured. We can even fight for 13th place. Some people began to indulge in wild fantasies. Perhaps Feng Fei's words made sense. Otherwise, why wouldn't Tyranny Heavenly Seas show their faces? Ha, I think Senior Sister's right. Tyranny Heavenly Seas must have been injured, and heavily injured at that. That's why they don't dare show their faces, afraid that we'll see through them. Suddenly, a wild laugh rose from the Jingyi school crowd. This person was the fourth son of the Jingyi school after drunken Ling Long, Jun Maching. He was Jun Macho's older brother, a martial artist on the same level as Sun Lingchan and Mu Wanchuang, though perhaps even stronger. Big bro, don't speak nonsense. Jun Macho urged. Jun Macho was ranked 7th. After the battle at the Hell Pagoda, she had reaped great rewards. Her current strength was much stronger than before. She had to thank Ling Xiao for his help. Of course, that incident had also made her more mature. She no longer had her previous arrogance. Hearing her brother's words, Jun Macho quickly signaled him to stop speaking nonsense. Feng Fei dared to joke about Tyranny Heavenly Seas because of his strength. But compared to Feng Fei, Jun Maching was a far cry. What's there to be afraid of? Every generation brings forth new talents. Can't Tyranny Heavenly Seas get injured? Even if he wasn't injured, he might not be my match. Jun Maching didn't care for his sister's advice and curled his lips. All of you stay away from him. Feng Fei suddenly said something inexplicable. But as the head of the Jingyi School's 7 sons, her words were very useful. Everyone else suddenly pulled away from Jun Maching. Which idiot disturbed this crown prince's rest? Suddenly, a cold and domineering voice rose from within the ship. Then a terrifying and tyrannical aura swept in from that direction, causing all the nearby martial artists to tremble in fear. They finally saw Tyranny Heavenly Seas. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean wore a purple crown and a purple crocodile robe. His appearance wasn't handsome, but it was very domineering. That face of his simply exuded an aura of authority without being angry. With his hands behind his back, he stepped into the air. The air seemed to be filled with his unparalleled domineering aura. Although it wasn't the first time he saw Tyranny Heavenly Ocean's domineering aura, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. This guy really was made to be an overlord. It doesn't matter if you're an overlord or not. I, Ling Xiao, will trample you under my feet. Ling Xiao coldly snorted in his heart. If he could use Phoenix Cry Mountain as a stepping stone, then he could use Tyranny Heavenly Ocean as a stepping stone too. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean. Jun Maching's pupils suddenly shrank, a trace of fear appearing on his face. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean's domineering aura had already made him feel immense pressure. He suddenly understood that he had overestimated himself. In this world, anyone can talk big, but if you talk big, you have to take responsibility. Do you think you're stronger than this crown prince? Then take this crown prince's move. Boom, a terrifying and domineering aura rolled up. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean didn't use any moves. He just stepped into the air and waved his right hand. It seemed ordinary, but it was incomparably ferocious. His eyes revealed incomparable domineering and indifference. He didn't put anyone in his eyes at all. Your Highness, please show mercy. Jun Macho hurriedly knelt down and begged. Although that person was stupid, he was still her brother. She couldn't just watch as her brother was killed. Don't worry, I don't want to kill him. I'm just teaching him how to behave. The overwhelming aura of an overlord crushed down like the dome of the sky. Before the palm wind arrived, the terrifying aura had already suppressed Jun Maching to the point that he couldn't raise his head. That was Jun Maching, Jingyi School's 4th-ranked genius. His strength was more terrifying than the majority of White Tiger Continent's martial artists under the age of 30. But in front of Tyranny Heavenly Ocean, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. His body trembled, and then he actually knelt on the ground. Spare me. His heart was filled with regret. He originally had no enmity with Heavenly Ocean Tyranny, but water had entered his brain and he had to offend that guy. He really was sick, and very sick at that. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean only snorted coldly, and then sent out a palm. Boom. A thunderous voice exploded in the void. The earth shook and the mountains shook. The ground cracked and Jun Maching's body was flattened by the palm strike. Fortunately, he was a Yinyang realm martial artist. His body's flexibility had already reached the limit. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary person, they would have died long ago. Looks like you're really nothing much. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny looked at Jun Maching, who no longer looked like a human, and laughed coldly. Jingyi School's 4th disciple, you should have abdicated long ago. Even your sister is stronger than you, trash. Jun Maching lay in the deep pit, his consciousness almost completely blurred. He had just used all of his chi to defend, but he was still beaten so miserably. And he knew that Tyranny Heavenly Ocean hadn't used all of his strength. Otherwise, he would have directly disappeared from this world. Many thanks for not killing me. Jun Maching didn't forget to reply in his daze. It's good that you've learned. Remember, in the future, disaster comes from the mouth. Don't say anything, or you'll get yourself killed. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean snorted coldly, but didn't immediately return to the cabin. Instead, he looked at Ling Xiao in the distance. Some people are also watching. Offending this crown prince is the result. If not for the fact that we're from the same country, you might have been even more miserable. His words were clearly for Ling Xiao to hear. However, he only glanced at Ling Xiao, and then turned back, so the others didn't know what he meant. Big brother, he seems to be threatening you. Red Moon said with a smile. Then tell me, what should I do? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Give him a good beating, of course. Red Moon thought for a moment. But big brother, I'm still not his opponent right now. Although Ling Xiao was arrogant, he could clearly see the difference in strength between himself and his enemy. This time, not to mention those 13 people, even that Jun Emoqing was stronger than him. This Jun Emoqing looked like a coward, and many people laughed at him. However, only Ling Xiao knew that in the entire Tianhai Empire, even Sun Lingchan and Mu Wanchuang might not be able to beat him. This person was very strong, but unfortunately, he had met an even stronger and more terrifying opponent. Then surpass him. I know you can do it, big brother. Hong Yue pouted and said. I also believe big brother can do it. Blue Snow's voice was as cold as ever, but her trust in Ling Xiao grew with each passing day. Haha, even if it's for you two little cuties, big brother can't lose to him. The White Tiger Assembly is really too interesting. I like it. He could feel that every cell in his body was jumping with excitement. While he was paying attention to Tianhai tyranny, others were paying attention to Tianhai tyranny as well. Especially those 11 first-tier geniuses. After seeing Tianhai tyranny's performance, they all smiled. Not a single person was afraid, not a single person frowned. It was as if only Tianhai tyranny's outstanding performance was worthy of being on the same level as them. Tianhai tyranny really lives up to their name. Right, too strong. He actually heavily injured Jun Emoqing with a single slap. Amazing. No wonder he's on the same level as Feng Fei. He's even more famous than the others. The spectators were very excited. They didn't care who won or lost. Most importantly, they had worked hard to come here. Only a showdown between the top geniuses was a feast for their eyes. Tianhai tyranny, why are you so angry? Isn't it just an ignorant person saying some ignorant words? Feng Fei beamed as he looked at Tianhai tyranny. She was as calm as ever, as simple and unadorned as ever. Her appearance filled people with endless imagination and fear. He's ignorant, but the one I'm angry at is you. Tianhai tyranny gave Feng Fei a deep look. Oh? Why are you angry at me? Feng Fei smiled. Fooling the world. Others might not be able to see through it, but do you think my Tianhai tyranny can't see through it? Forget it. No matter what, the first place of this year's White Tiger Assembly will belong to this crown prince. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean's words were a bit strange. Everyone was confused. They didn't understand what he meant. But Feng Fei seemed to know. First place? Do you think you can take it away with me here? Feng Fei smiled and said mildly, you seem to be at a disadvantage in our duel, aren't you? You just won one more match. What's there to be proud of? Tianhai tyranny said disdainfully. And comparing notes is different from competing in the arena. I'll take first place for sure. Big bro, those two don't seem to care about us at all. Suddenly, Big Stomach Thunder Tiger glanced at Heavenly Thunder Tiger Lei Lai from the White Tiger Empire's side. Yeah, they're treating us like air. Violent Tiger Lei Meng added. Ha, second bro, third bro, you're right. Even if we have to decide who's better, it should be us three brothers. Those two are nothing. Heavenly Thunder Tiger Lei Lai was even more arrogant. The White Tiger Continent's #1 empire, the White Tiger Academy's #1 seat, was no joke. Haha, sorry, I forgot about you three. Feng Fei chuckled. But you three can forget about the top two. Move to the back. Move to the back? That woman is really interesting. Violent Tiger Lei Meng grinned. Yeah, an interesting woman. Big Stomach Thunder Tiger swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I wonder how she tastes. Third bro, don't mess around. She's still from Jingyi school. We have to give her some face and let her take third place. Heavenly Thunder Tiger Lei Lai rubbed his chin. 3 idiots. Tianhai tyranny said coldly. Boom, the moment he spoke, Violent Tiger Lei Meng had already disappeared from his spot. He looked like a monkey, but his steps cracked the ground. In midair, his fists punched towards Tianhai Tyranny. Boom, Tianhai Tyranny sent out a palm, and the two collided in midair. Tianhai Tyranny took 2 steps back, while Violent Tiger Lei Ming took 1 step back. Big bro, this guy's really strong. He only took 1 step back when I suddenly attacked. He looks like a ruthless fellow. After Violent Tiger Lei Ming's attack ended, he instantly returned to his original position. Of course he's strong. How can the Crown Prince of Tianhai Empire not be strong? Plus, he doesn't specialize in strength. So if we 3 brothers want to take the top 3, we'll have to work harder. Let's go to the Myriad Lightning Extreme Grounds and try our luck there before the White Tiger meet begins. Heavenly Thunder Tiger Lei Lai knew that even though his second brother had taken advantage of this attack, Heavenly Sea Tyranny's advantage wasn't strength. After saying this, the 3 of them soared into the sky and actually entered the Extreme Lightning Place. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean looked at the 3 figures and his expression turned gloomy. Although he was a little foolish, his strength was truly astonishing. But soon after, he smiled. If he didn't have such an opponent, then he would be too lonely. Crown Princess, let's go to the extreme place of 10,000 thunders as well. The path of martial arts has no end. No matter what, we can't relax. Tianhai Tyranny turned his head and glanced at the Crown Princess. Yes. Then, the 2 of them left together. Although the start of the White Tiger Tempest meet was very close, to a cultivator, sometimes a breakthrough might be a matter of opportunity. Not only did Tyranny Heavenly Seas want to take first place in the White Tiger Gathering, they also wanted to do it beautifully, completely crushing everyone else. If others wanted to become stronger, so did he. Afterwards, Feng Fei and the others all entered the Extreme Lightning Place. It looked like these people all saw each other as opponents and threats. Although they were confident, they also knew their own limits. They knew that martial arts was like sailing against the current. If you didn't advance, you would fall behind. After the 13 first-rate experts left, the crowd felt that they'd had enough of the excitement for now. They needed to rest up and wait for the White Tiger Gathering to officially begin. Therefore, the originally bustling central camp gradually became empty and spacious. How is it? Are you a little discouraged? Ling Xiao looked at the Extreme Lightning Place and wondered if he should go in and try his luck, when a voice suddenly spoke up by his ear. He looked up and saw Sun Lingchan. Discouraged? Why would I be discouraged? Ling Xiao smiled mildly. I admit that those 13 people can easily beat me in terms of strength, but a battle isn't just about strength on the surface. Moreover, the White Tiger Gathering will last for a long time. I don't believe that I won't make any progress during this time. Ling Xiao would recognize reality, but he wouldn't be discouraged or lose his fighting spirit. He hadn't come to the White Tiger Gathering to accompany the Crown Prince in his studies, much less play a supporting role. He was here to take first place. Those 13 people would all become his opponents. The pressure was as great as a mountain, but it was also great motivation. Hee, it looks like you're much stronger than I imagined. I was worrying too much. Sun Lingchan chuckled. Miss Sun didn't find me just for that, right? Ling Xiao asked. Hee, it's really easy to chat with smart people. That's right, I found you to tell you a few things, Sun Lingchan said with a laugh. Of course, don't misunderstand. I'm only telling you this in hopes that our cooperation can continue. I really do need the help of a pill refining genius like you. Speak, I'm listening. Ling Xiao nodded. Transactions were always a part of the martial world. Ling Xiao wouldn't be so naive as to think that everyone would be sincere to you. Moreover, even if they were sincere, they would need to be exchanged with your hard work. Wasn't this also a type of transaction? For example, Lan Shui had been very unfriendly to him at first. And now, she was practically sticking close to him, completely treating him as the most reliable big brother. Sun Lingchan was no different. He needed some information, and Sun Lingchan needed his pill refining skills. They would exchange, each taking what they needed. It was very fair. Brother Ling comes from the Dragon Phoenix continent, so you're probably not very clear about the White Tiger Gathering, right? Sun Lingchan asked. Yes, I'm very unclear. I don't even know the rules. Ling Xiao didn't have anything to hide about this. If he didn't know, then he didn't know. It wasn't shameful. Actually, the White Tiger Gathering is favored by so many prodigies. It's not just to make a name for themselves, nor is it just for the rewards at the end of the gathering. It's also because some interesting things will happen in the process of the gathering. Sun Lingchan smiled and said, and these interesting things may ultimately affect all the martial artists participating in the gathering, allowing some martial artists who have talent but don't have the resources to cultivate to make a real comeback. So you've seen it too. Some prodigies aren't very strong, but because of their great talent, they are also selected. That's the reason. Can you be more specific? Ling Xiao roughly guessed, but he still wasn't very clear. Sun Lingchan nodded and said, in other words, the White Tiger Gathering is different from ordinary competitions. It's not just a simple duel. Its competition schedule and duel methods are very interesting. The more talented a person is, the more benefits they will receive. Although I didn't participate in the previous White Tiger Gathering, I heard from my father that someone actually made consecutive breakthroughs in the White Tiger Gathering, crushing several martial artists who were usually stronger than him in one fell swoop. And there's more than one such person. Sun Lingchan continued, in other words, this meeting not only depends on strength, but also on talent and opportunity. I just wanted to tell Brother Ling not to think that you can't compare with those 13 people. They are indeed very strong now. But that's because they have been packaged with a lot of resources and have been guided by famous teachers for a long time. Here, the opportunities are equal. You and I both have the possibility of surpassing them. Of course, whether we can grasp this possibility depends on whether we have the fate. Fate? Ling Xiao said indifferently, although sometimes fate is not up to me, I still want to control my own destiny. Since there is such an opportunity, I won't miss it. But Miss Sun seems to have not explained what special rules there are in the White Tiger meet. Sorry, I really don't know the specific rules, but my words are definitely not wrong. Sun Lingchan said with a smile. Alright, thank you for your reminder, Miss Sunday. Ling Xiao nodded. Although he would not be intimidated by those 13 people, it did not mean that his friends would not be intimidated. If they heard these words, he believed that everyone's confidence would also improve. No need. I'll go play in the extreme. Thunderground first. You go ahead. Sun Lingchan smiled slightly, then turned and left. Looking at Sun Lingchan's back, Ling Xiao was a little emotional. If he did not have such superb alchemy skills, Sun Lingchan would not have been so friendly with him. As the saying goes, having more skills won't pressure you. Fortunately, I learned a few more things back then. Back in the pavilion, Ling Xiao told everyone what he had heard from Sun Lingchan. This made Mou and Zhu Xiaocong, who were in a very bad mood, finally look a little better. The others were also eager to give it a try. I won't say anything unnecessary. Everyone, do your own things. It's best if you travel in groups of 3. You can try your luck at the 10,000 lightning desolate ground. However, don't go too deep, as it will be dangerous. You can also stroll around and relax. The White Tiger Storm meet is about to begin. Understood. Everyone dispersed. Although Hong Yue was reluctant to part with Ling Xiao, she was still a member of the Jingyi school. Since she was taken away by Jun Macho, Ling Xiao could not stop them. Big brother, I still want to play with you after the White Tiger meet ends. Big sister Blue Snow, help me take good care of big brother. Hong Yue was reluctant to leave, but the child was still very obedient. Moreover, her master seemed to be a big shot in the Jingyi school, so Ling Xiao was not worried about her safety. Cold Plum, Blue Snow, let's go for a stroll. Ling Xiao glanced at the 2 people beside him. The 3 of them would act together. Master, are we not going to the Myriad Lightning Extreme Place? Cold Plum asked in confusion. Opportunities exist in every corner. People can't just focus on cultivation. They have to see more things. Only then can they broaden their horizons. Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to enter the Myriad Lightning Extreme Place. Anyway, he would enter sooner or later, so he did not care about the time. What's more, he had always believed that opportunities might not necessarily be there. Perhaps there were opportunities elsewhere. It would not be too late to go to the Myriad Lightning Extreme Place after taking a stroll outside and familiarizing himself with the terrain. Master, Have you noticed that the closer we get to the myriad lightning extreme place, the denser the heaven and earth spirit chi seems to be? Even if we don't cultivate, just by breathing, the dense heaven and earth spirit chi will enter our body. This feeling is really comfortable. After taking 2 steps, Cold Plum said excitedly. Well, that's true. It seems that the myriad lightning extreme place is indeed a good place to go. No wonder those 13 guys want to enter in advance. Interesting. Ling Xiao nodded. He could also feel that if he did not use any foreign objects and only relied on the heaven and earth spirit chi to cultivate, the cultivation effect here was almost twice as good as in Tianhai City. No wonder so many people poured into this place. It seemed that many people wanted to come here to bask in the glory. Because every 10 years, the lightning here would weaken by a lot. Even if they could not enter the myriad lightning extreme place, they could still get closer to it. It was also very beneficial for cultivation. Thinking about it, those people might not just be here to watch the show. Let's walk around the myriad lightning extreme place and see if we can finish circling it. Ling Xiao suddenly had an idea. He wanted to observe the situation of the myriad lightning extreme place. He definitely did not believe that this was a simple place that was naturally formed. Obviously, such a good place must have been created by the ancestors. As for what the purpose was, it was unknown for the time being. The 3 of them began to speed up around the myriad lightning extreme place. Their seemingly slow pace was several times faster than ordinary people. There seems to be a building in front. That's not the building of the Thunder City, right? The style is different. About a mile away from the Thunder City, the 3 of them found a very magnificent building. It was built against the mountain, just north of the myriad lightning extreme place. On the building, there were many flags with the word Songjing written on them. The 3 of you, don't go there. That's the territory of the Songjing clan, one of the 4 great clans guarding the myriad lightning extreme place. Outsiders are not allowed to easily approach it. A passerby reminded them. There were many martial artists cultivating near the myriad lightning extreme place. Some of them were gloating, while others were kind-hearted people. In the end, there were no absolutes in this world. The 4 great clans? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. He did not understand. To be exact, it should be the 4 great temples. However, almost all the guardians of the 4 great temples are from the 4 great clans, so they are also called the 4 great clans. Their forces outside may not be as powerful as the Jingyi school, but in the myriad lightning extreme place, even the Jingyi school has to give them face. The man explained that Songjing clan, the Xiaozi clan, the Boyi clan, and the Shenmu clan respectively guard the 4 great temples of the myriad lightning extreme place. They are very powerful and cannot be provoked. Thank you for the reminder. Here are some spirit stones. Please accept them. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Of course, the other party reminded him with good intentions. He just paid a few spirit stones, which was nothing at all. However, the man was overjoyed. Obviously, he didn't expect that his compassion would benefit him so much. However, after he got the spirit stones, he found that Ling Xiao and the other 2 did not stop. Instead, they continued to walk forward. However, they avoided the territory of the Songjing clan and went around it from a farther place. At this time, Ling Xiao did not want to cause trouble, but his previous plan did not change. Since they could not pass through the Songjing clan, they would just go around it. However, sometimes, even if you wanted to keep the peace, some people were not willing to let you have an easy time. Whoosh, just as the 3 of them were walking quickly, a crossbow arrow suddenly shot from the dense forest. Fortunately, the 3 of them were all experts, so they avoided the crossbow arrow. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been shot to death. Who is it? Ling Xiao felt that he had endured enough today. Unexpectedly, someone came to find trouble. It seemed that if the tiger did not show its might, they would treat him as a sick cat. Soon, dozens of figures surrounded the 3 of them. Each of them had a special crossbow in their hands. On the arrowheads, there was a faint blue light. It was clearly smeared with poison. The person in front was a woman in white. She was dressed very fashionably and looked exquisite. However, her contemptuous face made Ling Xiao a little uncomfortable. He had seen such a face more than once. Generally, people who had such a face were mostly spoiled since childhood and did not put others in their eyes. Today was really unlucky to meet such a guy. It seemed that things could not be settled peacefully. Don't the three of you know that this is a forbidden area? How dare you trespass? The woman looked at Ling Xiao indifferently and asked coldly. We really didn't know that bypassing the territory of the Sora family is also considered stepping into the forbidden area? Ling Xiao frowned. This Sora family was too overbearing. I said this is a forbidden area, so this is a forbidden area. Anyone who steps into the forbidden area will be dealt with by our Sora family. Tell me, do you plan to leave your things or your lives? The woman asked with a smile. These words made Ling Xiao even more annoyed. What kind of guardian family was this? It was simply a robber. Can't we retreat? Ling Xiao asked. Retreat? You can ask them if you can. The woman waved her hand, and someone behind her threw out a few corpses. These corpses were all pierced by sharp crossbow arrows. They were poisoned to death. They didn't plan to hand over their things, so we sent them to where they should go. Of course, their storage rings are also ours. The woman said with a smile that was not a smile. Because the four major families in the land of 10,000 thunders were far away from the four great empires, there was a shortage of materials here. Therefore, they were very eager for all kinds of materials. They had done this kind of robbery more than once, so they did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. Big brother, this woman is so annoying. I don't like her. Blue Snow hated such unreasonable people the most. The shadow that Prince Charming had left in her heart wasn't something that could be removed so easily. He is indeed very annoying. Cold Plum also nodded. Ling Xiao sighed. He had seen many of these kinds of people, so he was no longer surprised. In fact, in the profound world, such people were the most common. Relying on her strength and her family background, she could do whatever she wanted. If others offended her or disobeyed her, they would have to pay a heavy price. Those who submit to me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. In a world where strength was everything, this was too normal. Reality was cruel. If one didn't want to be bullied by others, they had to become stronger. Kill those two girls. The woman suddenly said coldly. Two crossbow bolts immediately shot towards Blue Snow and Cold Plum. At such a close distance, it was clear that she did not intend to show mercy. Because Cold Plum and Blue Snow said she was annoying. It was that simple. Whether it was Blue Snow or Cold Plum, they would definitely be seriously injured if they were hit by the crossbow bolts. The crossbow bolts were very powerful. In addition, they were dipped in poison. They were used to kill Yin-Yang realm martial artists. Cold Plum was naturally not afraid of the crossbow bolts. Her reaction was also very quick. After all, she had experienced many life-or-death battles. She had even been on the battlefield with Ling Xiao. However, Blue Snow was different. Although she was not weak, she lacked actual combat experience. Facing the sudden attack, she was actually stunned. However, would Ling Xiao let her get hurt? Of course not. A cold gaze shot out from Ling Xiao's eyes. He took a step forward and stood in front of Blue Snow. His tall and sturdy body was like a reliable shield that protected Blue Snow. Blue Snow's originally fearful and dazed gaze immediately thawed. A shy blush appeared on her face. Bam! Ling Xiao flicked his finger lightly, and the crossbow bolt was deflected back. It pierced the throat of the person who shot the arrow. That person fell to the ground and died. He did not even have the chance to scream. How dare you? The woman was instantly enraged when she saw that Ling Xiao actually dared to kill her own people. She swung her hand, and a 3-foot-long flexible sword was drawn from her waist. After that, she stabbed it towards Ling Xiao. The aura that Ling Xiao released was only at the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. However, she was a 10th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Thus, she did not take this fellow seriously at all. Ling Xiao looked at the flexible sword indifferently. A cold radiance flashed across his eyes. He reached out with his right hand and caught the flexible sword between 2 fingers. The woman was shocked. The flexible sword was caught between 2 fingers. It was as heavy as 1,000 kilograms. It could not move at all. Get lost. The woman roared crazily. She was extremely embarrassed and furious. Black Yin Yuan energy rolled towards the flexible sword in her right hand. Then, it followed the flexible sword and pounced towards Ling Xiao. However, it was useless. The black energy instantly dissipated when it got close to Ling Xiao's fingers. The white tiger meet is about to begin. I advise you not to act rashly. Otherwise, you will not have a good ending if you offend someone you cannot afford to offend. Ling Xiao did not want to make a big deal out of this as he was worried that it would affect his participation in the white tiger meet. Thus, he decided to take this woman down a notch and let her live for the time being. After he finished speaking, a chilling aura exuded from his fingers. It followed the flexible sword and attacked the woman. Get lost and reflect on yourself. The woman only felt a shocking force coming from the flexible sword. Then, her arm went numb. She was sent flying by the force and landed on the ground a few meters away. She was in a very sorry state. You're courting death. A figure charged out from the crowd. It seemed like it was because Ling Xiao had touched the woman. This person's strength was shocking. He was probably even stronger than the woman. The ferocious aura seemed to cover the sky and the earth. The nearby trees rustled and fell to the ground in disarray. Ling Xiao wanted to attack, but he gave up. Blue Snow, who was already enraged, flashed out from behind him and struck out with her palm. A strange ice dragon was released from her slender hand and collided with that person. That person was instantly frozen into an ice cube and sent flying. After that, he crashed into the ground and shattered into pieces. Beautiful. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. Although he had seen Blue Snow attack before, this was the first time that she was so decisive. This meant that Blue Snow had grown. At this moment, the woman crawled up from the ground and looked at Ling Xiao as if she had gone crazy. She shouted, "Do you know who I am? How dare you attack me and kill someone from the Songjing family? You're finished. If you don't get lost, I'll kill all of you." Ling Xiao looked coldly at the woman and said, "If you don't scram, I'll kill all of you." Ling Xiao's voice was cold and eerie. There was no emotion in it at all, as if it had come from the depths of hell. "Do you know what you're doing?" The woman roared. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, I'll start killing." Ling Xiao stretched out 3 fingers and looked coldly at this proud and angry woman as he said indifferently. He didn't believe that the 4 great families in the land of 10,000 lightnings could be stronger than the 4 great empires and the Jingyi school. If he was afraid of the 4 great families, how could he possibly unify the White Tiger continent? As a tyrant, he couldn't lack dominance, and he couldn't be afraid. 3. Ling Xiao retracted his finger. His eyes were still cold. The woman took a step back, as if she was hesitating whether to leave or not. It was obvious that the 3 of them weren't weak. They might not be a match for these 3 fellows. However, wouldn't it be too embarrassing to turn around and leave just like that? They were from the Sora family. 2. Ling Xiao's eyes and expression didn't change. He only retracted his second finger. "Attack together, kill them for me." The woman didn't want to embarrass herself. She waved her hand and shouted at the dozens of people behind her. Yes. As soon as she gave the order, dozens of crossbow bolts shot through the air, completely surrounding Ling Xiao and the other 2. Ling Xiao still didn't move. Blue Snow unleashed a frightening chill from her body and formed a circular ice barrier that enveloped the 3 of them. The crossbow arrows couldn't penetrate the ice barrier at all. Retreat. Seeing this, the woman seemed to finally understand the disparity in strength between her and her enemies. She knew that she couldn't wait any longer. She had to leave. Otherwise, she would die here today. 1. At this moment, Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded. Then, an afterimage shot through the air. It was Cold Plum. The woman only felt that the dozens of people around her had all fallen to the ground in an instant. Her heart was filled with fear. She could only run for her life, fearing that the terrifying killer would stab the sharp blade into her body. Boom! A figure blocked Cold Plum's dagger and took the opportunity to grab the woman and flee into the distance. "The 3 of you, listen to me. You're dead for offending our Sora family." The woman was finally saved because someone came to her rescue, but it was obvious that she had not learned her lesson. He continued to threaten Ling Xiao as he broke through the air. Upon hearing this voice, Ling Xiao's face immediately darkened. Originally, when he was participating in the White Tiger Storm meet, he had come up with a strategy to avoid causing trouble. He was afraid of delaying the important matters. But now, it seemed that the plan was not as fast as the changes. Rather than carefully enduring it, it was better to face it openly. Even if he were to die, he would die with a bang. He could not die like a coward, Master, that person just now seemed to be Sora Fei from the Tianhai Empire who was participating in the White Tiger Storm meet. Cold Plum returned to Ling Xiao's side and whispered. Well, I can see that this person's aura is very similar to the black-clothed woman I killed in the Tianhai City arena that day. Most likely, that black-clothed woman was also from the Sora family. Ling Xiao frowned. I didn't expect that my enemies would appear one by one, hee. Then what should we do? Go back and wait for the White Tiger Storm meet to begin, or continue with our previous plan? Cold Plum asked. Let's continue. If we're afraid of a mere Sora family, how can we compete with Xingyi school? Ling Xiao was ambitious, extremely ambitious. He could not be afraid of this small Sora family. Although in the eyes of others, this family was very powerful, no matter how powerful it was still dwarfed by Xingyi school. It could not even be compared with the 4 great empires. What's more, even if we retreat, do you think they'll let us go? Since trouble has come, let's solve it as soon as possible. It's better than dragging it out until the start of the meeting. Understood, Master. Cold Plum nodded. Big brother, I didn't perform well just now. I'm sorry. Blue Snow suddenly lowered her head and said. She obviously felt a little ashamed because she didn't dodge the crossbow arrow at the beginning. Silly girl, who can be born a combat expert? After experiencing so much, you'll naturally adapt to such a situation. Take your time, there's no hurry. Anyway, you're still young. Ling Xiao smiled and then beckoned Cold Plum and Blue Snow to continue forward. When he had just walked around the Land of Infinite Thunderbolts, he had discovered something. The Land of Infinite Thunderbolts looked like it was set up by a huge array. This array was so exquisite and terrifying that even Ling Xiao's Tai Chi could not fully grasp it in a short time. Furthermore, he had also discovered something interesting. It seemed like the place where the Songjing family was located was one of the array gates of this huge array. Therefore, he wanted to know if there were similar array gates in the territories of the other 3 great families. These array gates couldn't be freely entered and exited, but a large amount of dense energy seeped out from them. This was probably the reason why the 4 great sacred halls had been built in these 4 places. After spending close to 2 hours circling the entire Land of Infinite Thunderbolts, Luo Yunyang finally realized what was going on. This thought was confirmed. I'm afraid this array is the legendary Infinite Thunderbolts Immortal Array. The 4 array gates can release an astonishing amount of spirit energy that is very beneficial for cultivation. This was what the Yuan Venerate had told Ling Xiao. After all, the Yuan Venerate was the true expert when it came to array formations. Furthermore, the Yuan Venerate had crossed more bridges than Ling Xiao had eaten salt. Naturally, his words couldn't be wrong. Infinite Thunderbolts Immortal Array? This was the first time Ling Xiao had heard of such an array formation. That's right. According to legend, this array formation was used to kill those human immortals who had defected. Back then, many human immortals couldn't resist the temptation of the Sky Demon and became its puppets. The human monarch set up this array formation and killed them all. The Yuan Venerate replied. Then the so-called treasures in the Land of Infinite Thunderbolts must have been left behind by these human immortals after they died, right? Ling Xiao asked. Perhaps, but no one can say for sure without going in. The Yuan Venerate replied uncertainly. Ling Xiao was about to say something when he suddenly saw dust flying in the distance and birds chirping in the sky. They were actually heading in their direction aggressively, as if they were here for revenge. This is a place with a lot of people. How dare they make a move? Ling Xiao frowned. The 3 of them had already circled the Land of Infinite Thunderbolts and arrived at a place with a cauldron of voices. This wasn't the central camp or the Thunderclap City. However, there were more than 10,000 martialists coming from the north and south. The Songjing family was really overbearing by coming here to cause trouble. As expected of one of the four major clans in the extreme lightning ground. The Songjing clan's overbearingness and arrogance were truly unflattering. After a while, countless cultivators hurriedly made way. A group of dozens of armored horses quickly surrounded Ling Xiao and the other two. These people were all riding ferocious demonic beasts, and all of them were above the 3rd level of the Yin Yang realm. The strongest one was at the 12th level of the Yin Yang realm. He was a burly middle-aged man. In the sky, there were also dozens of birds flying over. Among them, there was a white eagle, and the one standing on it was the woman from before. "It's them!" The woman shouted at everyone, and the dozens of birds circled in the sky. This left Ling Xiao, Blue Snow, and Cold Plum with no way out. They were surrounded in the sky and on the ground. "Master, those fellows in the sky are even stronger. They are all cultivators above the 10th level of the Yin Yang realm. The Songjing clan is indeed very powerful." Cold Plum walked to Ling Xiao's side. There was no fear on her face. She was just a little emotional. If the Heavenly Empire also had such a powerful lineup, they would have conquered the Heavenly Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent long ago. The surrounding cultivators were all still in shock. They left the place far away and watched the show from afar. They did not recognize Ling Xiao and the other two, but they were all too familiar with the Songjing clan's flag. Someone actually dared to provoke the Songjing clan in a place like the extreme lightning ground. Was there something wrong with their heads? Even the Jingyi school had to show some respect to the Songjing clan. How dare these 3 youngsters provoke them? How pitiful. They would probably become cold corpses soon. "Thief, you were so powerful when you killed my Songjing clan's cultivators. Do you feel fear now? Do you feel intense regret?" The woman stood on top of the white eagle, looking down at Ling Xiao from above. She no longer looked like she was running away in a sorry state from before. She had transformed into a proud rooster. She held her head high as if she was afraid that others would not know how proud she was. She had always been in the vicinity of the Sora clan, using the excuse of hunting and robbing martial artists who approached the Myriad Thunder Extreme place. Even the martial artists of the 4 great empires never dared to fart. She did not expect to meet 3 idiots today. Not only did they dare to talk back to her, they even dared to kill her people and attack her. This was simply provoking the Almighty. "Yes, I do regret it, and I'm also very scared." Ling Xiao looked indifferently at the arrogant woman in the sky and revealed an indifferent smile. "I really regret not killing you directly. I was really afraid that I wouldn't be able to control my hands and slaughter all of you." Although his voice was calm, it was filled with a sinister killing intent. His original intention was to spare the woman's life, which could be regarded as giving some face to the Sora family. But now, it seemed that this approach was too naive. How could the dignified Sora family remember that he didn't kill them? They would only think that he didn't dare to do it because of fear. This was a common problem of the great clans, therefore, when dealing with a large family clan, one had to make the other party completely afraid in one go. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. He had never felt that he had done anything wrong before. The other party wanted to kill them. Could it be that he would stand there and let the other party kill him? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the woman's original arrogant smile suddenly froze. She did not expect that after she brought so many experts over, this brat would still be so arrogant. Not only did he not yield, he actually said that he wanted to kill her. What a reckless fool. "The 3 of you should kill yourselves. This is the last benevolence this young lady will give you. Kill yourselves in front of these people. Don't say that this young lady didn't give you a chance." The woman's cold voice sounded. She was extremely disgusted with these 3 people. Especially that man. What was that look in his eyes? Ridicule? Contempt? Or disdain? This kind of look made her very uncomfortable. She was immediately filled with a sense of humiliation and frustration. She felt that only by making these 3 fellows commit suicide in front of everyone could she vent the unhappiness in her heart and satisfy her compulsion. Kill yourselves? Was your brain kicked by a donkey? Could it be that you forgot the sorry state of running for your life just now? If I can make you fall into fear once, I can do it a second time. Ling Xiao looked at that woman with a smile that did not seem like a smile. If he had met this woman when he had just arrived at the White Tiger continent, he would have had no choice but to turn around and run, hiding in a place that she did not know. However, what did he have to be afraid of now? He had met many such opponents. He was not as powerful as he was now when he killed the 72 heavenly demon cult members. The woman's face was almost distorted. She felt that Ling Xiao's words were humiliating her. Kill. Kill these 3 fellows. I don't care what methods you use. The woman suddenly roared. She was no longer as calm and arrogant as before. Instead, she was like a lunatic. Whoosh. Just as the woman gave the order, the 2 demon mounts carried their masters and charged towards Ling Xiao. Astonishing power exploded from different directions. Ling Xiao did not move. That was because there was no need for him to make a move on these small fries. Blue Snow, train your fighting skills. Big Brother and your big sister Cold Plum will protect you. He looked at Blue Snow and spoke dotingly. She did not look like she was in danger at all. Instead, she looked like she had discovered a fun game. Yes, Big Brother. Blue Snow nodded. Water blue energy surfaced in her body. It actually condensed into a small dragon that was completely made of ice crystals around her body. The water blue ice crystal dragon looked very beautiful, but it was a little petite. It was only 2 meters tall. It was more like a dragon's cub. After that, Blue Snow gently waved her arm, and the ice crystal dragon started to wave its cold claws and tail. Its claws clawed towards the front. Its tail swung towards another enemy. She had to face 2 Yin-Yang realm martial artists and 2 demonic beasts that were close to the Yin-Yang realm. Although her enemies were weak, it was still a precious opportunity for Blue Snow to train. That was because she had too little battle experience. Every battle was extremely precious to her. Boom. Bam. Bam, the cold dragon's claws landed on the enemy in front of her. The knight and the demonic beast were slammed into the ground together. The cold aura completely froze the knight and the demonic beast. Hence, when the dragon slammed into them, they shattered at the same time. They were probably not going to survive. The other knight and the demonic beast were in an even worse state. They were swept by the dragon's tail. They shattered into pieces in midair and scattered all over the ground. What a powerful little girl, everyone was stunned for a moment. They did not expect that this little girl, who looked to be only 11 or 12 years old, would be able to explode with such terrifying power in an instant. End of chapter 1817. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.